Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to introduce you to JavaScript. So let's get started. What exactly is this JavaScript? JavaScript, in simple terms, is a client-side programming language. What is this client-side programming language? Let me show this diagram so that you can understand what is JavaScript and how it is client-side programming language. So in order to understand what is JavaScript or how JavaScript is client-side programming language, first we need to understand these terms client and server. Okay. To make this, to make your understanding more better, okay, I'm going to take an example of my own website, that is qfox.com. Okay, my website is qfox.com. So, so how this is possible? Okay, how the qfox has come to the reality. Okay, if you understand this client and server, you'll understand how the qfox has come to the reality. So what I'm simply doing here, guys, simply observe here. I'm just typing qfox.com. Okay. Before I hit enter here, you see there is nothing here. Okay. In this browser, in this Chrome browser, in my laptop, in this Chrome browser, if you see, there is nothing here, right? Before I hit enter after typing this qfox.com in the browser address, there is nothing here. Okay. This is my client, guys, which is my laptop. And in my laptop, I have this Chrome browser. In the Chrome browser, I am trying to hit this qfox.com domain URL. But before hitting, there is nothing in my laptop. Okay, I don't see anything related to qfox. But after I hit enter, what will happen? After I hit qfox.com, after I type qfox.com and hit enter, what will happen? When I hit qfox.com in the browser and hit enter, a request will be sent to the server. But where is the server of qfox? Where is the server of the qfox, guys? So server of the qfox is hosted at a remote place. Okay, I'm not hosting my own server, guys. Okay, I have my laptop and I have this browser and where I can hit qfox.com, but the server which belong to this qfox.com is not with me. Okay, I'm not maintaining my own server. That is a hectic or headache task, I can say, because I have to maintain a very big server and I have to make sure that it is running day and night. Okay, that's not possible for me. Okay, so what I did is I registered with someone known as SiteGround. Okay, there are a lot of companies in the market, guys, like SiteGround, Cloudways. Okay, Hostinger. A lot of companies are there who can host your server. Okay, you don't have to do it yourself. I registered myself with this SiteGround. Okay, so the code related to, okay, the code related to the application code related to qfox is hosted at SiteGround. Okay, is hosted at SiteGround. That's what is happening. Okay, so here, guys, so SiteGround is maintaining my server at a remote place. Okay, fine. I'm paying for that, guys. It's not free. I have to pay for that, right? So I'm paying to the SiteGround because they are taking care of my server. Okay, they are hosting my qfox code on their server. Okay, fine. Now, anyhow, guys, when I hit this qfox.com here, the moment I press enter, a request will be sent to that particular server, which is taken care by SiteGround. Okay, the request will be the server. In the server, what is there? The qfox application code is there hosted in the server, guys. Application code related to qfox is hosted in the server. Okay, and that application code will process the request that came from this my laptop. Okay, this server will process the qfox.com request that came from my laptop. This communication is happening over internet to the server. Okay, server will process the request, and after the processing is done, if everything is okay, the server will give a response back. Okay, will send a response back to the client machine, that is my laptop. Okay, server will send a response back to my client machine, that is my laptop. Once the client machine receives the response, the browser will process that response and display this kind of page. Okay, the browser will process the response from that particular server and display this kind of page in my laptop. Okay, in the Chrome browser or whatever the browser from where you are hitting this URL. Okay, that's what is happening in the background, guys. Now you understood what is a client. In this case, the client is nothing but my laptop from where I am hitting this URL. Okay, that is a client. What is a server? Server in this qfox.com case is, okay, a remote machine which is taken care or maintained by the SiteGround people, SiteGround company, where all my qfox.com application code is residing there. Okay, that is a server. Now you understood. And this communication is happening over internet. Now, to make this possible, guys, okay, when I hit qfox.com, a request sent to the server and response coming back and all those stuff possible, okay, we need to have some programming languages, okay. So for the application code, okay, for the qfox.com application code to be written, we have to use some server side programming languages, okay. For this qfox web application, okay, to be developed, right, to be developed and hosted in that particular server. So at the server, the code has to be hosted, right? That code need to be developed using some server side programming languages like Java. Java can be used for creating such kind of applications. Such kind of QFox applications can be developed using Java or PHP or Python, Node.js, Ruby, Perl, ASP.NET. Any of these things can be used for developing such kind of application, for developing the such kind of applications, okay. And the code will be hosted generally on the servers, okay. That's the first thing. And guys, so that's okay. So when you enter qfox.com and hit the url, enter the url in the browser, request is sent to the server. Server is processing this particular request using these programming languages, okay. Whatever the code that is written for that application code, that code is getting processed at the server side, and that code is sending a response back to the client machine, that is my laptop, okay. But the problem here is the browser has to understand that response, okay. The browser has to understand that response and display this kind of pages at my side, right. In my client machine, the browser has to understand that particular response sent back by the server to my machine, that is my laptop or client machine, and it has to render this kind of pages. For the browser to understand the response, okay, those response is based on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, okay. Those response is based on HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and the browser understand all this HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That's why HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are said to be client side, okay, because they are intended for, okay, displaying the pages on the client side, okay. For the application to work, the code has to be written or provided and hosted at the server side, okay. The code will be hosted at the server side using that code will be created by the server side programming languages. Because the code is at the server side, we call them as server side programming languages. But this code is meant for the browser to understand, okay. Browser cannot understand Java, PHP, Python, guys, okay. Browser will only understand HTML, CSS, JavaScript. That's why these programming languages, to make this application possible, and for the browser to render this kind of pages based on the response sent by the server back to the client, we have to use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, okay. That's why, since JavaScript is also uh, at the client side, okay, for the client side purpose, for this rendering this kind of pages at the client side, JavaScript is there. We call the JavaScript as a client side programming language, okay. For the code that is developed at the server side can be developed using Java, PHP, and this kind of programming languages like Java, PHP are known as server side programming languages, okay. So this is the thing, guys. So hope you understood what is JavaScript and how it is a server side programming, client side programming language, okay. So now you understood something about, right, why JavaScript is called as a client-side programming language. This is enough, guys. Okay, this is enough to understand. Okay, now let me hit the URL, guys. The moment I hit the URL, guys, a request has been sent to the server. Server process the request using some server-side programming like Java, PHP, something, and a response has come back to the my laptop, and the browser, okay, is rendering the response in my laptop by using some programming client-side programming languages like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript is a client-side programming language. Fine, guys. How can I be sure that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is used my at the client side, and the other any of the programming languages like Java, PHP were used for the server side? How can I be confirmed that QFox is having the same kind of thing? For that, guys, there is a website. I'll show you practically. If I click on this website, this website will reveal you which programming language is used for this qfox.com at the client side, and which programming language is used for the qfox.com for developing that and hosting the code at the server side. Okay, so I'll just copy this URL, guys. I'll copy this URL and paste it here and press site info. You'll get the details. Okay, you see, guys, this qfox.com. Okay, you see the server side programming language used for the qfox.com is what? PHP. PHP programming language or scripting language is used at the server side. For server side code, the code that is hosted in the server, guys, for the side ground for QFox, that is built on the top of PHP. that is developed using the server-side programming language known as PHP. But for rendering the web pages on the client side based on the received response by the laptop, the browsers are using which client side programming language? In case of firefox.com, they are using JavaScript programming language, guys. Okay, scripting language. Okay, client side scripting language is JavaScript. So it makes clear right now for you. So now at this line, I wanted to communicate that JavaScript is a client side programming language. But what does the JavaScript do? Okay, what does the JavaScript do at the client side? What is the purpose of this client side programming language? That I will reveal, guys, in the next few topics. Okay, don't worry. Okay, step by step we are going. First, you need to understand how JavaScript is a client side programming language. That is done. Now, to learn JavaScript, guys, to learn JavaScript, we should have some basic knowledge of HTML, CSS, and DOM. Stop, guys. Don't go anywhere and don't go anywhere and plan yourself learning HTML, CSS, and DOM because I am saying that you have to learn JavaScript. Okay, in order to learn JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and DOM are required. I'm saying don't worry because I'm going to cover in the same series. Okay, I am covering this HTML, CSS, and DOM basic knowledge sessions in the same JavaScript series. You don't have to go anywhere else. Okay, just follow this series properly, guys. Okay, so wherever required, I'll be creating the basic knowledge sessions on HTML, CSS, and DOM, which are required for learning JavaScript. Don't go anywhere, guys. Okay? Just follow blindly this series. That will be enough for you. Okay, fine. So, guys, before I provide you the basic knowledge on HTML, CSS, and DOM, let me explain what is the purpose of the HTML, what is the purpose of the CSS, and what is the purpose of DOM. Okay, or what is the purpose of JavaScript also. Let me explain that first. Okay, before I explain you how to write HTML code, how to write CSS code, how to write how to use DOM statements, etc., and how to write the JavaScript code. Let's understand what they are for. What is the purpose? Let's understand their purpose first. Okay, so HTML creates the structure of the web pages. Okay, HTML creates the structure of the web pages. CSS styles the web pages. Okay, it provides the colors and UI for that particular web pages. Okay, I'll tell you, guys, I have the practical demonstrations also here. Don't worry, I'm just theoretical explaining first. After that, I'll do the practical demonstrations for you. HTML just creates a structure of the web pages like a skeleton, guys. Okay, HTML creates a skeleton for a human body. A skeleton is created. For that skeleton, if you want to style it, a proper face, texture, and everything should be there. Some hair should be there. That is CSS, guys. Okay, for that skeleton, we are providing the CSS layer. Okay, CSS, that is styling of that particular thing. Okay, styling of the web pages. Okay, for this structure, we are providing the styling. You see how I look. Inside me, I have a skeleton. On the top of that, I have the skin and all those stuff, right? Skin is like a CSS here. Okay, the skeleton is like a HTML. Just understand in the terms. And coming to the JavaScript, guys, coming to the JavaScript makes the functioning. Okay, even though I have a skeleton inside me, I have a skin layer, and you can recognize who is Arun and all those stuff. But Arun has to walk. Okay, Arun has to sit. Okay, Arun has to stand. That is the dynamic nature of the Arun, right? Okay, just having a skeleton and skin tone and all those stuff things are not enough. Okay, I'll become a doll, right? If I have to become a real human being, I have to do some actions. Okay, I have to drink water, I have to eat some food. Okay, I have to walk there, stand, sit. Okay, speak. All these are actions. That is possible with the help of JavaScript, guys. Okay, JavaScript. Okay, just correlate with the web pages, guys. Whatever the example, human being example I'm giving, right? Just correlate with the web pages. Okay, if you provide the skeleton to the web pages, that is possible with HTML. To that, if you want to touch base a skin tone, color, and all those stuff, hair color, eye color, okay, face color, and all the stuff, that is CSS, guys. Okay, and for that application, for that web page to become dynamic, okay, do some kind of actions. Okay, when you click on a button, something should happen, such kind of things. Okay, JavaScript is required, guys. Okay, JavaScript is required. JavaScript makes that web pages dynamic. But don't worry, guys, this theoretical explanation will last now, and we'll go for the practical demonstration where you will clearly understand how the HTML is a skeleton, CSS is a skin tone kind of stuff, and JavaScript is a dynamic nature, okay, of the web pages. You will understand. So JavaScript makes the web pages dynamic, CSS styles the web pages, and HTML creates the structure of the web pages. Okay, so fine. Now, guys, JavaScript internally uses DOM statements for accessing the elements on the web pages. Okay, why DOM is required for the JavaScript? DOM means document object model, guys. So these DOM statements are used inside the JavaScript so that JavaScript can access all the elements on the web pages. Okay, and it can JavaScript, after using DOM for accessing these elements on the web pages, it can also modify the elements on the web pages. Okay, I'll tell you guys all this stuff I'm going to tell you. So for example, if I take you to one of the web page like omaya.blogspot.com, you can see a lot of HTML elements on this web page, right? Search button, this text area field, search box field, radio button, each and everything is a web element, guys. JavaScript, if it has to access this particular radio button or text box field or search button or the text area field, it has to use DOM internally. Okay, JavaScript has to use something known as DOM, document object model, for accessing all this kind of elements on the web pages. Not just accessing, guys, we can modify the properties. Okay, we can modify the properties of them. We can change the color of the buttons. Okay, we can reduce the size of the button, increase the size of the button, reduce the size of the text. All these things are possible with the help of JavaScript, guys. JavaScript for accessing the elements on the web page and modifying them, it internally uses document object model. So this is the theoretical stuff so far, guys. Now let's make it practical. Okay, let's make it practically, guys. Practical, guys. So I'm going to practically demonstrate HTML, CSS, DOM, and JavaScript in a step-by-step manner. So for that, guys, we need to first install, download and install Notepad++. So I'll open a new tab, and here Google search for download Notepad. Very simple editor, guys, for now. In the later sessions, we are going for an advanced editor, but for now, let's get started with a simple editor like Notepad++. Okay, for this session itself, we'll go with the Notepad++. For the future sessions, we'll opt for a better editor. Okay, so fine. Anyhow, download Notepad++ and just click on this link, and you'll be taken to the notepad++.org downloads, and you have this latest release, guys. We'll go with the latest release, Notepad++ 8.1.4 release. Click on that, and you got this download button. Click on the download button. In a while, the exe file will get start downloading here. After it got downloaded, we are going to install it, guys. Okay, it got downloaded, guys. Let me go to the folder where it got downloaded. I'll just double click on this Notepad++ and just select yes and say okay, and click on next. So agree, license agreement. Okay, this is a place where the Notepad++ will be installed. Click on next. Click on next. Okay, you want a shortcut? Let's create a shortcut for a while. Click on next, and just unselect this and finish. You see the shortcut has been created. I'll pin this shortcut to my taskbar so that I can easily access next time. I'll say right click pin to taskbar. Okay, so you see, guys, here is a place where the Notepad++ got pinned to my taskbar. Let me click on this so that it will launch. The Notepad++ has launched here, guys. As you can see, the Notepad++ has launched. Now the first thing is I'm going to practically demonstrate the HTML code for you. Okay, as I mentioned, guys, HTML will only create the structure of the web pages. Okay, how? So here is some sample code, guys. I don't want to waste your time. Okay, so because I'm going to explain the basics of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and DOM in the next few sessions, right? HTML, CSS, and DOM in the next few sessions. Okay, not now. Just understand what HTML is and how it creates the structure of the web pages. That is enough for this session. Okay, you don't have to know what is HTML, how to create the HTML pages. That is not the topic for this session. Okay, in the next few sessions, I'm going to give you. Okay, I'm going to share you some basic knowledge on HTML, CSS, and DOM, guys. Okay, for now, let's understand. Okay, let's understand the purpose point of view. Okay, so this is the HTML code, guys. Okay, this is how the HTML code looks. Okay, HTML tags are there inside the HTML tag. Okay, HTML tags are there inside the HTML tag. Head tags are there, body tags are there, some paragraph is there, some buttons are there, some title is there. That's okay. Don't worry, guys, just simply copy paste. Okay, copy this HTML code and go back to the Notepad++ editor and paste it here. Okay, this is the HTML code we pasted. This simple HTML code, guys. Okay, and I'm just saving this somewhere on my desktop. Okay, I'm just saving this. So I'll say HTML demo.html file. Extension should be HTML, guys. Okay, when you are saving the HTML files, you have to save them using the .html extension. Okay, so name of the file is HTML demo, and the extension of this file is .html, and just change this to all types and save this on your desktop or somewhere. Okay, now you see the HTML, you can see. Okay, this is HTML code. HTML will only create the structure of the web pages, guys. This code will only create the structure of the web pages. Now if I go here, where did I save? On the desktop, and you see the icon is coming as one of the browser for this HTML file. This is HTML file, guys. So I saved with the HTML demo name. If I double click on this, guys, it will open in the browser. You see, can you see what's displayed on this browser? Actually, in this browser page, what is displayed? This Chrome browser page. You see the structure of this HTML is displayed. Okay, you can only see the structure of the HTML page where you can see the text of the HTML and the buttons of the HTML. Okay, uh, you see only the structure and elements of the HTML are displayed. They don't have any proper styling, guys. Okay, they don't have any proper styling here. HTML programming language, okay, which is written here, is only creating the structure of this web page. Okay, like a paragraph and some buttons are displayed. This is how it looks. Now guys, let's go back. Let's close this. Okay, let's close this. I'll open new tab here and go to the notes. This time guys, I'm going to add some styling, CSS styling to the HTML structure. Okay, I'm going to add some CSS styling to the HTML structure. So for that guys, I'll click on this. Okay, HTML and CSS. Okay, HTML and CSS. So earlier we only have the HTML which is creating the structure of the page. But now what is the CSS for? CSS will style the page. Okay, it will give some background color and different colors or styling for the pages. Okay, so that CSS is written here, guys. You see inside the HTML itself, inside the HTML code itself. Let me reduce the size of this so that you can see. You see inside the HTML code itself, we put something known as style tags. Okay, this style tags also belong to HTML, guys. Inside this style tags of the HTML, we have provided some CSS code, guys. This whatever that I highlighted here, whatever I highlighted here is the CSS code, guys. Okay, inside the HTML code, inside the style tags of the HTML, I provided the some CSS code. Okay, don't worry, guys, if you don't understand whatever I'm saying here. In the next few sessions, this will be explained in detail. How to write this kind of stuff will be explained in detail. No need to worry. Only thing you have to focus here is to understand what HTML is doing, what is the purpose of HTML, what is the purpose of CSS. That should be your focus, guys. Okay, here the focus of the purpose of the CSS here is, here we are clearly stating that body. Okay, the body of the page, here body tags are there. The body of the page should have a background color as light blue. Okay, earlier when I opened the HTML file, the background color was very simple, right? If I open this, you see earlier one HTML one, you see, do you see any background here? The plain white background is there, and this particular text is this size, and these buttons are like this, right? This is the older one. Okay, this is the older one. Only HTML one. Okay, only HTML one. But now what I'm saying here is, in this HTML code, inside the style tags, we provided some styling, CSS styling. Okay, this is internal CSS, guys, where we put the CSS things inside the style tags of the HTML code. Okay, so body should be in light blue. The size of the paragraph should be in 50px size. The buttons, okay, button having this ID as R button, okay, should be in red color, and the size of the button should be 50px. The other button, green button, which is having the ID as G button, okay, G button, the G button ID should be in green color, and which should be of this size. Blue button should be, the button with the label blue should be in blue color, and the button with the label orange should be in orange color. Like that, we have written some CSS styling here. We have provided CSS styling here. This styling will be applied to this elements on the HTML page. Now guys, what I will do here is I will simply copy paste. Okay, this code I will copy and open this notepad plus plus and paste it here. I'll paste it here, guys. Now save this. Okay, file save, and here in the desktop I will say HTML CSS dot HTML. I will say HTML CSS dot HTML. I have to say, and click on all types and save. Okay, I'll save like this. File is saved on my desktop, guys. Let's go to the desktop. You see, this is the older one, HTML demo only. Now we got HTML CSS, guys, which has some CSS styling applied also. I'll double click here. It will open. You see, can you see the difference between the only HTML? HTML is only creating the structure. Okay, HTML is only creating the structure like this, but the styling is not there. But you see CSS, when I provided some internal CSS inside that HTML code, you see the look and feel of the page got changed a lot. The background color is blue. The font of this size is like 50px. The button size is also 50px. Each and every button is 50px, and red color button has a background of red color. Green color button has green button has background of green. Blue has blue background. Orange button has orange background. Okay, this is all possible with the help of CSS, guys. The styling is possible with the help of CSS. Without CSS, the page will look like this. Only structure will be there. With CSS, the styling will be there, guys. Hope you understood the purpose of HTML and CSS now. Now let's move on to JavaScript. How JavaScript will make the web pages dynamic. Okay, we have to understand that, guys. That is the next level. Okay, JavaScript and DOM together, guys. Okay, I'm not going to explain about DOM separately. JavaScript internally use DOM to actually access this kind of buttons or paragraphs or whatever it is, and it can modify the elements also. I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you more about that, guys. Don't worry. So we have some sample code here. So let me open this. With that code, you will understand how the JavaScript will make the web pages dynamic. Okay. So guys, I opened this link. I opened this code which has HTML, CSS, not only HTML, CSS, but also JavaScript and DOM also. So this is a code, guys. HTML, CSS, DOM, JavaScript code. So as you can see, guys, this was CSS styling, right? You already understood this part. Okay. The last part itself I explained. Under the style tags of HTML, we provided the CSS, internal CSS stylings. Okay. This CSS stylings were applied to the elements on the pages. That's fine. Now, apart from that style, guys, here we have the script tags of HTML, guys. Inside the script tags, I provided the HTML code. I'm sorry, JavaScript code. Okay. Inside the script tags of HTML, I provided the JavaScript. This is the JavaScript code, guys. Okay. Whatever I have written is a JavaScript code. Inside the JavaScript code, you see DOM statements are there. This is the DOM statement. Document.getElementById by ID is the DOM statement. This is the JavaScript code, and this is the DOM statement. This is the DOM statement. So JavaScript internally uses DOM statement to access the elements on the web pages and modify them. Okay, JavaScript will modify them. Okay, simple. So here, guys, in JavaScript, I created a function called change color function. You don't have to understand about function, guys. If you're new to programming, I'm just saying what it will do at a high level. So when someone will call this particular function, right, the element will change. Okay, using this, we are accessing something, guys. Okay, just understand at a high level, guys. You don't have to understand the syntax and all. You see, if you go here, guys, if you go here, there is a paragraph, right? There's a paragraph. What is the current state of the paragraph? What is the current color of this paragraph text, guys? It's in black color, general default color, black color. But guys, when I click on the red button, this text should change to red color. If I click on the green button, this particular text should change to green color. If I click on the blue button, this particular text should change to blue color. If I click on the orange button, the text should change to orange color. So how this is possible? This is only possible, this kind of thing, this kind of dynamic nature creation of the web pages is only possible with the help of JavaScript. JavaScript has to access this particular paragraph. Okay, when someone clicks on this button, and the JavaScript has to access this paragraph, and also it has to modify the color of this paragraph. This kind of dynamic nature things are possible with the help of JavaScript, guys. The code here is written for the same purpose. Okay, so we have created a function for that, guys, which the name of the function is change color. When someone calls the function, okay, you see there is a button here. Okay, there is a button here, and it says on click. When you click on the button, okay, this function should be called. Okay, and here red color should be passed. Okay, so this function need to be called. That means this change color, when someone clicks on this red button, the button having the red label, okay, button having the red label, it will call this JavaScript code function, that is change color function, and red color will be passed here, and here document.getElementById. This, what is this, guys? This DOM statement is accessing which element? This DOM statement is accessing which element on the web page? It's accessing the paragraph, guys. Okay, it's accessing this paragraph. Why? How can I say it's accessing the paragraph? Because I'm saying document.getElementById. Okay, using the ID, having the ID element which is having the ID as para1. Okay, here paragraph is only the element in this HTML code which is having the ID as para1. Like that, guys, you have to understand. Okay, so this one is accessing the paragraph, and we are changing the color of the paragraph to the given color. Okay, when you click on this button, now you understand, guys. Okay, don't worry about the code. Now you understand, when I click on the button, guys, this particular function will be called, and here red color is passed, and here document.getElementById will access this paragraph text. Okay, and the style.color is changing the color of this paragraph to which color? Whatever the color you are passing here. If you are passing red color, this paragraph text, okay, which DOM statement is accessing, will change to which color? Red color. Like that, guys. Each and every button has, you see, we are calling this function from each and every button. In the second button, we are passing green color. In the third button, we are passing blue color. In the fourth button, we are passing the orange color. So accordingly, the JavaScript code will change the color of this paragraph. Okay, so how we are accessing the paragraph? Using the DOM statements. So now, okay, guys, you are able to understand, right, to some extent, like what JavaScript is doing, what DOM statements are doing. That is enough, guys. You don't have to understand this code. I'm simply copying this, guys. Okay, I'm copying this code. Okay, I'm copying this code and going here and opening a new tab and pasting all the code here. Okay, which has a, you see this has a JavaScript code now having the DOM statement inside. Okay, now let's see whether the web page will become dynamic or not. I will save this, guys, onto my desktop and with some name like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, DOM dot HTML file, and change this to all types and save this. Now on my desktop, another file will be created: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and DOM. Okay, this is the latest file, guys. If I double click here, it will open in the new tab, guys. This time, guys, when I click on the red button, the text color is changing to the red color. If I click on the green button, the text color is changing to green color. Blue button, blue color. Orange, orange. Text is getting changed to orange color. This dynamic behavior is possible with the help of JavaScript, guys, and JavaScript internally uses DOM for accessing this paragraph and making this possible. Okay, so you understood now why what is the purpose of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and DOM. Okay, so that purpose is enough, guys. You don't have to understand how I have written this HTML code or CSS code or DOM code or JavaScript code. That's not at all a problem for you guys. I'll be explaining clearly in the next few sessions, and you will be able to easily create such kind of program by yourself. Okay, after I explain. So don't worry. Okay, guys. Now you understood now what is JavaScript in a better way, I feel. Okay. Now you understood what is JavaScript in a better way, how it is a client-side programming language, and how it can access elements on the web pages and modify them or make the web pages dynamic. You understood. Now the final part, guys. Okay. Final part is why we have to use JavaScript. Okay. Why we have to use JavaScript as a client-side programming language. Okay. There are two reasons why we have to use. Okay, the advantages of using the JavaScript as a client-side programming language or scripting language. There are two reasons, guys. One is it reduces the load on the server. What does it mean? JavaScript reduces the load on the server. Okay, what does it mean? I'll tell you, guys. The thing here is, for example, if I go to this website, guys, like tutorialsninja.com/demo, and if I go to the register page, okay, I go to the sample application, and if I go to the register page, here in the register page, guys, okay, some validations are done at the client side itself. Okay, those are done by the JavaScript. For example, guys, if I give something like Arun only Arun, and is it a real email address? Whatever the text entered here is a email. This is a real email address, right? But here I'm only entering Arun here. I'm not entering anything else. Okay, it's not a email address format. The moment I click on the continue, you see I'm getting a validation message saying that please include an @ in the email address. Okay, please include @ in the email address. Arun is missing an @. Okay, this email is not a real email. If you have to convert that text into email, you have to provide @ symbol, it is saying. But that particular validation is happening at the client side, or this request has been sent to the server, and server is processing this particular text and checking whether this is an email or not, and sending the response and giving this validation. Is it happening, the validation is happening at the client side itself, or a request has been sent to the server and server is giving this message? From server we are getting this message. What do you think, guys? Is the client side or server side message validation or verification message? It's a client side, guys. Okay, it's a client side message, no request. Okay, when you type Arun here in the email field and click on the continue button, no request is being sent to the server. We are not disturbing the server for this kind of simple thing, guys. Who is taking care here? Who is validating whether this is an email address format or not? JavaScript is doing that. The client side scripting or programming language, that is JavaScript, is taking care of this, and hence the JavaScript is reducing the load on the server. Okay, you see, guys, if I have to give a real time example, guys, let's say the Prime Minister of India or any country or anything. Okay, the leader of any country, guys, who is at a very higher position like Prime Minister of India. For each and every small issue in your locality or your state, if can you reach Prime Minister for that? Okay, can you complain that to Prime Minister that please come and solve this problem in my street? Can you ask him? No, right? That's not a correct way. Okay, because what if every street in India is raising such kind of complaints? What will happen, guys? Okay, the Prime Minister cannot do his duties well, because he will be overwhelmed or overflooded with all these complaints, and he will not be able to do anything else itself, and he will stop doing anything. Okay, he'll stop doing work for our country. That's a problem, guys. Okay, that's a problem. So we cannot load load him with lot of complaints, right? So there are separate set of people who can take care of. Okay, for our street, there will be some other people. Okay, political people who can solve this problem, not the prime minister. We don't have to approach prime minister. Same thing here, guys. JavaScript is like our local political people who can solve the problems in our street. Okay, we don't have to approach prime minister for each and every small thing. Okay, that's the thing, guys. Okay, so like that, guy, can you understand the reason, right? So here in this case also, if you talk about the client and server, and for a small things, if you reach server, right, server will get overflowed number of requests, and it will get overwhelmed, and right, it cannot do, guys. Okay, it cannot go beyond that. Okay, it cannot serve each and every request the client is asking. So it will be overflooded with a lot of requests, and it will go down. Okay, it slow down or go down. Okay, whatever, something will happen. To avoid such kind of things, guys, okay, this kind of small validations, this can be actually verified by the JavaScript that the client said is a better approach. Okay, you should not disturb the server every time. Okay, fine. So that's how, guys, by doing this kind of validations, like when immediately you are getting this validation message and JavaScript is taking care of. Okay, so that such requests are validated by the JavaScript itself. You don't have to worry much. Okay, that's how JavaScript is reducing the load on the server. Okay, number of requests that are reaching the server are reduced, and the server will work fast. That's the benefit, guys. That's one of the advantage of the JavaScript. But guys, is there any server side validation message? Okay, I showed you some example for the client side validation message, but sometimes for some of the things, right, the server has to validate and give the messages. Okay, let me show an example of the server side validation message also. Let me fill some details here. Okay, so okay, I'll give some details here, guys. Okay, 1 minute. So I'm just giving some dummy details. Okay, so here what I'm trying to do here is I already created an account with this email address, guys. Okay, I already created an account with this email address. It's an existing email. If you try to create a duplicate account, okay, so the request will be sent to the server. Server will check in the database whether this particular account is already created or not. If it is already created with this email address, the server has to provide a validation message say that okay, this particular account already exists. Okay, if you click on the continue, guys, email address is already registered. Who is giving this validation message? JavaScript or the client side? I mean, or the server? The client is giving client side JavaScript is giving, or the server is giving this particular message? Who is processing and giving that? Here, server message, guys. This is server message because sometimes not all the requests can be validated by the JavaScript, guys. Sometimes this kind of things where email is already there present in the database or not cannot be checked by the JavaScript because JavaScript doesn't have any idea what is there in the database of the server, right? So here the request has been sent to the server. Okay, some request has to be sent to the server. Server has to process the request and validate whether an account is already registered with this email or not. If it is not registered, email account will be created. This account will be created in this application. If the email address is already registered, you will get this kind of warning message from the server. Okay, here server is giving the validation. So hope you understood, guys, what is okay, how the JavaScript is reducing the load on the server. That is enough for you to understand how the things work in real time. Now, guys, next major advantage of JavaScript is that JavaScript makes the web pages dynamic, guys. I already explained, right, in this example. For example, the simple example like this one, guys. Okay, HTML, CSS, JavaScript demo one. You see, when I click on the red button, the text color is changing to red. Green button, the text color is changing to green. Blue, this dynamic nature of changing the color of the text is only possible with the help of JavaScript. Okay, it's not just only one thing that JavaScript can make the things dynamic, guys. There are a lot of things. Okay, you have to learn the JavaScript in a detailed manner to understand to what extent JavaScript can make the things dynamic. Okay, to what extent the JavaScript makes the web pages dynamic. To understand that, you have to go through a lot of examples like this. This is only one example, guys. Whatever I showed you, like clicking on the buttons and changing the color of the text accordingly, is only one example. But there are several examples you have to go through to understand how the JavaScript makes the web pages dynamic. Okay, so these are the two advantages of the JavaScript, guys. So, guys, I'm done with the introduction part for JavaScript. Okay, hope you understood uh, what is JavaScript and what is the main purpose of the JavaScript, and okay, at a high level at least. The coming session, so we will go deep. Okay, we'll go deep, and I'll be explaining all the basic knowledge that is required or prerequisites that are required for learning JavaScript. And I'll take care of everything, guys. You don't have to go to any other place and okay, explore yourself. Okay, I'll be covering everything in the same series itself. Just follow this series, guys. Okay, this is the first part of the series. The next few series, you'll get the full complete understanding in a step-by-step manner. So that's it, guys. Thank you. See you in the next session. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to the second part of JavaScript for Beginner series. In this session, I am going to practically demonstrate how to download, install and use a better editor, that is Visual Studio Code editor. In the last session, we were using Notepad++, but now the time has come for us to migrate to a better editor having some advanced features, that is Visual Studio Code editor. Now let's download this Visual Studio Code. For that, I'll go to this new tab and search for download Visual Studio Code. And you'll get this in the search results. Just click on the first link, guys, download Visual Studio Code. Just click on that link. You'll be taken here. And here, just click on Windows. Fine. You see, the Visual Studio Code editor exe file is getting downloaded in my machine. Let's wait for it to download, guys. As we can see, it got completely downloaded. The exe file got completely downloaded. And let's go to this folder where it got downloaded, guys. Okay, this is a place where it got downloaded. And before I start installing this Studio Code editor, let me tell you one thing, guys. Okay, this is free. Okay, it's not a licensed one, it's a free one, guys. Okay, just double click on this and you'll get this license agreement. Accept the license agreement, click on next. Okay, this is a place where the Visual Studio Code is getting installed. Click on next. Okay, so fine, just click on next. Create a desktop icon for now. Next, install. Okay, it's getting download, installing. We are able to install it now. Let's wait for it to complete the installation process. Okay, let's click on this finish button, guys. The Visual Studio Code will automatically launch. See, the Visual Studio Code is getting automatically launched in my machine. Just maximize this. Just close this welcome thing. Just click on this Explorer. Okay, so what we can do now is this is a Visual Studio Code editor, guys. It's a free one. It's not a licensed one. It's kind of free. Okay, you don't have to pay any amount for using this editor. It's a free one. Now, guys, if you have any folder in your machine where you want to work, okay, with the files and all those stuff, you can open the folder from here, guys. Okay, so I'll just click on the open folder, guys, and I'll browse my machine a bit. So somewhere here, I will create a new folder. I'll say Visual Studio Code files. Okay, I'll just give the same name. I'll just select this folder, guys. Okay. Yes, I want to trust. Done. So here, guys, this is a place, okay, in my machine where the whatever the files I create from here, they will be stored in that particular folder that I have just now browsed. Okay, I'll just close this, guys, welcome screen and all. So first of all, guys, I'll create a new file from here. Just click on the new file and just name this file as some HTML file. Say first demo.html. Okay, some random file, guys, like first demo.html. This is the name of the file. .html is the extension of the file. Just press enter. The HTML file got created. Now, how to use this Visual Studio Code editor? I'm not going to type the code manually, guys. Okay, I can type it like this. If I want to type it, I'll type it. I can type it, but I'm not going to do that because I have to first explain you guys some basics of HTML, CSS, and all those stuff. After that, only I will start typing that kind of code before you. But till then, guys, till we reach that kind of state, what I will do here is I will simply, okay, I have this code ready, guys, with me. Okay, I'm not going to write. I'm just going to paste the code as it is. I'm not going to write the code. I'm just going to copy paste the code from my notes here. Fine, we got the code copied and it looks good, right? The editor good looks very good. Okay, you see for red color, the value, if you give the value red in this code, you see it's giving some extra red color icon here. Okay, just to symbolize that. Okay, orange means this one. So it's very, it has a lot of advanced features, guys, as I mentioned. Okay, so I have to save this, right? I have to save this. So file, I have to save. Okay, or you can select this option, guys, auto save. automatically it will save from now onwards, guys. Okay, whatever the changes you do, it will save automatically. Okay, so I'll remove this auto save for a while, guys. Okay, for a while I will remove the auto save. Okay, I'll manually save this. I'll use the auto save later. Okay, for now this is the code, guys. This is the code we have. Okay, this is a sample HTML code which has some CSS. Okay, CSS properties are there. Okay, CSS is there, HTML is there, some JavaScript code is there. Okay, all the three combinations are there. You don't have to worry what is written here. Fine. Now this file I created where? Under this folder. Okay, in my machine under this folder I created this file. So what I will do here is I'll just uh, reveal in file explorer. Okay, so I'll directly go to the location, guys. I will just right click and say reveal where it is available in my machine. Okay, that option if I select, I will be taken to this particular place where this particular file is saved. Okay, I'll double click here, guys. You see this is a HTML file. Okay, so if I click on the red color red button, the text is getting changed to red color. Okay, green color, blue color, orange color. Okay, all good. The file is all good, right? So we can use this editor, guys, for modifying the code or whatever it is. Fine. So apart from this, guys, apart from this, we have something like something known as 1 minute. We have something known as live server extension. Okay, there is something known as live server extension, which we can install on the top of Visual Studio Code. Why? Why it is required? I'll tell you. So why this live server extension is required, you have to understand before I install this extension in this Visual Studio Code. Okay, so before installing the live server extension, I'm showing you why it is required. Okay, so here, guys, I will do some changes. So here the browser window was opened, right? Let me open it again. Otherwise, I'll just open the file again, guys. Right click, reveal in the file explorer. This is the place the file was there. I'll open this file again. I'll just drag this outside so that you can see only this file. And here we have the Visual Studio Editor. Okay, I can keep this side by side if you want also. Okay, so fine. Let me collapse this. Just drag this side. On the other side, I'll put this code. Okay, so we can see both the things together. Fine. So if you don't have that live server extension, what will happen? I'll tell you. Every time, guys, you do some changes to this. For example, I create one more button here. I'll just copy this code and paste it in the next line. I'm just modifying the code, guys. Okay. Button here, I'll give this button label as purple button, and here P button. Is there any ID? Same? No. Okay. So here I'll just pass this value like purple. Okay. This is fine so far, guys. Okay. This is fine so far. So okay, if I have to, you see, when I modify something here, guys, when I modify something in this Visual Studio Code editor, okay, I just added one more button. But is that purple button displayed on this page immediately? No, right? What I have to do for this purple button to be displayed on this page now, to get reflected on this page? For that, guys, first I have to go to this file menu and first save it manually. After I save this, then I have to refresh this page. Okay, this is a file where the changes are getting affected. So when I refresh a file, then you are getting the purple button, right? You see the small button that is coming here is a purple button. I know that the CSS is not applied for that button. That's okay. Don't worry about that. Fine. So this is the problem, guys. Every time you have to see some changes. Okay. Whatever the changes you've done to the HTML file, if you want to see on this page, every time you have to save this file and you have to refresh. Then only we'll see the changes done. Right? Changes reflected on this file. Instead of that, guys, instead of going in that approach, what we can do here is, I will not be using an external okay browser window like this from Chrome browser and okay, see whether the changes are getting reflected or not. Instead of using that, what I will do is I will install an extension here that is nothing but live server. Okay, live server, guys. Okay, just search for live server, you will get this kind of symbol, purple symbol, live server. Just select this, click on install. Let it install, guys. It is installing. Let's wait for it to complete the installation. Okay, guys, it got installed. As you can see, live server okay, got installed. Show details is coming. Just here you see uninstall options are coming. I'll just do one thing, guys. I will just simply close everything. I'll just simply close everything and I will restart the Visual Studio Code. Okay, I'll just close this and I'll go to my machine, and I can either launch it from the shortcut that got created here, or I will simply type here Visual Studio Code like this. Okay, anything, any way you can start it. Okay, so fine. Again, you have this file, guys. This time you have the live server. You see, you are seeing a symbol here, guys, saying go live. That means live server. Okay, to run the live server. This option was not there earlier. Now it is coming because we have installed that extension. So guys, to start the live server and to see this particular thing on live, what I have to do is I have to right click on this first demo.html and say, okay, nothing is coming here. Right click, open in terminal, select, okay. Fine, I'll just open this. I'll just see. Yeah, I'll right click on the file, guys. Okay, I'll just open this file and right click here. When I right click, guys, you see there is some option coming. I don't have to open this file in a separate browser, guys. Okay, to see whether the changes are getting reflected in a reflected on the page or not. I don't have to open this file again. Have to right click here, open with File Explorer and open the file. That process is not required anymore. Okay, instead right click here and simply say open with live server. Okay, you see automatically it got opened, guys. You don't have to open it manually. Okay, you see some URL is also different. You see the URL is also different. It's opening from the server. Okay, it's opening from the server, not from your machine, kind of. Okay, so but the file name, everything is same. Fine, guys. Now one more thing. Let's do something like this. I'll just okay, drag these things to the side so that you can see both the things together. This window got opened from the live server, guys, not from my browser. Okay, I didn't open it manually. First I didn't open any browser, then I didn't browse for the file. Okay, that's, I didn't do that. It opened directly from the file itself when I say right click, open with live server. Right, what's the difference here, guys? What's the difference here is, what the difference here is the difference between the normal Chrome browser window where the file was opened, or this live server window that is automatically opening from this editor. Right, what's the difference here is, whatever the changes I do, okay, the moment I save, I don't have to refresh this page, guys. Okay, the moment I save this file, okay, the moment I save this code, it will get reflected here. For example, here I'll add one more button, guys. I'll add one more button. Only purple is there now. I'll just change it to yellow. Okay, I'll just add one more button, that is yellow button, guys. Okay, here I'll pass yellow. Also here I'll say Y button, yellow button. Okay, I just need to save this file, guys. I don't have to I don't have to refresh this page, guys. I just need to save this file. That's it. Okay, just save this, guys. Okay, just save this and see that. Right click. It's happening, guys. Maybe, yeah, it's there, guys. I didn't. Okay, so that's the problem. So the screen was not visible fully. I'll just move this to the right side. Okay, left side, so that you can see. You see, I didn't say, I just saved it, guys. I didn't actually load this page. Okay, yellow came automatically. So whatever the changes you are doing here, okay, whatever the changes you are doing here, okay, those are happening, right? So I'll just drag this side. I'll add one more thing, guys. I'll add one more paragraph here. You see, the moment I type the para here, okay, uh I'll say my name is, okay, my name is Arun Moturi. Okay, like this I'll say. Now the moment I save this, guys, the moment I save this, you see the text is coming here, right? The text is coming here. That's the difference, guys. That's the difference. You see, you can see your changes very fast, right? And there is one more option I mentioned, right, last time, like you don't have to manually save every time. Every time you don't have to manually save. Just select this auto save option. Now, guys, change this particular text. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I'll say my name is Arun Moturi. I love blogging, or I will say I love content creation on software testing. That's it. Okay, you see the file got automatically saved, and the text also got automatically reflected. This is the advantage you get, guys. Okay, okay, if you use some advanced editors like Visual Studio Code, this kind of things are possible, guys. Okay, that's why we have to migrate to the advanced editors like Visual Studio Code, where there are extensions like live server, and you can see the changes dynamically here, right? The moment you change the code, you are seeing the changes. Okay, you don't have to refresh, reload, or open the files in any browser manually. Nothing is required. This makes the process so simple and easy. Okay, so hope, guys, you understood this session. Okay, how to download, install, and use Visual Studio Code. And we are going to use this Visual Studio Code for learning the JavaScript. Not only JavaScript, guys. Before we enter into JavaScript, I'm going to explain some basics of HTML, CSS, and DOM, which are required for learning the JavaScript. All those things we are going to practice on the same editor, that is Visual Studio Code editor. Okay, so stay tuned, guys. Let's meet in the next session. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to the part 3 of JavaScript for Beginner series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate the basics of HTML, CSS, and DOM, which are required for learning JavaScript. Okay, these are the prerequisite basics for learning the JavaScript, guys. That is HTML basics, CSS basics, and DOM basics. I'm not going to explain HTML, CSS, and DOM in a detailed manner in this session. Rather, I'm going to cover the basics of HTML, CSS, and DOM, which are required for learning JavaScript, guys. Okay, so let's get started. First, we'll start with the HTML basics for JavaScript. What are the HTML basics you have to learn for learning the JavaScript? I'm going to cover first. Okay, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Okay, HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Fine. So what is the purpose of the HTML? The purpose of the HTML is to create the structure of web pages. Okay, HTML creates the structure of web pages. Okay, structure of web pages will be created with the help of HTML. That means I'll demonstrate, guys. Okay, what HTML can do, I'll demonstrate. So here HTML only will create the skeleton of the web page. It will not color it. Okay, it will not prepare the UI, how the background should be, which color should be. Okay, it's like what you can say, guys. It's like a skeleton in human body, guys. Okay, without any skin. HTML creates a skeleton in a human body without any skin. You can correlate with there. Okay, HTML simply creates the structure of the web page, but it will not add any skin tone, color, or hair color, or all those stuff. Okay, that UI part will not be there. Without UI, the skeleton will be created. Anyhow, we'll see that in action, guys. So how does the HTML look like? Okay, the next point is, how does the HTML look like? For that, guys, I will show you an example web page and show you the HTML source code of that particular web page. Okay, the HTML source code which was used for creating the structure for that particular web page, I'll show you. Okay, for that I'll click here, guys. It will take me to a sample example web page. Okay, so on the sample example web page, there are two paragraphs being displayed, right? Paragraph 1 and paragraph 2. Only two paragraphs are there. Very simple web page, guys. Okay, for this web page, to display these paragraphs, how much HTML code is written? To find out that, okay, in any browser, say Chrome or Firefox, what you can do is just right click on some empty space on this page and select option like inspect option, guys. Okay, just select the inspect option. The moment you select the inspect option, you will get this Google Chrome DevTools. Okay, you may not get this Google Chrome DevTools on the bottom right away. So by default, most of the people will get on the right side like this. Okay, but if you want to have a better look, just jog it to the bottom. Okay, so that you can see this. Okay, I can even just drag it to the top so that you can see see more of this Google DevTools. You see, by default the elements tab is selected, and under the elements tab you can see the HTML code. Okay, for this HTML page, for this sample or simple basic HTML web page which is having two paragraphs, this is the entire HTML code, guys. You see, it's starting with the HTML tag, ending with the HTML tag. Don't worry, guys, I'm going to explain, and we are going to create a web page from scratch. Okay, this is just for a demo, guys. Okay, how the HTML will be there. Under the HTML, guys, you can see there are two children. Okay, under this HTML, in between the HTML tags, there are two children. One is head section, other one is body section. Okay, so head is starting here, ending here. Okay, body is starting here, ending here. HTML is starting here and ending here. In between the HTML, we have two children, head and body. Again, head is starting here, ending here. Body is starting here, ending here. So inside the head, guys, again there is one more child element, that is title tag. Okay, title HTML tag is there. This will decide the title of the web page. You see, whatever the title that is displayed here, basic web page title, That is because of this. If I change the title, let's say I'll change the title to my name, Arun Motori. You press enter, you see the title of this web page got changed to my name. That's how simple it is, guys. Okay, fine. The next one is a body, guys. Inside the body, guys, as you can see, there are two paragraphs. Okay, paragraph 1 and paragraph 2. So in the first paragraph, guys, in the first paragraph, the content is there. You see, this is starting tag and this is ending tag. The starting paragraph tag and ending paragraph tag, and in between the paragraph tags there is some content. That content is being displayed here, a paragraph of text. Okay, i'll I'll just change this text to my name is Arun Moturi, so that you can see the reflection there. Enter, you see the first paragraph is being displayed as my name is Arun Moturi. And what about the second paragraph? Here I'll type something like, I love creating content on software testing. Okay, I love creating content on software testing and press enter. You see the second paragraph text also got changed. So that's how simple it is, guys. Okay, paragraph, first paragraph, second paragraph. If you want to represent some paragraphs in HTML, we have to use paragraph tags. Okay, so from here to here is the starting paragraph tag, and here to here is the ending paragraph tag. I'll explain all the basics, guys, don't worry. And also, guys, these paragraph tags have some attributes also. The starting paragraph tag is having some ID and class attributes. Okay, I'll explain more about these attributes later, guys. Okay, this is not the right time. So overall, this is a sample web page, and this is HTML code that is required for creating the structure of this web page like this. Okay, only the structure is being created here, guys. There is no UI and all. You see the default colors are in black color for these paragraphs. Fine. So this is an example, guys. Now let's move on to the actual thing. So let's create our own HTML web page, guys. Okay, so this was example web page. So let's create our own web page now. How to create that? For that, guys, we have to first create the basic structure of the HTML. Okay, so if you remember in the last session, guys, we have installed a tool known as Visual Studio Code. Just type the Visual Studio Code here, Visual Studio Code, and you'll get this editor. Just launch the Visual Studio Code editor, which we have downloaded, installed, and used. Okay, in the previous session. So here, if you remember, we have browsed this particular folder in the last session itself. Under that folder, guys, I'm creating a new file. I'll say HTML demo dot HTML. I'll say, okay, dot HTML, or I can say HTML basics dot HTML basics dot HTML is the extension I'm going to give, and press enter, guys. The HTML file has been created here, but it doesn't have any HTML code. So in HTML, guys, in the HTML, the root element is HTML tag. Okay, just remember this, guys. In any HTML web pages, the root element or root tag is what? HTML tag. So the first thing that we have to do one after we create this HTML file is that we have to create the root tag. So we have to create the tag like this. Okay, so in between the less than and greater than symbols, okay, in between the less than and greater than symbols, you have to type HTML, guys. That will create the HTML tag. This editor is automatically creating the end tag, guys. By the time I'm creating the starting tag, automatically the end tag is getting created. Fine. Now, guys, in between the HTML tags, okay, in between the HTML tags, we can create the child tags. Okay, how to create the child tags? So here I'll press tab, guys, just for the look and feel. I'll press tab for the look and feel, and here I'll type head. Okay, and here I'll say body. Okay, there are two sections I'm creating, guys, head section and body section. These are the two children of the HTML tags. Okay, as we already discussed, HTML is the root tag, and under that we have two child tags of HTML, that is head and body. Head is starting here automatically. This is the ending, guys. Okay, so if you clearly observe the starting and ending tags, guys, here the starting tag is something in this format, less than symbol, greater than symbol, in between the name of the tag. But ending tag has some extra character here, that is forward slash is there. Okay, this represents the ending tag is. Okay, starting tag is same as ending tag, except this particular forward symbol is there. Okay, forward slash symbol is there. So this says that this is the ending tag. Okay, the HTML tag is starting here and HTML tag is ending here. Similarly, inside the HTML tag, we created two more tags, that is two more children tags, child tags, that is head and body tags. Okay, so head tag is starting here, head tag is ending here, body tag is starting here, body tag is ending here. It's like, guys, assume that HTML is the body, human body, and this is the head of that body, and this is the body section of the body. Okay, this is the head of that body, and remaining body is here, like that. Okay, just assume that. Fine. So, guys, now, guys, if I let me say file. Uh, don't say anything, guys. Don't say anything. I'll just do one thing. I'll right click here and say open with live server. Okay, I'll open this HTML file with the live server. Okay, it will open in a browser, guys. This HTML file will be rendered in the browser. Okay, how the browser can understand the HTML, guys. Okay, the browser can understand the HTML. From this HTML file, I will be opening the browser like this. Just right click on this Visual Studio Code in this particular file and say open with live server. You will see a browser will open up. Okay, the browser got opened up. This is a browser which came, guys. Okay, so if you want to see both the things together, guys, I'll just resize it so that you can see. So I'll just drag it to the left side, and on the right side I'll put the browser which we have opened, or I'll close this once again, guys. I'll just right click again. Once again I'll say open with the live server. You'll get the browser again. Okay, this is the browser we got. Again, resize it. Just put it side by side, guys, so that you can see both the things together. You can see both the things together. Okay, this side we have the HTML code and this side we have the browser. Okay, the live browser which is accessing this HTML code and displaying the things. So, guys, if you clearly observe the what is the title, guys, is there any specific title coming for this HTML web page? This HTML code is represented as like this, guys. Okay, there is nothing displayed on the web page, and on the title, guys, there is no proper title. Okay, the file name is coming as a title. But if you want to provide a particular proper title here, you can do something. You can provide the inside the head tag. You just create a child tag, guys. That is title. Okay, title child tag. So this is a starting title child tag, and this is the ending of the title tag. So in between that, you provide the actual title of the web page that you want to display. Say HTML basics. Okay, HTML basics by Arun Motori. Okay, HTML basics by Arun Motori. I'll put. You see, now the title got changed. Why, guys? This HTML file is auto save, guys. If you have followed my previous session where I explained Visual Studio Code, I just auto saved this particular file. Okay, and this is a live one. Okay, whatever the changes you are doing, and they are automatically getting saved, and the browser is automatically reflecting them. Okay, this is the easiest process. Whatever the code you are writing, that is being done. The output is being shown here in a very dynamic manner, where realistic manner. Okay, I don't have to manually go and save and refresh the web page. Automatically it's happening. I just see that. Okay, this is the advantage of using the Visual Studio Code anyhow, which I have already covered in the previous session. If you have not gone through that, just go back to the previous video and come back, guys. You will understand what's going on here. Okay, now, guys, uh, I want to do something more, guys. Okay, that is, I want to create some paragraphs here. Okay, I want to display some paragraph text here. Say, I'll say P here. I'll say my name is Arun Motori. I love, I love creating content on software testing. Okay, my name is Arun Motori. I love creating content on software testing. You see, this is a paragraph, guys. When I created this text, when I provided the text between this paragraph tags, you see, a paragraph got created here, guys. Okay, a paragraph got created here. Similarly, we can create a lot of things in uh, okay, in HTML we can create different type of HTML elements, guys. HTML will only create the structure of the web page, guys. Okay, it will not style them. Okay, the color and all those stuff will not be done by HTML, guys. So just remember that. Now what I will do is I will create a text box field, guys. Okay, I would like to create a text box field. So how to create a text box field in HTML? For that, guys, we have to use a tag known as input tag, guys. Okay, we have to use a tag known as input tag. Input type is equal to, okay, input type is equal to text. I have to say text. Okay, and that's it, I guess. Nothing much. You see the text box field already got created here, guys. Okay, whatever the HTML code you have written for that, the text box field already got created here. So if you want this particular if you want to put a label for this text box field, let's say email address, okay, or username, let's say, otherwise, okay, username colon I'll put. You see, you'll get a username label you are getting and the text box field. So more things are possible, guys. I'm not going to deep dive there. Okay. And also, guys, here you can put a placeholder. If you want, placeholder is equal to the double quotes, you just provide the placeholder as username. Okay, so you will get the placeholder like this. Okay, you generally see these kind of placeholders in the real applications, right? So this is how we can create the text box fields in HTML. Similarly, if I want to create some radio buttons, guys, okay, I want to uh, create some. Okay, so I'll say uh, select your vehicle. Okay, something I'll say, and colon, I'll put a colon here, select your vehicle. You see, guys, the problem here is the username text field is in the same line and select your vehicle is also coming in the same line, but I want the select your vehicle in the next line. For that, guys, what I have to do is I'll just add something known as BR here. Okay, break. BR means break. It will take you to the next line. Okay, again add one more BR so that enough space is not there. Once I add another BR, you see the proper space has been given. Now, beside this select your vehicle, guys, I'll just give some radio buttons, guys. Okay, I want to create some radio buttons. For creating the radio buttons in HTML, also you have to create some input tag only, guys, but type should be mentioned as not text. Okay, if you specify the type as text for the input, it will create a text box field, right? But here, if you don't specify also, it's a text box field only. But the moment you say radio here, you see the radio button is coming. Okay, and guys, I want to give some label to this radio button. Okay, I'll say car, guys. Okay, slash input, guys, this is okay, slash input I will say. And you see, if you want to select the car, you have to select this radio button. Okay, now similarly I'll say input type is equal to, okay, input type is equal to, I will say again radio, another radio button, guys. Here I'll say bike, and here also input, ending tag is also input. So another radio button, bike. So here another input tag I'll give, guys, input okay, so radio, I'll say bus. Okay, bus slash input. Like this, you can create any number of radio buttons, guys. That's okay. So, so what is the functionality of the radio button in general, guys? You have to select the radio buttons, right? But at a time, you cannot select all these radio buttons. Okay, at a time, you should not be able to select all the radio buttons. This is a group of radio buttons where you should be able to select only one out of these three radio buttons. To make that possible, guys, have to group all these radio buttons together. How to group all these radio buttons together, guys? For that, guys, I have to add something known as name attribute. Okay, you see, guys, till you see, we are slowly moving into the attribute level, right? For example, here type is also an attribute, and text is the value. Okay, in the starting tag itself, we are providing type is equal to, here, guys, for example, this is the starting tag, input starting tag, this is the input ending tag. Okay, so in the input starting tag, to make this input tag a radio button, I just gave an attribute known as type. Okay, type is equal to attribute value as radio. The moment I gave the attribute value as radio for this type, a radio button got created, and here this content, okay, HTML elements content is car. Okay, that is coming as label here. So you have to understand few terminologies, guys. That is starting tag, ending tag, and HTML elements content, element content of the tag, and these are the attributes. Now I'm here only one attribute was there earlier, that is type is equal to radio, but I'm trying to create another attribute just to group all these radio buttons together, guys. So I'll give this as vehicle. Okay, I'll copy paste this another second attribute for all the radio buttons, guys. Okay, because we have to group all this together, right? Because if these three radio buttons have the same name attribute and same name attributes value, they will be grouped together, guys. Okay, so it's auto saved anyhow. Now try to select, you see, at a time only one option you can select, because these three radio buttons are grouped into a single name. Okay, they are grouped by a single name, that is vehicle, vehicle, vehicle. Hope, guys, you understood what is the purpose of this name attribute now in HTML. Now, so different attributes have different purpose and use, guys. Okay, we'll learn in a practical way in the same manner. Okay, now let's create some checkbox fields, guys. Okay, so select okay, select something, guys. We have to go with something for checkbox field. Let's say select your items for school or something. I'll write here. Okay, but the problem here is this one is coming in the same line of the radio buttons. I want to move this label to the new line. For that, again, guys, just copy paste this BR and just paste it here so that it will move into the next line like this. Okay. So select your items for the school label, and here I'm going to create this input tags only again. But the thing is, I'm going to change this radio to checkbox. Simple. checkbox. Okay, is it? It's not a radio button. Now it's a checkbox. So same thing I'll copy paste for the remaining also. Okay, so fine. So here I'll say, I'll just group them also, guys. There's no need of grouping, but it's better to group as per the rules and formality. Okay, name school I will give, and here I'll say bag, pen, pencil. Okay, pencil like this. I'll give three options. Okay, but the difference between the radio buttons and checkbox fields is that the radio only one out of the multiple radio buttons can be selected. But coming to the checkbox fields, you can select multiple options. Okay, two or three options, whatever you feel. Okay, you can uncheck, check. Okay, this is okay with the checkbox fields. So guys, you are able to understand some HTML, right? Okay, you are able to understand the HTML, right? This is what you have to understand, guys. Okay, this is what you have to understand. Similarly, we can do a lot, guys, in HTML. I'm not going to explain each and everything in HTML, but these basics are enough. Okay, for understanding the HTML, these basics are enough. So you can, I'll be explaining one or two more things, and I'll be jumping on to the CSS. Okay. So next thing is that again I'll put the BR here so that we can move to the next line. Okay, so where is the browser? Here is a browser. Now guys, I'll show you how to create a hyperlink. Okay, I want to put a link here. So for that we have to use in HTML, we have to, for creating the hyperlink, we have to use tag known as anchor tag. Okay, starting anchor tag and ending anchor tag. In between that, I'll provide the text. For example, I'll write the text like visit QFox. Okay, visit QFox. Okay, so the moment I write here, you will get the visit QFox, but you cannot click on this text, right? It's not a hyperlink. Though you have put this particular text between the anchor tags, okay, you are not able to click it. So what we have to do is you have to provide a hyperlink to this. You have to convert this text into a hyperlink. For that, we have to use an attribute in anchor tag, the starting anchor tag. You have to provide an attribute known as href attribute, and here in between the tags. Okay, so I'll just browse some my website URL here. I'll copy paste. Just copy this qfox.com and paste it here, guys. Okay, that's it. Now guys, you see you got the hyperlink here, right? Now this visit QFox got converted into hyperlink. If you click on that, guys, it's opening in the same page itself. Okay, I'll go back, guys. I'll go back. So what I will do now is I don't want, when I click here, I don't want this particular link to open in the same tab. Rather, when I click on this, I want this qfox.com should open in a new tab. For that, guys, we have to add another attribute. Like this, we have a lot of attributes in HTML, guys. Okay, depending on your needs, you just need to search it and find it out. Okay, I have to say target is equal to underscore blank. Okay, this attribute will make this link to open in the new tab now. Okay, so now just click here, guys. This time when I click on the link is opening in a new tab, not in the same tab. Okay, that's how, guys, this is how we have to learn the HTML. We even have different tags for images, guys. For example, if you want to create some image, you have to say image src is equal to, like this you have to create. Okay, src. So if you want to display some image here, guys, so this is the thing. So what image, we'll try to get some image, guys. Let's say, let's try to display some qfox.com. Let's see. Uh, Copy link address. If it is coming as an image, that's okay. It's not coming as an image, guys. We cannot provide there. We'll do one thing, guys. We'll do one thing. There are some sample images. I'll just search for this. Google.com. I'll just search for some sample image, guys. Let's say I'll search for tutorials ninja, or I can search for Arun Moturi or whatever it is, and I'll just search for the images, guys. If I get some image here, that's okay. Let's see, this image is hosted where? This image is hosted somewhere. No, this also no, guys. Just give me a second, guys. Just give me a second. I'll find a proper image now. Let me find a proper image so that I don't waste your time. Okay, guys, I got some image link. You see, this is the logo of the JavaScript. I got an image link here. You see, this is the URL, and at the end, this URL should have some extension like PNG or JPG. Okay, then only you can take this kind of URLs. You have to take, guys. Copy them and provide here. Paste it here. Okay. So inside this img source, just provide that. Just go back. You see, whatever the image you gave here, that image is getting displayed. Okay, you can change the height and width of this. So let's add some height and width. Height is equal to, and width is equal to because the image is very big, right? So I don't want that size. So let's see what will happen. That became very small. So I'll just change it to 100. Let's see how much it will come. 100 is this much. Here also I'll say 100. That's okay. And I'll just add this BR so that it will go to the new line after the hyperlink. Okay. You see guys, this is an image. We are able to display an image. Okay. Not just from the URLs guys, but also if you have the image at the same location. Okay. For example, I'll do one thing. I'll do an experiment here. So I'll just go to qfox.com and I'll just save this image guys. Okay. I'll just save this image, save image as, and in my machine at the same folder, okay, where the HTML file is there, I'm saving the image. Okay. Okay. I'll just saving the image there itself. And here guys, because this HTML file is also at the same location, the HTML file is also in the same folder guys. What is the folder actually? The VSE files. In the same folder we have this image also. Okay. The image is also in the same folder. Okay. Now give the name of the image guys, that is website size.png. Okay. So now go here and see you got the QFox logo also. Okay. Now you got the QFox logo. So let's change the height and width. Height is fine. Width has to be increased. Let's say 300 if we give. Does it look good? Just a broaden thing. That's okay. So we'll give the height a bit more, 150. It's a better one. Okay. The better one, guys. Okay. So 150 by, okay, so or 75 you can change, and here you just change it 150. It may look good even more. Yeah, it's looking good now at 75 and 150 height and width. Okay. So like this also you can do guys. You don't have to get an image from the online. Okay. This kind of URL, if that is not available, just try to create the image at the same location where the HTML file is there and provide the name of the image, or give the path of the image. If it's at a different location, give the entire path of this image in your machine. Okay. That's fine. So let's not dig deep into the HTML guys. This is what I wanted to explain about HTML, nothing much. Okay. All the attributes are covered. Okay. HTML element content is covered, starting tag, ending tag, okay, head, body, HTML, root elements, everything is covered, guys. These are the basics for HTML, guys. Nothing much you have to learn. Okay, you don't have to learn much. Next thing, guys. Okay, next thing is we'll jump on to the CSS basics for JavaScript, guys. Okay, now once we completed the HTML, we have completed the HTML basics. Now you're good with HTML, guys. I covered all the things, whatever I wanted to cover. Now let's jump on to the CSS basics. Okay. So HTML will only create the structure of the web pages, but it will not style it. Okay, styling is not there in HTML, guys. Okay, CSS will style it. Using CSS, we have to style it. So in order to style this HTML pages, the structure created by the HTML, we have to use CSS. Okay, CSS stands. What is CSS, guys? Okay, what is CSS? CSS stands for cascading, cascading style sheets. Okay. CSS stands for cascading style sheets. What is the purpose of CSS then? The purpose of the CSS is to, okay, style the web pages. Okay, the purpose of the CSS is to style the web pages. Okay, we can style the web pages. It's like here only skeleton is there, now skin and hair and everything is given to that person. Okay, the outer look of that person is given here, only skeleton. Assume that HTML will create a skeleton. Okay, skeleton for the web pages. Skeleton for the web pages, whereas this will give you the skin tone and all those stuff. Okay, skin tone, hair, etc. Skin tone, hair, okay, clothes, etc. This is CSS, guys. Okay, the one which gives the styles to the web pages is the CSS. Now guys, let's see now how the page is looking for us here side by side. When you see here, the page looks very dull. Okay, because only the structure is being created, all the elements are created, but the structure, just structure is there. But how to implement the CSS, how to implement the styling for this here HTML code? For implementing the styling, guys, anywhere you can type. Okay, so I prefer here. Okay, let's this is the basics only, right? You don't have to take it hard. So let's type the script tags here. Script, this script tags. Okay, sorry, not script, guys, sorry, style. Okay, style tags. Okay, I have to give the style tags. For CSS, I have to give the style tags. Okay, so this style tags belongs to HTML or CSS. The style tags I have written here belongs to HTML or CSS. They belong to HTML only, guys. But they allow you to, in between the HTML style tags, you can write the CSS. Okay, you can write the CSS code inside the style tags. Okay, style tags, even though they belong to HTML, HTML is HTML document is allowing you to write the CSS code inside its style tags. Okay, that means style tag belongs to HTML. Whatever I am writing in between the style tags, that belongs to CSS, guys. So how to style this? Okay, for example, here, guys, this, whatever you are seeing, this white area, right? That is a body section. Okay, the top one, that wherever the title is there, that is a head section. Under this address bar, whatever the white area is there, that complete white area, and whatever the elements that are displayed, all these are on the top of the body section of the page. So what I want to do is I want to change the body color, guys. Okay, I want to give a proper background color. Okay, I don't want the white color, default white color. I want the background color. For that, what I can do, in between the style tags, I'll just provide what is a tag here, guys, which is represented in the body section in HTML. So this is a body tag. Body tag is starting here, ending here, right? What is the tag name here? Body. Okay, just type the body here. Okay, just type. But see, this is whatever I'm writing now is a CSS, guys, not HTML. Okay, in between the style tags, whatever I'm typing here is a CSS. Okay, so for body tag, what you want to do, just provide the starting brace and ending brace, guys, like this. Okay, body, body, starting brace, ending brace. Here in between that, type background color colon. Okay, body tag background colon, let's say blue. If I give blue, it looks very dark, right? I will just change it to light blue. Okay, light blue. Okay, the light blue is very good. Okay, it feels very good, right? The background color of this page is now looking, you see, now you are styling the page, guys. Okay, till now, before this is actually styling the page already, right? Similarly, we can style a lot of stuff, guys. Okay, we have a lot of styles here. So in CSS is all about styling, guys. Okay, whatever I'm typing here is nothing but CSS. Okay, in between the style tags of HTML, whatever I'm typing is a CSS. Okay, body, already this body got styled. Now let's go to the other things. Let's say let's go with this paragraph, guys. Okay, let's go with this paragraph. If it is a paragraph, how should it look? What should be the style? Let's say let's display the paragraphs in some color, guys. Okay, paragraph text should be displayed in some color. I'll say color colon, I'll display the paragraph text in some crimson color. Okay, let's see what is that color. You see, the paragraph text got displayed in crimson color. Okay, so you can choose many things, guys. You see, from here also you can change. Okay, if you feel like you want to change it, just change it, guys. So that's okay. Okay, so let's go here and select. You see, now it's not, it doesn't look good, guys. Okay, so the colors can be given in RGB also. That's okay. Okay, so let's go back. I'll say Control Z, guys. Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. I'll just remove these, guys. Otherwise, okay, I'll just give whatever the colors I know. Color colon. If I give purple, you'll get the purple color there. Okay, you get the purple color there. The paragraph text got displayed in purple color. Or you can do one thing, guys. So what you can change the font size. Okay, font size, not just one thing you have to provide here, guys. In between these curly braces, you can provide as many number of things as you want. Okay, one thing you are changing for this paragraph is the color. Okay, one thing you are changing is the color, guys. Similarly, we'll change one more thing, that is font hyphen size colon. Okay, so let's give some font size, guys. Let's say 50 px we'll give. You see, this looks very big. I'll change it to 25 px. Now it looks good. Okay, the font size, like this, guys. Lot of CSS properties are available for use. Okay, for all the paragraphs on this page, the paragraph text should be in this size and color should be this size. That's what we are saying. This is what is CSS, guys, nothing much. Okay, so remaining are like labels, radio buttons, and images, right? So let's leave it, guys. Okay, so you can apply to any of the CSS properties too. These are the tags, guys. You see, this paragraph is a tag. For the paragraph should have this styling properties. Okay, there are a lot of styles, guys. Just when you type, you are getting, right. You see, when I say A or B or C, you are getting something. Your alignments, font size. If I say font, you are getting something here. You see, font. You can even give a background color to the paragraphs, guys. For example, if you want to give a specific background color to the paragraph, you can give. Let's say I'll give yellow color. You got the yellow background color. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, like this, guys. You can, whatever you want to style, the way you can style it like this. Okay, you can do anything, guys. You can do anything. Fine. Okay, guys, this is all about the CSS, guys. Anything else I want to explain? Background color, style tags, text color, font size. I covered everything, guys. This is enough for CSS basics. Okay, for learning the JavaScript, this much enough. This much amount of CSS basics are enough, guys. You don't have to dig more. Now let's move on to the last final topic or final basic thing that you have to learn before learning the JavaScript. That is DOM basics, guys. Okay, the final one is DOM basics. DOM stands for, okay, what is this DOM? So DOM stands for document object model. Okay, DOM stands for document object model. This is what is DOM, guys. Okay. Okay. So what is the purpose of this DOM then? Okay. DOM stands for document object model, and but what is the purpose of the DOM? So JavaScript. Okay. To be straightforward, guys, I can explain more about DOM, but coming to the basics of JavaScript, I'm limiting this. Whatever I'm explaining about DOM, I'm just limiting myself. In respect to JavaScript, if I have to explain DOM, JavaScript internally, okay, JavaScript uses DOM for accessing the, okay, JavaScript uses DOM for accessing the HTML elements, okay, on the web pages, and also modify them, okay, and also modify them, guys. Okay, it can also modify them. So JavaScript will use DOM for accessing the HTML elements on the web page and modify them. But okay, before moving into the JavaScript, guys, I'm not going to explain JavaScript here because JavaScript I'm going to start explaining from the next session onwards. Okay, I'm going to start JavaScript from the next section. But what I'm saying here is our focus is on DOM, guys. Okay, JavaScript uses DOM for accessing the HTML elements. For example, guys, here. Okay, for example, here, guys, if using the if JavaScript has to access this text box field, okay, if the JavaScript has to access this text box field on the web page, it has to use DOM, guys. Okay, we have to create some DOM statements for locating this text box fields. Okay, we have to create some DOM statements for locating this text box field. JavaScript can only access this text box field on the HTML page via DOM, guys, via document object model. Hope you understood the purpose of the DOM. Okay, now guys, let's minimize all this stuff, guys. Okay, let's minimize this editor and all those stuff. Okay, we are done with the Visual Studio Code editor. In Visual Studio Code, we practice HTML and CSS. That's fine. But coming to the DOM, guys, you don't need Visual Studio Code editor for practicing the DOM. For practicing the DOM, a simple web browser is enough, guys. Okay, a simple web browser is enough. What I will do here is, guys, I'll just close all these things and I'll open a new browser. In that, I'll take you to a sample web page, basic web page compendium dev. Okay, the same web page. Okay, the simple web page I'm taking you. So on this web page, guys, we are going to start practicing the DOM statements. Okay, it's very simple, guys, nothing much. First of all, guys, just to get started with the DOM, in DOM there is something known as document, guys. Okay, in DOM in DOM statements, when you start creating the DOM statement, the first word will be document, guys. Document means what? In DOM, document means what? Document means entire web page, guys. Okay, this entire web page is nothing but the DOM. Okay, whatever the web page is there, if I rightly can save this web page somewhere on my computer and go back there, and this is a web page, right? If I edit this, okay, if I edit this Notepad plus plus or some editor, you see the entire web page, this every content of this web page is referred by a word known as document in DOM. Okay, document in DOM stands for the entire web page code. Okay, so let's execute this document, guys. Okay, so you go to the basic web page like this. Okay, this is a basic web page, guys. I will right click and inspect here on this web page, and to practice the DOM, guys, to practice the DOM statements, you don't need any particular editor, guys. Simple, the browser is enough. So what you have to do to practice the DOM, I have to right click somewhere on the web page, inspect, and I'll get this DevTools, Google Chrome DevTools. And here you see something known as console, guys. Just click on the console, and there is a button like clear console. Just click on the clear console, guys. Here, guys, you can write the DOM statement. Simple. Okay, here you can write the DOM statement. Let's say if I type document, only document here, I told you, right, document is a first word in the DOM statements, right? All the DOM statements will start with a word known as document. Okay, if I only type document and press enter, as I mentioned, document in DOM refers to the entire web page. You see the entire HTML code along with the HTML declaration, everything came up here. Okay, the entire HTML code of this page along with the declaration of the HTML, which version the HTML this particular page is using and all those stuff. Everything is coming. The entire HTML web page is coming guys here. Okay, the entire code for the HTML web page is coming. It's a file guys. You can see that it is a HTML file. It's a document is referring to the entire HTML file. For example, guys, I don't want the entire HTML file, but I only want the HTML code. Okay, whole HTML code of this page I want. I don't want the entire document, but I want the whole HTML code of this page. Okay, for that, guys, what I have to type here is I have to say document dot. I have to first type children, guys. Okay, I just need to type children here and press enter. Okay, I cannot zoom it, guys, because okay, I cannot zoom the Google Chrome console. So just okay, you just watch this particular session in the desktop. Okay, so whatever is possible, I'm trying to zoom, but something I cannot zoom. So here, guys, document dot children. If I type, guys, so what I'm getting, guys, I'm getting at zero, at the index zero, I'm getting only one children is there, guys. Length is equal to one. Only one child is there, and that child is nothing but the this particular HTML tag, which is at the index zero. That's what it is saying, guys. So next time when I type the statement, if I only want to get this HTML portion, then what I have to do? I have to simply type document dot children of, okay, document of children of zero. I have to type. Okay, after the children, here only children I typed. I got this HTML collection. Only one child is there and all that info. But I only want the section, guys, from HTML to HTML. I don't want this entire document. So I'll say document dot children of zero. I will say and press enter. This time this time, guys, you see you got only HTML to HTML. Okay, all the things that are there from the starting of the HTML to the ending of the HTML, we got it. That's fine. Now the next requirement, guys, the next requirement is the same requirement. I can say here I was typing document dot children of zero. Is there any better way of typing this instead of providing like document dot children of zero and all those stuff? If I have to get the same HTML, guys, there is something predefined here. You can type this statement like document dot document element. Okay, there's something known as document dot document element. This also will give the same HTML only, guys. Okay, either this way you can get this HTML, or document dot document element also you can get the same HTML. Okay, I feel this is a better way. Okay, rather than putting the numbers and all, if you simply say document dot document element, you will get the entire HTML code of this page. I'm going to clear it out, guys. Okay, I'm going to clear it out. If you want to try them on your own, I have provided in the notes, guys. You can get these notes. Okay, in the description of this video, you can get these notes. Document dot children of zero, document dot document element. Okay, till here we have seen. Okay, document dot document element is getting the HTML whole HTML code of the page, whereas document is getting the entire HTML file. Right? So children of zero is also getting the HTML code of the whole HTML code of the page. But the better way I feel is document or document element. Now, guys, let's explore more. Guys. Okay, let's explore more. What I want to do is I want to get this particular title, guys. Okay, I want to get this title. What I will do? I want to get this title. I want to go to a level where I can go to this title. Okay. So for that, guys, what I can do is I will say document dot, okay, document dot document element. I will say this will give you the entire HTML code starting from HTML tag to the whole HTML code of the page will come here. But what I want is the title, guys, which is there inside the head. Title is the child of the head. Head is the child of the HTML. So to go to the title level, what we have to type here is document dot document element dot. I'll first say children, guys. Okay. When I say children, guys, what are who are the children of this HTML, guys? Head and body, right? Okay. Head and body are the two children here. Head is at the which index, 0 or 1? Head is at the 0 index, body is the index 1, but title is there inside the head. So here I will say children of 0. This will get me the, you see here, if I'm not pressing enter, guys, but it's suggesting that you are going to get head. After that, again, I will say dot children. Okay, under head, who are the children? Only one child is there. Only one child means it is going to have the index 0, guys. I'll just provide 0 index here. You see, it's suggesting that you are going to get some title. Press enter, guys. You got the title, right? But if you want the text that is there in between the title tag, what you have to do? You got the entire title element here, HTML title element you got, but you don't want the title element, but you want the text that is there between the title tags. For that, guys, you have to type like this: document dot document element dot children of 0. It will go to the head. Again, again you have to say children of 0. Then you have to say, this will give you the title, but I will say here dot inner text. Sorry, not inner text guys, inner HTML. Okay, I have to say dot inner HTML. Okay, this inner HTML property of DOM will retrieve the text that is there between these tags. Okay, so if I just press enter here guys, you got the actual title of this page. Fine. Similarly, let's do one more experiment guys. This time I want to get this paragraph text. Let's say, okay, I want to get the second paragraph text, not the first paragraph. I want to get the second paragraph text. What we can do, I'll type something like this. I will say, hope you are able to understand how to write the DOM statements. Document dot document element dot, I'll say children of, here if I say 0 guys, I'll get the head. Okay, if I give 0 here, I'll get the head, but I want the body guys, because these paragraph tags are inside the body section. So I'll give 1 guys. You see, it's suggesting that you are going to get body. That's fine. I'll say dot, under that I'll go for the children again. There will be 2 children because there are only 2 paragraphs displayed on the web page. So here if I go with the 0 guys, it will get me the first paragraph. If I give the 1 here, it will get me the second paragraph. Okay, but what I want is the text between the paragraph tags. Okay, I don't want the paragraph tag here. I want the text that is there between the paragraph tag, second paragraph tag. I'll say inner HTML. I have to type and press enter. You see, the second paragraph text, that is another paragraph text, is coming here. So this is how guys we have to write the DOM statement. So easy guys, nothing much. Okay, not that much difficult as it looks or sounds. Fine guys, so far you understood all the absolute way of okay. Yeah, you see, if you want to go to a particular, if you want to find this paragraph guys, you are starting from the document. Okay, you have to give the entire path here, right? Document dot document element, children of one, inner HTML, like that you have to give. But guys, this is not required. You don't have to write the DOM statement so lengthy. So lengthy DOM statements are not required to be written. Instead guys, in DOM we have some shortcuts guys. We have some DOM methods using which the statements don't, no need to write the statements in this lengthy manner. Rather, we can write them in a simplest way. For example guys, I'll clear it out. So if I see this HTML code of this page here on the left side in the elements tab, you see, so under the this is a entire HTML code of this web page guys. This under the body tag we have 2 paragraphs, first paragraph, second paragraph. Let's say I want to look at the second paragraph guys. Okay, I want to write a DOM statement which will directly go to the second paragraph. So guys, if you clearly observe this second paragraph, there is a attribute known as ID, right? It has some value. Why developers have given this ID attribute for this paragraph tag? Why the developers have given this ID attribute to this paragraph tag with some value? ID stands for uniqueness, guys. You see, if you are in school or college or anywhere, guys, you'll have a roll number or a unique ID card will be given to you with a unique ID number, right? So other person cannot have the same ID as you have. Everyone should have a different unique ID value, right? Rule number 1 will be there, then another rule number 1 will not be there. Only 1 will be there or 2 will be there, right? Other person will have 2. Like that, ID numbers also will differ, right? Similarly, for each and every element, okay, so for most of the elements on the web pages, developers will try to give some IDs, guys, okay, because at some point of time they want to access these elements uniquely. Okay, for example, developer want to access this particular paragraph uniquely, so he's giving a unique ID to this. You see, what is the value of this ID for this paragraph? Para2. What about the first paragraph? It has a different ID, guys. Not all the elements will have the same ID. Okay, as per the best practices and the process that has to be followed. Developers, if they give some ID to one element, for the another element, they have to give another ID. So they have to make the ID unique while developing the applications. Fine. Now, guys, since this particular paragraph, developer has provided some ID and with some unique value, I'm going to copy this unique value, guys, that is para2, and I'm going to the console tab. Here, I'm going to use some method of the DOM, guys, which will make our job easy here. We don't have to write document element and children of something. We don't have to write that. Instead, we have to simply say document dot get element. Okay, this is the code, guys, that get element by ID. Inside the curly circular brackets, you have to provide double quotes, and in between the double quotes, you have to paste the ID of that unique ID of that paragraph. Okay, so this will locate the second paragraph, guys. Okay, just press enter. You see, the second paragraph is getting located. If you want to get the text between this paragraph, you have to append this with dot inner HTML. You'll get that. Okay, simple, guys. You already seen that. Fine. So like this, guys, we can create the DOM statement. These are the better way of creating, guys. Most of the people use this kind of DOM methods for locating the elements on the web pages. Now let's try to locate the first paragraph, guys. First paragraph is having the ID as para1. I'll copy this ID and just go here. I'll type here document dot get element by id. Okay, in the double quotes, I'll provide the id value. You see, this will locate the first paragraph like this. Okay, fine. This will locate the first paragraph. Okay, this is a use of the ID, guys. Apart from this method, guys, get element by ID. Here, element by ID, guys. Okay, only element is there. Okay, ID is unique, so element has to be written. But coming to the other attributes, guys. Okay, apart from the ID in HTML, we have other attributes like name attribute, class attribute. Okay, like that, some other attributes are also there. If you want to locate using name attribute, we cannot say element there. Okay, we have to say elements because name cannot be unique, guys. Name attribute cannot be unique. For example, I'll show you something. Let's go to this sample web application, umaya.blogspot.com. Here, guys, there are three buttons here: submit, login, and register. I'll inspect one of the button here, and you'll get the HTML code of this three buttons. One of the button, that is submit button HTML code. What is the name, guys? Same name. For the login button also, what is the name value? Again, the same name. For register also, same name. Okay. So, guys, I'll copy one of the same name thing here. Copy this, and here, if I have to locate the submit button, what I can do is I'll say document dot get elements. Here I have to say elements, guys. I cannot say element by name attribute, right? So name you have to type. Okay, name, and in the circular brackets you have to provide the double quotes and paste the value, guys. Okay, this is returning three buttons. Node list of three means button one, button two, button three. That means submit, login, register. But here, guys, we can filter out one of the button first. If you want to get the first button, you have to give it the index as 0 here. Okay, press enter. Now you got the first button, guys. Okay, what if you give the index 1 here? Okay, if I give something like document dot document elements by name, document elements by anything, everything clear here, document dot, sorry, get elements. Okay, get elements by name, and here just you have to watch this session in full screen, guys, because this cannot be resized. So same name, but here I'll give the index value as 1. This time you see the login button is getting located. Okay, with the index 1, the login button. If you give the index 2, the register button will come. I'll copy paste this one, guys, and just give the number 2 here and press enter. We'll get the third button, that is register button. Okay, so name cannot be unique always, guys. Name is always not unique. For these three buttons you see, they have the same name. For example, this search box field has a name which is only one element in this particular page has a name queue. Okay, only one element in this page has a name queue. So even in that case also, guys, even though there are no other web elements on the page which has the same name, but still what you have to do, you have to write document dot get elements only, we have to type. Okay, we cannot say element, that is a wrong syntax. Okay, we have to say, if you are doing by name, we have to give elements only. Even though one element is having the name also, you have to give the elements only, and also you have to give the index also, guys. Okay, otherwise it will not work. At the end you have to provide the index, then only it will work, guys. You see the text box field got located. You see the help of DOM we are able to locate. So JavaScript will use these DOM statements to access this kind of elements and modify the properties of these elements. Okay, now you are able to understand, right, why DOM is required for JavaScript. Okay, so let's see what else is left out, guys. So element by name is done. We have class name, tag name. Okay, we can go with that class name, guys. Now we can go with the class name. So class is something here, guys. We'll go here. So here I'll inspect, guys. Okay, I'll inspect this, and this currency text. You see, this is a HTML code of this currency text. Okay, this is a currency text, and it has some class name, right? I'll copy this class name, and so here I'll say document dot get elements. Here also elements, guys. It's not unique again. Only ID is unique in the HTML. Okay, remaining name, class name, everything is not unique. I have to type class name. Okay, using the class name class attribute I'm doing. In that case, I have to say get element by class name. You have to paste the class of the class attribute value of this particular currency. You see, the before I press enter here, guys, it's suggesting that there are 10 elements on this page which are having the same class. Let's press enter here. What are the elements that have the same class as a currency? The first element is currency, guys. The second element is what? This number. You see, mobile number, and here my account is also having the same thing, wish list, shopping cart, checkout, and many other elements on this page, guys. Okay, so what we have to do, guys, here I have to write, I'll copy paste, guys. I will not type the same thing here. You have to give some index, guys. If you want to only access this currency, then you have to say document.get elements by class name, give the class name and say index 0. You see the first element, only first element got located here. If I give 1 here, this mobile number will be located, only mobile number will be located. Okay, only mobile number got located like this, guys. You can play with the class name. Fine. So fine, guys. Okay, so the next one, tag name. Okay, the next one is the tag name, guys. So what I will do here is okay, on the same web page, guys. Okay, on the same web page, as you can see, guys, on the same web page there are several images here. Okay, there are several images. I want to locate this iPhone image. Let's say I want to locate this iPhone image using the DOM statement. I'll inspect this. I'll inspect this phone, guys, mobile phone, that is iPhone. And what is the tag that this particular image has? IMG tag. So what I will do here is I'll locate this particular image with the help of the tag name, guys. Okay, that is IMG tag. So for that, guys, I will say document dot get elements by tag name. Here also elements, because there are multiple images. So elements. So here in between this circular brackets, I have to provide something like uh, sorry, that img tag is, sorry, should not be pasting that img tag. Okay, document dot get elements by tag name as ing. And if I press enter, guys, you see there are 29 images on this web page. Okay, there are 29 images on this web page, and the fifth one is this iPhone, guys. Okay, the fifth, the image that is having the index 5 is the iPhone. If I go with the index 4, MacBook is there. Okay, so based on that, I can decide, right, what I have to do. I'll copy this, guys. I'll copy this. I'll just go down here or clear this out, guys, clear this out and press. I'll just press, I just give the index value 5, guys. If I give index 5, guys, the image which is having the iPhone image is getting located. Okay, what if I give the index 4? If I give the index 4 here, the image tag name is IMG, guys, and index 4 is like MacBook. Okay, it should locate the MacBook. So that's how, guys, we can experiment the tag name also. Now the final one, guys, here inner HTML ID class name I'll explain later. That's okay. The last example is there. After that, I'll cover these properties. We'll be done with the different basics that are required for learning the JavaScript. We'll be done. Okay, from the next session, we can start the JavaScript without any problem. Fine. So having these basics is good for understanding what I am going to explain in the from the next sessions. Okay, that's why I'm taking this much time. Fine, guys. The next thing is that we can use a combination, guys. Okay, it's not like that if you use get element by id, you should not use get element by tag name. Okay, you can use a combination of these things, guys. Okay, you can use a combination of id and tag name also. For example, here on this application why.blogspot.com, there is a table, guys. Okay, if I inspect this table has an id, guys. Okay, using the id I can locate the table. Okay, so how can I locate the table? With the help of the id. So here I'll type, just drag it so that you can see, document dot get element by id, I will say. Okay, inside this id I'll provide the double quote circular brackets and paste the id of this particular table. Okay, now if I press enter, guys, okay, the table having that particular id is getting located. Fine. But if I expand this table, guys, inside the table, let's say I want to get this particular Bangalore text here. Okay? I want to get this Bangalore text. Okay, so for that, guys, where is this Bangalore? So this is the body of the table, this is the head of the table. Okay, this particular section is in the head and this is the body of that. Okay, I have to go to the body. Under the table, we have to go to the body. So what I will do here, this one is locating the table. After that, I will type get elements by tag name. What tag? This body section is there. T body. T body means this is a tag name, right? Get elements by tag name. I have to give the double quotes and type T body here. And also, since it is elements, you have to provide some index value, guys. Since only one T body is there, it will be having the index 0. Okay, that's it. This will locate the entire body of the table. You see, it's not locating the head, it's only locating the body of the table. That's fine. I'll copy paste again this one. Now, guys, under this body, to get this Bangalore, I have to go to the first row, second row, third row. Okay, first row, second row, third row. In third row, TR3, this Bangalore is there. So what I will do here is, again I will say get elements by tag name. Okay, here I'll give something like TR. Okay, but index should be 0, 1, 2. Okay, index 2 we have to give. Press enter, copy this, paste it here again. So This one was locating the table row, but I want the Bangalore, guys. For that, I have to expand this. There are three TDs. Okay, I want to get the third one. Okay, this one. Okay, I have to go till here. For that, guide again, I will say get elements by tag name of TD. Okay, I'll say TD, guys. Okay, so I'll say TD of 2, guys, index 2, right? 0, 1, 2. And at the end, I will say dot inner HTML property and press enter. So what's happening here? There's a mistake somewhere. Give me a second, guys. Let's go to the TD first and press enter. You got the TD, guys. In that, if you want to get that inner HTML, let's try this time. Dot inner HTML. Press enter. Now you got the Bangalore. Okay. Sometimes you will get unexpected errors, guys. Ignore that. Keep trying again. You will get. Okay. You got the Bangalore. Okay. This is how, guys, we can use a combination of the methods also. The same statement you can use multiple methods. Okay. That's the one of the demonstration. Now, guys, what else is remaining? Inner HTML is fine. You already have demonstrated multiple times. But guys, sometimes you want to get the attribute values. Okay. For example, guys, here, if I take you to this basic web page, here, if I inspect this, and if I go here, and if I type document element, it will get the whole HTML code of this page. Okay, we got the whole HTML code of this page. That's fine. Guys, I want to get this para one. Okay, I want to get this para one. How to get that? How to get the para one? Or let's say, yeah, I want to get the para one, guys. Okay, so for that, guys, what I can do is I'll say document dot get elements by tag name. I'll write paragraph tag here. It will locate the two paragraphs, but I am going to give the index as 0 here. It will locate the first paragraph. Okay, for this first paragraph, okay, you see para one is coming. I want to retrieve this attribute value. So I have to give the attribute name, guys. Like I have to give ID. If you want to get the value of this ID attribute, I have to give ID and press enter. You got the ID. Okay, para one. Like this, you can retrieve, guys. Here, in place of inner HTML, you are giving the name of the attribute. Okay. For example, if you want to get the class, okay, in that case, guys, I'll again go to the same thing. And here at the end, guys, I will say dot. I have to give something like class name, guys. In this case of class, it's suggesting me to use class name. So if I provide class name, I'm getting the class of this. You see, class is main. I'm getting the main. Fine. Any other attributes? Any other attributes? For example, apart from the ID and class name, if I want to get some other attribute, let's say which attribute I can take, guys. In this case, I'll go to this any of the page. Let's see. Yeah, I'll take this table, guys. Okay, I'll take this table. You see the table is having the ID as table 1 and border is equal to 1, guys. Okay, I want to get the value of this border. Okay, I want to get the value of this border out. So it has some ID. I'll take this ID. So I'll type here. It will be easy for me to type the DOM statement, right? Document dot get element by ID, and here I will provide the ID value, guys, and say dot. Okay, get element by ID, and I will say dot. What is the value? I want to get the attribute name. I'm giving the attribute name directly, guys. If it's not ID class, I have to give the name of the attribute as it is. Okay, and press enter, guys. You will get the border of that particular table. Border value of the table is 1. That's how simple it is, guys. Okay. So guys, I hope you understood the DOM properties and DOM statements, basics of the DOM, basics of the CSS, and basics of the HTML, which are required for learning the JavaScript. All the prerequisites that are required for starting learning the JavaScript are completed, guys. From the next session, I'm going to kickstart the JavaScript. Okay. Now you know all the basics, so I'm going to kickstart the JavaScript from the next session onwards. So that's it, guys. See you in the next session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to the part 4 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I'm going to practically show you how to run the JavaScript code. So let's begin. As this is going to be our first JavaScript program, I am going to demonstrate how to display an alert on the web page by running some JavaScript code. For this, I'll open the Visual Studio Code. If the Visual Studio Code is not open, you can open like this, guys. Okay, just open the Visual Studio Code like this. And inside this Visual Studio Code, Okay, I explained about this Visual Studio Code in one of the last sessions. You can refer that if you have not seen. Just click on this new file and here type the name of the file. So JavaScript code need to be executed from the HTML file itself. So which file we have to create here, guys? HTML file only. Okay, JavaScript code will run from the HTML file. So we have to create the HTML file. First, JS means JavaScript program. Okay, this is the name of the file I'm giving, and the extension I'm giving as .html and pressing enter. The sample file with the name first JS program.html got created. Inside this, I'll provide the HTML tags. HTML. Inside the HTML tags, I'll create the head and body tags. Okay, head and body tags. Fine, that's good. Now here, guys, inside the head tag, as usual, I'll create a title tag saying let's begin with JavaScript. Okay, let's begin with JavaScript. Like this, I'll create. Okay, and where should I write the JavaScript code then? I want to display an alert on the web page, right? Okay, this is the HTML file, but I want to display an alert on the web page. For displaying an alert on the web page, we need to write some JavaScript code inside this HTML. But where I have to write? Okay, we can write inside the head tags. Okay, it's okay to write inside the head tags, but HTML is providing some predefined tags known as script tags. Okay, script starting tag and script ending tag. Okay, in between the script tags of HTML. Okay, these tags belong to HTML, guys. In between this script HTML tags, we have to write the JavaScript code. Okay, and there's one more thing, guys. Okay, before I start writing the JavaScript code, there is one more thing. Here, something is optional. We can write something like type is equal to. Okay, if you are going to write JavaScript code inside the script tags of this HTML script tags, you can mention the type here, guys, but this is optional. Text, okay, slash, okay, /text /JavaScript you have to type. Okay, and in between the script tags, now you provide the JavaScript code. I'm going to write the JavaScript code for displaying an alert on the web page. Okay, I'll simply say alert of. Okay, here I'll be typing the alert message. What should be displayed on the alert? Hi all. Hi all. This is some sample text I'm typing, guys. Arun Moturi I'm typing. Okay, so this is the alert statement in JavaScript. If you want to display an alert on the web page by using JavaScript, you have to write this JavaScript code, guys. That is alert of, and inside the alert method or function, we have to provide the text that you want to display on the alert. Okay, fine. Now the code has been written, guys. Okay, the sample code has been written, and we have provided the JavaScript code. Okay, JavaScript program is also ready for displaying the alert on the web page. Now let's run this code, guys. Okay, right click and say open with live server. See, the browser will automatically open. Okay, the browser got automatically opened, and you see an alert got displayed here. What is the alert saying? Hi all, this is Arun Motor. This is what is the alert, guys. Okay, this alert is being displayed by the JavaScript. This alert is being displayed on this web page by with the help of JavaScript, guys. Because of we running the JavaScript code, this alert is being displayed. Say okay, guys, the alert will be closed. This is a normal web page now. So hope, guys, you understood how to run the JavaScript code. Okay, if you have to run the JavaScript code, we have to provide the script tags in HTML file, and in between the script tags, we have to provide the JavaScript code. Whatever the JavaScript code you want to run, you have to write the JavaScript code inside the script tags of that HTML file. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 5 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to practically show you how to print the output of the Java programs using the DOM statements, that is console.log and document.write. So let's get started. I'll first open this Visual Studio Code. Here, guys, I'll create a new HTML file. Say printing program output. Okay, the file name is printing program output I'm giving, and I will provide the extension HTML extension. So just to save the time, guys, I'll go to the previous HTML file and copy paste the things. Okay, so here, where is that? This one. Okay, I'll just copy paste this code, HTML code, into this printing output program, and I'll just remove this statement. that I have written in the previous program. Inside the script tags, I'm going to write the JavaScript code, okay, uh, which uses the DOM statements for printing the output of the programs. Okay, so whatever I'm going to type here are the DOM statements, guys. So the first DOM statement we can use is console.log. Console means browser's console. Into the browser's console, we are going to print the output. For example, if I type console.log here, and inside the log, if I provide double quotes and provide some text, let's say, my name is Arun Motori. I love, I love content creation. Okay, I love to create content on software testing. Let's say this is a statement I want to print into the output. Okay, where the text has to be printed, where this particular text which is there inside this log has to be printed into the browser console, guys. Okay, into the browser console, we are printing this as an output. So how that is possible? So guys, I'll show you where the browser console will be there. First of all, I'll run this program, guys. I will right click here and say open with live server. You'll get this. But do you see anything on the page? No, this is not the browser console. Whatever you are seeing on the page is the body of this page, right? But it's not the browser console. But where we can see the browser console and where we can see that particular output printed by the console.log. For that, guys, we have to right click on this page and select the inspect option. And here in the console, okay, in the console of this browser, you can see my name is Arun Muturi. I love to create content on software testing. Let me clear this out, guys. I'll just okay, I'll just do one thing. I'll just resize this, okay, so that you can see the code, and I'll just close this out. Okay, we'll just let's focus on this editor and the browser at the same time, guys. Okay, this is what, right? At present, we don't see anything in the console. So now I'll just say run it again. Okay, so I think I have to run it, right? Or you see, automatically the code is run. Just when I press enter here, automatically save happened and automatically you got the output here. My name is Arun Muturi. I have to create content on the software testing. Where is this particular output getting printed? By this console.log into the browser console, guys. Okay. If you want to display or print some output into the browser's console like this, we have to use console.log, guys. Okay. This console.log doesn't belong to JavaScript. It belongs to DOM, guys. Okay. DOM. Similarly, guys, there are other ways of printing the output okay, in the browser. Apart from printing the output into the browser's console like this, we can also print onto the web page also. Okay, here in this blank background, that is white background, onto this white body background, we can print the output. Okay, by writing some DOM statements here, we can get the output on this page also. How to do that? For that, guys, we have to first write the document. You already know what is document in while I explained the DOM, right? I explained the document refers to the entire web page. Onto the web page, you have to write something. Okay, you have to use write function. Okay, document dot write. Inside the write, just provide something and just provide the same text, guys. Okay, I'll just type the same text. You see, my name is Arun Moturi. I love to create content on software testing. Okay, I just typed it and just selected here. You see, where is this particular text getting printed as an output onto the web page, guys? Okay, document dot write will print the output onto the web page directly, whereas console.log will print the output into the browser's console like this. Okay, that's the difference, guys. Okay, that's the difference. You can use any of the things, guys. So sometimes we may have to display the output in the console only, so we have to use console.log. Sometimes we want to display the output on the web page. At that time, we can use document.write. So let's do more, guys. Let's do more. I'll write one more document.write now. Okay, document.write. I will say this time, I'll say, okay, so I'll just type a heading, guys. Okay, I'll just type a heading. I'll just provide the h1 tags. Okay, you know in HTML which tags we have to use to create the headings. The h1 tags inside the document.write. I'm providing the h1 heading tags, and here I'll say my name is Arun Moturi. Okay, like this. Just press select here. You see, you got the heading. Okay, printed as an output onto the or displayed as an output onto the web page like this. Okay, so you can provide the tags also like this. All the HTML tags you can use inside this write statements, guys. Okay, I'll write one more write statement, document dot write off. Okay, that is a different way I'll write, guys. Okay, this time I will write in a different way. I'll say my name is Arun Motori. I'll write like this. But the problem, the thing here is this particular text is displayed in normal format only, right? But what I will do for a difference is I'll just surround this Arun Motori with B tags. You know, for B tags in HTML, right? B for bold. Okay, they will make it bold. Okay, you see in this particular text, my name is Arun Motori. Arun Motori is in bold format because of this HTML tags which are surrounded by this Arun Motori. Okay. So like that, guys, you can either use console.log or you can use document.write for outputting the outputting into the browser. So console.log will output into the browser's console, whereas document.write will directly output onto the web page itself like this. Okay, whatever you are seeing like that, it can output. So that's all about this printing the output using the console.log and document.write DOM statements. Okay. So that's all, guys. Hope you understood this session. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye, guys. Hello, all. Welcome to part 6 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to practically show you how to separate the JavaScript code from the HTML code. So let's get started. I'll first launch this Visual Studio Code IDE. Here we have one of the program, right? First JS program. So this is the HTML code, guys. Inside the HTML code, we have this JavaScript code written here. You see, this is the JavaScript code which is there inside the HTML code. So before I separate this JavaScript code from this HTML code, first let me change the theme of this editor, guys. Okay. I got some feedback from few people saying that they are unable to see the screen because of the dark background. So anyhow, I'll be showing you how to change the theme, guys. Okay. So that is also will be covered. Okay. Just click on the settings icon, and here in the Visual Studio Code, click on the settings icon. Here there is something like color theme. Just select that. So currently dark plus default dark is selected. We can go to some lighter themes or something like this, guys. Okay, either this one or this one. So I'll go with this second one, guys. Light plus default light. Okay, you see the theme got changed. The theme got changed, and the dark background is gone, and now we got the white background, and on that we have this HTML code. Inside the HTML code, we are writing some JavaScript code inside the script tags. That's fine. So far, so good. But guys, I want to separate this JavaScript code, okay, into a separate file. I don't want to have the JavaScript code inside the same HTML file. Rather, I would like to separate this, okay. I don't want to write the JavaScript code in the same HTML file. Rather, I want to separate. How to do that? How to do that? For that, guys, create a new file. Okay, I'll just call this file as uh, demo file. Okay, demo.js. Demo.js. Here .js means JavaScript. Okay, I'm just creating a JavaScript file, guys. So just press enter, guys. Demo.js will be created. Now what I will do is I'll just move this particular alert, whatever the JavaScript code is there inside this HTML, right? I'm just moving it to a separate file like this. Okay, it's done. It will be auto saved, guys. I selected this auto save option, so I don't have to save every time I move the things and all. It will be auto saved in my case. Okay. Anyhow, in this demo.js, we have the JavaScript code, and I was able to successfully separate it. But how to run that? How to run that, guys? Okay. How to run this demo.js file? So for that, guys, we can run it from the HTML code itself. Okay. We can run this separate demo.js file from the HTML code itself. For that, guys, here inside the script tag, okay, after this attribute, that is type is equal, this is an optional attribute, right? As you already know, type is equal text by JavaScript. We'll create one more attribute known as src is equal to, just provide the double quotes. Inside the double quotes, we have to provide the path of this demo.js. But if in case this demo.js is at the same location where this particular HTML file is there, right? As you can see here, this first JS program.html and demo.js are at the same location under the same VSC files folder, right? So what we can do here is, instead of providing the entire path, you can just provide the name and extension. That will be enough, guys. Okay, I can simply say demo.js. If in case this particular demo.js is at a different location than this particular folder, in that case, guys, you can provide the complete path of this JS file. Okay, here you have to provide the complete path. But now, as we are creating this JavaScript file and HTML file got created under the same folder, you can directly give the name and extension of the file. Okay, hope you are able to understand. This is enough, guys. Okay. Even though the demo.js JavaScript code is in a separate file, but since we are providing this src and providing the path of the JS file, okay, the code which is there in the demo.js file will be executed now. Okay, when I execute this HTML file, automatically the code that is there in the demo.js file will be executed. So let's see that in action, guys. What is there in the demo.js file? Alert. Okay, an alert should be displayed with this particular text. IL, this is our motor text should be displayed on the alert. So I'll be running the HTML code. Right click, open with live server. You see what happened, guys? The browser got opened and we got an alert already. That means even after separating the JavaScript code into a separate JS file, still we are able to run the JavaScript code from the HTML file. So we got the alert with the same text. Hi all, this is Arun Motor. So hope guys you understood how to separate the JavaScript code from the HTML code, and still we can execute the JavaScript code from the HTML file even despite of separating it from the HTML code. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 7 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to practically show you how to run the JavaScript code using Node.js. So let's get started. First of all, we will download and install Node.js in our machine. For that, I'll open this new tab and search for download Node.js like this. You'll get this particular link in the search results, that is download node.js, which is pointing out to the download page of node.js. So let's click on this. You'll be taken to this download page where you can download the node.js not only for Windows but also for the Mac or other operating systems that are available here. But my machine has Windows OS, so I will select to download the 64-bit version of this Windows installer having this .msi file. Okay, let me select this 64-bit. You see the node.js for Windows machine is getting downloaded here. So let's wait for it to finish up the download. As you can see, the node.js, that is 64-bit version for Windows OS, has been successfully downloaded here. Let me select to show in folder so that we can see the MSI file. I'll double click on this MSI file. In a while, you will see this kind of installation wizard getting appeared. Let's click on the next button. I'll select the license agreement and click on next. And here we have the place where this node.js will be installed in my machine. Click on next again. Again, click on next. Okay, so I don't want any other things. I'll go with the default one, guys. Okay, I will not choose anything until they are required. So I'm not selecting this checkbox. Clicking on next, I'll simply select install. In a while, the node.js will be successfully installed in our machines. So let's wait. As you can see, the installation of the node.js has been completed in my machine. Now I'll simply click on this finish button. Okay, it's done. Now what we have to do here is let's open or launch the Visual Studio Code. So I'll search here for the Visual Studio Code and launch it the simplest manner. Fine. Once the Visual Studio Code is launched here, so here what we can do here is I'll just click on this terminal, guys. Okay, I'll just click on this terminal. I'll say new terminal. Okay, I can see the terminal here, and here I can execute the node.js commands. So before running any JavaScript code, let me create a JavaScript file, guys. Okay, here under this VSC files folder that we have created earlier in my machine, I'll just create a new JavaScript file, say demo.js. Okay, so the name of the file is demo and the extension is JS, that stands for JavaScript. Let's click here, and here I'll just write some basic JavaScript code. Let's say console.log. This was a simplest statement, right? I'll just write some simplest statement in JavaScript, and in the double quotes I'll just give my name, say Arun Motori. That's it. Okay, I'm not going to write any more JavaScript statements. This is a simple sample JavaScript file having a sample JavaScript statement. Okay, so when we run this code, guys, this Arun Motori should get printed in the output. That's what is the purpose of this line anyhow, you know. Now how to run this? Okay, till now we were running this JavaScript using with the help of HTML and all. Okay, either the JavaScript file is separated or you are writing the JavaScript code inside the same HTML file, but you are using HTML to run the JavaScript code. But now I am going to remove the dependency where we can create the separate JavaScript files and can run them with the help of node.js. Okay, how to run this JavaScript file then from this Visual Studio Code? So here guys, we can type something. Okay, we can type node space the name of the file. What is the name of this JavaScript file? Demo.js, which is at the VSC files location only. This file is at the VSC files location. So already we have the path to the VSC files. Here I'll type the command node space the name of the JavaScript file that I want to run using the node.js. Okay, I'll simply say demo.js and simply press enter guys. The moment I press enter guys, you see the JavaScript code has been executed and whatever the output that has to be printed got printed here. Arun Motori. Okay, so this is how guys we can download and install node.js, and using the node.js we are running the JavaScript files. So for the next few sessions we are going to use the same node.js to run the JavaScript files. Fine. So hope guys you understood how to run the JavaScript code using the node.js. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 8 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about variables, data types, and literals in JavaScript. So let's get started. First of all, I'll start explaining about the variables. What are variables? Variables in any of the programming languages, not only in JavaScript guys, in any of the programming languages, the purpose of the variables is to store data. Simple. Okay. The purpose of the variables in any of the programming languages is to store the data guys. For example, what is data? Okay. What is the example of the data? Let's say 9. The value 9 is nothing but a data guys. Okay. The value 9 is nothing but a data. If you want to store this value 9 or data 9, okay, in JavaScript, using JavaScript programming, if you want to store this data 9, then we have to use variables. So how to use the variables in JavaScript programming languages to store this kind of data 9? I'll give the example here. For example, var, okay, the name of the variable. Okay, var is a declaration guys. I'll come to that again. So we have to specify var stands for variable. So what is the name of the variable? Let's say name of the variable is a, okay, is equal to 9. Okay, it looks like simple mathematics here. A is equal to 9 is from mathematics anyhow, but here a is a variable guys. Okay, and 9 is a value or data. Okay, you are storing the data 9 into this variable a, which is declared with var kind of type. Okay, var means variable. Here a is a variable, and into the variable you are storing 9. But why we have to store the data 9 into the variable a? I'll explain that. So if I have to show you practically guys how to store this data, say 9 into a variable like this a or something. Okay, let me open this Visual Studio Code, and here let me create a sample JavaScript file. Okay, let's say demo.js. Here .js stands for JavaScript. Just press enter guys. The JavaScript file will be created. Now here let's create that particular variable. How to create the variable? I have to say var a. Here a variable got created. To this variable, into this variable, we are storing the data, say 9, by using is equal to 9. Okay, so the data 9. Okay, I'll just increase the font size. Okay, now the data 9 got stored into the variable a. How can we be confirmed? Okay, how can we be confirmed that the variable a is holding the data 9? For that guys, we will be using the same console.log statement that we were using from long time in the same whatever the series I'm taking you through, right? That's JavaScript series. Okay, JavaScript for beginner series. So I was using this console.log statements, right? So I'll just type this console.log. Inside this, I'll just type a. Okay, here a is a variable guys. Okay, if I am trying to print this a, in the output you will not see the a as printed guys. Okay, a will not be printed. Instead, the value or data that is stored into the variable a will be printed in the output guys. Okay, let's see that. Okay, this is a sample JavaScript code I have written. Okay, this is a sample JavaScript code I have written. Just 2 lines. Here I am storing the data 9 into the variable, and here I am printing the variable. When I am printing the variable a, the data that is stored into the variable a will be printed guys. Okay, So in the last session I showed you, right, how to run the JavaScript programs, okay, or JavaScript code using the node.js. I'm going to do the same thing. Just click on this terminal, new terminal. Here you'll get the terminal, guys. Just wait for a while. You will get this location of this file, demo.js. Yeah, you got the location. VSC files. Under that, we have the demo.js. To run this particular JavaScript code using node.js, I have to type node space the name of the JavaScript file, that is demo.js, and press enter. The moment you press enter, guys, it will not print the variable A. Instead, it will print the value or data that is stored into this variable A. You see, instead of A got printed here, okay, the value that is stored into this variable A got printed, guys. Okay, the value that got stored into this variable that is 9 got printed, guys. When you print A, the value or data that is stored into the variable A got printed here. What's going on here? How this is happening? Okay, let me explain, guys. Okay, so this kind of data, guys, okay, this kind of data, if you want to, okay, store in programming languages like JavaScript, what's happening is they are using a concept known as variables, right? The programming languages are using a concept known as variables for storing this kind of data. Why they are using? For example, guys, let's imagine there are no variables. What will happen? Okay, let's imagine there are no variables and still you want to store the data. What's the problem? Let's say this is your computer memory, and this computer memory can be divided into multiple slots like this. Okay, let's divide this into several memory slots where the data can be stored. Okay, this is a very big memory, let's say, and we are breaking this entire memory into multiple slots. Okay, let's give some proper spacing, okay, so that we can type anything we want into these slots. Let's assume these are the memory slots, guys. Okay, let's assume these are the memory slots, and each and every memory slot in the computer memory need to have a unique address. Okay, since there will be lot of memory slots in the memory, the computer may assign a very big or kind of non-rememberable kind of IDs. Okay, unique IDs for address kind of things for the memory slots. Okay, for example, this memory slot may have an address like A123, okay, 001, okay, and this slot may have some address like okay, so 1x, okay, 59, 445, okay, 445, something like that. Okay, each and every memory slot may have some unique address case. Okay, that will be assigned by the computer anyhow. Now let's say we want to store the value or data, say 9. Let's assume that we are assuming that the variable concept is not there. Okay, without the variable concept, let's say the value 9 or data 9 got stored into one of the memory locations. Let's say this particular memory location. Okay, that's good. But guys, now we stored it. But while again we may need this value 9, right? Here in the program also, here we store the data 9 into the variable A, but later we required this particular 9. Okay, at that time we simply used A. But here tomorrow, okay, after you store this data into this memory slot, tomorrow if you need the same value 9, if you want to access this data out of this memory location, memory slot, can you remember this kind of address? Is it possible to memorize this kind of addresses? No, right? That's why, guys, several programming languages, what they are doing is, okay, they are giving some name. Okay, when you are storing the data using some programming languages into these memory slots, instead of they relying on this kind of unrememberable, non-rememberable kind of memory addresses, they are giving some name to, and they are saying them as variables. Okay, they are giving some names to store this data, and they are calling them as variables, guys. Okay, var a is equal to 9. Here in this case, if you say var is equal to 9, what happens is when this particular value 9 is getting stored into this particular memory slot having this kind of address which cannot be remembered, okay, a variable is created and is being referred to this particular slot. Now tomorrow, if you want to if you want to retrieve this data 9 from this memory slot, you don't have to remember this memory location, guys, or memory address, guys. Simply you can simply use this variable name to access. The same thing happened here. In order to access this data, you are not providing any memory address of this data where the data is stored in the computer memory slot. Okay, so instead we are simply giving a name that is called as variable name, and we are just accessing it. So guys, you got enough idea, or okay, kind of high level idea what exactly is a variable. Okay, and in any of the programming languages, guys, all the programming languages use variables to store data. Okay, So now you will understand this line. So after this much of explanation, you will understand this particular statement. They are variables are what? Variables are just the names. They are just the names, guys. Okay, like you call me Arun. Okay, you call me Arun. A name is given to me, right? A name is given to me. So they are just the names, guys. Like this, to store the data in the using some different programming languages, we have to use the names known as variables. Variables are nothing but the names given for the memory location where the actual data is stored. Okay, variables are just the names given to the memory location where the actual data is stored. Hope you understood this statement now. Fine. We can use these names for accessing the data later, guys. Like this, we can use this particular names. Here A is a variable name where the data 9 is stored. We can, in the later parts of the program, we can use this name, variable name, to access this particular data. Okay, that's what is the purpose of the variables. Now let's go into more details. Okay, so here guys, let's clear it out. Okay, the same demo.js JavaScript file is there. So guys, there are two parts. Okay, I can write this statement in two parts. If I say var a, okay, simple var a. Here var means variable. Okay, a. Here we are just declaring slash creating the variable only. Okay, we are just creating the variable, guys. Are we assigning any value or data to this variable in this particular statement? Are we assigning any or storing any data into this particular variable? No, right? This statement, okay, this part of the statement is called as declaration statement in general. Okay, here we are declaring the variable known as a. Now in the next line, if I say a is equal to 9, this statement is called as, okay, this statement in programming languages is called as initializing the variables. Okay, initializing the variables means storing some data into the variables is nothing but initializing the variables. Fine. This statement is called declaring the variable. We are just declaring the variable, and this statement is called as initializing the variable with some data. Fine. So I started with like this, right? When I am demonstrating the Java program containing this variables concept, I was writing this statement in a single line. I can break this entire statement. Okay, var a is equal to 9 can be broken into. Okay, so without breaking, guys, without breaking it, if I say console.log a, okay, if I run this node demo.js, 9 is getting printed. The data that is stored in the variable a is getting printed. Let me break it. Okay, now let me break it like this: var a is equal to 9. I'm breaking the single statement into multiple lines. This part is called as declaration of the variable. This part is called as initializing the variable. Okay, declaring the variable, initializing the variable. Okay, it can be a single statement also. You can break it into multiple statements also, like this. Okay, you can break into declaration and initializing statement, or in a single statement you can have the both the declaration and initialization done. But there is no difference, guys. Okay, you will get the same output. Let me run after breaking this statement into two parts. Let me run node demo.js. Still you will get the same output, that is 9. Okay, so what is a better way? Do we have to break and write, or it's better to write in a single statement? Most of the people prefer to write in a single statement because it will save one line, right? You don't have to spread it across two lines. Okay, this looks very simple, right? This part is called as a declaration, and this part is called as a initializing. Okay, initialization. So both the declaration, here we have both declaration of the variable and initialization of variable done in a single statement. Okay, both declaration and initialization of the variable has been done in a single statement. Declaring means declaring the variable or creating the variable. Initializing means assigning some data to the variable or storing the data into the variable. Okay, that is called as initialization. So this is a better way to write the statements, guys. Okay, so even though you can break that into two lines, or okay, two lines, this is a better way. Okay, this is a better way because you'll be not wasting any more lines. Okay, in single line you got both declaration and initialization. Still this will work. Okay, still this will work. Either you break or you don't break, the thing is going to work. Okay, you got the same output 9. Fine. Okay, now guys, so far, okay, till now I was only storing the numerical value like 9 to this into the variable a. Is it possible to store other type of data? Is it possible to store only numerical values into the variables, or all the type of different type of data we can store into the variables? We can store different type of data, guys. Okay, let's say here I'll say var a is equal to 9 as it is. That's okay. Again, I'll create one more variable, guys. It's okay to create any number of variables. Okay, declaring the variable b and initializing with some value. Say this time I'm not going to initialize or store the numerical data into the variable. Instead, I'm going to store some string data. Let's say I will store my name. Okay, for numerical data, guys, you don't have to provide these double quotes. Okay, you just don't have to provide these double quotes for numerical data like this. But if you want to store some text data, okay, then you have to surround that particular text with double quotes. Okay, to store the text kind of data, non-numerical text kind of data into the variables, we have to surround that particular data with double quotes. Okay, now let's store one more type of data, guys. There's one more type of data like Boolean data, guys. Okay, so I can say var c is equal to true or false. Only two possibilities, guys. Okay, correct or not correct, kind of true or false. Like only two possibilities are there. Okay, here either you can say var is c is equal to true, or you can say var c is equal to false. Both are same. Okay, so like one is correct and another one is not correct. Only two possible types. This neither a number, it's neither a text, guys. Okay, this particular thing is a neither a number nor a text. It's a Boolean data. You have to call this as a Boolean data, guys. Okay, so similarly, if I say var d is equal to this one numerical data doesn't have any decimal point. Okay, not always the number will be kind of this format, right? The number can be like this, right? So the number can be 1.23. Here we have some decimal value. This is another type of data, even though it is numerical. Okay, this is not decimal, this is a decimal value. Okay, decimal value. Okay, so any type of data can be stored into the variables, guys, not only just the numbers. Okay, like this, but you can store the text, you can store the Boolean values. Okay, so different type of data can be stored into the variables. Fine, here we have created var is equal to 9, b is equal to Arun Motori, c is equal to true, d is equal to 1.23. Different type of data. Let's try to print them, guys. Console dot log of a. Okay, what should be printed, guys? When I say console.log, when I run this JavaScript program, what should be printed in the output? Okay, what should be printed in the output? It should print 9. If I say console.log of b, when I print b, the data that is stored in the variable b, that is Arun Motor, should be printed in the output. If I say console.log of c, the Boolean data true should be printed. Okay, as it is. If I say console.log of d, the decimal numerical data, that is 1.23, should be printed as it is. Now let's run this program, guys. Node space demo.js. Press enter. You see, as you can see in the output, okay, the A was okay. When you print A, the data 9 got printed. When you print B, the textual data, that is Arun Motori, got printed. The textual data, you remember, guys, have to be provided between the double quotes. Okay, other data is not required to be provided between the double quotes, but text data should be provided between the double quotes. Okay, now the third one is Boolean data. You see, it got as it is printed. That's okay. And here the fourth one was a decimal numerical value, that is 1.23, that got also printed as it is. Okay, so this proves that we can store any type of data into the variables, okay, without any problem. What's next? So next thing is assigning values to multiple variables in a single line. Okay, so here, guys, is there any way we can reduce the number of lines? Okay, is there any way we can reduce the number of lines here? Okay, here I'll just close this terminal, guys. I'll open it again. So here var is equal to 9, var b is equal to Arun Motori, c is equal to true, var d is equal to 1.23. How many lines got consumed already? 4 lines. Okay, is it possible to create all these variables in a single line and initialize them in a single line instead of this number of 4 lines? Yes, it's possible, guys. Simply put a comma here. var a is equal to 9 comma. Just cut paste it. I'm just cutting and pasting, guys. Again put a comma. Third one, cut paste it. Then again put a comma and cut paste this one, last one. Okay, so you don't have to create so many lines to create that many number of variables. All the variables can be created and initialized in the single line. Okay, var a is equal to 9 comma b is equal to Arun Motori, c is equal to true, d is equal to 1.23. Still this will work. Okay, still this is going to work. Let me open the terminal again. Okay, fresh terminal. This time again, let's run the code. How to run the code using node.js? Say node space demo.js. Press enter. You see, A is printing 9, B is printing Arun Motri, C is printing true boolean value, and D is printing 1.23. Okay, in a single line, we can create and initialize all the variables. That's also possible. Okay, fine, guys. Hope guys you understood what are variables now. Okay, this is all about the variables I wanted to explain. Now let's move on to the next section of this same session. After variables, I said like I will be explaining about data types. Okay, I said I will be explaining about data types. So let's begin. Okay, so what are data types? Data types, there are no specific data types in JavaScript, guys. Unlike other programming languages like Java, okay, we don't have a strict data types in JavaScript. Okay, so that's why we call the JavaScript as a dynamically typed language. Okay, since there are no specific data types. For example, guys, in Java, if you have to store some value, say 9, into variable say a, you have to create like this: int a is equal to 9. In Java, guys, this is in Java. Okay, if you are talking about Java programming language, if you have to store this data 9 into the variable a, you have to declare this particular variable with int data type. But let's say if I have to store 1.23 in Java, I cannot use int, guys. In that case, I cannot use int in Java. Instead, I have to use something known as double. Double a is equal to 1.23, I have to say. Here in Java, I have to declare the variable with a particular data type based on the type of the data you are storing into that particular variable. Okay. In Java, we have to declare that variable with a specific data type like double or something based on the type of the data you are storing into the variable. If you are storing the numerical value 9 into the variable, you are declaring the variable with int data type in Java. Okay. If you are trying to store decimal value like 1.23 into a variable, you are declaring that variable with double data type. Okay. For example, if I have to store boolean data like true or false into a variable in Java, we have to say boolean. Okay, a is equal to either true or false, any of the boolean value you have to say. So based on the data you are providing the variable, right? We are providing the data type in Java kind of programming languages. But JavaScript is not like Java, guys. Okay, it's different. And JavaScript is a dynamically typed. That means you don't have to really specify this kind of data types. Okay, like int, double, boolean in JavaScript. Okay, so there is single thing known as var. Okay, whatever the data you want to store into the variables, just declare the variable with var. That's all is enough, because JavaScript is a dynamically typed language. Unlike Java, JavaScript is a dynamically typed language where you don't have to specify a particular data type here. For all the type of the data, you have to give the var. That's it. Okay, var a is equal to 9 will work. Var b is equal to, okay, 1.23 will work. Okay, 1.23 will work. Var c is equal to, okay, where c is equal to true or false will work. Okay, where d is equal to, there's no particular data type. Okay, you don't have to declare this a b c d variables with a particular data type based on the type of the data you are storing into the variables. Okay, that's not required in JavaScript. Okay, even you can store the textual data without worrying about the type of the data you are storing into the variable, because for all the variables in JavaScript you will use a single keyword known as var. That's it, simple, done. Okay, that's why JavaScript is known as dynamically typed language. Okay, as I already demonstrated here, you see A is storing 9, but still VAR is mentioned. B is storing text like Arun Motor is still VAR is mentioned for B. C is storing true, but still VAR is mentioned for C. D is storing 1.23, still VAR is mentioned for D. So there is no particular strict data type. JavaScript is not a strict data type language. Rather, it is a dynamically typed language which can store any type of data into the variables which are specified with the simple keyword known as var. That's it. So that's all about the data types, guys. Nothing much in JavaScript. Okay. Fine. Next one. After variables and data types, we have to know something about literals. What are literals actually? We have discussed about the variables, but what exactly are the literals? What are really the literals, guys? Literals are nothing but the data, guys. Okay. Whatever the data you are trying to store into the variables, right? Those are nothing but the literals. Anywhere in any programming languages, guys, literals are nothing but the data that you are trying to store into the variables. Okay, there are different type of literals if you come across. Like 9 is a literal, Okay, 1.23 is a literal, a different type of literal. This is a numerical literal, this is a decimal literal. Okay, here it is a text literal. Okay, this is a text literal. This is a boolean literal. Even false is also boolean literal. So there are different type of literals. These are nothing but literals, guys. Okay, you just need to know that whatever the data you are saying, right, the data is nothing but literals. There are different literals, numerical. Okay, so this is called as number. Okay, this nine literal is called as a number in JavaScript. 1.23 is also not segregated, guys. It's also called as a number in JavaScript. Okay, so here this is called as string, this is called as a boolean. Okay, in JavaScript, the JavaScript calls this numbers like 9 or 1.23. It will not segregate like it is a numeric, it's a kind of non-decimal number or decimal number. It will not say that. Both 9 and 1.23 are numbers only in case of JavaScript. Okay, they're called as numerical literals. Okay, here this is string literal and this is boolean literal in JavaScript. Anyhow, to find out, okay, to find out the literals, okay, what literals can be called in JavaScript, there is a kind of predefined function in JavaScript, guys. I'll show you what is that. So using that, we can find out what is the type of the literal. Okay, so the function is known as type of. Okay, type of function. I'll explain more about functions in the upcoming sections, guys. Okay, here is a predefined function, guys. You'll understand what is this function. Okay, it's a predefined. Okay, it's not like we are creating this function. It's like JavaScript has a predefined function like type of. You can use this from the JavaScript itself. Okay, you'll understand more about functions in upcoming sessions, guys. But for now, blindly follow this. Okay, to find out the type of literal types. Okay, based on the data. For example, if you pass this 9 and to this type of, it will give you the name of the literal in JavaScript for this. What JavaScript will call this literal as. Okay, you will find it out. Okay, just for that purpose, you have to use this type of. So anyhow, let's get started using, guys. Okay, here we are saying a is equal to 9, b is equal to arun motor, c is equal to true, and d is equal to 1.23, right? Simple. When we are printing console.log of a, the data that is stored in the a is getting printed here as 9 here, right? Instead of that, what we'll do is we'll surround this particular a with type of a. Here, this time the data will not be printed, guys. Instead of 9, okay, instead of 9 getting printed, it will print the literal type of a. Okay, type of a will give you the literal type of the a. Okay, so let's run this once. Okay, I'll just keep the bcd as it is. You will still get arithmetic to 1 to 1.23, but for you will not get 9 here. Okay, for the first statement will not print 9 into the output. Instead it will print the literal type of a. Okay, what is the literal name of the a? It will print. Okay, of the data that is stored in a. I'll simply say node demo.js, guys, and press enter. You see what is the literal type of a? JavaScript is calling this the data 9 as number literal. Okay. Similarly, I'll add this type of to all the other data. Okay, all the other type of data like B, C, and D. Okay, here also I'll add. I'll try to print the type of C also, and here type of D I'll print. So we'll come to know what are the literal, what are these literals called as in JavaScript. Okay, based on the type of the data, what are these literals called in JavaScript? We can find out. Okay, so let me run this again. Sorry, I'm typing here. Let me type here node demo.js and press enter, guys. The first one, that is number 9, data 9 is called as a number literal in JavaScript. Okay, what about this textual data like Arun Motor, which is surrounded with double quotes in okay. Okay, that particular thing is called a string, as I already mentioned. This true is called as boolean. And again, 1.23 is also not a separate thing from 9, guys. 9 or 1.23 are called as number literals in JavaScript. Okay, this one is called as string literal. This one is called as boolean literal. Okay, those are called as literals, guys. Okay, hope you understood what are literals now. Okay, literals are nothing but the data that we are storing into the variables. Okay, final thing is final thing. Okay, let's do an anatomy of this particular single statement. Okay, that is we are creating a variable like this, right? var is equal to a, declaring of the variable is done. Now we are initializing the that particular variable a with some value, say 9. Okay, like this. Okay, var is equal to 9. So in this particular statement, guys, okay, var is the data type. Okay, since JavaScript is not strictly typed language, okay, var can be specified for any variable, even though any type of data is stored into the particular variable. Okay, unlike Java, other programming languages like Java, you don't have to create a specific data type here. Var is a common data type. Okay, so this is the data type, we can say var is the data type, whereas a is the name of the variable name, is equal to, what is this equal to sign? Equal to sign is the operator in Java, guys. and 9 is a literal. Okay, so if I have to give some naming convention to each of these things, okay, so what we will call them? So first one, var is a data type. Okay, in JavaScript, var is a data type. It's a dynamically typed data type. Okay, there you already understood. Okay, a is a name, variable name. Okay, simple. This is a variable name. This is a variable name. You can call it as a variable also. Okay, variable name, and is equal to is operator is. Okay, it's the operator. There are several other operators in JavaScript, guys. This is the first operator we are experiencing right now. In the next session, I am going to demonstrate a lot of operators in JavaScript. Okay, the next session is all about the operators in JavaScript, guys. For now, only one operator we are using, that is equal to. What is the purpose of this equal to operator in JavaScript? It will assign this particular data to this variable. Okay, it will store this particular data into this variable. Okay, the data which is there on the right side will get stored into the variable name which is on the left side. That is the purpose of this operator in this statement. That's fine. Okay, let's understand more about this operators in the next session. Anyhow, this 9, the value 9 is nothing but the data 9 is nothing but called as literal, guys. Okay, you have to call this 9 as a literal. Okay, which literal? Number literal in JavaScript. Okay, it's called as number literal. If you are storing some text data like Arun Motor is surrounded with double quotes, that is called as string literal. Okay, anyhow, this data is nothing but literal. Is equal to is the operator. A is a variable. Okay, here var is the data type. Okay, var is the data type. Fine, that's all good for now. Okay, and one more thing. Okay, the final thing I want to explain as part of this session. Variable. Variable. Okay, the session is all about variables, data types, and literals, right? But why it is called as a variable, guys? Okay, why we are calling it as a variable? What does variable means? Variable means which changes, right? Varies. Okay, it changes, it will not be the same always. Variable means something that changes. So that means where this particular a is changing, where this particular a is changing. Let me demonstrate. Okay, let me demonstrate here, guys. I'll remove all these statements and I'll just remove all these things also. I'll simply say console.log of a. Okay, why we are calling this a as a variable? What does variable means actually? Variable means something that changes. Now guys, when we are initializing this data 9 into this variable a, okay, 9 is stored into the variable. But in the next statement, I will say a is equal to, okay, a is equal to 13. Now, if I run this program, what will be printed in the output? Okay, let me just restart the terminal once so that the whole data will be lost. It's fine. So guys, if I run this JavaScript code now, when I print a, what will be printed? 9 will be printed, data 9 which is stored into the a will be printed, or the next statement I'm assigning another data into the variable a, that 13 will be printed here. What will be printed? What do you think, guys? What will be printed? As this a is nothing but a variable, guys. That means the value can be changed. Here, initially we are assigning the data say 9 into the a, but in the next statement we are changing the data a. So if I run this code, 13 will be printed in the output. Okay, node demo.js. What will be printed? 13 will be printed. Why? Because this is a variable, guys. Variable can change the data. Okay, whatever the latest data. Okay, whatever the latest data you are assigning to this variable a, that value will be stored into that value will be referenced by this variable. Okay, what's happening exactly in the memory? I'll explain now. Let's say these are the memory slots, right? I'm not drawing very big diagram this time. So simple, simple diagram I'm drawing. Okay, just break this into only few slots. Let's say this is a computer memory, and initially you said what? var a is equal to 9. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so because of this JavaScript statement, what happened is, let's say into one of the memory slots in computer memory, the data 9 got stored, and to this 9, okay, this 9 which is stored into this memory slot is referenced, okay, is referred to by this variable name known as a. Because of this statement, a is referring to this, currently a is referring to this data 9. That's fine. Okay, tomorrow what you are saying, the next line what you are saying, a is equal to 13. Okay, since a is a variable, it can accept any number of times it can accept the data. Okay, and it will store only the latest data. Why? The moment you say a is equal to 13, this 13 will also store somewhere in the data, guys. Okay, somewhere in the memory 13 also will be stored, but this time you are pointing this a to 9 or 13. you are pointing this a to 13. What about the old pointing? This will be lost. The moment you point a to the new value, say 13 in the memory, the a which was referring to the older value, the reference link will be lost. Okay, this link is lost. Okay, when you say a is equal to 13, a is pointing to 13. Okay, this old link is lost. Now, when you say console.log of a is not no more linking to 9, guys. Okay, a is currently linking to 13, so 13 will be printed in the output. That's what is happening in this program, guys. That's why, okay, if you declare a particular name with a variable, okay, in that particular variable, okay, the data can be changed. Okay, that variable can change, guys, adapt. It can adapt to a different value. That's why we call that as a variable. Hope you are able to understand why we are calling it as a variable. So guys, that's all. Let's not drag it more. Okay, whatever I wanted to explain, I explained in this session about the variables, data types, and literals. Okay, variables, data types, and literals in JavaScript, I simply covered it out. Okay, all the basics, all the things that whatever I wanted to cover about these variables, data types, and literals are covered now. In the next session, we are going to look into the operators, guys. Okay, all the complete list of operators in JavaScript we are going to look in the next session. So that's all for this session, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello. Welcome to part 9 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to practically demonstrate the different types of operators that are available in JavaScript. So let's get started. What are the different types of operators that are available in JavaScript? Let me show you this diagram which depicts the different types of, that is major types of operators that are available in JavaScript. One is arithmetic operators, second category is assignment operators, third one is comparison operators, and fourth one is logical operators. These are the four major types of operators that are available inside the JavaScript. Let's get started with one of the types, that is arithmetic operators first. In arithmetic operators, we have addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, increment, decrement, and exponential. Okay. So for all these things, we have an operator in JavaScript. For addition, we have the operator that is plus symbol operator. Subtraction, we have minus symbol operator. Multiplication, asterisk symbol operator, like that, so on. So let me demonstrate all these arithmetic operators for you first. For that, I will start Visual Studio Code. Okay, I'll start or launch the Visual Studio Code editor that we were using from the last few sessions. And here, guys, under this VSC files folder, okay, in my machine, I'm going to create a new JavaScript file. I'm just going to name this as operators demo.js. Okay, so the JavaScript file got created. Here, guys, to demonstrate these operators, I have to create some variables. Let me create two variables. Let's say a is equal to 9 for now. Okay, and variable b is equal to 4. Okay, otherwise I will say a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 4. Okay, this is fine. I just created two variables for now. If required, okay, for demonstrating other operators, we may require more variables. In that case, we'll create more variables, guys. For now, let's create only two variables. And here I'll say console.log of a plus b. Okay, hope everyone is aware of the mathematics, right? Arithmetics. Okay, so as everyone has come from the mathematics background from the schooling days, this is a very simple topics in mathematics. We have the plus sign, right? A plus b, the addition of this 5 and 4. Everyone knows that, right? 9, kind of. Okay, let's see whether we are getting the 9 in the output or not. For that, I'll just click on the terminal, guys. New terminal. Now I got the path for this VSC files folder where this operators demo.js file is created. Here I'll type the command, that is node. Okay, in one of the previous session I demonstrated, right, that okay, how to run the JavaScript files using the node.js. Okay, I installed node.js and all. Okay, if you are not seen that, you just go back to the previous sessions, guys, where I have shown. So node space, I have to run this JavaScript file. So I have to give the name of the JavaScript file, that is operators demo.js. Okay, node space, like this we have to say. You see, you got the output as 9 because 5 plus 4 is 9. That's fine. Now let me run few more. Log of a minus b. Okay, that is 5 minus 4. We should get 1 in the output. Okay, this time we should get 1 in the output. But guys, this I want to clear it out. Okay, I want to clear the previous output and all. So for that, guys, what you have to do is here you can just type a command known as clear and press enter. So the old output will be cleared out. Now let me run this again. Node. Here I'll be typing node operators demo.js. Okay, this one is giving 9 as the output, 5 plus 4, and this one a minus b, that is 5 minus 4, is giving as 1. Similarly, let's explore these other operators also. Let's see the other operators also, that for multiplication, asterisk, division, hyphen, and modulus, percentile. Let's see all those three things. Console.log of a multiplied by b, that is 5 into 4, 20 you should get the output, and console.log of a divided by b. Okay, when you divide 5 by 4, how many times you can divide this 5 by 4? Only one time. So you should get 1 in the output, right? 4 ones are, okay? So fine. And similarly, reminder, okay? So to get the reminder, when you divide a by b, we have to use the modulus operator. When you divide 5 by 4, what is the reminder you get, okay? So 4 1 is a 4, 5 minus 4 is equal to 1. So here reminder is also 1, guys, okay? So this will give you the reminder. This will give you the how many times you can divide this number by this number, okay? Fine. So here we should get the output as 9, 1, 20, okay? 20, here 1, here also 1, okay? Now let me run this. I'll just again type clear and run node operators demo.js 9, 1, 20. Okay, guys. So it's even going to the decimal level. Okay, it's going to the decimal level. So 4 1.25 is a 5. Okay. So here reminder is coming as 1. That's okay, guys. Okay. Some different programming languages have different type of okay, calculation. Here it's going with the decimal level. Okay, 1.25 decimal level. That's fine. Okay, fine. Okay, this is output, guys. We'll get and let's go with the other one. So before going with this increment and decrement, guys, I'll explain the exponential first. Okay. After that, I'll go to the increment and decrement. I'll just clear out all these things and simply say console.log of, okay, 5 exponential 4. Okay. This exponential operator, guys, this is exponential, okay, operator 5. What will be the output, guys? Okay. What will be the output here? When I say 5, this exponential operator 4, the result will be 5 will be multiplied by itself how many times? 4 times. That is 5 into 5 into 5 into 5. 5 5 is a 25, 25 5 is a 125, 125 5 is a 625. You should get the output as 625, guys. Okay. So like clear it and say node operators demo.js. See, you got the output as 625. This is the exponential operator. Hope you are clear. Now we are left with in arithmetic operators, we are left with increment and decrement operators, plus plus and minus minus. So guys, it's not required. Only one variable is required for this demonstration. Say, let's say variable a is equal to 5, guys. So I want to increment the value of a by 1. What I have to do? I have to say a is equal to a plus 1. Okay. If I have to increment the value of a by 1, in general, I have to say a is equal to a plus 1. That means the current value of a is 5. 5 plus 1 is 6. The new value 6 will be assigned to a. Right? A will have 6 now. If I say console dot log of a, you will get the output as 6. Just see here. Here, node operators demo.js. You got the output. Currently, a is holding 6. Okay. So there is other way, guys. Okay. There is other way. Instead of writing like this, instead of writing a is equal to a plus 1, we can simply say a plus plus. Okay, you can simply say a plus plus. And if you print a, what will happen? Still you will get the output as 6. Okay, let me run this here. Okay, there is shortcut you can say. Instead of writing a is equal to a plus 1, you can simply say a plus plus. What will happen here is the value of a will be incremented by 1 because of this increment operator, that is plus plus operator. Okay, so let me run this code. Okay, operators demo.js, got the value of a as 6. That's okay. Now guys, there are few things to understand about this increment operator. There are two varieties of increment operators, that is pre-increment and post-increment. Okay, here this is post-increment because you are providing this increment operator after the variable name, but you can also provide this like this also. Okay, pre-increment, this is called as pre-increment. But will there be any difference in the output. In this program I have written, I just changed this post increment to pre increment. Okay, instead of providing this plus plus after the variable a, I'm just providing this before the variable a. At this moment, there will not be any difference, guys. Okay, even though you run, you will get the same output as 6. Okay, so you see here, you will get the same output as 6. Okay, you got the same output as 6, guys. Okay, but guys, there is a difference. Okay, between the pre increment and post increment operator. What if I use that plus plus operator here? Okay, a plus plus. What will be the output, guys? What do you think will be the output in this case? Will 6 will be printed now? Okay, when I say variable a is equal to 5 and console.log of a plus plus, this is a post increment operator. Will you get the value 6 printed here for a? You print this a plus plus, you get 6 here. The output will be 5 only, guys. Okay, I'll tell you why. First, let me show you the output. After that, I'll demonstrate. I'll say operators demo.js. You got 5. Why? That means a didn't get incremented, a got incremented, guys. Okay, but it is a post increment operator. When the a got incremented after this statement, the a got incremented. Now here you see, guys, now you print a. After this statement, if you print a, now you'll get 6, guys. Okay, here in this statement, the a got first a got printed, guys. When you say console.log a plus plus, before the a got incremented, the value of a got, the data that is stored in the a got printed already. Okay, after that the a got incremented. Now in the next line, when I print a, since the a got incremented after this statement, a will be 6, guys. Okay, so that's what is the thing, nothing much. Okay, now let's say node operators demo.js. If I say, you see here, a got printed and then it got incremented, and after it got incremented, when I print a, value 6 is coming. But what if I say plus a? Okay, so here, guys, in this statement, it is a pre-increment operator. That means first the value of a will be incremented. Okay, before the data stored in the a got printed here, first it will be incremented, guys. After incrementing only it will be printed. Okay, this is a pre-increment operator. Okay, before printing we are incrementing here. That means here this statement will print 6. Okay, this statement will print 6. I say clear and node operators demo.js, 6 got printed. So that's the difference, guys. When I say a plus plus, first the data that is stored in a got printed and then a got incremented. Okay, that is 5 got printed and then it will be incremented. But here when I say plus plus a, first it will get incremented, then it will get printed. First it will get incremented from 5 to 6, it will be incremented, then it will be printed as 6 here. Okay, hope guys you understood what are the increment. Okay, what is increment operator and the types of increment operators like pre-increment and post-increment operators. Then next we have decrement operator. Okay, so opposite of the increment, that is decrement, guys. Okay, so when I say a minus minus is the post decrement operator, the value of a will be decremented by 1. That is 5 minus 1, 4 will happen, guys. Okay, so here if I say node operators demo.js, okay, you see post decrement. Okay, here first the value of a got printed, that is 5 got printed, then it got decremented. In the next line, if I say console.log, okay, if I say console.log of a, this will print 4 because, okay, in this statement, first a got printed, that is 5 got printed, then it is the post decrement, right? After this statement, the value of a will be decremented by 1. So that means by the time it comes to this line, okay, the value of a will be 5 minus 1, that is 4. Okay, now run node operators demo.js. You see, first 4 got printed here. After that, first 5 got printed here. After that, decrement of a happened and 4 got printed. Okay, so guys, you are able to understand what is a post decrement operator. Now pre-decrement operator. If I say minus minus a, first the value of a will be decremented and by 1, and then only it will be printed. That means here 4 will be printed, simple terms. Okay, node operators demo.js. If I say, you see directly 4 got printed. So these are the several or different arithmetic operators we have in JavaScript, guys. I demonstrated all the arithmetic operators for you now. Let me collapse it. I'll go with the next type of operators now, that is assignment operators. Okay, JavaScript we have this set of assignment operators. Okay, one of the assignment operator we are already using, that is equal symbol. Okay, equal symbol we are already using. So here guys, when I am creating a variable, okay, when I'm declaring and initializing the variable, we are already using an assignment operator. What is the purpose of this assignment operator? Assignment operator will assign the value, that is assign the data that is provided on the right side to the variable that is there on the left side. Okay, so here the variable a is assigned with the value 5. Simple terms. Okay, a will be storing the value 5. First, for storing the data, we generally have to use assignment operator. Okay, now this one is already there, guys. Okay, I don't have to explain. Now there are other assignment operators like plus equal to, minus equal to, multiplication equal to, division equal to, and modulus equal to. For example, guys, if I say a is equal to a plus 3, okay, a is equal to a plus 3. What will be the, if I say console dot log of, if I say console dot log of a, what will be printed in the output? What will be printed in the output when I say console dot log of a now? Here, the original value of a is 5, guys. 5 is stored into the a. Now, 5 plus 3 is equal to 8. 8 will be stored into a. When I print a, 8 should be printed. Node operators demo.js. 8 will be printed. That's fine. But here, guys, this looks like a lengthy statement. So, we have a shortcut for this, guys. Instead of providing a is equal to a plus 3, we can simply say a plus is equal to 3. Okay, a plus is equal to 3. This is nothing but a is equal to a plus 3. Okay, this statement, okay, using this operator, what we are achieving, we don't have to specifically provide a is equal to a plus 3. Instead, if you provide a plus is equal to 3, that is nothing but a is equal to a plus 3. Both are same. Okay, shortcut, a is equal to a plus 3 can be written as a plus is equal to 3. Okay, the same a you are adding 3, guys. That means 5 plus 3, that a will contain 8. Again, if I run this, you will get the same output. Operators demo dot yes, you got the 8. Similarly, guys, there are other assignment operators like a minus is equal to a. Instead of writing a is equal to a minus 3, let's say, okay, so here 2 should be printed, right? Why? Current data that is stored in a is 5, 5 minus 3 is 2, 2 will be stored into 2, and console.log a will print 2 here. Okay, a is equal to a minus 3. Okay, and instead of writing like a is equal to a minus 3, I'll write a minus is equal to 3. This is also same. This is also same as a is equal to a minus 3. You will still get 2 in the output. Okay, still get 2 in the output. Node operators demo dot yes got 2. Okay, similarly you can say a into 3. This is equal to a is equal to a into 3. That is 5 into 3, 15. Come to a. Node operators demo dot yes got 15. Similarly, a divided by is equal to 3. This is equal to a is equal to a divided by 3. Okay, you may get some decimal value, guys, as we have seen. So here I'll say node operators demo.js, but 1 point something. Okay, that many times you can divide this 5 by 3. Here we have a modulus is equal to 3. You'll get the remainder, that is a is equal to a modulus 3. That is 5 modulus 3. So given the 3, you will get the remainder as 2. So a will contain 2, guys. Okay, so let's run this. Got 2. Fine. So these are the assignment operators, guys. Nothing much. Okay, equal, plus equal to, minus equal to, multiplication equal to, division equal to, modulus equal to. Okay, these are the different assignment operators. Now let's go with the third type of operators in JavaScript. Third major type of operators in JavaScript, that is comparison operators. Okay, equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than. Okay, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, ternary operator, equal value and equal type, and not equal value or not equal type. Don't worry, guys, I'll explain one by one. You will easily understand. These are very simple operators, nothing. So guys, in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create more variables. Okay? Variable b is equal to, I'll say 4, variable c is equal to 5, variable d is equal to some, okay, I'll create a good number of variables. Okay, so variable e is equal to some 12. Okay, variable e is equal to 12. Now let me clear it, and here I'll say console.log of, okay, if I say console.log of a double equal to b, okay, this is nothing but the equal to operator, guys. Whatever I'm using here is nothing but the equal to operator. If I provide double equal symbol, that is a equal to operator. If I say A double equal to B, then 5 double equal to 4. Okay, 5 double equal to 4. That means is 5 equal to 4. We are comparing, guys. We are comparing whether the value that is stored in the variable A is equal to the value that is stored in the variable B. Is it equal? No. So we should get the false in the output, right? We should get false in the output. So here I will say node operators demo.js false. You got false. And so this is how, guys, we have to use. Okay. But if I say A double equal to C, sorry, A double equal to C, that is A equal to C, is A equal to C, value that is stored in the A is equal to C, 5 and 5, yes, they both are same, they both are equal. So this time you should get true, right? This time you should get true. Node operators demo.js got true. This is how it works, guys. Okay, equal to operator works like this. You are comparing the data that is stored in a variable is equal to another data that is stored in other variable. Okay, so if both are equal, you will get true, otherwise you will not get true. Okay, that's one thing. Not equal to operator. Next one is not equal to. So if I say A not equal to B, okay, A not equal to B, the data that is stored in A is not equal to the data that is stored in B. True or false? The data that is stored in A is not equal to the data that is stored in B. It's false, guys. So you'll get the data that is stored in A, that is 5, is not equal to, really not equal to the data that is stored in B, because this is 5, which is not equal to 4. So you should get true here, right? Get true here. Node operators demo dot, yes, should get true. Now if I say A not equal to C, the data that is stored in A is not equal to the data that is stored in C. 5 5, they are equal. Here we are saying not equal. That means we should get false. Okay, boolean value false we should get. Should get false now, guys. Should get false there. Node operators demo dot, yes, get false. Okay, that's fine. So next operator, greater than operator. Okay, if I say A greater than B, if I say A greater than B, true or false? A is greater than B, true or false? Yes, 5 is greater than 4. True, that's correct. So you'll get true here. Node, just let me run. You got true. You got the output as true. If I say A less than B, 5 is less than 4. Is it true? No, 5 is not less than true. 5 is not less than 4. That is not true. You should get false this time. Should get false. But false. That's fine. Now next thing. Next thing is, what if I say A greater than C? A greater than C. Okay. If I say A greater than C, what will happen, guys? If I say A greater than C, 5 greater than 5. True or false? Is 5 greater than 5? No, 5 is equal to 5, but 5 is not greater than 5. So still you will get false, guys. Still you will get false. Okay. Now if I say A less than C, 5 less than 5, true, again false. 5 is equal to 5 but not less than 5. Okay, still false. You get. If I say A is greater than or equal to C, okay, A is either greater than or equal to C. Is A greater than C? Is A greater than C? No, A is not greater than C. A is equal to C. But here another operator is there, equal, either greater than or equal. If any of these conditions satisfy, it will result in true. Since A is satisfying one of the condition where it is equal to C, this will result in true, guys. Okay. Demo.js. Okay, you got true. That's fine. Now, if I say A less than or equal to C, is A less than C? Is A less than C? No, A is not less than C, but A is equal to C. That is satisfying. Okay, one of the condition out of these two conditions are satisfying. So still it will result in true, guys. Node operators demo dot, yes, true again. Okay, we got true again. So what if I say A greater than or equal to D? Okay, A greater than or equal to D. So 5 greater than D, 5 greater than 2. already true. Okay, so we don't have to check this condition now. It don't have to be equal. So now it will result in true, guys. It will result in true. Okay, because one of the condition is true here. Then similarly, a less than, okay, a less than or equal to e. If I write like this, okay, a less than or equal to e. If I write like this, 5 is less than 12. One of the condition is already true, so it will result in true, guys. Results in true. Done. So all this equal to, operator not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to are completed. Now let's go with the other advanced operators in JavaScript, other advanced comparison operators in JavaScript, that is ternary operator, question mark and colon. Okay, question mark and colon symbol. What does it mean? I'll tell you. What does it mean? I'll tell you. So we don't require this many. Now let's go with these two things. That will be enough. So I'll write something like this, guys. I'll just say a greater than b. Okay, a greater than b followed by I'll provide a question mark. Just understand this, guys. Okay, here I can put this inside the circular brackets also if you want to segregate it properly, if you want to uh, like look and feel, if you want that to be in a proper way, or else it's not taking it. For now, let's write a greater than b, guys. After that, we'll see that. Okay, here I am saying a greater than b, guys. Okay, is 5 greater than 4? True, right? But here I am providing a question mark, and here I'll be providing something like this. Okay, and okay, here two strings I am providing. Here I am providing, say, my first name Arun, and here I am providing the last name, that is Motu. Okay, I'm providing, and they are separated with this colon symbol, and at the end we have the semicolon. And a greater than b. What is the result, guys? When I compare a with b, 5 greater than 4, true. If this is resulting in true, it will pick this value, guys, left side value. Okay, out of these two values, that is Arun and Motori values. Okay, if I say a greater than b, and if this resulting in true, it will pick this value because it is true. If it is false, this condition is false, then it will pick this value. Okay, that's the thing, guys. Here I'll say where c is equal to, okay, the result of this ternary operator I am storing into the variable c, guys. Either into the c, either Arun will be stored or Motori will be stored. But here, based on the condition, guys, okay, if a greater than b, a greater than b is 5 greater than 4 is true. If it is true, it will pick this value. Out of these two values, it will pick this value. Arun will be stored into c. If I say console.log of c, console.log of, if I say c, it will print Arun in the output. Okay. So if I say node operators demo.js, you see it got print. It's printing Arun in the output. What if I say a less than b? Okay, simply I'll change the condition here. A less than b, if I say, if this condition is true or false, this condition is resulting in true or false. 5 less than 4 is false. Okay, if you compare 5 with 4, 5 is not less than 4 really, right? So this is resulting in false boolean value. If it is coming as false, this question will decide which value has to be taken. If it is false, it will pick Motori. Okay, into the C, Motori will be assigned, and if I simply run this now, it will print Motori into the output. Okay, operators demo.js. See, you'll get Motori in the output. So this is how the ternary operator works, guys. Okay, so you can surround this with circular brackets also if you want to make it look good. Okay, you can do like this also. You'll get the same output, guys. Nothing much. Okay, so, okay. Node operators demo.js. Still you are getting this. So if this condition is true, this value will be picked. This value can be anything, guys. Okay, you can it can be anything. For example, here you can have something like 9. Here you can have something like 12. Let's see. So if a is less than b, 5 is less than 4 is false. So which value it will pick, 9 or 12? It will pick 12 because it is false. This condition is false means it will pick this side value. That is 12 will be assigned to C. Now you see, guys, 12 will be printed in the output. Node operators demo.js, 12 will be printed in the output. But what if I say a greater than b? In this case, the condition is true and it will pick this value. If the condition is true, it will pick the value after the question mark, this value. Okay, 9 will be assigned to C. So it can be any value, simple terms. Okay, 9 got printed in the output. So this is a ternary operator, guys. We have other two advanced, okay, other two advanced comparison operators like strict equal, okay, strict equal. This is called a strict equal. This is a normal equal, guys. This is normal equal to operator, but this is strict equal to operator. Okay, what is the difference? So just let me explain the difference, guys. Here we have normal equal to operator. Here we have strict equal to operator. Okay, this is kind of strict. The name speaks that it is a strict operator. Okay, this is not a strict operator. Why it's not a strict operator? Let me demonstrate first. Okay, so was this I am saying is normal equal to operator, but this one I am saying is strict equal to operator. But what is the difference? First, let me demonstrate this normal equal to operator and show you what's the problem. After that, you will understand why strict equal to operator is required. Okay, so let's come here and say I'm simply writing here. What I will do something. Okay, I'll just remove all this stuff. These are not required anymore. Console.log of. Okay, I'll say console.log of. I'll give some value. Say 9 equal to 9. Okay, 9 equal to 9. True or false? Is 9 equal to 9? Is the value 9 equal to 9? Or we can create like this also, guys. Variable a is equal to 9 and variable b is equal to 9. Okay, and I'll say a equal to b. This will result in true or false. What do you think? Is the data stored in a is equal to a data stored in b? Yes, it's equal. So you'll get true, guys. Okay, if I run this, you'll get true in the output. Operators demo.js. Okay, fine. The data level, it is fine, guys. But what I'm doing a change is I'm just surrounding this 9 with double quotes. I'm providing this 9 inside this double quotes. That means this value 9 is no more a number. Okay, this is not a number anymore, guys. Right? This 9 is not a number. It is a text now. String, you can say. String or text, you can say. This 9 is no more a number. It's a text. But this one is a number. Now you are comparing a number with a text. Will you get the same true here? This normal equal operator? Yes, you will still get true, guys. Even though you are comparing a number 9 with some string text 9, this will give you true, guys. Okay, that's the thing. Operators demo.js. This is still you are getting true because this equal to normal equal to operator doesn't worry about the type of the data. Okay, it doesn't worry about the type of the data. This type of data is number, this is a text. Doesn't worry about the type of the data. Okay, if the data is equal, that's okay for it. Okay, but if I provide another extra equal symbol here, that is it will become a strict equal to operator. Okay, now if you have the 3 equal to symbols, means it will become strict equal to operator. A strict equal to b. Now it will not only compare the data, guys. Okay, that it will not only compare the data, but also it will compare the type of the data. The strict operator will compare the data type also. Here the data type is number. Here the data type is, okay, string. When you compare number with string, it can detect, guys. Okay, this operator can detect this because this is strict. Okay, it's not just compare the value, but also it will compare the type, guys. Now this time you will not get true, guys. You will get false. Okay, because the type is different. Note operators demo.js, you'll get false. See, you got false. So that is a strict equal to operator, guys. Similarly, we have strict not equal to also. Okay, we have not equal to operator like this. We have strict not equal to operator also. If you want to compare at the type level also, you can. In that case, you have to use this strict not equal to operator. You will have an extra equal symbol, guys. Okay, not equal has only one equal symbol after the exclamation. Here you have two equal symbols. Okay, so that's it. Nothing but. Okay, here I will say a not equal to b. True or false? Okay, a not equal to b. So if I say a strict not equal to b, in this case, what will be the result, guys? Okay, here the type of a is not really equal to the type of b. Hence, this will return true, guys. Okay, since the type of a is not equal to the type of b, this particular thing will return because it is strict, right? It's comparing the not just the value but also the type. Because the type of the a is not equal to the type of the b, it's a number, it's a text. In that case, it's satisfying the condition, so it will return true, guys. Okay, node operators demo.js. You see, you got true. But if I remove one of the equal symbol here and this normal equal to operator, and it will compare it will not worry about the type, guys. Okay, this operator will not worry about the type. Since 9 is equal to 9, it will print true here. You see, node operators demo.js, you will get true. Sorry. Okay, false you will get, because why you will get false? Because it's assuming that 9 is equal to 9, so it will get false, right? Just a confusion, but that's okay. Okay, a is not equal to b. Yes, 9 is not equal to 9. Okay, 9 is not equal to 9. It's saying no, it's equal. It is saying, okay, that's what false. You are getting false. But if you add one more, you'll get true. Okay, that's what we are discussing, right? Operators demo. Since the type is matching, it will say true. Okay, it is not equal. It is saying. But if I remove one of the things, we'll get false. Okay, guys. So these are the comparison operators. Now we have the last final type of operators in JavaScript, that is logical operators, that is logical and logical or and logical not. Okay, let me demonstrate. Okay, so logical and logical or and logical not. Okay, so for example, guys, one thing, if I say console.log of, okay, console.log of true, logical and true, what will be the output, guys? Both the sides. Okay, so logical AND operator will only return true, will only output the true if both the sides of this operator are true. Here both the sides of the operator are true, then you will get true, guys. Okay, in this case you will get true. If I say node operators demo.js, you will get true, guys. You got true because both the sides of the operator is true. What if one of the side is false? What if one of the side is false? If one of the sides of this logical AND operator is false, the condition, whole condition will become false, guys. You'll get the false in the output. The node operators demo.js, you'll get false. Okay, but if this side is true and this side is false this time, okay, still you will get false. One of the condition is false means one of the side is false means it will return false. Okay, this is still you will get false. Now what if both the sides are false? Okay, both the sides are false, it will be false only. Okay, if both the sides are true only, then only it is true, guys. Okay, the result will be true only when the both sides are true. If one of the side is false, at least one of the side is false, or both the sides are false, you will get false only the output. Okay, that's the difference. That's the difference. If both the sides are false, you will obviously get false only. You get false. Okay, both the sides are false, you'll get false only. Okay, that's what is the logical AND. But there is one more operator, guys, logical OR operator. Okay, after AND operator, logical AND operator, we have logical OR operator. It behaves a bit different, guys, from logical AND operator. Let's say both the sides are true. Okay, if any of the side is true in logical OR operator, in any of the side is true, then the result will be true, guys. Okay, since one of the side is already true and both the sides are true, definitely you'll get true here in the output. Okay, operators demo.js, both the sides are true, so you'll get true here. But if one of the side is false and other side is true, if at least one side is true, you'll get true, guys. Okay, still you will get true. Still get true. If this side is true and this side is false, also you'll get true. Okay, here also you'll get true. 1 minute. Okay, so here also you got true. And now if both the sides are false, then only you will get false, guys. Okay, if at least one side is true, you'll get true. Okay, both the sides are true, you'll get true. But if the both the sides are false, then only the possibility of getting false is there in this logical OR operator. Okay, you see, false you are getting. Okay, if both the sides are false, then only false. One of the side is true, you'll get true. Okay, at least one of the side is true in this logical OR operator, you'll get true. Now the last one, guys, the last one is, okay, last one is logical not, guys. If I say not of true, you'll get false. Okay, opposite of true you'll get, guys, in the output. Let me run this. Node operators, name of the file, that is yes. Okay, you got false because not of true is false, not of false is true. Okay, opposite of false is true, like that. Okay, you got true because opposite of false is true. So here, guys, this can be a condition, guys. Okay, this can be a condition. For example, here, just to make sure you understand easily, I just provided the Boolean values directly. In real time, it may be like this: a is equal to 5, variable b is equal to 4, like this it may be there. Okay, if I say something like this, okay, if I say here in the circular brackets or something, if I say a greater than b, what will be the result, guys? What will be the result? A greater than b, 5 greater than 4 is true, not of 5 greater than, okay, a greater than b is true, that is 5 greater than 4 is true, not of true is false. You should get false in the output, like that, guys. Okay, demo dot yes, you got the false. Okay, you got the false. This is how, guys. Okay, you can replace wherever I mentioned true or false, right? You can replace this kind of expressions. So in the last time also I did something, right? A greater than b, okay, logical and a greater than b. If I give, what is the thing? A greater than b is 5 greater than 4 is true. Here also a greater than b, true. True and true will result in true. Okay, true, like this. Okay, so instead of providing true, logical and true, you can provide like this also to practice this logical operators. Fine, anyhow, just to before concluding, guys, regarding this logical operators, I'll create this uh, three tables. Okay, I'll just create these three tables, guys, so that it will be summarized properly. Like this I have to design. The first one is the logical and operator case. Okay, logical and operator. The second one is the logical or operator. Okay, logical or operator. Third one is the, what is that, guys? Logical not operator. Okay, logical not operator. Okay, so logical and operator is having this symbol, double ampersand. Logical or is having type symbol. Logical not is having the explanation symbol. So here, guys, the first value, if it is true, okay, the first value, if it is true, let me draw these lines also so that we have the four possibilities. 1, 2, 3, 4. Similarly here also 1, 2, 3, 4. Here only two possibilities, guys. Fine. Here if I say true, if the both the sides are true, okay, both the sides of true, then it will be true anyhow. Okay, then only it will be true, guys. In the logical line, if both the operand sides are true, logical line and true, then only it will be true. If one of the side is false, if at least one of the side is false, in all these cases, guys, okay, in all these cases where one of the operand side is false, then you'll get false. Okay, in all these cases you will get false. Only when it is both the sides are true, only true. Remaining all cases it is false. Okay, just to summarize, guys. Okay, and coming to the logical or operator, here if the both the sides are true, at least one side is true, you'll get true here, guys. Okay, at least one side is true, even though it is false and true also you'll get true, because one of the side is true, so you'll get true here. And here true, false also will result in true here. But if both the sides are false, then only it will be false. Okay, if both the sides are false in logical or operator, then only it will be false. In all the cases it will be true, guys. Okay, it's an opposite of the logical and, you can say. And coming to the logical not, it's very simple, guys. If you give true here, logical not will give you false. If you give false here, logical not will give you true here. That's it, guys. Simple terms. Okay, this is what is the thing. So hope, guys, you understood all the different types of, okay, all the major different type of operators in JavaScript. Okay, I have practically demonstrated all the major different types of operators in JavaScript. So that's all for this session, guys. We'll go for the next session. Okay, in the coming session, we'll discuss few more things, maybe about the variables. Some pending things are related to variables or any other pending stuff. Okay, I'll be covering in the next session. So see you in the next video session, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 10 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show you how to create comments and the purpose of creating the comments in JavaScript. So let's get started. There are two types of comments in JavaScript. One is single line comments and the next one is multi-line comments. As the name speaks, single line. That means these comments will be written only in a single line. Whereas as the name speaks, multi-line comments. These comments can be written across multiple lines. Now let's jump on to the practical stuff. I'll start with the single line comments. So before that, guys, what is the purpose of the comments? Okay, before I practically show you how to write the single line comments, what is the purpose of the comments? Why comments are written? The comments are written to explain the underlying code, guys. For example, I'll take you to this Visual Studio Code. I'll just launch the Visual Studio Code and I'll open any existing file. Let's say this is the existing file, right? Operators demo.js, which I have used in the previous session. So here, guys, if I have to explain the underlying code, okay, let's say here I want to say create two variables, okay, creating two variables, okay, creating two variables and assigning 5 and 4 as values to them. Okay, so here this is the comment, guys. This comment is explaining the underlying code. Okay, these comments are written here. This single line comment is written here to explain the underlying code. So, and one more thing, if you observe, guys, this is a single line comment, and single line comments in JavaScript will start with double forward slash. Okay, double forward slash if you start, and the remaining thing in the line will become a comment, guys. Comments are generally written to explain the underlying code. Okay, for example, if I have to explain this underlying code, I can write another comment here. The comment, a single line comment, will start with the double forward slash followed by the explanation, or whatever the explanation you want to give for this code, you have to write that as a form of comment here after this single forward slash. Okay, the below statement will print the output, okay, for the operation done using, okay, operator, done using this operator. Okay, so the below statement will print the output for the operation done using this logical operator, that is double ampersand operator. Okay, logical and operator. Fine. Like this, guys, you can explain the underlying code using the comments, using the single line comments or multi-line comments. You can explain the underlying code. Fine. Now the next thing is, will these comments get executed when you run this program? Will this particular comments get executed? No, guys, nothing will happen. It's a dummy text. Okay, comments are like, when you are going through the code, okay, you can use the comments for reading purpose. Okay, to understand the underlying code, you have to provide the comments. But when you run this program, okay, the comments are like dummy, guys. Okay, they will not be executed. Okay, they will not be executed. So when I say new terminal here and here, I'll try to run this JavaScript code, guys, using the node.js. Node name of the file is operators demo.js. If I run this, you see true is getting printed, but you see there is no effectiveness, right? The comments are not making any difference here. Okay, the comments are not getting executed. Okay, they are like, the purpose of the comments is to uh, help the people who are going through the code to understand the underlying code. That's it. Nothing more than that. And guys, one more thing is possible with the help of comments. Okay, for example, guys, you don't want to print this particular output. Let's say I don't want to print this true or false here. Okay, I don't want this particular statement to be run. Okay, during the execution, I want to stop this particular statement from execution. Let's say I'll copy paste this multiple times. Okay, let's say now three print statements are there. Okay, if I run this code now, if I run this code now, three times true, true, true will be printed. You see, this particular statement will be printed three times. Okay, the result of these statements will be printed three times as true, true, true. When I run, you see, you got three truths because these three statements are running. But let's say I don't want the second statement to be running. I'll simply comment it out, guys. Okay, just provide this double forward slash before the second line that you don't want it to be run. Simply what you have done is you have converted the JavaScript code into a comment, guys. Comments won't be executed in JavaScript. Okay, so this statement will not be executed. This time, if you run the same code, you will not get three times. You will only get the true printed two times because here only two statements are enabled. Remaining got converted into a comment. Comments won't be executed in JavaScript. So here, if I say operators demo.js, only two statements got printed. Okay, the second one got commented out. Comments won't be executed, guys. This proves that the comments won't be executed. Similarly, guys, we have multi-line comments in JavaScript. Okay, so this is all single line comments, guys. I am just removing the single line comments. Okay, I'm just removing the single line comments, and here I'm going to write the multi-line comments. How to write the multi-line comments? Multiple multi-line comments can be written across multi-lines, guys. So they will start with forward slash star and they will end with asterisk, okay, asterisk forward slash, okay, forward slash asterisk, and they this is starting point and this is the ending point of the comment. Okay, you can write any number of lines, guys, in between this. In between the starting of this multi-line comments and ending of the multi-line comments, you can write any number of lines. Okay, I'll say in this program, okay, I am going to, okay, in this program we have, okay, in this program we have created two variables having the names, okay, having the variable names as a and b, okay, a and b. The variable a is assigned, okay, assigned or initialized with a value 5, okay. The variable b is assigned or initialized with a value a 4, okay. Finally, we will print the output, okay, output of a statement which performs, okay, operation using logical and logical and operator, that is ampersand ampersand, okay. You see, I have written 4 lines of statements, guys. Each and every line is a comment, okay. So this together is called as a multi-line comment, guys. Okay, if you are writing the comments across multi-lines, that is called as a multi-line comments. In order to create such kind of multi-line comments, you have to use like this, okay. For example, guys, if I use a single line comment, okay, if I say double slash, you see only one line is considered as a comment here. Remaining 3 lines are not comments, guys. Okay, they are not comments, as you can clearly see in the output, right? In the UI you can clearly see. So in order to create such kind of multi-line comments, guys, you have to provide them in between the forward slash star asterisk and asterisk and forward slash. Okay, this is the starting point of the multi-line comment. This is the ending point of the multi-line comments. Okay, so hope, guys, you understood what are comments in JavaScript and what is their purpose in JavaScript, and what are the types of comments we have in JavaScript, that is single line comments and multi-line comments, and what is the purpose of the comments. You can either use the comments to, the main purpose of the comments is to explain the underlying code, and there are some cases where we use comments to stop something from execution. We can comment out a particular JavaScript code, and that particular JavaScript code which got commented out won't be executed, guys. Here also, let's say if I comment it out, nothing will be executed, guys. If I comment out this code, nothing will be executed, okay. So if I run this now, you see you will not get any output, guys, okay, because complete code got commented out, okay, and the comments won't be executed. You see, nothing got printed here, okay, as output. So guys, hope guys you understood what exactly are the comments now. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 11 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate a new keyword known as const keyword in JavaScript. And also, I am going to differentiate the const keyword against the var keyword. Okay. So far, we were using the var keyword in JavaScript for creating the variables. But in place of the var keyword, we can also use the const keyword. What is the difference the const keyword will make? All these things I am going to practically demonstrate now, guys. For that, I'll first open this Visual Studio Code IDE. Under this folder, I'll create a new JavaScript file, say demo.js. Firstly, I'll create a variable with the same keyword, that is var. Okay, var means variable, guys. Okay, the value of this particular variable can be changed. That means once I assign a value, once I initialize this particular variable a by assigning some data, say 5, okay, later I can change the value, guys. Okay, it's not compulsory that I should be sticking this particular data to the a, okay, throughout the program. I can change the value anywhere in the program. So I can assign a different value to the same variable, say 9. This is possible because this is a variable. The variable's value can be changed. Now if I say console.log and try to print this variable a, the latest assigned value will be printed, guys. The old will be gone. Okay, so let me say new terminal, and here let me run this JavaScript code. I'll just type the command node demo.js. You see, the latest assigned value to this variable a got printed here when I'm printing a, right? That is the kind of purpose of the variables. Now guys, what I will do is I'll replace this var with const. Okay, simply I'm replacing the var keyword with the const keyword. What will happen? Will this still print 9 here? Okay, when var is there, it has printed 9 here. But the moment I change this var to const, does it that this particular program will print the same 9? No guys, it will not happen. Try to print guys. Try to print demo dot. Try to run this program and print the value of value that is stored in A. You will get a error guys. Okay. After I run, you will get a error saying type error. You are trying to assign to a constant variable. That is not possible. Okay. So in which line you are trying to assign to the constant variable? In this particular line it is saying. Okay. In the second line, you are trying to reassign a different value to the const variable. So a is equal to 9. This is not possible, it is saying. The moment you comment it out guys or remove this line, it will work. The program will work. So that means once you initialize this variable with some data, you cannot change the value. Okay. Once you initialize this particular constant variable with some data, you cannot change the value of that particular variable. So that's how the const keyword will work guys. Okay. That's the difference between the const and var keyword. Now let me run, it will work. You see the 5 got printed here. You cannot change the value of the 5. That is already assigned to the variable a, which is of const type. Okay. For if you specify var, you can change it. But if you specify const, you cannot change the value of this variable. Simple terms. Okay. So hope guys you understood the difference between the const keyword and var keyword in JavaScript. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 12 of JavaScript for beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain about the control flow statements in JavaScript. So let's get started. So far, whatever the JavaScript code that we have executed till part 11 of this series, the code was getting executed in a sequential manner, that is line by line manner. For example, if I open this Visual Studio Code IDE and under this folder I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Okay, here I'll write some sample JavaScript code that we have executed so far. Let's say var is equal to 5, var is b is equal to say 4. Now I'll say console.log of a plus b. Okay, console.log of a plus b, and I'll just copy paste this statements multiple times. Okay, and here I'll say a minus b, a multiplied by b. I'm just creating some sample code guys, nothing much. Okay, so a modulus b, whatever it is. Now guys, if I run this code, the code will get executed in a sequential manner, that is starting from the step 1, line 1. After line 1 got executed, then line 2. After variable a got created and assigned with some values say 5, then variable b will be created and it will be assigned with some values say 4. After that, this print statement will be executed where in the output you will get this 5 plus 4, that is 9, get printed in the output. After the three statements got executed, then the fourth statement, that is a minus b, that is 5 minus 4, 1 will be printed in the output. Then 5 into 4, that is 20, will be printed in the output. 5 divided by 4 output. 5 modulus 4, whatever the remainder, that will be printed in the output. Right? But here the focus point is the execution is starting from the line 1 till line 7 in a sequential manner, right? Step by step, and or line by line, whatever you can call. If I select this terminal and new terminal, and here if I execute this sample JavaScript code, you can clearly understand from the output that this particular code will get executed in a got executed in a sequential manner. For example, if I say node demo.js, observe that first this variables got created, then a plus b, that is 9, got printed, then only a minus b, that is 5 minus 4, 1 got printed, then a into b 20, then a divided by, and the remainder got printed. Here the execution of this particular JavaScript code is happening in a sequential manner. But here in this control flow statements, okay, whatever the session is all about, that is control flow statements. These statements, unlike this code, will not be executed in a sequential or line by line manner, guys. Okay, rather there will be alteration in the flow of the execution of the code. So what that kind of alteration? To understand that, guys, before that we have to understand there are three types of control flow statements. Okay, these three types of control flow statements have different type of flows. Okay, So conditional statements, loop statements, and jump statements. I can show you clearly here. There are three category of control flow statements. One is conditional statements. Second category of the control flow statements which doesn't execute in a sequential manner are loop statements. And the third category of the control flow statements which doesn't execute in a sequential manner are nothing but the jump statements. Okay, there are three categories. And in each and every category, guys, there are set of JavaScript statements which will make this conditional statements possible, or loop statements possible, or jump statements possible. Into the conditional statements category, we have if else, if else, and switch. Okay, this will alter the flow of the execution. Okay, similarly, under the loop statements category, we have a certain set of statements like while loop, for in loop, for off loop. This also will change the flow or control flow of the execution of the statements. And third one is the jump statements. We have break and continue statements, which also will change the control flow of the execution of the statements. Fine. So these are the three categories at a high level, and these three categories will change the flow of the execution of the code in different ways. Okay, in different ways. How? Let me show you. Okay, coming to the conditional statement, guys. First one is a conditional statement. So conditional statements have some condition, guys. Based on the condition, either this direction will execute the code or this direction. Okay, here we'll execute some set of code, or if the condition is true, we may execute this side. If the condition is false, we may execute this side, like that. Okay, so based on the condition, the flow of the execution matters here, right? Which code will be executed, we doesn't know. Based on the condition, it will be decided. Such kind of statements are nothing but the conditional control flow statements. And the next type of statements here we have is the execution will start here, and there will be some statements, guys, which will be executed repeatedly, right? Multiple times the same statement or set of statements will be executed. Okay, let's say this particular same statement is getting executed 10 times. Here flow of the execution of the code is not sequential, right? The same statement is repeating itself. Such kind of control flow statements are known as loop statements. Okay, here in conditional statements, based on the condition, the flow is getting changed. Here in the loop statements, a particular statement is getting executed more than one time or multiple times. Okay, so those are loop statements. Third type of statements, guys, here assume that this is the entire code, and here each and every line is a, if the code has to be executed sequentially, it will start from line 1, line 2, then line 3, then line 4, then line 5, 6, 7, 8, like, and go on. But here in the jump statements, okay, if the jump statements like break and continue are used in this kind of code, the code will jump directly from execution of the code will jump directly from this part to the this part. Okay, here we are jumping from this block to the this block. Okay, like this kind of things are possible, guys. Okay, so these three categories of control flow statements will alter the execution of the statements. Okay, they alter the execution of the statements. In this session, I am not going to practically demonstrate each and every control flow statement. Rather, okay, from starting from the next session onwards, okay, I'll demonstrate each and every category of control flow statements in a detailed manner. Okay, so conditional statements will be covered in the next session. After that, loop statements will be covered. After that, jump statements will be covered in the same series in the upcoming sessions. So that's all for this session, guys. The only purpose for this particular session is to explain you what exactly are these flow control statements and what are the types of control flow statements that are available in the JavaScript, which will alter the flow of the statements rather than getting the statements executed in a sequential or line by line manner. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 13 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I'm going to explain and practically demonstrate the different conditional statements in JavaScript. So let's get started. As explained in the previous session, the conditional statements will alter or change the execution of the flow based on a condition. Okay, based on the condition, the flow of the execution of the JavaScript code will change in this conditional statements. So to revise again, there are different control flow statements which alter the flow of the execution in the JavaScript programs. They are categorized into conditional statements, the first category, then loop statements and jump statements. Now, in this session, I'm explaining about the conditional statements which will change the flow of the execution of the code based on a condition. What are the different conditional statements we have which will change the flow of the execution based on a condition? They are if statements, if else statements, if else statements, and switch statements. Okay, these are the four. if else, if else, if else, and switch. We'll start with the if statement first and see how the if statement will change the flow of the execution of the program. Further, guys, here I have provided a link. Just click on this link in the notes. We'll get this diagram, guys, which will depict the flow of the execution of the code based on a condition in if statements. So if statements will have some condition, guys. If some condition like this, it will be there. Okay. So diagrammatically, I'm representing the if statements in JavaScript. The execution of the code is starting from the top, guys. As you can see, when the arrow comes and when it reaches this if statements condition, okay, based on this condition, the flow of the execution of the code will change, guys. Okay, if this particular condition is resulting in a boolean value say true, then the flow will continue and the code inside the if statements will be executed and will continue in the same fashion. But if in case this condition is not true, that is if it's false, then this block of code which is there inside the if statements will not be executed. This block of code which is there inside the if statement will only be executed when this condition is resulting in true. But if this condition is resulting in false, then it will alter the flow of the execution. Okay, the flow will not be in the same fashion. So it will change the flow of the execution where this block of code will not be executed in the program. So let me show you practically, guys. Let me demonstrate this program for you practically. So I'll go to this Visual Studio Code ID, and here in this VSC files folder, I'll just create a demo file. Let's say demo.js. Okay, JavaScript file I created. Now I'll write the JavaScript code. Say var a is equal to, I'll say var a is equal to 5. Again, I'll say var, I'll create another variable, say var b is equal to 4. Like this, I'll create two variables, guys. Now I'll write the if statements. Okay, if conditional statements in JavaScript. How to write? This is the first time I'm writing the syntax, guys. If, and I have to provide some condition. Okay, what is that condition? And this is the body of the if statement. Okay, here inside this circular brackets, you have to provide the condition. Let's say a greater than b is a condition. Okay, if statements, condition, if conditional statements will be like this, guys. This is the syntax. If we, after if we have to provide circular brackets, and in the circular brackets we have to say we have to give some condition, guys. Okay, which will result in either true or false. For example, if I compare a and b, a greater than b, this will either result in true or false, right? Here 5 is greater than 4 is true, so this condition for now is resulting true. Okay, if this condition is resulting in true, then if this condition is resulting in true, then if statement will execute the block of the code. Okay, the block of the code which is there inside this if statement will be executed. So where is the if statement starting? Here and ending here, guys. This is the body of the if statement. Okay, this body will only be executed when this particular condition is true. So here I have to say console dot log of. I'm just writing a sample statement, guys. You can write any number of lines of code inside this block, but for now, just for the demonstration, I'm only writing a single statement here. I'll simply say I'll just print out saying a is greater than b. Like this I will say. Okay, that's it. Now let me run this code, guys. Okay, terminal, new terminal, and I'll run this JavaScript code. So based on this condition, the block of code which is there inside the if statements will be executed or not executed. If the condition is true, this block will be executed. If the condition is false, this block of code will not be executed. So now let me run this JavaScript code. Node demo.js. When I run this, guys, since this particular condition is true, right? A is greater than b is true because 5 is greater than 4 is true. So this condition is true. Hence, this block of code will be executed. Just run this. You see, since this block of code got executed, which is there inside the if statements, a is greater than b got printed here. You see, a is greater than b got printed in the output. Fine. Now, guys, what I will do now is I'll just simply change the conditions. Say a less than b, I will say. Okay, I'll just change the condition to a less than b. So is this condition true? A less than b is true. 5 less than 4 is true. False. If this condition is false, this particular block of code will not be executed. Okay, this block of code will not be executed, guys. If I run this node demo.js and run this, you see nothing got printed in the output. That means this block of code got skipped. For example, guys, here at the end of the if statements, after the if statements, I'm writing one more statement saying after. Okay, I'll say after if statement. I'm just writing this after if statement. Now let me run this code. You'll see the thing. node demo.js. When I run this, guys, you see directly after if statement is getting printed. That means this particular statement got skipped. Why? Because this condition has resulted in false. That's why this block of code didn't get executed and got skipped, and directly the flow of execution of the code changed from here to here. This got skipped. So this is how, guys, the if statements will change the flow of the execution of the code based on this condition. Based on the condition. Okay, so you understood what are if statements now. Okay, now we'll go to the next one, the conditional statements. Okay, there is an extension for the if statements, that is if else. Okay, there's an extension for the if statements, that is if else. So what I will do is I'll just remove this one, guys. Okay, and here this is the if block, and I'll create another block, guys. Okay, as an extension to this if statements, I'm writing another block saying else. Now I'll change this condition back, guys. A greater than B, I'll say. Okay, so here I'll say console dot log of, okay, console dot log of, I'll say a is not greater than, I'll write like this. Okay, a is not greater than b, a is not greater than b. So let me clear this stuff. You see, guys, else block is coming in extra. Okay, earlier we only have the if block, but now in the if else statements we have if and else block. So how does this code work? For that, guys, let me show you this diagram. I'll close this earlier diagram and open this new diagram, if else statement related diagram. You can understand how the flow will change now. The execution has started from here. Again, if condition is there, if this condition may either be true or false. If it is true, guys, the code which is there inside the if block will be executed. Okay, if the condition is true, the code will be, the code inside the if block will be executed, and the code which is there inside the else block will not be executed. The condition is true, only the code that is there inside the if block will be executed, and the code inside the else block won't be executed. But what if the condition is false? If the condition is false, this code will not be executed, rather the code inside the else block will be executed. So that means whatever the condition output it is, okay, if it is true, one block will be executed, other block will be skipped. If the condition is false, this code, this block will be executed, this block will be skipped, like that. Okay, based on the condition, a particular block of code will be executed. So let me demonstrate it now. You can see here we have if block and else block, but if this condition is true, only the if block will be executed, else block will be skipped. Okay, so I'll write a console.log. Okay, and here I will say after if else. Okay, just to see after if else, this will be executed anyhow because it doesn't have any condition to be executed, but these statements will be executed only based on this particular condition, guys. Fine, anyhow. So here a greater than b, 5 is greater than 4, that is true. So only the if block will be executed, else block will be skipped, guys. Again this code will be executed. Okay, so that means the condition is true, a is greater than b will be printed. After that, after if else will be printed, this block will be skipped, hence no statement like a is not greater than b will not be printed. Now let me run this code, guys. Terminal, I'll just open this terminal again and run this JavaScript code to see what's happening. Okay, guys, so let's run this code now. Just say clear and say node demo.js. You see, guys, when I run this code, using when I run this demo.js, you see a is greater than b is getting printed. That means this particular statement got printed. This statement is inside the if block. This got printed because the condition is true. But what about the else block? Did the code inside the else block got executed? That is a is not greater than b got printed anywhere? No, right? This block got skipped. And also, guys, after the if else statements, whatever the statement is there, that is after if else, that got printed here. What if I say I'll just change the values here, guys? I will change this one to 4 and this one to 5. That's it. Okay, I just changed the values of the a and b here. I changed the value of a to 4 and a value stored in b to 5. In this case, what will happen? So here, if a greater than b, is it true? 4 greater than b is true? No. That means if block will not be executed, guys. The condition is false means if block will not be executed, else block will be executed. Okay, instead else block. If the condition is false, else block will be executed, and a is not greater than b will be printed. After that, after if else will be printed. Okay, let's run this node demo.js. You see, a is not greater than b. That means only the else block got executed. If block got skipped, only else block got executed based on this condition, and after that, after if else got printed here. So guys, this is all about the if statements and if else statements, which get executed based on the condition, okay, given the condition. So if else is the extension of the if statement anyhow. Now here guys, how many conditions we have in the if else, or if or if else, how many conditions we have? How many conditions we have in this kind of code guys? Only one condition, which is there immediately after the if statement, there is a condition. Okay, in this entire if else statements, only one condition is there. But if you want to have more conditions, okay, if you want to write or provide more conditions, then what we have to do? Then we have to go to a next type of extension. Okay, there is an extension for if else also, that is called as if else. Okay, we can have more than one conditions available in this if else statements. Okay, how? I'll show you first how the multiple conditions are possible, how the flow will be there. Just see here guys, the diagram looks very big, but it's very simple and easy one. Okay, so this part you already know guys, the execution starts from here, right? The execution starts from here, and if the condition is true, the if block will be executed. If the condition is false, here earlier we were going to the else block. The condition was false, we were going to the else block directly, but now there is one more condition here. Okay, if the condition is true, then no problem, if block will be executed. But if the condition is false, then we are going to another condition. Second condition is coming. That condition is beside else if. Okay, this condition can be provided beside else if. If this condition is true, then that particular else if block will be executed. If the condition is again false, we can go to another condition, like another else if condition. Okay, so if this condition is at least true, that particular else if block will be executed. Otherwise, we can go to next else if condition. Here guys, there is no limit for any number of conditions. Okay, the conditions will keep on going. Okay, you can put 4 conditions, 5 conditions, 3 conditions, 2 conditions. Okay, too many conditions you can put in else if, like if else if else statements. Okay, and finally guys, the last one will be else block. Okay, once all the multiple conditions are done, then we'll finally check an else block. Okay, if none of the conditions are true, then finally the else block will be executed. And finally the else block will be, this else block will be executed guys. Okay, this is how the if else statements will be working. Now let me programmatically show you how this is possible. I'll clear out all the stuff guys. I'll create some variables, say int a is equal to, okay, I'll say a is equal to 3, sorry, where a is equal to 3, where b is equal to 5, where c is equal to say 7, where d is equal to 9, where e is equal to, okay, 11, let's say. Okay, let's go with these things guys. Okay, these variables are enough for now. Let's create an if statement saying if a is greater than b. Okay, if a is greater than b, then I'll write a statement like this. I'll write console.log. Okay, console.log. Otherwise guys, I'll just create 3 variables only, a b c. Let's say only 3 variables, a b and c. I'll simply say here if a is greater than b, and another condition I can provide, that is a greater than c. Okay, if a is greater than b, at same time a is greater than c, then I can directly say that a is the greatest. A is the greatest, right? Greatest of all the variables, a is the greatest, because a is greater than b and a is greater than c. Both the conditions should be true, then only this condition will result in true. Else if, if this one of the condition failed, and if I compare, okay, if I say b is greater than c, okay, if not a is not greater than b and c, then one of the things in b and c should be greater than, right? If a is not greater than b or a is not greater than c, if any of the condition fails, we go to this statement, right? Else if condition, second condition will be checked, where I'm just comparing the remaining numbers guys, remaining variables. Okay, if a is not the greatest, then either of these b and c should be the greatest. That's what is my logic. Then I'm just simply comparing b with c guys. Okay, and if in case, okay, if in case this condition is false and b is greater than c, that means console.log, I can simply say that b is the greatest. Okay, b is the greatest, I can say. Okay, b is the greatest. I can put semicolon guys, it's optional, but we can provide. Finally guys, if this condition is also not true, then I can finally go to the else block, and here I can simply say console.log of C is the greatest. Okay. If A is not the greatest, then B is not the greatest, then definitely C is the greatest, okay, of the three. Like this, we can create some kind of logic, guys, okay? We can create this kind of logic. So let's see, guys, okay, if I run this code, what will be printed? Let's see. So let me run this code, terminal, new terminal, and I'll run this JavaScript code here. I'll simply say, just wait, guys, we'll get the path of this demo.js, where this demo.js file is there. This is the path. Now here I'll type no demo.js and press enter. You see what is the output that got printed? C is the greatest. Is it true that C is the greatest? Yes, C is the greatest. 7 is the greatest of 3 and 5, right? So this program is working fine. Okay, this program is working fine. If this condition is false, then this block of code will be skipped and next condition will be checked. If this condition is also false, then this block will be skipped and the next condition will be checked. And finally, there is no condition here. So the else block statement will be executed saying C is the greatest. What if I give some number like 9 here itself? Okay, if I give a number like 9 here itself, what will happen? Let's see. Okay. Okay, so there may be some problem in the code also, guys. Let's try to figure it out. Okay. If there is a problem, we have to correct the code. Okay. So let's see, guys, what will happen. Or if there is no problem, then that also good. So node demo.js. Okay. Let's try all the possibilities. If this condition is true, what's happening and all the stuff. Enter. You see, the first condition is checked A greater than B. 9 is greater than 5 is true or false. 9 is greater than, sorry, here, just, okay, A greater than B. 9 is greater than 5 is true or false. True. This condition is true. And 9 is greater than 7. 9 is greater than 7 is also true. True and true. Both are true. That means this will result in true. Since this is true, guys, only this block will be executed. Remaining entire statements will be skipped. This part will be skipped, guys, because the condition, initial condition itself is true, means this whole part will skipped. That means A is the greatest will be printed. You see, A is the greatest already got printed. It's working fine. What if I'll just change it to 3 again? And here one of the variable I'll make it big. Okay, that is I'll give the greatest value to the B now. Okay, let's see whether this code will still work or not. Okay, let's see whether this code will work now or not. So guys, here three variables we have: A greater than B and A greater than C. A greater than B, 3 greater than B, 3 is greater than 9. True or false? It's true or false? It's false, right? A is not greater than B. Okay, if one of the condition is false, then this will result in false. So this block will not be executed. Now, next condition, B greater than C. Is B greater than C then? 9 is greater than 7. True again, true, right? So this condition is true. So B is the greatest will be printed, and this block got skipped and this block got skipped. Whatever the condition that is becoming true, only that particular block is getting executed, whereas remaining blocks are getting skipped, guys. Nothing much. Okay, let's run this node demo.js. If I run this, you see B is the greatest will be printed. Okay, the second block, only second block is getting executed, remaining blocks are getting skipped. This is how, guys, based on the condition, the flow of the execution of the code is changing inside the conditional statements, right? All these three statements we have seen, but there is one more thing, guys, that is switch. Okay, I'll come to the switch again. Just wait for some more time. Here, guys, how many conditions I can give? In this example, how many conditions I give? One condition and two condition. You can have more than two also, guys. Okay, it's not that you are restricted to two conditions here. You can write any number of conditions. For example, here I have more variables. Let's say I'll just reduce the lines. Let's say A is equal to 3, B is equal to 5, C is equal to 7, D is equal to 9. Okay, let's say E is equal to 11. Like this, I give this many number of values. Okay, in a single statement, I created this many number of variables. Now I'll write the if statement. If A is greater than B, okay, if A is greater than B, okay, I'll simply say console.log. Okay, I'll say A is greater than B. Okay. Again, another condition I'll provide, else if B greater than C. Okay, I'll say console.log of, okay, B is greater than A and C. Else if C greater than D. Okay, if I say C is greater than D, then I'll say console dot log of C is greater than A, B, and C. Sorry, here C is greater than D, right? Then C is greater than A, B, and D, I'll say. Okay. Else if D greater than E. Okay. D greater than E. Then here I'll say console dot log of D is greater than A, B, C, and E. Like this I'll create. Finally, I'll put a else block which states that console dot log of, okay, E is the greatest. Okay, finally E is the greatest of all. Simple. Okay, E is the greatest of all. This is optional, guys. There's no problem if you provide the semicolon or not at the end of the statements. It's optional. So generally, it's a good practice to end the statements with semicolon. Okay, fine. Anyhow, so here clearly observe, guys, there are more than one condition. Okay, first condition, second condition, third condition, total 4 conditions are there. Okay, this is only possible because of the if else statements. Okay, now run the code and see whether it is working fine. What should be printed here, guys? E is the greatest of all should be printed because 11 is the greatest of all the other variables. Okay, so here node demo dot js, E is the greatest of all got printed. Okay, so I successfully demonstrated if else, and if else statements. Okay, 3 statements got already covered in conditional statements, which were changing the flow of the execution of the code based on a condition. Okay, now the last one is inside the conditional statements. The last one is switch case. When we have to go for switch case, I'll explain. Okay, let's say, guys, there may be a situation where you went to a hotel. Okay, I'll give a real-time situation where you went to a hotel, and in the hotel there are a lot of items, right? Here only one condition, two condition, three condition. It's not like that. 20 conditions, 30 conditions. Just think about that. Okay, in the 20, 30 conditions, it's not a good idea to use if else statements. Okay, because if there are like more than 20 or like several choices are there. Okay, so this can be used only when the choices are like 3 or 5 or max 7 or something. Guys, this is okay. But if you have several choices to be chosen from, for example, you went to a hotel, and in the hotel there will be a lot of choices, right? You can order for different food items. Okay, not a 3 or 4 or 5 items, but a very big menu list will be there where the choice list is very high. Okay, for each and every choice you cannot create a condition in if else statements. Okay, that will be a very lengthy code. Rather rather such kind of more choices if you have, then go for a switch case. Okay, so guys, here how does this work is, let's say you are you went to a restaurant and you are sitting in a particular table, and a waiter will come to you, right? A waiter will come to you and take your order. Let's say this guy came, and you are sitting here, and he's asking you for the order. Then whatever the item you specify, this waiter will go to the, okay, the cooking section of the restaurant and bring only that particular item, right? He has to bring only that. If you are ordering a pizza, this waiter should go here and bring only the pizza and serve the pizza to you. You should not be serving pasta or some other thing, right? Whatever the item you say, this guy has to go and get you that and serve you that particular thing. Similar, the switch case will work in the same manner, guys. Whatever you ask, you only serve that thing. For example, guys, we'll write a code. Okay, using the switch case. First of all, let's see the how the working of the switch case will be there. Here is a diagrammatical representation of the switch case, guys. How does it look? Whatever you ask, the switch case will serve you the same. For example, guys, here you see switch, some condition is there. It also works based on a condition, guys. Based on the condition only, a particular case will be executed. For example, if this condition is matching this one, only that particular thing will be served. If you are asking for apple, it will give you apple only. If you're asking for orange, it will give you orange only. If you're asking for banana, it will give you banana only. Okay. If you're asking for a strawberry, it will not give you apple or banana or orange. It will give you the strawberry only. Like this, guys. If whatever you are asking is not there, okay, whatever you are asking is not there in that portal or whatever it is, okay, then it will give you if you, it will take you to the default code. Okay, default code at the end. So if whatever you are asking is there, any of these particular cases, you see case 1, case 2, and case n are there, any of these cases are matching with your request, that particular only case will be served to you. But whatever you're asking is not there in any of the cases. Finally, there is something known as default case. You'll be taken to the default case. Okay, let's write something guys. Very simple program we'll write using the switch. So we'll write like this. Okay, let's say I will create a variable guys where a is equal to, I'll say here apple guys. Okay, I'll just write here apple. Okay, so here I'll write a switch case saying I'm just providing a here, and I'll start the switch case and end the switch case here. Inside the switch case I'll be writing some cases guys. Case, if your case is, let's say banana. Okay, if you're asking for banana, then console.log. Okay, here is your banana. Here is your banana. Okay, we are serving the banana, let's say. Okay, put a semicolon here and write one more statement guys. There is a break statement. Okay, I'll explain why we have to write the break statement here in this case. Now case, there are two statements I have written in a single line here. This is one statement and this is the next statement. Inside the case banana, okay, in this case banana, how many statements are there? Two statements. You can also write in this manner guys. Okay, you can write like this also. Okay, that means these two statements belong to the banana case. Okay, or you can, if you want to save number of lines, you can move these two lines in the same case level. Okay, that is also fine. Anything is fine. If this looks fine, let's continue like this. Okay, banana, orange. Okay, if you're asking for orange, okay, then this orange case will be served. Console.log of I'll say here is your orange. Here is your orange. Okay, here also we have to write a break statement. The purpose of the break statement I'll explain later why we have to put. For now, just blindly follow guys. Again, if the case is apple, the case is apple. Okay. Let's say you went to a juice center and you're asking for the juice. Okay, here is your banana juice. Okay, juice, and here is your orange juice. And here I'll say console.log. Assume that you went to a okay, juice center and you're asking for some juice. Okay, and you need to specify the name of the fruit for which you want the juice, right? So based on that, that guy will prepare that juice and give it to you. Here is your apple juice. Okay, here is your apple juice, and here break it. Here case, last case, let's give one more, let's say grape. Okay, console.log. Like this, any number of cases you can create guys. Okay, here is your grape juice. Then I'll simply say break, and here finally default. Okay, default will be there. Here I'll say console.log. Okay, we don't prepare the requested juice. Okay, requested fruit juice. Okay, or your requested fruit juice is not available with us. Okay, okay, let's try all these things. Okay, there is no need of providing a break statement in the default case. The default case you don't have to provide any break statement, but in all the general cases you have to provide the break statement. I'll explain you all the stuff. Okay, so guys, this is a switch case we have created guys. Let's understand the switch case properly first. Okay, here guys, you are passing what you are asking for. A is storing apple guys. If you are passing to the switch case apple, then is apple matching with banana? No, so this case will be skipped. It will not be executed. Is apple matching with orange? No, this case will be skipped. Is apple matching with this apple? Yes, this case is matching. So it will immediately print this statement in the output. Here is your apple juice. Since you asked for apple, it is only serving you the apple. Immediately it's saying break. The moment this break statement got executed, will come out of the switch case. Okay. The moment moment this break statement got executed inside switch case, will come out of the switch case entirely. No other case will be executed. That means. Fine. Suppose if I am asking for something like a dragon fruit. Okay. Dragon. Okay. Dragon. Okay, if I'm asking for a juice related to dragon fruit. Okay, so it will check. Okay, dragon will come here. Dragon is equal to dragon fruit is equal to banana. No, it is not matching, so this case will not be executed. Then orange. No, dragon is different from orange. Dragon is different from apple. Dragon is different from grape. Since none of the cases are matching, finally it will go and execute the default case. Okay, and it will say your requested fruit juice is not available with us. Okay, simply it will say your requested fruit juice is not available with us because you are passing something that is not matching with any of the cases. what if I say banana. What if I say banana? Otherwise, guys, we'll say apple, guys. Okay, let's run this code one or two times. After that, I'll go with other things. So here, guys, I'll run this code, guys. I'm passing apple, guys. So it should serve me the apple juice only, right? It should not serve me banana or orange or grape juice. Okay, it should serve me the apple juice. Let's see whether the switch case is serving me the apple juice or not when I'm passing apple to it. Here I'll say node demo dot js. When I run this, you see, guys, here is your apple juice got printed. Okay, here is your apple juice got printed in the output. It's matching. What if I gives like dragon? Okay, so we know, right, what should happen here, right? If you are passing a fruit name which is not available in any of these cases, your requested fruit juice is not available with us should be printed. Let's run and see demo.js. Your requested fruit juice is not available with us is getting printed. So what if, guys, I'll say banana. In this case, if I say banana, okay, what should happen? It should only say here is your banana juice should be printed in the output. So node demo.js, here is your banana juice, and when the break statement got executed, we came out of the switch case. What if the break statement is not there? I'll remove intentionally. I'll remove all the break statements, guys. What will happen? Let's see. You'll see the problem when the break statement is not available. Okay, the importance of the break statement you are going to experience now. I'm asking for banana, guys, and the banana is matching with this case, first case, and here is your banana juice got printed already. Okay, after that, guys, is there any break statement which will take you out of the switch case? No. That means immediately go to the next case, guys. Okay, since there is no break statement, it will fall down like this, one after the another case it will go through. You are asked for banana, but it will give you all the juices. Okay, here you asked for the banana. Since the break statement is not there, this particular switch case will serve you all the juices. That is, here is your banana juice, here is your orange juice, here is your apple juice, here is your grape juice. Okay, it will execute all the cases one by one, and finally your requested fruit juice is also not available with us, also will be printed. Okay, let's see here. Node demo.js, all the juices will be served, and it will say that your requested fruit juice is not available with us also. Here is your banana juice, here is your orange juice, here is your apple juice, here is your grape juice, and your requested fruit juice not available with us. That's the problem, guys. That's why we have to provide the break statements here, so that you can come out of the, okay, once the case is served, you should come out of the switch case, guys. Okay, the break statement will break the switch case and take you out of the switch case. Okay, that's the purpose of the break statement. Otherwise, all the cases are getting executed. Okay, even though it's not relevant, they are getting executed. That's the problem. Okay, so except the default case, you should provide the break case in all the cases. Okay, all the cases in the switch case. Fine. So guys, you are able to understand what is the switch case and how does it work. Okay, and when we have to use switch case. And also, guys, as I already mentioned, guys, if you want to save the lines of code, just write these statements in a single line, guys. Okay, case banana console, in the same statement say break. Okay, done. Similarly, this one also orange. You see, number of lines will be reduced when you write in a single line all these statements. Let's arrange like this. The case will look very easy and simple one also. Now you'll see that it looks very easy and very, switch case looks very simple now. Okay, when you write in less number of lines. Finally, the default case, and this is the one. You see, in very less number of lines, we are able to solve this many number of cases. Okay, fine. Now run it, it will work, guys. Okay, I'm just passing banana, and it will only serve you the banana, and it will come out of the switch case. So no demo dot yes, get here is your banana juice. It's working fine. So hope, guys, you understood all the different conditional statements in JavaScript. That is if statement, if else statements, if else statement, and finally the switch statements. Okay, which will change the flow of the execution of the code based on some condition. Okay, that's why these conditional statements are also called as control flow statements. Okay, conditional control flow statements which will change the flow of the execution based on some condition. Okay, that's why conditional statements. So guys, hope you guys understood all the different possible conditional statements in JavaScript. That is if statement, if else if, else statement, and switch statement. Okay, so these are the different conditional statements in JavaScript. So that's it for this session, guys. In the next session, I'll explain other type of control flow statements like iterative statements. Okay, so that's all for this session. See you in the next video session, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 14 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate different looping statements in JavaScript. So let's get started. First of all, what exactly are these looping or iterative statements? Looping or iterative statements in JavaScript or in any other programming languages like Java, etc. are same guys, okay? The purpose of the looping or iterative statements in any of these programming languages is same. The purpose is to execute the same block of code multiple times. If you want to execute the same block of code or same set of block of code multiple times repeatedly, then we have to go for the looping statements or iterative statements, we can call them. What are the different looping statements or iterative statements that are available in JavaScript? So here is the list guys. Looping statements or iterative statements fall under the control flow statements because they alter or change the general flow of execution like sequential flow, right? So because of these looping statements, the set of or block of code will be executed multiple times. The flow will be altered a bit. So what are the different looping statements we have in JavaScript? We have while loop, do while loop, for in loop, for off loop. In this session, I am going to demonstrate while loop, do while loop, and general for loop. But coming to the for in loop and for off loop, I have to demonstrate with objects and arrays in the coming sessions. Okay, after I cover the concepts of arrays and objects in the coming sessions, I'll be covering this for in and for off loop. But for now, in this session, as part of the looping statements in JavaScript, I'll be practically demonstrating the while loop, do while loop, and for loop guys. Okay, so let's get started with the while loop. So I'll open this Visual Studio Code editor guys. Let's switch to the practical mode. Here I'll be creating a JavaScript file, say demo.js, a sample JavaScript file got created now. Now, let's say if I write a statement like this, console.log of, okay, console.log of. In this, I'll type my name guys. I'll just type my name, say Arun Moturi. And if I run this code, okay, if I run this simple code, it will simply print out Arun Motori in the output, right? This particular line of code, if I run this, it will simply print out Arun Motori in the output. Let me run out guys. First of all, I'll clear this and run this. I'll simply say node space demo.js. You see, Arun Motori got printed in the output. That's fine. Only one time. But I want to repeatedly run this same set of code multiple times. Okay, if you have to run that guys, I have to surround this console.log with something known as while loop. Okay, I'll just provide a while loop here. This is a syntax guys. Okay, inside the while loop this statement need to be there. Okay, inside this while loop this console.log statement should be there because I want to execute the same statement multiple times. Okay, let's say I want to print my name Arun Motori 10 times. Okay, so what I have to do, I have to surround this statement with while loop and I have to write a logic which will print this particular or which will execute the same statement multiple times. Okay, so here guys, before this while loop, okay, before this while loop, just go before the while loop guys, just press enter here. Here I'll create a variable guys, say where I is equal to, okay, where I is equal to 1 I will say. Okay, I'm initializing this variable name I with 1. Now I want to execute this same statement how many times? Let's say 10 times. For that I have to write a condition here. While I is less than or equal to 10. Okay, till the I is less than or equal to 10, you have to repeat this loop. Now guys, if I run this code as it is, it will get us into an infinite loop. Why? You see here I is 1 guys. Okay, here I is 1, so 1 is less than or equal to 10. Condition is true or false? The condition is true. While condition is true, if this condition is true, we'll go inside the while loop and this statement will be executed for the first time. That is Arun Motor will be printed in the output for the first time. After that, again this condition will be checked guys. Okay, after this again the condition will be checked for the second time, but I value is still 1 only. Okay, we have not modified the value of I anywhere, still I value is 1 again. So 1 less than or equal to 10, again true, again the statement will be executed, again the condition will be checked. Okay, this loop will be iterated until this condition is false guys. Okay, this while loop will repeat itself until this particular condition becomes false. Is there any chance where this condition is becoming false now? Initially I is equal to 1, 1 is less than or equal to 10. True. We went inside and Arun Motri got printed. Again the condition will be checked. Again the I is 1 itself, right? We have not modified the value of 1. I, that is still 1. 1 less than or equal to 10 is again true. Again, okay, again condition will be checked. Again the condition will become true because I is still 1. So there is no way that I value will change, and this while loop will iterate infinite times, and this Arun motor will be printed infinite times. Okay, it will not stop printing, guys. Okay, let me run this code. We'll see that in action. Node demo dot js. You see it's keeping on printing, guys. Okay, it's keeping on printing. Okay, so I'll simply say control C or something so that it will stop the execution. I forcibly stop the execution, guys, otherwise it will not stop. But how to overcome this problem? Okay, initialization is fine, guys. We have to initialize a variable I with 1, that's okay, and condition is fine, but we are not changing the value of I so that this while loop will stop somewhere. Okay, so here what I will do is I will simply say I is equal to I plus 1. Okay, every time the while loop is getting iterated, I am changing the value of I by 1, guys. So initially I is equal to 1, guys. 1 less than or equal to 10 is true. If the condition is true, we'll go inside the while loop and Arun motor will be printed in the output. After that, we are changing the value of I by 1. If here I is 1, guys, initially I is 1, here I am changing the value of I by incrementing it by 1. So I will become 2 here. Okay, after this statement I will become 1 plus 1, I will become 2. Okay, here I will become 2. When I became 2, again at the end of this current while loop iteration, again the condition will be checked. So 2 is less than or equal to 10. Again true. We'll go inside. Again Arun motor will be printed. Now I will become 3. Like that we are keeping on incrementing the value of I by 1 for every iteration. So for the third time also it will be printing, fourth time, fifth time, sixth time, seventh time. Okay, when I become 7 also it will, the condition will be passed. Okay, true. Then 8, 9. Finally when I become 10, okay, for the 10th time also this condition will be true because 10 is equal to 10. Okay, and Arun Motri will be printed for the 10th time. But after the Arun Motri got printed for the 10th time, now I will become 11, guys. I plus 1 means I will become 11, and here 11 is less than or equal to 10 is false. Then we'll come out of the while loop, guys. Okay, then we'll come out of the while loop. By the time we are coming out of the while loop, already Arun Motori got printed 10 times. Okay, let's run this code, guys. Let's run this code. So let the path for this demo.js file appear here. Now let's type the command demo node demo.js. Run this. You see Arun Motori got printed 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is how the looping statements work, guys. Okay, they execute the same set of code. You see here the same piece of code got executed multiple times, that is 10 times, until this particular condition became false. Okay, now guys let's write some let's experiment some programs, guys. Okay, rather than going with printing my name 10 times, let's try to print the numbers from 1 to 10. Okay, let's try to print the numbers from 1 to 10 using the while loop. For that I'll say int I, sorry, not int, guys, it's Java. If you say int, it's Java. So let's come back to JavaScript where I is equal to 1. Okay, initially I'm assigning the variable I with 1 value, and here I'm writing the while loop. Here inside the while loop condition I'm providing a value saying I less than or equal to 10 because I want to print the numbers from starting from 1 to 10. So I'm giving less than or equal to 10 because till 10 I want the numbers to be printed. Now inside this while loop, guys, this is the body of the while loop. Inside this while loop I'll write console dot log of. Okay, I'll simply print I. Okay, I'll simply print the variable I, guys, nothing much. When I print the variable I, guys, what's happening here? Initially I is equal to 1. 1 is less than or equal to 10. True. 1 will be printed. Here, guys, 1 will be printed. As explained just now, for every iteration, we have to increment or do some changes to the variable I so that the condition has to fail at some point of time. Otherwise, we'll be inside the while loop and the while loop will be iterating infinite times. Okay, that will be a problem. So we have to say I is equal to I plus 1. Okay, this is a basic rule. Or guys, there is some other way, guys. Okay, you can actually write this statement in a different way also. Instead of writing I is equal to I plus 1, which will definitely increment the value of I by 1 for every iteration, there is a better way where you can say I plus is equal to 1. This is also same. This is a shortcut for I is equal to I plus 1, right? If you remember. Okay, this is an assignment operator we have used. I plus is equal to 1 is the full form of this. I is equal to I plus is equal to 1 is nothing but I is equal to I plus 1. This is same. Both are same. Or there's another way, guys, where you can simply say I plus plus, okay, post increment operator. Okay, the value of I will be incremented by 1 for every iteration after this statement. Okay, so this is very simple. Okay, so people prefer to use this kind of thing, guys. Instead of writing I is equal to I plus 1 or I plus is equal to 1, they simply write I plus plus. Okay, this is a better way of writing, where the value of I will be incremented by 1 every time this particular statement occurs. So guys, after I got printed for the first time, that is 1, here I got incremented to 2. Again, the condition will be checked, 2 less than or equal to 10. Here 2 will be printed, then I will become 3. Condition will be true, 3 will be printed. So on, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and finally here I becomes 10, guys. 10 less than or equal to 10 is still true, so 10 will be printed here, and here I becomes 11. 11 less than or equal to 10 is false. When the condition becomes false, we'll come out of the while loop. So by this time, already the numbers starting from 1 to 10 got printed anyhow. Okay, but let's run this using this node.js. Let's run this JavaScript code using the node.js. So here I'll simply say node space demo.js. You see, 1 to 10 got printed. Simple. Okay. Now guys, I don't want to print the numbers from 1 to 10. Rather, I want to print the numbers from 10 to 1. I want to reverse the order. Okay. First, I want to print 10, then 9, then 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3 to 1. Like that, I want to print. I don't want to print in ascending order. I want to print the same values in descending order. So further, guys, what I will do is I'll just change this program a bit, where I'll change the value of I initial assigned value. I'll change from 1 to 10. Okay. So initially, I'm assigning the I with value 10. Okay. Here, I'll change the condition also, guys, to suffice that till the I is greater than 0. You have to iterate this loop. Okay. Initial value of I is 10 until I is 1. Okay, if I is not is still I is greater than 0. Okay, till I is greater than 0, you have to iterate, but the moment when the I becomes 0, will come out of the while loop. Simple terms. Okay, now we are printing I anyhow. Okay, so I'll remove this statement, guys. I plus plus I will remove. So in the initial iteration, guys, what happens is I is 10. 10 greater than 0 is true. 10 greater than 0 is true. So the condition is true. So here we'll be printing 10. Okay, if I print I, 10 will be printed. Okay, in the next iteration, if I don't write any statement here, in the next iteration again I will be 10. 10 will be greater than 0. Again 10 will be printed. So to avoid this kind of infinite problem, again what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I minus minus, guys. Okay, I am going to decrement the value of I by 1. For every iteration, the value of I will be decremented by 1. So after the first iteration, okay, in the first iteration when 10 got printed here, when I minus minus got executed, the value of I will become 9 here. Okay, 9 is still greater than 10, 0. 9 is still greater than 0. Again, we'll go inside the while loop, and here 9 will be printed. Again, here I will become 8. 8 greater than 0, 8 will be printed. Then I will become 7. It will go on, guys. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Finally, when I became 1, 1 is still greater than 0, 1 will be printed. Now I become 0 here, 1 minus 1, 0. And 0 is greater than 0 is false. And that's where we will come out of the while loop. So we are printing the values from 10 to 1. Okay, here we are decrementing the variable I because we started with 10, guys. Okay, let's run this code to see whether it is working fine or not. It will definitely work fine though. I'll simply type node demo.js. You see, the values got printed from 10 to 1 in the reverse order. Okay, guys. Now, guys, we can do a lot of things with this while loop, guys. Okay, a lot of things we can do with this while loop, like we can write some if statements inside the while loop also. That is also possible. Let's say, guys, you want to only print even numbers. Let's say, okay, you want to only print even numbers. Okay, you don't want to, when you are printing the numbers from 10 to 1, you don't want to print the odd numbers, you want to print the even numbers. Further, guys, you can surround this console.log with if statement saying if. Okay, if, 1 minute, let me remove this. Okay, I'll simply write the if statement first, guys. If I percentile 2 is equal to 0. Okay, okay, if I percentile 2 is equal to 0, then only print this I, otherwise don't print the I. Okay, if I percentile, so inside the while loop I am writing an if statement. Okay, this is one way, guys. Okay, this is one way of printing the even numbers. Okay, so starting from 10 to 1, whatever the even numbers, only even numbers should be printed. Let's say, okay, you don't have to print 10, 9, 8 like that. Instead 10, 8, 6, okay, 4, 2 kind of thing should be printed. Okay, so further guys, you just put a condition around this. If I percentile 2 is equal to 0, then only print it. Okay, that means in the initial iteration guys, when I is 10, 10 greater than 0 is true, the condition is true, we'll go inside the while loop. Inside the while loop we have if statement anyhow, and here 10 percentile 2, yes, reminder is coming as 0, that's correct, because 2 5 are 10, so reminder will be 0. So the condition is true, so we'll print 10 here. Okay, 10 will be printed guys. Then I got decremented by 1, that is 10 will become 9. So 9 greater than 0 is still true, but 9 percentile 2 will give the remainder as 1. So this is not matching. So it will not be printed. Okay, I will not be printed in this case. Now I will become 8. 8 greater than 0 is true. 8 percentile 2, 2 for the 8, 0 is a reminder. Now the condition is matching. So we'll go inside and print 8. Like this guys, only even numbers will be printed from 10 to that range. Okay. Now let's run this guys. Let's run this code to see whether only the even numbers are getting printed or not. I'll simply say node demo.js, and you see 10 8 6 4. You see only the even numbers got printed. 10 8 6 4 2 got printed. Okay, 10 8 6 4 2. Okay, like this guys, you can modify the logic guys to get whatever you want, but ultimately this is a while loop guys, which will iterate this set or block of code which is there inside the while body until this condition is true. Until this condition is true, this block of code will be executed. Fine, in simple terms. And what else? Yeah. Okay, guys. And it's not compulsory that you have to give decrement or increment this value of I by 1, or you can even increment by 2, decrement by 2, up to you guys. Okay. If you don't want to use this logic for printing the values, okay, printing the even numbers from 10 to 1, whatever the even numbers in the range of 10 to 1, you can follow another process, guys. Initially, you will print 10 anyhow, but you will say I minus is equal to 2. Okay. So what happens guys, first 10 will be printed here. After that you are decrementing the value of I by 2. That means 10 minus 2 is 8. So 8 greater than 0 true. 8 will be printed. After 10, 8 is getting printed. Minus 2, 6 will be printed. Okay. Then 6 minus 2, 4. 4 greater than 0, 4 will be printed. Like this also it's possible guys. Okay. You can define your own logic. Okay. The way you want to print the even numbers, you can decide. Okay. It's up to you. Either you can go with the first way where you can put an if statement inside the while loop, or you can decrement the value of I by 2. Any of this logic will give you the same result where you are printing the even numbers. Okay, this is the while loop guys, simple terms. Hope guys you got some confidence in how to write the while loop now. Now let's go with the next iterative statement or looping statement, that is do while loop. Okay, so there's small difference between the while loop and do while loop. But first let's run the do while loop. After that I'll explain the difference between the while loop and do while loop. Okay, how to create the do while loop? Similar to while loop guys, we have to create a variable here, int I is equal to 1, let's say. Sorry, again I am writing in where I is equal to 1. In JavaScript you cannot specify and declare any particular variable with the data type. That's in Java it's possible guys. In Java you can provide int, but in JavaScript you cannot provide that. Okay, int is not recognized in JavaScript. You have to provide where, though the JavaScript looks almost similar to Java, but it's not same guys, so be aware of that. Okay, you have to declare the variable I with where. Okay, after that we'll write the do while loop. Do while loop, the syntax will be like this guys. Okay, do, here the condition will be at the end guys. Okay, the do keyword will be at the beginning of this do while loop. Do while loop body, this is at the end, you will have the while loop. Okay, while condition will be there. You can put a semicolon if you want, and here just say I less than or equal to 10. Okay, so whatever the program I am trying to demonstrate now guys, you will not see any difference between the while loop and do while loop. Okay, because the program is like that. Okay, so if I print console dot log of, I'll print I guys, I'll simply print I, and I'll say I plus plus. Okay, so you'll get the same values guys. Okay, the values from 1 to 10 will be printed with this do while loop also. But what is the difference between while and do while? I'll come to that later. Okay, so let's see how this do while loop is working. I is equal to 1, initially I is equal to 1. Here any condition is there to enter into the do while loop? There is no condition here. So we'll directly enter into the do while loop. But in while loop, for the first time also, okay, we have to check the condition. If the condition is satisfying only, we'll enter into the while loop. But in do while loop, it's not like that guys. Okay, for the first iteration, the condition will not be checked because the condition is not there at the beginning of the do while do while loop. The condition in the do while loop is at the end. So it's like no one is stopping at you at the security gate kind of. Okay, so in the case of do while loop, no one is stopping you at the security gate. Okay, in the beginning. Okay, so I is equal to 1, but while you are exiting, things will be checked. Okay, but in while loop, when you are entering into the while block only, a security check will be there, a condition will be verified. But in do while loop, No checking is done in the beginning, but checking is done at the end. Okay, kind of difference. I is equal to 1. Here no condition is checked, so we'll directly go inside the do while loop. Okay, we'll directly go inside the do while loop, and here I will be printed as it is. Okay, first I1 will be printed, guys. 1 will be straightforward printed, and I will become 2, guys. Okay, here I will become 2 incremented by 1, so I will become 2, and 2 less than or equal to 10. True or false? It's true. Again, the loop will be iterated where 2 will be printed. Here I will become 3. 3 is also true. Then I will become 4. I will become 5, 6, 7, then 8, then 9. Finally, when I becomes 10, 10 is less than or equal to 10 is still true. Again, we'll go inside the do while loop, and 10 will also be printed. And when I becomes 11, 11 less than or equal to 10 is false, so we'll come out of the do while loop. But same output you will get, guys. Only the difference is here the condition is not checked in the beginning, but in do while loop the condition is checked at the end. Okay, that's the basic difference between the while loop and do while loop. Anyhow, let me run this code to see that we are getting the same output, that is 1 to 10 will be printed. You see 1 to 10 got printed, that's fine. But to give the difference, guys, okay, for example, if the value of I is not 1, okay, that is the value of I is straightforwardly 15. In this case, guys, in this case, what will happen with do while loop? What will happen with the do while loop if the I is 15? Straightforward. So here I is 15, guys. So still there is no condition being checked here. So console.log of I, here 15 will be already printed, okay, because there is no security check or condition done at the beginning of the do while loop. I will be printed as it is, that is 15 will be printed. I will become 16 now. 16 is less than or equal to 10 is false, so will come out of the while loop. But 15 is already printed because of this do while loop, guys. Let's run this. You see, if I run this code, guys, you will see that 15 will be printed in the output. Okay, you see 15 got printed. But let me change this to while loop. Okay, you'll see the difference. Okay, same example. Okay, I'm just moving this while condition to the beginning, guys. Okay, I'll just moving this while condition to the beginning. While, okay, like this. In this case, will 15 will be printed. In case of do while loop, even though I was 15, you entered into the do while loop, and 15 got printed in the output like this. But in case of while loop, will 15 will be printed. You see, here I is 15, 15 less than or equal to 10. The condition is being checked in the beginning of the loop itself. Before we enter into the loop only, the condition is being checked by the while loop. Hence, will not enter into the while loop, and nothing will be printed, guys. Hope, guys, at least once do while loop will be executed. But while loop, if condition is false for the first time, do while loop will be executed at least once. But if the condition is false for the first time, while loop will not be executed even once. Okay, that's the difference. That's the main difference between the while loop and do while loop, guys. Do while loop will iterate at least once, despite of being the condition being false, because the condition is being checked at the end of the loop. But coming to the while loop, the condition is checked at the beginning of the loop. Hence, if the condition is false for the first time, the loop will not execute even once. Okay, that's the difference, guys. That's the difference between the while loop and do while loop. You see, nothing got printed in the output because the condition is checked in the beginning, and the condition is has become false, and the while loop has not iterated or looped even once. Okay, that's the difference between the while loop and do while loop, guys. Nothing much. Now the other one is for loop, guys. Okay, the other one is the for loop, guys. Okay, so here I'll just go back. This is a code for the while loop, right? But what is the difference between the while loop and for loop here? Okay, in terms of the syntax, what is the difference between the while loop and for loop? Here, guys, if you clearly observe, there are three things happening in this while loop already. Here, what is happening in this statement is in declaration and initialization is happening here. Okay, declaration and initialization. Okay, simply we can call this as initialization for now. Declaration and initialization is happening here, and at this statement the condition is there. Okay, at this statement condition is checked in the while loop, and here in this statement, guys, in this statement, okay, incrementing or decrementing is done. Okay, incrementation or decrementation of this variable is done. Okay, incrementing or decrementing is done in this statement. Three things are happening at three different location in case of the while loop. But in case of for loop, guys, okay, in case I'll convert this while loop into for loop, guys, where declaration, initialization, condition, and incrementation, decrementation will happen in a single line in for loop, guys. That's the main difference between the while loop and for loop. If you write a for loop, guys, okay, if you write a for loop, you see, I'll just take one on one. So here I'll say where I is equal to 15. I'll change it to 1, guys. Okay, just to make it work, guys, I have to change it to 1, right? So it will print numbers from 1 to 10. Okay, so I'll just change, I'll copy this, guys. Okay, I'll copy this statement, and I'll just remove this statement as it is and paste it here. Okay, initialization part came here. Now here Second part, what is the second part? Second part is the condition part. Okay, I'm just taking out the condition part from here and pasting it here. I'll put a semicolon, and now third section will come where the incrementation and decrementation will happen. Here you don't have to put any semicolon at the end. Sorry, let me go back. Put a semicolon here. Just take this out, and here put the last one. Okay, here this is the declaration and initialization. Second thing is the condition. Third thing is the incrementation or decrementation, and this is the beginning of the for loop and it's the ending of the for loop. Just remove the while loop now. Okay, you see this simple the for loop is. Okay, this much simple the for loop is. In case of while loop, you have to declare and initialize a variable somewhere outside the while loop, and in the beginning of the while loop you have to put a condition like this, and inside the while loop you have to provide the incrementation or decrementation. Most probably a lot of people will forget this incrementation decrementation in the while loop. Okay, but coming to the for loop, there is no way of forgetting, guys, because we know that there are three sections here. We'll declare and initialize here in the first section. Second section we'll put the condition, and here third section will increment or decrement. Okay, so that's how the for loop is reduce the number. For loop will reduce the number of lines, and at the same time it will simplify the process, and you will not forget the incrementation decrementation also. Those are some advantages of the for loop. Anyhow, if I say simply say the same statement, I'll write as console.log of I. Okay, no difference. This simple thing will print the numbers from 1 to 10, guys. Okay, this simple code, 3 lines of code will print the numbers from 1 to 10. In case of while loop, you have to write like five lines of code, but in case of for loop, just 3 lines is enough, because you are moving the declaration, initialization, condition, and incrementation or decrementation into a single line in for loop. Okay, that's the only difference, guys. Okay, now guys, how this for loop will get executed? Okay, how the for loop will get executed? So I'll do one thing. I'll just take a screenshot of this, guys. Intentionally, I'm zooming it out. Okay. So intentionally, I'm zooming this for loop, guys. I'll just zoom out again. Let me take the screenshot of this first so that I can explain. Okay. Okay, guys. So this is a for loop, guys. Okay. This is a for loop. Let me draw this. Okay. Just see here, guys, what's happening. Just see here. So when you are executing the for loop, how the execution will happen? Okay. When you are executing the for loop, how the execution will happen? First thing is that, guys. Okay. First thing is execution will start from the this part. Okay, when the for loop is getting executed, this is the first point, guys. Okay, this is the first thing that will happen where the variable will be declared and will be initialized. Okay, this is the first one. Okay, this is number one. This is number, otherwise I'll just remove this. It's the number one. Okay, first activity. After this, what will happen? Second one will be this one. Okay, condition will be checked. First variable will be declared and initialized, and second thing is, this is the second thing. Okay, the condition will be checked. The condition will be checked. So here I is declared and initialized with 1. So 1 is less than or equal to 10 is true, right? True, right? So once this condition is true, we'll go inside the for loop. Okay, we'll go inside the for loop. This is number 3 now. Okay, this is number 3 now. Now once the for loop got executed, that means the value of I got printed, that is 1 will be printed in the output. After that, immediately the control will go to I plus plus. Okay, the control will go back to I plus plus. Okay, this increment decrement part it will go, and this is like 4, you can say, right? This one you can say as 4. Okay, this is 4. Now I plus plus will happen. So I was 1, now I will become 2. Again from here, the control will go to the condition directly. Okay, the control will go to the condition directly, and this is 5, guys. Okay, this is 5. This is 5. Okay, so here 2 is less than or equal to 10. True again. So we'll go inside and 2 will be printed. Then again, this same repetition will happen, guys. Okay, between the iteration and incrementation, decrementation, and condition. Only these two things will be checked repeatedly. Okay, so let me go back clearly. Go back. Okay, so let's revise whatever I explained just now. So first thing is that, guys. First thing is we'll start from here, guys. Okay, okay. This is the first point. Number 1. Okay, I will be declared and initialized. After that, we'll jump here. Condition will be checked. This is the second one. After the condition got checked, if the condition becomes true, we'll go inside the for loop, and value of I got printed anyhow. 1 will be printed, and here will come here at the end of the for loop, and from here directly we'll jump to the incrementation decrementation part. Okay, we'll directly jump to the incrementation decrementation part, and this will come as 3 here. Okay, the 3 you can consider it as a third step, first step, second step, and after the for loop got executed, increment and decrementation is the third step. Okay, now from here again, after incrementation, we'll go to this condition. Okay, this is the fourth step. Okay, this is the fourth step. Okay, this is the fourth step. So 2 is less than or equal to 10. Again 2 will be printed. Condition is 2. 2 will be printed. At the end of the for loop, again we'll go to incrementation. I will become 3. Condition will be checked. 3 less than or equal to 10. Again true. 3 will be printed. Again we'll go at the end of the for loop. We will go to the increment decrementation. I will become 4. 4 less than or equal to 10. This keeps on repeating between the incrementation and condition, guys. Okay. Only in the first step we'll declare and initialize. After that we'll not go back to this. Okay. This step is only performed in the beginning, guys. After that the things will happen between the condition and iteration. Okay, condition, loop and iteration, condition, loop and iteration, like that, guys. Okay, hope you are able to understand how the for loop works in real time. Okay, okay, this will happen only for one time during the starting. During the start, this declaration and initialization happens. After that the control will go to condition. From the condition the iteration will happen like this, guys. The flow will be like this. Okay, incrementation, decrementation, incrementation, condition, condition to the for loop, the condition is satisfied, again for loop, again the same cycle will be iterated. Okay, from iteration again iteration to condition. Okay, this keeps on going until the condition becomes false. Until this particular condition becomes false, the for loop will get iterated, guys. Hope you are able to understand how the for loop works now. Now let me zoom out. Go back to the original state. Yeah, this is the original state. Fine, guys. Now see, guys, now you understood, right? First this declaration and initialization will happen. After that the condition will be checked. After that we'll go inside the for loop if the condition is true, and then after the for loop got executed, then incrementation or decrementation. After that again condition. After that for loop, and after that incrementation, decrementation, again condition. It keeps on going until the condition becomes false. So let's see how this particular example is working. So initially we are declaring the variable I and assigning it or initializing it with value 1. So I is 1, guys. So after this I became 1. Now I 1 less than or equal to 10 is 2. And since the condition is true, we'll go inside the for loop and we'll print 1 here. 1 will be printed. Then from here, after the end of the for loop, we'll directly jump to the incrementation decrementation part where I plus plus I'll become 2. From here, incrementation decrementation, we jump to the condition. 2 less than or equal to 10 is again true. Since it is true, we'll go inside the for loop and here we'll print 2 here. Here we'll print 2. Then at the end of the for loop, again incrementation decrementation 3, 3 less than, like that it will keep on going as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now finally I becomes 10 and 10 less than equal to 10 is 2 and 10 will be printed here. Again I will become 11 here. 11 less than equal to 10 is false. Then we'll come out to the for loop. Okay, this is how we have to use the for loop, guys. Okay, this is how the for loop works. Let's run the for loop, guys. Let's run the for loop to see whether it is printing the values from 1 to 10 or not. So simply say node demo.js. You see the numbers from 1 to 10 got printed. And if you want to use the for loop to print the numbers from 10 to 1, so you have to change few things, guys. So you have to declare this variable I and initialize with I with 10. And here you have to change the condition to I greater than 0. And here you have to say I minus minus. Okay. So it will print from 10 to 1, guys. Okay, simple. Initially I is 10. 10 is greater than 0 is true. So 10 will be printed. Then I minus minus 10 will become 9. 10 will become 9. I will become 9. Then 9 greater than 0 is true. 9 will be printed after 10. It keeps on going until, okay, till I is equal to 1, it will be printed. When I becomes 0, 0 less than 0 greater than 0 is false and will come out of the for loop. Okay, so let's run this code, guys. Let's run this code. I'll say clear and say node demo.js. You see 10 to 1 will be printed. Okay, you can same way, guys. While loop, do while loop, for loop. For loop is the simplest form, right? Most of the people use for loop, guys. Okay, or if it is possible to decide which loop we have to use, like while loop or do while loop or for loop, most of the people use for loop. And if in case only while loop is required, then only they will not use for loop, but then they will go to while loop. But most of the cases, a lot of people use for loop, okay, for iteration or looping purpose. Out of all the 3 loops, there is a possibility where you can use either while loop or do while loop or for loop for the same thing. It's possible. Then in that case, people prefer for loop, okay, over while and do while loop. That's what. But coming to the for in and for off, guys, I'll be demonstrating these things or explaining and practically showing you how to use for in and for off after I explain the topics like arrays and objects in the series. Okay. For now, we are done with the looping statements as part of the control flow statements in JavaScript. So, so hope guys you understood all the different looping statements or iterative statements available in JavaScript and how to use them. Okay, effectively. Fine. Now, in the next session, guys, we'll move on to the next type of control flow statements, that is jump statements in JavaScript. Okay, there are 2 jump statements, break and continue. I'll demonstrate them in the next session. Fine. I'll demonstrate this break and continue jump statements in the next session. For now, we are done with the looping statements in this session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 15 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about break and continue statements in JavaScript. So let's get started. First of all, what exactly are these break and continue statements? Break and continue statements fall into the jump statements category in the control flow statements in JavaScript. That means these break and continue statements, when used inside the JavaScript code, will change or alter the execution of the code. So now let me practically demonstrate these break and continue statements one by one. Firstly, we'll go with the break statement. Now let's understand what is break statement. Break statement, when used inside the loops, like looping statements like for loop or while loop or do while loop, any type of loop, when it occurs, okay, when this break statement occurs inside any of these loops, it will kick you out of the loop. That means you will completely come out of the loop, okay. So now let me practically demonstrate this break statement inside the loops for you. So I'll go to this Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample demo.js, that is JavaScript file. Now let me create a for loop, okay, just to make your understanding easy with the break statement. You can go with the for loop. Okay, I'm creating a for loop, guys. So the last session I explained about different loops, guys, how to create different loops in JavaScript. So for loop was also explained in the last session. So in the for loop, the first section will be the declaration and initialization of the variable like this, okay, where I is equal. The second section will be the condition, guys, where you will be checking. Let's say I want to print the values from 1 to 10. So for that, I will be writing the for loop like where I is equal to 1, the first section. And second section is about the condition. And third section is about the incrementation or decrementation. Okay. Like this, 3 sections are there. Now, here, what I will do is I will simply say console.log of, okay. I'll say console.log of I. Now what I will do here is, I'll say if, okay. So if I run this code, guys, if I run this simple for loop, what will happen? I'm not writing any break statement inside this for loop, guys. But if I run this for loop, what will happen generally? It will print the values from 1 to 10, simple, right? The for loop will work like that. It will print the values from 1 to 10, okay? So here, if I run the code like node demo.js, it will run the code and print the values from 1 to 10. That's fine. But let's say I'll write some statement here saying if, okay, if I is equal to 5, then simply I'm saying I'm writing a break statement. Okay, if this condition is satisfied, if I is equal to 5, okay, the one of the iteration, the value of I will become 5, right? In that case, if it matches, then the break statement will be executed. And when the break statement is executed, guys, will completely come out of the for loop, guys. Okay, no matter what, will completely come out of the for loop. So let me clear this output now, and let me drag it down so that you can see the code properly. Now, guys, let's focus on this. What will happen? So initially I is 1, guys, right? And the beginning of the for loop, the value of I is 1. The condition will be checked 1 less than or equal to 10 is 2. If the condition is 2, we'll go inside the for loop. Okay, we'll go inside the for loop. And here the if statement will be checked. So 1 is equal to 5. I current value of I is 1. So 1 is equal to 5 is false. So this break statement will not be executed. So I will be printed as 1 here. 1 will be printed. Now I will become 2. 2 less than or equal to 10 is also 2. And this is not also not true. So the break statement will not be executed, and here 2 will be printed. Similarly, 3 will be printed, 4 will be printed. When I becomes 5, this condition is true and will go inside the for loop, and 5 is equal to 5, matching now. And because of that, since the condition of this if statement is true, we'll go inside the if block, and this break statement will get executed. The moment the break statement got executed, will come out of the for loop. That means after printing 1, 2, 3, 4, when the I became 5 here, the condition match, and this break statement has kicked us out of the for loop. No matter how many iterations are pending, doesn't matter, guys. We are simply kicked out of the for loop. That's it. Okay. So only the values from 1 to 4 will be printed. When I became 5, we were kicked out of the for loop. That's it. Okay. Let's run this code. Node demo.js. You see, 1, 2, 3, 4 will be printed. Okay. Only 1, 2, 3, 4 got printed. Okay. When I became 5, we got kicked out of the for loop, because the break statement which is there inside this if statement of this for loop got executed and we are kicked out of the for loop. That's how the break statement will work, guys. What if I put continue statement here in place of the break statement? If I put the continue statement, what will happen? Okay, unlike break statement, guys, break statement will completely kick you out of the get you out of the for loop or any other loop, while loop or do while loop or any loop, okay, when it got executed. But continue is not like break. Okay, it will only skip or cancel the current iteration in the loop, not kick you completely out of the loop that it got executed. Rather, only the current iteration will be cancelled. Okay, only the current iteration will be cancelled, guys. Next iteration of that particular loop will still continue. Okay, you can see that in action now. Come back here. I just simply modified this break to the continue statement. Now in this case, what will happen is when I is equal to 1 2 3 4, till here no problem, guys, that will be printed. And when I became 5, this condition was matching and continue statement got executed, and the current iteration will be skipped from here itself. Okay, the current iteration will be skipped, guys. This statement will not be executed anymore and simply will be taken to I plus plus. The next iteration will start where I will become 6. So again, condition is 2, 6 less than or equal to 10. This will not match, so here 6 will be printed. You see immediately after 4, 5 is not getting printed because the current iteration got cancelled and we jumped down to 6. Okay, then 7, true again, 7 will be printed, and 8 9 10. Okay, 8 9 10, like this, guys. Okay, hope you are able to understand the how the continue statement works. Okay, continue statement when it gets executed will skip the current iteration only. It will not kick you out of the loop. Instead, it will skip or cancel the current iteration only, where when it skipped the current iteration or cancel the current iteration, at that time the value of I was 5, and that 5 didn't get printed. So apart from 5, all the values from 1 to 10 got printed, guys, will be printed. Okay, now let me run this code, guys, so that we can see the same output, the continue statement also. Like I'll say node demo dot. Yes, you see, uh, 1 2 let me drag it up so that you can see the proper output, guys. 1 2 3 4. After 4, 5 is not coming because the current iteration or got cancelled or skipped, and after that the next iterations got continued, like 6 7 8 9 10 got printed. Okay, so hope, guys, you understood how to use the break and continue statements in JavaScript and how they alter or change the flow of the execution of the code in JavaScript. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 16 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about functions in JavaScript. So let's get started. First of all, what exactly are functions? Functions are nothing but a block of statements or code. Okay, functions are nothing but a block or group of statements or code which can be executed together to perform a specific task. Fine. So this is the definition for the functions, guys. Now let me explain this definition in a practical manner, or more better manner, I can say. Functions are nothing but a block of statements or code which can be executed together to perform a specific task. For example, guys, I want to create a function which contains a block of statements or code. When that particular function is executed, it should perform a specific task like addition of the numbers. Okay. For that, if I talk about the syntax in JavaScript to create a function, the syntax will look something like this, guys. We will be using a keyword. Okay, in order to create a function in JavaScript, we'll be using a keyword known as function keyword, followed by the name of the function. Okay, followed by the name of the function. Let's say add. Add is the name of the function, and here after the name we have to provide some circular brackets, guys. Okay, this will become a function now. Function having the name as add, and this is the starting point of the function, and this is the ending point of the function. So this is the body of the function. Inside the body of the function, we can write the code. Okay, statement 1. Okay, statement 1, statement 2. We can write a block of statements or code inside the function. Statement 3, like this, and so on. Okay, the function contains a group of or block of statements or code. Fine. Now, when this particular function is called, okay, when this particular function is called, then only the function will be executed. If you don't call this function, we have to call this function, guys. We have to call this function. How to call this function? With the help of the function name. Here, what is the function name? Add is a function name, right? So we have to write something like this in the JavaScript. we have to write the name of the function like this, and this will become the calling statement for this function. When this particular statement is written and executed, this statement will call this function. And when this function got executed, it will perform a specific task. What is the specific task in case of this particular function, guys? When when this particular function is executed, it will perform a specific task like addition, okay, addition of numbers, etc. Okay, like that, guys. Now, hope guys you understood what exactly is a function now, right? Function is nothing but a block of statements or code which can be executed together to perform a specific task. But in order for this particular function to be executed, we have to call the function using this function calling statements. And when the function gets executed, it will perform a specific task. In this case, the function is performing a task like addition of the numbers. Hope guys you got some clarity about functions now. Okay, so now, but what is the purpose, guys? Okay, why we have to create functions, and why we have to put some block of statements inside the function, and when the function get executed, when the function get executed, a specific task is performed and all those stuff. Why we have to really create a function to perform a specific task? The one and number one, okay, the number one reason for creating the functions is reusability, guys. Okay, the number one reason for creating the functions and grouping a block of statements to perform a specific task is to achieve something known as reusability. That means, let's say you have to frequently perform addition of numbers. Okay, let's say you have to frequently perform addition of numbers. For that, you don't have to write this block of statements multiple times, right? Right? If you don't have any function, let's say, if you don't have any function, you need to write this block of statements multiple times in your JavaScript code. And every time you have to perform addition of some new numbers, you have to write the code. Okay, this one has to be repeated multiple times. But instead, if you create a function, you just need to call this function, guys, right? You just need to call this function to perform the operation. That means you are not writing this code again and again. So you will soonly understand how the reusability will come into picture in my practical demonstrations in this session, guys. But for now, understand the major and the number one advantage of using or functions, creating functions in JavaScript or any other programming language is to achieve the reusability. Okay, this is a major advantage. By the end of the session, you'll understand clearly what exactly is reusability is. But for now, just understand that the advantage of creating or using the functions in any programming language is for the major reason is reusability. Okay, fine. So this is the theoretical part about the functions, guys. But now let's move on to the practical demonstrations where we'll create the actual functions in JavaScript and try to execute them. Okay. So I'll first start with a very basic function, guys. Okay, very basic function. When you call that particular function, right, it will simply print hello text. Okay, when I call this particular basic function, it should simply print hello text. So for that, guys, I'll launch Visual Studio Code. Okay, I'll just launch the Visual Studio Code, and inside the Visual Studio Code, I'll first create a JavaScript file. Okay, I'll just delete this existing JavaScript file and create a fresh one. Here I'll click on this new file and create a fresh file, say demo.js. Okay, and here I'll be writing some code, guys. Okay, I'll be writing some code. So first of all, I'll write a function, guys. Directly I'll create a function. I already told you, right, the syntax of the function in JavaScript. We have to use a keyword known as function keyword followed by the name of the function. Say hello. Okay, you can, this is my user defined name, guys. Okay, you can give any name here. Let's say hello is the name of the function I'm giving. Say hello. And what should happen when this particular function is called? I'm writing a group or block of code inside this say hello function. I'll simply say console.log. When this particular function is called, it should print in the output hello. Okay, hello, just hello, guys, nothing much. Now, guys, if I run this code, will this function will work? Okay, if I run this code, will the function will be executed and hello will be printed in the output? It will not, guys. Okay, it will not be executed. Function will not be executed. You see here, I'm trying to execute this JavaScript file which is having this function created, but this function will not be executed. So if I run this node demo.js, you see nothing will happen. You see nothing got printed in the output. The reason here is, in order for a particular function to be executed, you have to call it, guys. Okay, you have to call the function. How to call the function? Simple, guys. Copy paste this up to here. Okay, name of the function followed by circular brackets is enough. Put a semicolon here. Okay, this is a function calling statement. Okay, so this is a function calling statement. That means when you write this kind of statement, this statement will call the function, and then only the code that is there inside the function will be executed. If you don't call the function explicitly like this, the function will not be executed and you will not get any output like this. Okay, now let me run again. This time it will run, guys. Okay, this time the function will be called and hello will be printed in the output. You see, now demo.js, you see hello got printed because this function calling statement has called this function or invoked this function, and hence this function got executed and the code inside the function got executed. Because of the code inside the function got executed, we got hello printed in the output. So guys, that's a very basic example. Okay, basic function I demonstrated now. Okay, now let's go to some advanced functions, guys. Not advanced, so much advanced, but okay, we'll go step by step, understanding how we can create different type of functions and all. So here, guys, this particular function is not intaking any data. Okay, we are simply calling the function, but we are not passing any data to this function. Okay, but whenever we call this function, the function is getting executed, and okay, the code inside the function is getting executed, and we can see the output and all the stuff, right? But this particular function is not intaking any data. Can we create some functions which can intake some data? Yes. Okay, let's say, guys, I'll just modify this function, guys, so that it can take some name. Okay, let's say first name. I'm just giving some parameter here. This is called as a parameter, guys. Whatever I'm trying to give here is a parameter. Okay, if this particular function has to say take some data from outside, okay, if this particular function has to collect some data from outside, when it is called, we can pass this data, guys. Okay, so in order to make this function receive such kind of data from outside, you have to create something known as parameter. You can create multiple parameters, guys, but for now I'm creating only one parameter, that is first name parameter. So whatever I created inside this function, inside the circular brackets, is nothing but a parameter, guys. We generally call that as a parameter. Okay, only one parameter is there now. Now, guys, same function, say hello function, but it has a parameter. It is intaking some data. Okay, it's intaking some data. Now I want to print that first name. Okay, I want to print that first name, so I can say plus. Just give this first name here, guys. Just give this first name here. So what happens is, I'll just give a space also, guys. Space hello. Whatever the name that is received, that will be appended with this particular text. Okay, whatever the name you are passing to this say hello function, that name will be appended to the hello. This time it will not simply print hello. It will print hello, whatever the name you passed. If I pass Arun, it will say hello Arun. Okay, kind of. Okay, I'm just going in the direction. So this will not work anymore, guys. Okay, if you run this program right now, this will not work. This statement will not work because, okay, because this function that you are calling here, you are not passing any data. If you are not passing any data, this function will not be called. Okay, now the definition of this particular function got changed a bit, where this particular function is taking some data, but if you are calling the function without passing the data, this function will not be called, guys. Just try here. Just try here. Say node demo.js. You see hello undefined is there. That means when you are not passing anything, it's taking undefined. Okay, it's not taking any data, and it's assuming undefined because you didn't pass anything. It's proper. It's not a proper output, right? It's not a proper output. Fine. Now what I will do is I'll just give a proper name. Okay, I'll pass a proper name, guys. Let's say I'll pass Arun this time. You see, we'll get a proper output this time. So I'll just clear it out and say node demo.js, and if I run this, guys, this time Arun will be passed. Okay, Arun data will be passed to this first name, and hello first name will be printed. Okay, earlier hello undefined was printed because you are not passing anything, but this time you are passing the data. Okay, so this Arun here is called as an argument, guys. Okay, argument. So from the function calling statements, we are passing the arguments, and the function is receiving these arguments, that is data, into these parameters, and using this parameter inside the function code. Okay, inside the function code. Now let's see, this will happen in a proper way, guys. Run this. You see hello Arun got printed. Hello Arun got printed. Hello Arun got printed. Fine. Now if you pass a different name, let's say, can you call this function multiple times? The same function can you call it multiple times? Yes, guys, it's possible. So here I'll copy paste this statement, and this time instead of passing Arun, right, I'll pass Varun. Okay. The first statement I am passing Arun. So this function will be called with Arun. Hello Arun will be done. After that, I am calling the same function for the second time by passing the different name, say Varun. So it will say hello Varun. And still I can call it multiple times, guys. Okay. The same function can be called any number of times. There is no limit. Okay. I'm just giving Tarun here. Okay. Now let's run this clear. Node demo.js. You see, hello Arun, hello Varun, hello Tarun. How many times the function got called here? 3 times. We called this function 3 times, guys. Every time we pass it a different argument, and okay, every time we call the function, we called with a different argument. Okay, like Arun, Varun, Tarun. So this function got called 3 times in this particular program. Fine. So this is like single parameter program. Okay, single parameter function, guys. We'll explore more, guys. Okay, we'll explore more. Let's now create a function which intakes 2 numbers and prints the sum of the intaken values when called. Okay, so let's create a function, guys. Instead of this function, I'll create another function which will intake 2 parameters, not 1 parameter, more than 1 parameter. Function. I'll just call this function as addition or add function, which will intake 2 parameters, a comma b. Okay, you can give the parameter names as simple as like a comma b, or you can say number 1 comma number 2, anything you feel. Okay, anything you feel, guys. Number 1 comma number 2, whatever it is. Okay, whatever you feel, just give the names of the parameters here. And here console.log of, simply I will say number 1 plus number 2. Okay, number 1 plus number 2. So, or you can make this a more better way. So how? Instead of writing like this, you can write like this. Uh, okay, where. So guys, better to give the declarations also. Where I forgot in the last session. Okay, so here you are not able to give where, right? Can you understand that? So we should not be giving the where here. Just remove that. Only inside the function we can give the where. Okay, so here by default they are like parameters, guys. Okay, don't give the where kind of thing there. Here say where sum is equal to number 1 plus number 2. Okay, number 1 plus number 2. Fine. So here we gave where sum is equal to number 1 plus number 2, and now here I'll say console.log of sum. Okay, console.log of sum. Now I'll call this function, guys. I'll call this function. How to call the function? I'll simply say add, and I'll pass the values, guys. Let's say 3 comma 5. 3 comma 5. And when I run this program, clear, okay, clear node demo.js. When I run this, you see you are getting the output as 8 printed here. I can write a proper text here, guys. Sum of, okay, the sum of plus num1 and the sum of num1 and num2 is colon, just provide colon here, say plus sum. Here we are using the plus operator for appending the text with the numbers. Okay, text with the numbers, right? Text with the variables, you can say. In order to append this text with the variables and all, we have to use this plus operator here. Plus is not for addition here, it's for appending, concatenation. It's acting as a concatenation operator here. Okay. Okay, guys, now let's run this code. Okay, so you'll get a better output here. So instead of getting only 8 printed here, if I say node demo.js, you'll get sum of 3 and 5 is 8. It's a better output, right? Like this you can achieve. You can call this function any number of times. You can pass 4 comma 5 this time, and it will give you a, it will call the function with different values this time, and it will print proper output. So sum of 3 and 5 is 8, sum of 4 and 5 is 9. Like this you'll get the output. So here this particular function is intaking 2 numbers, guys, and is printing the sum of the intaken values when called. Similarly, functions can return data also. Okay, it's not only will take the data inside, but also functions can return the data also. Okay, in return it will return the data also. How the functions can return the data? Let me explain. So here in this example, guys, in whatever example I have given, okay, this particular function is intaking the data in the form of number 1 and number 2, okay, and performing the operation and printing there itself, right? Operating on the numbers and printing the sum there itself. But I don't want this print statement to be here. Rather, this function need to return this sum, okay? So what we can do is, I'll just remove this part, okay? This function has to return the sum. Instead of printing the sum of these two given numbers here itself, I want to return the sum, okay? We have to use a keyword inside the function known as return, followed by the whatever the thing you want to return. I want to return the sum of these numbers, okay? So whenever this function is called, this function is not only taking the data, but also is returning something back, okay? So when you call add of 3 comma 5, when you hover the mouse, guys, you see this function is returning, okay? This function is returning this sum, guys, okay? So what we have to do here, we have to create something like this, guys. We can say where, okay, sum1 is equal to, like this you have to say, and you can print it out here, console.log of, okay, sum of, okay, sum of, okay, sum of, otherwise we'll say, we'll directly print sum1, guys, okay? We'll directly print sum1, console.log of sum1. And here also, when you call this function, okay, when you call this function is called, it's performing some operation and it is returning you some data. That data will be returned to this calling statement, and we have to capture the data into a variable, say, let's say sum2, and we have to print the data, console.log of sum2, okay, like this, console.log of sum1, console.log of sum2, like this we can print. Now run this code, clear node demo.js. You see 8 and 9 got printed. So this particular statement is calling the function, and while calling the function, it's passing 3 to this number 1, 5 is passed to the number 2, and the operation is done on 3 and 5, and the sum is being returned by the function back. That sum we are collecting into a variable and printing here. Simple. Okay. That sum we are collecting here and printing here. Fine. Okay. That's how we can do it. Okay. Next thing is how the functions can return the data also, guys. Not only intake the data, but also they can return the data. Now the last one, guys. Okay. Till now, I was demonstrating the functions, okay, separately, right? I am writing the code for the functions in separate JavaScript file, and I am running that file using the node.js, right? Here I am, by writing the node.js commands, we are able to run the functions code in the JavaScript separately. But guys, let's try to execute the JavaScript functions from the HTML code, okay? Now let's try to execute the JavaScript functions from the HTML code. How that is possible? How that is possible? Let me demonstrate. So firstly, I'll be demonstrating the function which can change the color of the text based on the button that gets clicked. Okay, we'll create a page, guys, which will contain all the different buttons. When you click on the red button, let's say the paragraph text should on the page, same page should change to red color. Okay, there may be another button like green button. When you click on the green button, the paragraph text that is displayed on the page should change to green color. Like that, we have to. I would like to demonstrate, guys. Okay, practically how that is possible with the help of the functions. I'm going to demonstrate that. For that, guys, I'll open the Visual Studio Code IDE and simply delete this file. It's already there now. Just delete this, and freshly I'll create a HTML file. Okay, because I'm going to demonstrate the functions, execution of the function from the HTML files now, not using the node.js. We are going to run the JavaScript functions using the HTML files. For that, I'll create a HTML file, demo HTML.html extension. Okay, demo HTML.html extension, guys. Press enter, and here I'll create a HTML file. Very basic format I'll create, guys. HTML head, and here body, and in the head I'll create a title. Okay, changing colors program, or changing colors is fine. Changing colors. Okay, and here in the body I'll create a paragraph, guys. Okay, a paragraph. When I click on the buttons, I already mentioned, right? When I click on the buttons, the text on the paragraph should change. Okay, paragraph text color should change. So that thing I'm trying to achieve. So that I'll create a paragraph first. Paragraph, and change the color of this text, okay, using the below buttons. I'll write like this, okay. Change the color of the text using the below buttons. And here to create the buttons, I'll use button tags, button slash button. Inside this, I'll give red button. Okay, I'll create multiple buttons like this, red button, 4 buttons I'll create, red button, green button, orange button, okay, or a red button, blue button, okay, finally blue button. 4 buttons I created this. Now, if I kind of run this code, you will see a web page having this paragraph text and having these 4 buttons. Okay, let me run this. Right click on this file and open with live server. Okay, you'll get the web page open from the Visual Studio itself. You see, change the color of this text using the below buttons, and we have 4 buttons: red, green, orange, and blue. If I click on the red button, for now nothing is happening, guys. We are going to implement functions for each and every button here. When you click on this button, a particular function need to be called, and that function should change the color of this text. That's what is the intention, guys. Okay, that's what is the intention. Nothing much. So go back, guys. Go back, and here, guys, what I will do here is I'll give some IDs, guys. Okay, I'll just give some ID for this paragraph. Say ID is equal to para1. For now, I'll give an ID attribute, say para1 for this, so that I can uniquely identify this paragraph. Okay. So these buttons, let the buttons be like this. Now let's create the functions. Okay, let's create the functions. So how to create the function? So here, guys, inside the head section, I'll create the script tags so that I can write the JavaScript code, as you already know. Script. Okay, inside the script tags, slash script I have to provide here. Otherwise, it will not take 1 minute. Slash script. Now it's gone. Inside the script tags, I'll write the code for the function. Say function change color function I am saying, and this function need to receive a parameter, guys, that is, okay, color text. Okay, color text. Which color we have to pass the color? You have to pass the color, right? So when I click on the red button, this red button should pass red color to this, so that the text, this particular text, should change to red color. Inside the function, I'll write the code which will change the color of the paragraph text. To change the color of the paragraph text, we have to locate this paragraph, guys. JavaScript locates this paragraph using the DOM, that is document dot get element by ID. What is the ID of that text, guys? Paragraph text para1. Just provide that para1 here inside the double quotes. Now, what should be changed here? For this paragraph, what should be changed? We have to change the color, right? As we already know, we have to use style dot color here. Okay, change the color of this paragraph. For changing the color of this any element, we have to use style dot color, guys, is equal to which color we have to change this color of the paragraph to? This part, whatever the color that this particular function is referring, right? That particular color, we have to change the color of the paragraph text to. Like this, I have written the function, guys. Now, the next thing is we need to call this function. Okay, if you run this code, nothing will happen, guys. Okay, when you run this code, nothing will happen. Okay, even though you click on the buttons, nothing will happen because the function is not called anywhere, right? The function is not called anywhere. But how to call this function? When you click on the button, this function should be called. When you click on the red button, this function need to be called, and red color should be passed here, and the color of the paragraph should change to red color. That's the intention. Further, guys, here inside the button can provide an attribute known as on click. Okay, there is an attribute known as on click, guys, using which when we click on this button, this particular function will be called. Okay, so I'll copy paste this function here as it is, and here pass in single quotes, guys. Already it's there in the double quote, so I'll pass inside single quotes. 1 minute. Okay, since this particular function name is already provided in double quotes, inside the function calling statements, I'll not provide the double quotes, guys. Instead, I'll provide the single quotes and pass the color of the text that has to be changed to when you click on this red button. Okay, when you click on the red button, okay, this particular function will be called, and with which argument? Red, and red will go and be passed into this parameter, and here it will change the color of the paragraph to which color? Color of this particular paragraph to which color? Red color, like that. Okay, similarly, write the same thing for remaining buttons, guys. On click is equal to change color of, say, red, green color, pass green color, guys. Okay, in this case. Now here also button on click is equal to change color of orange. Okay, you can change it to orange color. You just pass orange color here. Okay, finally the last button on click. You click on this button, call the function having the name change color name, and pass the color to that particular function as blue color. Okay, so that the paragraph text will change to blue color. Now it's auto saved, guys. I don't have to save every time because this program is auto saved. Auto save is selected here, so I'm not saving any every time. Just remember that. Now let me run the code, guys. Okay, so let's close this off. Okay, let's close that and run the code. Again, right click and say open with live server. Okay, the page came, guys. The page came. This time, guys, when I click on the red button, the paragraph text color is changing to red color, because when I click on this button, a function is being called which is changing the color of the paragraph to red color. Okay, when I click on the green button, the color of the text is getting changed to green color. When I click on the orange button, it's not happening, guys. There is some mistake in the code. Let's go back and check the mistake. On click, change color orange. Okay, maybe some mistake happened, guys. That's why it's not happening. Let's run this again. Anyhow, it's auto saved. Let me close this and run this again. Open with live server. Now it's open. Let's see, red color, green color, orange color, and blue color. Everything is working fine. Okay, everything is working fine. So guys, this is how we can run the JavaScript function from the HTML code. And there's another way, guys. I'll give one more example for running the JavaScript code from the HTML code. Okay, JavaScript functions from the HTML code. So this time, guys, I'm going to separate the JavaScript code from the HTML. Okay, here if you clearly observe, HTML code is there here in the same file, in the same HTML file, and also the JavaScript code is also there in the same HTML file. But I want to separate this. I would like to write the JavaScript code in a separate JavaScript file, and in the HTML code, I want to write in a separate HTML file. Okay, like that I want to do. What I can do. So what I will do is I'll just clear out all these sections, like okay, whatever I created, right? I'll just remove all this stuff. Okay, and I'll change the title. Okay, this is general basic okay, hierarchy of the HTML code, right? Okay, basic structure of the HTML code, HTML head and body and title. I'm going to give the title, guys, different title. So here what I want to achieve is in the next program is I would like to design the calculator program by using functions. Okay, I want to do some calculation operation like addition, multiplication, subtraction, and division. I want to do calculator. Okay, I'll simply give this as calculator, guys, calculator. And what I want to do is here on the body I'll give fields like input. Okay, type is equal to text. Okay, input type is equal to text. Placeholder is equal to so number 1. Okay, number 1 is a placeholder. I'll give one more input. The input type is equal to text, then placeholder is equal to, I'll give number 2. Okay, number 2 as a placeholder. Fine, 2 input fields I have given, guys. 2 input fields I have given. Now the next one is I have given 2 input fields, and I can give the labels also. Number 1, number 2 as a labels. That's okay. Number 2 as a labels, and here there are 2 text fields. Under that I'll create a button, guys. Button. Okay, I'll say add button. Okay, add button, and similarly I'll create other 4 buttons. 2, 3, 4. Add, subtract. Okay, multiplication and division. Okay, like this 4 categories I gave. addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. 4 categories I gave, guys. Number 1 and number 2, add, subtract, multiply and divide. Okay, 4 buttons. Fine. If I run this HTML code, guys, you will get this. Okay, so number 1, number 2, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. But now at this moment, if I click on this addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, nothing will happen, guys. Let me move this button to the next line. That will be better, right? Let me move this button to the next line. So I'll just add this br tags and again run this code. Refresh, you see, add, subtraction, multiplication, division went to the next line. And one more thing, guys. One more thing is, so what I want to do here is when I click on add, the result should be displayed somewhere, right? The result should be displayed somewhere, right? The addition of these two numbers should be displayed somewhere here. Further, guys, I'll do one thing here at the end of the buttons. I'll just give something like some label. I'll give result label. I'll give result colon, and I'll put a paragraph here. Okay, and I'll say id is equal to some para1. I'll say so here. I'm just putting this empty paragraph, guys, but when you get the result, I want to display the result as a paragraph text here. Here there is no text here, right? As you can see between the paragraph text, there is no text. That means this paragraph is empty. But when you click on the add button after performing the operation, okay, the result should be displayed in between the paragraph text. That's what I want to achieve. To achieve this, guys, we have to create functions for this add, subtraction, multiplication, and division. When you click on the add button, addition function need to be called, and the operation has to be performed on these two numbers that are entered into this number 1 and number 2 fields, and the result of the addition should be displayed as a paragraph text. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, so further, guys, I'm not going to create the JavaScript code in the same HTML file. Rather, I would like to create the JavaScript code as a separate file. So further, guys, anyhow we have to create the script tags. Okay, there is no other way to escape. Here I'll say type is equal to text is optional, guys. Text slash JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript followed by src. I'll give the location where the JavaScript file is available. I have to give. First, I'll create a JavaScript file. Say I'll say demo.js only, guys. Okay, I'm just giving a simple name like demo.js and press enter. And here I'll give the name as demo.js, simple. Okay, JavaScript file. This is here, guys. Since demo.js and HTML file are at the same location, in the same folder they are. That's why I'm giving the name of the file and the extension of the file directly here. But if in case the JavaScript file is at a different location from the HTML file, then you have to give the complete path of the JavaScript file here. Okay, fine. Now, anyhow, that's the thing. So you don't have to write any JavaScript code inside the same HTML file. Rather, you can create the JavaScript code here. Let's create some functions, guys. Okay, first function I'll create add function. Okay, this add function will receive some parameters. Say 2 parameters, a comma b, let's say. Okay, a comma b. Let's and it will perform the sum where sum is equal to a plus b and return the sum, guys. Okay, return the sum. This is one thing. And another function I'll create. I'll copy paste this function, guys. Multiple functions I'm creating here. Subtraction function. Here also a and b will be received, but a minus b. Okay, a minus b. And here sub. I'll say result, return result. I'll say here also I'll just give something like result and return result. Okay, result, return result. Okay, and I'll copy paste and create one more function, say multiplication. Okay, a multiplied by b and return the result of this multiplication. And one more function, fourth function, I'll be creating as division. Okay, div and a divided by b. I'll say a divided by b, and it will return the results. 4 functions, guys. 4 functions we are creating. And now let's call these functions. Okay, let's call these functions. Here, when you click on the add button, what should happen? On click is equal to. Okay, on click is equal to. You have to call which function? Add. So add function need to be called, guys. But here there is a problem, guys. Okay, there is some problem here. You see, when you are calling the add function, you have to pass a and b, right? How to take this a and b? Can I take this a and b? Is it possible to pass a and b because they are here, right? That's the problem. So, guys, we'll not pass a and b like this. Okay, we'll remove this a and b's. Okay, simply remove this a and b, guys. Okay, just simply what is possible, I'll tell you. Just remove this a and b's, and here on the top of these functions I'll create something like, okay, I'll create something like directly in the JavaScript file. I'll create something like document dot get element by. So here guys, there are two input fields, right? Two input fields. So here I'll give some IDs, guys. Okay, so this first input field I'll give ID. I'll say this as num1 ID, and the second number also, second input field also, whatever the value you are entering, I'm giving number 2, okay, as ID. Now come here and write document dot get element by ID. If the, okay, from the number 1 field, okay, collect the value, okay, just collect the value, guys. Document dot get element by ID number 1, take the value that is entered into the input field and store that into, say, where a, okay, into the variable a. So this a is already came, okay, you don't have to pass the a to the function, right? Now the next one, where b is equal to document dot get element by ID of number 2, okay, here say number 2, say dot value that is entered into the second text box field will be stored into the b. Now it's okay, right? You don't have to pass any arguments into these functions, add, subtraction, multiplication and division. You don't have to pass any arguments. Simply call the function whenever you click, so it will automatically take the values from the two input fields and perform the operation and give the results, okay, and give the results on click add. The result is coming here, guys. The result, when you click here, the result is coming here, but what you are going to do, you don't know, okay. So fine, let's add this, guys. I will change the code a bit, okay. So this code needs some tweaks. Subtraction will, when you click on the sub button, it will call the sub function, okay, subtraction function. Then subtraction, multiplication function need to be called. Then on click, division function need to be called, okay. And here I think this is enough, right? This is enough. Now we need to display the result in the paragraph text, okay. To display the results in the paragraph text, what we have to do is, instead of returning here, what I will do here is I'll write something like this: document dot get element by ID. What is the ID, guys? ID is para1, right? Para1, okay. Here we have to display the results. Instead of returning the value from this function, will be changing double quotes cam multiple times. Let me delete this. Para1 dot, I'll simply change the inner HTML of this particular paragraph to this result. Simple. Okay. Here I'm calculating the result and I'm displaying the result here. Simple. Okay. Same thing, copy paste, guys. And instead of the return statements, write it here. Okay. Instead of return statements, write it here. That will be good. So fine. We got all the stuff. Okay, we got all the stuff. We will be displaying the result. Let's see, guys, whether this thing is working for us or not. Okay, if not, we'll be changing. So run this code. Now, guys, I'll enter 5 here and 4 here. Okay, 5 here, number 5 into the 5 number into the number 1 field, 4 number into number 2 field, and click on add. You're not getting any result, guys. And also there is a problem here. So this should we'll put br here, and we'll do one thing. Just change these things. We'll just copy paste and okay, dot value. We are collecting the value and storing there, right? Just make them local. Let's see what will happen this time. Right click, open with. So let's give 5 here, and let's give 4 here, and let's click on add. You see, 54 is coming. What is the problem, guys? Why 54 is coming? Why 54 is coming, guys? The reason here is, when you are collecting this value is stored into the variable a in the form of string, guys. Okay, it's being stored in the form of a string, not in the form of a number. So it's appending a string with another string. Okay, so we have to convert that, guys. We have to convert that into integer. Okay, you have to convert that into integer. How to typecast this particular thing into an integer? Let me do it. So here, guys, what we have to do is, before you add this, append this A and B, here A is collected, the value A that is entered into the number that got entered into the text field was properly received, but in a string format. Here you are appending a string with strings, 5 string you are appending with 4, so you are getting 54 as a wrong result. So you have to convert that, guys. There is a function known as parseInt, guys. Okay, parseInt, which will convert this. Before adding this A to B, it's converting this A into an integer, and also the B into an integer. Okay, B into an integer, B into an integer. Just copy paste here everywhere, guys. Okay, just copy paste this everywhere and change the operation symbol like minus. Okay, so here also multiplication. Okay, we have to convert the received input into number, then only multiply, then only after converting into integer only divide. Okay, parseInt will convert from string to integer. Okay, there is a predefined function in JavaScript which will convert the, which will typecast from string to integer kind of. Okay, string to integer. Now it will work fine, guys. Now it's going to work fine. The code is going to work fine for us. Let's do it. Let me close all the previous instances and now run it again. Open with live server. See the page came. Now let's enter 5 here and let's enter 4 here and let's click on add. You got 9 as a result. Okay, you got the 9 as a result, guys. Result is equal to 9. And if you click on subtraction, this time 5 minus 4 1, multiplication 5 into 4 20, division 1.25. Okay, you see it's working fine. This is how, guys, we can execute the JavaScript function from the HTML code. Okay, so I demonstrated where I have written the JavaScript code inside the same HTML file, and also the second program where I have written the JavaScript code in a separate file and still able to work on the JavaScript code, right? Execute the JavaScript code from the HTML file. Okay, so guys, this is all about the functions. It's a lengthy session, I know, but a lot of things I have explained in this session, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 17 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate the difference between the let and where keywords in JavaScript. So what are these let and where keywords? So far, that is still session 16, we were using where keyword for declaring the variables, right? For declaring the variables, we were using the where keyword only in JavaScript, right? For example, if I have to create a variable, I will create like this, where I is equal to 1. Okay, here we are declaring this variable name with the where keyword. That's what we are doing. So there is one more keyword, guys, for declaring the variables, that is nothing but the let keyword. Okay, we can also use, in place of the where keyword, we can also use the let keyword for also declaring the variable. Okay, we can say let I is equal to 1 also. But what is the difference? Okay, what is the difference between this where keyword and the let keyword? What will happen if you declare a variable with the where keyword? What will happen if you declare the same variable with the let keyword? What is the difference? Let me explain in this session, guys. At a high level, guys, where keyword means function scope. Okay, the scope of this variable is up to the function level, whereas the variable which is declared with the let keyword will have the scope up to the block scope. Okay, will have the scope of the variable will be, you can access this variable up to the block level, but you can access this variable which is declared with where keyword up to the function scope. Okay, function level. So let me practically demonstrate what is function scope and block scope, and how the where is related to this function scope, and how the let keyword is related to the block scope. Let me practically demonstrate now. For that, I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Now here I'll create a function, guys. Okay, function f1. Like this, I'll create a function. Inside this function, I'll create a for loop. Okay, for I'll use the where keyword for declaring the variable inside the for loop. Say where I is equal to 1. Okay, where I is equal to 1, I less than, okay, I less than 5, I plus plus. Like this, I created a for loop. Okay, and here inside the for loop, I'll print out the value of I. Okay, so console dot log of I, I'll say. Okay, inside the for loop, I'll write this console dot log of I. So in each and every iteration of the for loop, it will print the value of the I. So initially the value of I will be 1, guys. Okay, then 1 is less than 5 is true, will go inside the for loop and 1 will be printed. After that, I will be incremented to 2. 2 less than 5 is still true, 2 will be printed, then 3, 3 less than 5 is 2, 3 will be printed, 4, 4 less than 5 is 2, 4 will be printed, and finally I becomes 5. 5 less than 5 is false, so will come out of the for loop. So 1 to 4 will be printed, 1, 2, 3, 4 will be printed because of this for loop. But in order for this particular code to be executed, I have to call the function, guys. So I'll be calling the function here, F1. Okay, without calling this function, this code will not be executed. Now let's go to the terminal and select new terminal. Here, I will run this JavaScript code, guys, using node.js. I'm going to run the JavaScript code. I'll say clear and say node demo.js. Okay, you see this particular function calling statement has called this function, and the for loop inside the function got executed, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. Now, guys, what if outside the for loop, can I access this variable I? Okay, this variable I is declared in this for loop, right? This variable I is declared using the var keyword in this for loop. But can I access the value of this variable I outside the for loop? That's what I'm checking. Okay, is it possible or not? Okay, this statement will be printing the value of I or not. The answer is yes, guys, because the scope of the variable I, which is declared using the var keyword, is at the function scope. That means throughout the function, the var declared variable can be accessed. Okay, not just a for loop. This is a block, guys. Okay, for loop is a block. This is a block, but the scope of the variable I, which is declared with var keyword, will be up to the function level. So this statement is going to work. Okay, so what's going to happen is this for loop will print 1, 2, 3, 4, and finally I became 5. When I became 5, this condition was false. So we came out of the for loop, but when you try to print the I, guys, here I is already 5. So 5 will be printed. Okay, I'll clear this. You see, you'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this time. Node demo.js. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we are able to access the variable I, which is declared with the var keyword outside a block, that is inside the function. Okay, so because the scope of the variable I is up at the function scope. Okay, it's a function scope, guys, because it declared with var keyword. Now, guys, what if I change this? Okay, what if I change this to just var to let? Now what will happen? Now the scope of the variable will change, guys. Okay, so because it is declared with the let keyword, the scope of the variable I will become block level. That means only inside the for loop you can use the variable I. Okay, only in this for loop you can use the variable I, because the scope is limited to the block level, not the function level. But this statement, what will happen with this statement? You are still trying to access the variable I here, which is declared with the let keyword. This will give an error, guys. Okay, this is not possible because the scope of the variable I, which is declared with the let keyword, is a block level, that is up to the for loop only. Cannot access it anymore. So now I'll just say clear, guys. I'll say clear, and I'll just say node demo.js. You see, this time after printing 1, 2, 3, 4, it's not printing 5 here. The reason here is the variable is declared with let keyword and scope is limited to the block level, block scope. Okay, so here at the line 9, you already got an error saying this console.log of I is not possible because I is of which type? Let type. Okay, you cannot access outside the for loop. Hope, guys, you got a high level difference how the where is function scope and let is block scope now. Okay, this small difference. Let me give one more example, guys. Okay, let me give one more example here. I will say something. Let's say I'll say if, okay, if inside the for loop I'm writing this, if let, okay, if what we can say, if or I'll just do one more thing. So I'll remove all this for loop and all those stuff, and I'll write here. So here I'll say if, okay, if true or something, I'll just directly say true, guys. Okay, or if 5 greater than 3 or whatever it is. Okay, 5 greater than 3, let's say 5 is greater than 3, then I'm just creating a variable, guys. Let a is equal to, okay, let a is equal to 9. Okay, let a is equal to 9. I'm saying this. Okay, so now, guys, I'm declaring this variable a with which keyword? Let keyword. So what is the scope now? What is the scope of this variable a inside? It's a block scope. That means up to the if statement itself. Okay, not behind the if statement. The scope of this variable a is, since it is declared with the let keyword, the scope of this variable a is up to the if statement only. Okay, up to the if statement only. You cannot access it at the function level. For example, if I try to print out the variable a, like this console.log of a here, this will give me an error. Okay, I'll be calling this function, and the function is called, and inside the, we'll go inside the function because this condition is always true. 5 greater than 3 is always true, so I'll go inside, and here the variable will be created. But once we come out of the if statement, you see when you try to print the variable a, this will not be printed because the scope of the variable a is a block scope because it's declared with the let keyword. So this will give an error, guys. Let's see, this will give an error here, and here node demo dot js. You see, you already got an error because, okay, you already got an error because this is the thing, guys. Okay, this is the thing because of this. Okay, at the line 9, you are not able to access the variable a. That's why we got the error. Okay, that's why we got the error. Fine, guys. What if I make this var? Okay, now the scope of the variable a is changed to the function level scope. Okay, function scope. That means, so behind this if block, we can access the variable a. That means outside the if block also we can access the variable a. So 9 should be printed now, guys. Node demo dot js. You see 9 got printed. So hope guys you understood the exact difference between the var and let keyword. Var is function scope, whereas let is block scope. Okay, that's the first difference. And second thing, guys, second thing. Okay, there's one drawback with the var case. Okay, there is one drawback with the var. What is the drawback? Let me explain. For that, guys, first of all, I need to create an HTML file. I'll just delete this JavaScript file and I'll create a HTML file. I'll say demo.html. Okay, here inside the HTML file, I'll write some sample HTML code. HTML head. Okay, here I'll say body. Okay, so in the head, I'll create a title tag as usual. Okay, so I'll say var versus, okay, var demo. Okay, var demo or something. So in the body, what I will do in the body, I will do nothing in the body, guys. Here I'll create some JavaScript. How to write the JavaScript inside the HTML files. We have to provide the script tags, as you already know. Inside the script tags, okay. Inside the script tags, I'll create a variable, guys. Okay, I'll create a variable. Say where color is equal to red. I'll say. Okay, just understand this, guys. Okay, to understand the drawback of the where keyword. Okay, there is some drawback with the where keyword. Okay, there is some drawback with the where keyword. What is the drawback? I'm trying to explain here. So I'm trying to explain the drawback of the var keyword. When you declare a particular variable with var keyword and assign it some value, what's happening here is this particular color is attached to the DOM. Okay, this particular color is attached to the window object in the DOM. What does it mean? Okay, window in the DOM. What does it mean? If I run this code, guys, open with the live server. If I run this code, you see I'm getting a blank page. Just inspect here, guys. Inspect here. Right click, inspect on this blank page, and select the console. Now here, guys, you already know there is something known as DOM, right? Document object model. Okay, we were using the document for representing the entire web page. There is on the top of the document, guys, there is something known as window. Okay, the complete window, this complete window. Okay, inside the window we have the document file like that. Okay, so there is a on the top level element is in the DOM is window, guys. Okay, so when you declare a particular variable with the var keyword, it is attaching this particular variable to the window, guys. Okay, that's a problem. Okay, it's attaching the variable to the window. That means if I say window dot color, press enter, whatever the variable you created here, it's coming here. You see the window is getting attached with this color. That's the problem, guys. Okay, so what if I change this to blue? Okay, you can see that in action now. Now again I will say window, again say color, press enter. You see this time blue color is coming. That means the color which is created inside this JavaScript file or JavaScript code is getting attached to the DOM, window of the DOM. What is the problem? What is the problem if you attach this kind of variables to the window? Let's say there is a predefined, assume that there is a predefined attribute known as color for this window already. Okay, but if you are creating such kind of variables with the same names like color and all, okay, let's say color is a predefined one, even though you don't create here in the JavaScript, color is there in the window. Let's say in the DOM color is there, let's assume. Okay, color has, window has a lot of properties, guys. If you press enter here, you see there are a lot of properties in window. You see alert is there, a lot of things are there in the window, right? Fetch, find, history, name, navigator, on, blur. Okay, all the different properties are there. All the different properties are there. There is a possibility that this particular user defined variables, okay, user defined variables can replace the predefined variables. That's the problem. Okay, this will cause the problems or not. You will not be able to use the user predefined variables anymore. If you run this kind of JavaScript code, then it will not be possible for us to access the predefined variables of the window. window is already coming with a lot of predefined stuff. But if you unexpectedly or unknowingly, if you create a variable which is already kind of predefined with the window, then this user defined thing is going to replace that predefined thing in the window, guys. That's going to be a problem that will make the things messy. That's a major disadvantage of the war, guys. So that's why, guys, a lot of the JavaScript programmers won't use var for declaring the variables. Okay, they won't use var for declaring the variables because var attaches the variables to the DOM window. Okay, hence it is not recommended to use, guys. So everyone, all the JavaScript programmers, whenever you see search for some JavaScript programs online and all, right, they will not be using var, guys. Instead, they will be using let. Okay, even though the let is block scope, still they will be using the let, guys. Let will not attach the variables to the DOM, and at the same time let is block scoped, which is what is required in the programming. Okay, so going ahead, guys, going ahead, because of the drawback of the var, we are not going to continue with the var keyword for declaring the variables. We are going to use let keyword for declaring the variables. Going ahead, guys, nowhere we are going to use var. Okay, all the places we are going to use let from the coming sessions onwards. So hope, guys, you understood what is exact difference between the var and let keyword. Var is function scoped and let is block scoped, and at the same time var has a disadvantage. Okay, has a disadvantage or drawback. We have why we understood now why we have to use let over the var. Okay, and why all the programmers around the globe who are programming using JavaScript are using let over the var. So all these things I have explained in this session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 18 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show you what will happen when you create the variables without specifying them with where or let keywords. So let's get started. So what will happen when you create the variables without specifying any keywords like where or let in JavaScript? What will happen to the variables? The scope of the variables will change to global variables in that case. What does it mean by the global scope? Let me demonstrate practically. For that, I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js like this. Now I'll create a variable, but I'll specify the where keyword, where a is equal to 5, and here I'll create a function f1, and inside the function also I'll create the same variable with the by specifying the same where keyword, like where a is equal to 9 this time. Okay, and here I'll say console dot log of a. Okay, and for this particular function to be executed, I need to call the function, guys. So I'll be calling the function from outside the function like this, and after calling the function again, I'll be printing the value of variable a, that is console dot log of a. So guys, how this code will be executed? Okay, how this code will be executed and what will be printed by these statements. Let's see that. So when you run this code, guys, first of all, this variable a will be created. Okay, variable a will be created outside this function. Okay, the variable a which is outside the function will be created, and the value assigned to that particular variable will be 5. Okay, the value that is assigned to that particular variable will be 5. That's okay. After that, you are calling the function, guys. When the function is called, again you are creating the same variable, right? Which is specified with var keyword, and this variable has 9. Now here, when you say console.log of a, what do you think, guys, will be printed here inside the function? What do you think will be printed? 5 will be printed or 9 will be printed here? Because here already variable a is there with 5, and inside the function variable a, again the same variable a is there with the 9. So what will be printed here, 5 or 9? Here, guys, preference will be given to the variable, the same variable which is created inside the function. Okay, so here 9 will be printed. Here 9 will be printed. After that, okay, after this function is over, again you are saying console.log of a. Here, which variable will be considered? Which variable will be considered? Whether the variable that is there inside the function will be considered, or the variable which is outside the function will be considered for printing this a. Here, the variable that is outside the function will be considered. That here, that means here 5 will be printed, guys. Hope you are able to understand. Within the function, when you are printing a, it's considering the same variable, okay, whose value is 9. Okay, but when you are trying to access the same variable outside the function, then it's considering this particular variable which is created outside the function. Okay, that's how it works. Let me run this. You'll see that first 9 will be printed because first you are calling the function, so this will be executed and 9 will be printed. After that, this particular statement will be executed where 5 will be printed in the output. So if I say no demo.js, you'll see 9 and 5. That means first 9 got printed, then 5 got printed. That's fine. What if I remove this var? Okay, I'll simply remove this var. Now the scope of this variable will become the global scope. That means what changes will happen? Let me explain. Okay, the scope of this variable has changed to the global scope. That means here you are not specifying any keyword while creating the variable. So this has become the global scope. Now, again, when you are calling the function, guys, first the variable a will be created, guys, with the value 5. After that, when you are calling this function, okay, this variable a will be assigned with the new value 9. That means the value that is already assigned to this variable a got changed to 9 because a is at the global scope level. So even though you are assigning a different value inside the function, this cannot be considered as a local scope now. This new value will be replacing the old value 5. Now at a global level, a is holding 9, guys, latest value 9. That's what is the difference, guys. Here 9 will be printed, here also 9 will be printed. Okay. Unlike when you specify where keyword, here 9 was getting printed, here 5 was getting printed. But the moment you say you remove the where keyword here, okay, at a global level, this will replace this variable value. And finally, the variable a will contain 9. Okay, the latest value 9 will be there because this is assigned at a global level, not at the local level. So here also 9 will be printed, here also 9 will be printed. Okay, so that's the difference, guys. Hope you are able to understand the difference between declaring a variable by specifying with the where keyword or creating the variable without specifying any keyword. Okay, so node, if I just run this, you see both nines will be printed, guys. Okay, you see 9 and 9 got printed. Okay, this one, the value which is assigned to this variable a is replacing the value that already got assigned at a global level. Okay, this one changes to the global level now. That's what is mean by global scope, guys. So now you understood what will happen when you don't specify a particular variable with where or let keyword while creating it. Okay, so but guys, it's always recommended to specify a particular keyword like where or let, and also as mentioned in the last session, you have to provide or declare a variable or specify the variable with let keyword. Okay, in all the programs, make sure that you provide let keyword than the where keyword or than the without providing anything. Okay, it's better to provide let keyword everywhere. Okay, don't either specify the where keyword or don't create the variables without specifying the keywords like where or let. Okay, start declaring the variables by specifying the let keyword going ahead. That's what I mean to say as a conclusion. Okay, so that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 19 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to practically demonstrate objects in JavaScript. So let's get started. First of all, what exactly are these objects? Objects are nothing but the representation of the real world entities. But what are these real world entities? Real world entities are anything that you see in this real world. For example, we can see a water bottle, we can see a pen. Okay, before me there is a water bottle, mouse, pen, laptop, mobile phone, file. Okay, I have a laptop bag, I have a table. All these are the objects, guys. Okay. Anything that you see on the road, road can be an object, the car can be an object, bus can be an object, a building can be an object, a hut can be an object. Okay. All these are the objects, guys. Okay. Objects in JavaScript are nothing but the representation of the real world entities. Okay. Representation of the real world entities. And these objects contain properties and methods. For example, if you take object example as a car, okay, that particular car will have some properties and methods, guys. What are the properties of the car? Color of the car, cost of the car, mileage of the car, model of the car, number of wheels that the car has. All these are the properties of the car. Similarly, these objects contain methods. What are the methods of the car? The methods can be like whatever the actions that the car can do, guys. For example, we can start the car, we can stop the car, we can uh, change the gear in the car, right? First gear, second gear, like that. Okay, for each and every action we need a method. And we can open the moon roof of the car. Okay, we can turn off the music system in the car, we can turn off the music system in the car. Okay, so all these actions can be treated as methods for the objects in the JavaScript. Okay, all these actions of the car can be created as a methods in this for this object in the JavaScript. Fine. Now you understood what are the properties and what are the methods with this car example. Anyhow, now let's go into the practical mode, guys, where I am going to create an object. I'll take the example as same example, guys. that is car example only. I'll be creating an object known as car, and for that car, we'll be creating some properties and methods, guys. Okay. So how to create? First, we'll create the properties, guys. Later part, we'll go with the methods. Okay. We'll start creating an object with some properties. Later part, I'll show you how to create the methods. Fine. So to go to the practical mode, I have to first launch this Visual Studio Code IDE. I launched it. Now I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Inside this JavaScript file, guys, I'll create an object for the car. Okay. How to create an object for the, how to create a car object? I have to say let is a keyword we have to use before the name of the object. The car is the object, guys, is equal to, and this is the starting of the object, this is the ending of the object. Inside the starting and ending section of this object, we'll be creating the properties first, guys. Okay, we'll be creating the properties for this car object. How to create the properties? You know the properties of the car, right? Already. Color of the car. Okay, color of the car can be like we'll give some value, say red color, and price of the car, let's say 8 lakh rupees, let's say. Then I'll give mileage of the car. Okay, mileage of the car, mileage of the car is like 22.27 kilometers per liter, let's say. These three properties I created for now, guys. Okay, I just created three properties for now inside this car object. You can create any number of properties, guys. Let's say we'll create one more, say wheels. Okay, wheels is equal to 4. Okay, wheels colon 4, this is another property I created. So here for the car object we created 4 properties. Fine. Now, guys, how to access these properties of this car object? How to access the these properties of this car object? For that, guys, we'll simply write like this. For example, I'll just print out the, after accessing these properties, I'll print out them. So this is a, for printing, guys. For printing, I'm writing console.log. Inside the console.log, guys, I'm going to write down saying car dot, okay, car not dot, car of which property you want to retrieve from this object. Let's say you want to retrieve the color of this object. So here inside this car square brackets, you have to provide double quotes and provide the name of this properties, that is color. Okay. And if I run this code, guys, if I run this code, you will get the color retrieved. The color of this car object is red. That color will be retrieved and printed in the output, guys. You can see that in action. So here, let's wait for the path of this file to come. The path of the file. Sometimes it takes some time. Yeah, it came now. I'll just say clear. And here I'll say node demo.js. Okay, I'm just running this JavaScript file using the node.js, guys. And here we created the object, guys. This object has some properties and we are trying to retrieve the values of this properties. One of the property of this car object, that is a color property of this car object we are trying to retrieve. This is the format, guys. Okay, car of the square brackets, we have to provide the name of the property, that is color. It will retrieve the value of that particular property in the car object. Okay, so now let's run this. Whatever the value that got retrieved, right, console.log will print into the output like this, right? Red is printed. Okay, we got the proper thing. Similarly, let's try to retrieve the other values of the other properties in this car object. For that, I'll write down like this: console dot log of car of, okay, the double quotes provide what is that, name of the property, price. I want to retrieve the price. Then I want to retrieve the mileage of the car, the log of car of double quotes. I'll just retrieve the mileage of this car object. And finally one more, that is console dot log of car of, I'll retrieve the number of wheels that this particular car object has. Okay, wheels. Okay, wheels is a property. So this individually we are retrieving the property values of each of this car object, right? Individually we are retrieving the values of this properties of this car object like this here. Okay, so here I'll run this, guys. I'll clear it and run like this demo.js. You see, red 8 lakhs 22.27, that is mileage. This is the price, this is the color of the car, color of the car object, and this is the number of wheels of the car object. So all the property values we are able to retrieve like this. This is the format, guys. Okay, but here, guys, for each and every property I don't want to write a separate console.log statement, or I don't want to write a separate statement for retrieving each and every or accessing each and every property of the car object. Rather, I can remove this and create a for loop, guys. Here, guys, we will be using something known as for in loop. Okay, there's something like for in loop we can use with the objects, guys. Okay, in JavaScript there is something. It's not a base general or basic for loop, guys. It's a for in loop, which is an advanced for loop in JavaScript, which can we use it with the objects. Okay, so here car is object, right? You can use this for in loop with the objects. So here I'll just create a variable. Okay, say let. Okay, let, and you have to give something else. Just name something. Let's say x you can give or t you can give. Okay, in let t in this car object. Okay, let t in car object, and here I'll say console.log of I'll simply print t. Okay, I'll simply print t, guys. What will happen if you print t here? Okay, here what happens is here t is representing the property in this car object, guys. Okay, for each and every property, in this car object, you have to iterate the for loop and print that particular property. Okay, so that means if there are four properties, let t in first property will be color. For color in car, print that color. Okay, here we are not printing the value of the color property, rather we are printing the color itself, guys. Okay, the name of the property we are printing. So here when I say for let t in car and console dot log of t, this will print all the property names, that is color, price, mileage, wheels will be printed, not the values will not be printed, guys. Okay, values will not be printed, instead the property names will be printed. So here since there are four properties will be printed in the output, guys. Let me run this node demo.js. You see all the four property names, that is color, price, mileage and wheels got printed. But what if I want to retrieve the values of these properties, not the properties names, but the values of these properties? For that, guys, you have to write like this: car of t you have to specify. Okay, this t is a property. Car of color is red, it will retrieve. The next iteration, car of price is 8 lakhs, it will retrieve and print. In the third iteration, car of mileage, that is 22.27, it will print. The car of wheels, it will print 4, like that, guys. Hope you are able to understand. Again, say node demo.js red 8 lakh 22.274. If you want to print both, guys, let's say property names and values at the same time, you can print like this: t plus, give some space, guys, or put some colon here. Okay, put some colon and give some space to the other sides of the colon and just put a plus here. Okay, plus is for concatenation, guys. It's concatenating this particular t with this space and colon and space, and after that it is concatenating this part with the car of t, that is values of the properties. Okay, property name space colon space concatenated with the value of the property. So if I run now, you will get property name and also the property value. So if I say node demo.js, if I run using the node.js, you see you will get like this, guys: color colon red, price colon 8 lakh, mileage colon 22.27, wheels colon 4. Like this you will get because of this way of writing the console.log statements. Fine. Next thing, guys. Next thing is, so we can use for in loop, right? Here we can use for in loop with the objects to retrieve each and every property of this car object. Okay, fine, or any object. Fine. Now next thing, guys. Okay, there are other things, guys. For example, here you already created the object with some properties, guys. Tomorrow, if you want to add more objects, sorry. Tomorrow, if you want to add more properties to this object, okay, you have added 4 properties to this object. But tomorrow, if you want to add a new property to this particular object, what you can do is we can do something like this, guys. That is, we have to say car of. Okay, you have to say car object of, provide the property name inside the square brackets, inside the double quotes, provide the property name. Say I want to add model here. Okay, new property I want to add to this car object, so I have to provide the object name and square brackets and the name of the property name you want to add, and with some value you have to provide. For example, here I will provide the value as Swift VDI as a model, let's say. Okay, VDI, put a semicolon here. Like this, you can add any number of extra properties to this existing car object having some existing properties. Okay, at later point of time, you can do that, guys. Now, guys, let's run the same for loop for let t in car console.log. Earlier, it was only printing 4 properties. Now, since you added one more property, one more extra property you added to this car object outside this structure, you created another object, another property, extra new property you wanted to add to the car object. Let's see whether this for loop is considering this new property or not. Okay, model along with these 4 properties. Now we should get model also. Let's see whether that is possible or not. It is possible, guys. When you run this code, you can see that now it will print 5 properties. Okay, not 4 properties. So I'll say node demo.js. You see color, price, mileage, wheels. The newly added property using this statement also got added to the car object. Fine, done. Next thing, guys. Similarly, okay, you can update the property values here. Okay, any of the property you take and update. For example, I want to update the value of this mileage, let's say. So I'll say car of, okay, what is the property name that I want to update the value here? Original value is 22.27, but I want to update it, guys. I want to change or update the value afterwards. Okay, so here I'll change it to, let's say, 25.12. Okay, 25.12. I want to update. Now let me run the same for loop, guys. The same for loop. When I run this Java code, guys, you see it will give you the mileage as not 22.27 because we updated it here. Okay, if you want to update any of the values of these properties, you can do like this, guys. Okay, so clear. I'll say node demo dot, the properties with updated values will be coming now. You see, color is red, price is 8 lakh, mileage is equal to updated value 25.12 km, wheels is equal to 4, model is equal to this one. Similarly, guys, we can delete one of the property. For example, I want to delete out of all these four properties and extra fifth property is added here. I want to delete one of the property, guys. That is, I want to delete the price. Let's say so car of. So here I have to say delete. I have to use a keyword known as delete and followed by what is the property you want to delete. Inside the car object, I want to delete this price property. Okay, I'll give the price here and put a semicolon. Now if you run this for loop, guys, for in loop for this object, okay, not all the 5 properties will be coming. Price property will not be coming, guys, because it already got deleted here. Okay, price property got already deleted here and that will not come. Let's see that in action. Clear. uh, Node demo dot js. You see only 4 properties came. Price property didn't came because we deleted it here. We deleted the price property here. All the remaining properties, either they are added early existing properties or newly added properties, everything came, but except price, guys. Okay, because we deleted it explicitly here. Okay, so these are the different operations we can perform on the object, where we can add new properties, we can update the existing properties, or we can delete the existing properties. All these things we can perform, guys. I'll just remove these things, guys. Okay, I'll just remove these things. Okay, I'll just remove these things, or I'll simply say control Z. Sorry, here control Z. I'll say I'll just remove this what you call, I'll just add this model. That's okay, but I'll not do any modifications like updating and deleting. I will not do. I'll just remove the statements for updating and deleting. But this property is anyhow added. Apart from these 4 properties, we got one more property, that is a model. Okay, now guys, we can create some uh, functions or methods inside this car object. Okay, so apart from the object having some properties, we can also add some methods or functions to this particular object. How to add the methods or functions to this particular object? I have to say comma and go to the next one, guys. Give the name of the method, guys. Okay, just give the name of the method. Let's say start car is the name of the method I want to have. Colon, give a colon here, similar to space the way you are specifying the properties. But here after the colon, you should not give any value, guys. Rather, you have to create a function as it is like this. Okay, like this you have to create the function, guys. Start car colon, and you have to create the function. This is the name of the function, guys. Indirectly, this is the name of the function. Okay, so here I'll write down console dot log of. Okay, console dot log of. I'll just say so this for accessing any of the properties inside this function, guys. For accessing any of these properties of this car object inside this function, I have to say this dot. You see, you are getting all the properties of this car object, that is color, mileage, price, start car, wheels here. I'm just going with the what else is there, guys? Color, mileage, price, wheels, and model. I'll go with the model, guys. Okay, I'll go with the model. Okay, model, car, started. Okay, like this, I'll provide a console.log statement. Okay, start car function, console.log this dot model car started. I'll create one more function, guys. One more function I want to create. Put a comma here and create one more, that is stop car colon function. The name of the function is stop car, and I'll create the function, guys. And here I'll say console.log of this dot model. Okay, car stopped. Car stopped. Put a semicolon. I can create one more function. Let's say I want to print out all the car details. Let's say, okay, I'll simply name this function as a car details function. Car details. I'll just create this function, guys. and here I'll mention console dot log of. Okay. Mm, I'll print the details of the car. That is, I'll just write like this. Color of the car is, okay. Color of the car is colon. Here I'll say plus this dot. I'll say this dot color. Okay. Like this, you have to provide, guys. This means this object's color. This object's color. We have to provide like this, guys. Okay. This is the way we have to provide. Car details or colon. So not like here, guys. I already created all the functions. All the required functions got already created, guys. Inside the same car details function, guys, I'll just copy paste this one, guys. I'll copy paste this one and I'll just provide like this. Cost of the car is this dot. Here I have to say this dot price I have to select. Okay. Then model of the car is this dot model I will say. Okay. Then mileage of the car is this dot mileage. Okay. And any other things are left out, guys. A number of wheels, right? We'll have one more thing to print out all the details of this car. uh, number of car wheels is this dot wheels. Okay. This dot wheels, like this function will print out all the details of this car object, all the property details of this car object. Like this you have to access using this keyword, guys. Okay. That's important. Now, guys, that's all good. So here, guys, I'll remove this for loop for now. Okay. I'll remove this for loop. Now, since our focus is mainly on the functions of this car object, we'll try to call these functions, guys. How to call the functions? For example, here I'll say clear. Okay. Clear, and I'll just drag it here so that you can see everything. So this is the car object, guys. Inside the car objects we have not only properties but also functions. Are three functions are there. You know how to access the properties, right? You know how to access the properties of the car object. But how to access the functions of this car object? How to access the functions of this car object? Further, guys, here I'll write. Here I'll simply write which function I want to call in this car object. Let's say I want to call start car function. Okay. For that, I have to say car dot guys start car function. Okay. I just have to call like this. Okay. Again, car object dot stop car function. Okay. Stop car function. Then car dot car details function. Okay. I'll call another function, that is car details function. Like this you can call the functions of this car object, guys. Okay. You can call the functions of this car object like this. You see, when you call the start car function inside this car object, it will print uh, this dot model. What is the model of this car? Actually, model of the car is Swift VDI. Okay. It will simply say Swift VDI car started. When you call this stop car function like this car dot stop car, it will access this function. It will call this function and it will print Swift VDI car stopped. When you call car details function using the car details, it will call this function and it will print all the details of the car object. That is, color of the car is red, cost of the car is 8 lakh, model of the car is 50 VDI, mileage of the car is 22 point something, number of the car wheels is 4, like that it will print. Okay. Three functions we are calling one by one, guys. So now let me run the code no demo.js. You see all the functions got called. The first when, okay, so here, okay, what happened here? Cost of the car, anything gone wrong? Okay, just have to scroll it up, guys. Nothing much. Okay, 50 VDI car stopped. The first function got called. 50 VDI car stopped. The second function got called, and all the details of the car. That is, color of the car is red. Cost of the car is 8 lakh. Model of the car is 50 VDI. Mileage is this much. Number of the car. Number of car wheels is 4. Everything got printed properly, guys. Okay. Now, guys, now we understood how to access or call the functions of the car object. Okay, object. Now, guys, earlier when I said you have to access the properties of this car object, I mentioned you have to access like this, right? I said like you have to access like this console dot log of car of. Okay, if I have to access the value of this particular, let's say value of this color, okay, color property. So here I have to say like this. Inside that I have to provide, inside the double quotes I have to provide color. Like this I have to provide, right? Then only it will be accessed. So let me run this. Okay, let me run this code. I'll simply, this time what will happen, guys? It will give you the color property value, that is red will be retrieved. Okay. So here node demo dot, when I say node demo dot, yes, it will give you the red color, okay, like this. But there is another way, guys, to access the properties of this car object. There is another way. Instead of writing like this car of square brackets of color, you can say car dot color directly. This is also another way. This is also another way of accessing the properties. This way we have using this way, right? Car dot start car. Okay. So this one way, guys. This is another way. Okay. Either you can using the car object, you can call the properties, or you can call the functions kind of. Okay. Car dot. You can access the properties. You can access the functions. Okay. You can access or call the functions. So this is possible in JavaScript, guys. You can choose whatever the way that is feasible, guys. Whenever you have to use this way, you use that way for accessing that particular thing. And whenever you want to access the properties using this way, you can access like this. But functions need to be accessed like this, guys. Car dot start car, car dot stop car function, car dot car details function. Like that, you have to access the objects. What if you use for loop with all these properties and methods? Okay, will for loop will print all these objects and properties? Sorry, will for loop will print all for in loop, right? You have to use for in loop with this car object. When you use for in loop with car object, at this moment you have 5 properties and 3 functions. Will the functions also will be printed with the help of for in loop? Yes, guys. Yes. Okay. Let's try that. For let I in car, I'll say console dot log off. I'll just print t, guys. Sorry, I will print this I, guys. You will see all the properties and functions of this particular car object will be printed, guys. Okay, you'll see that in action here. Here node demo dot js. You see, these are the property names. Till here are the property names. Like here, this model is also property name, color, price, mileage, wheels, and model. And here, all the function names also got printed. Okay, all the function names also got printed, guys. So hope, guys, you understood how to, okay, how to work with objects in JavaScript. Okay, this is how we need to create the objects. We have to create the properties and methods for the objects. We have to access the properties and methods of the object. Okay, and this is how we have to use for in loop. Okay, not the basic on general for loop. We are not using with objects, guys. In order to loop the properties or functions of this particular object, we have to use a special loop known as for in loop. Okay, that I demonstrated as part of this session. And we can add the new properties to the object. We can update the existing properties of an object. We can delete the existing properties on object. All these operations we can do on the objects, guys, in JavaScript. Okay, apart from accessing the properties and calling the methods or functions of the object, we can also modify these things like adding a new property to the object, updating an existing property on object, deleting an existing property on an object, and many more are possible, guys. So this is all about the objects in JavaScript, guys. This is how we have to work with objects in JavaScript. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 20 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate arrays. So let's get started. First of all, what exactly are arrays? Arrays in JavaScript allow us to store multiple values into a single variable. Okay, arrays in JavaScript allow us to store multiple values into a single variable. What will happen if you don't have arrays? For example, guys, when you create a variable like this, into this variable in JavaScript, you can only store a single value like this. But if you try to store multiple values, it is not possible, guys. You cannot store this kind of multiple values into this kind of variable, guys. But in JavaScript, we have something known as arrays, using which we can store multiple values into a single variable. The only thing that you have to do is just surround this list with square brackets. It becomes an array, guys. Simple, very simple, right? Just surround this list of values with the square brackets. This becomes an array, and you are storing the array of values, that is multiple values, into this array variable. This is not a normal variable. This is now a array variable. Fine. So let a is equal to square bracket in that list of values. That list of multiple values you want to store into that particular array variable. Okay. These are arrays, guys, in simple terms. Now let's understand more about arrays, guys. So for that, guys, let me practically demonstrate the arrays. So I'll launch this Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Okay, demo.js. In this JavaScript file, I'll create an array, guys. Say let a is equal to, or you can give any name, guys, for the array. And here I'll put the square bracket so that it will become an array. And here I'll store a list of values, list of multiple values I'll store into this array variable. How? I'll simply say 9, comma 1, comma 8, 4, okay, 3, comma 7, comma 2. Okay, like this, I have stored a list of multiple values. Okay, I stored in the form of array into this variable, guys. Okay, this is an array. Now, guys, the next thing comes is how to access this array elements. Okay, here each and everything is an array element, guys. Okay, this is an array element. This is another array element. Like this, this array has several array elements. How many elements does it have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Total 7 array elements are there now. So guys, you have to understand that when you are storing multiple values into this array like this, okay, each and every value will be stored in a memory with some index, guys. Okay, for example, here in this case, this array has how many values? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 values, right? So in the memory, what happens is a kind of memory will be allocated for the array, and it will be breaked into 7 slots. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like this in the memory, guys. Assume that this is memory, and since there are 7 elements, this memory got splitted or okay segregated into 7 slots. Okay, kind of assume that, and in that here 9 is stored, next 1 is stored, then we have 8, 4, 3, here 8, here 4, here 3, then we have 7 and 2. Okay, here we have 7 and finally 2, guys. Okay, so in arrays, guys, okay, all the array elements stored in the memory are stored according to some index, guys. You have to understand this concept, right? You have to understand this concept very well, guys. All these values, since there are multiple values, right, in this memory location, all these values that are belong to the array will get stored according to some index, guys. Okay, this first value will be stored at the index 0 in the memory. The second value in the array will be stored at the index 1. Third value at the index 2, fourth value at the index 3, fifth value at the index 4, sixth value at the index 5, and last seventh value in this particular array at the index 6, guys. Okay, 0 to 6 index for this because there are 7 elements, 7 array elements. So the first array element will be at the index 0, second one will be at the index 1, like this. You have to remember this index thing, guys. Okay, it's very important in arrays, and using the index only we'll be able to access the individual array elements from this array. Okay, without this index it's not possible for us to access these individual elements from the array, guys. So remember this concept of index. So what I am going to do here is I'm just going to write these statements like this: console.log of I want to access the first element in this array. Okay, first element in this array. For that, what is the name of the array? Name of the array is a. I have to put the square brackets here, and here I have to provide the index value of this particular first element. That is, what is the index of the first element? 0. Okay, this will print 9. Okay, this will retrieve the first okay, first element of the array which is at the index 0. 9 will be printed. Now if I say console.log of a of 1, okay, at the index 1 what is there? Number 1 is there again. Okay, 1 will be printed. And console.log of a of 2, at the index 2 we have 8, guys. So 8 will be printed in the output. Console.log of a of 3, at the index 3 what is there? 0, 1, 2, 3, that is 4 is there, guys. 4 will be printed in the output. Then console.log of a of 4, okay, a of 4, here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 is in 3, at the index 4 we have 3, and at the index 5 we have 7, and at the index 6 we have 2. Just not to waste your time, guys, I'll just copy paste this. Here index 5 and index 6, at the index 5 we have 7, and at the last index, that is 6, we have 2, guys. Okay, done. Let's run this code, guys. Let's run this code and see whether we are able to access the individual array elements from this array by using their index value. Okay, index position. I'll just open the terminal, guys. I'll just open the terminal and wait for the okay path to come. Yeah, the path has come. I'll simply type clear command so that all the things will be cleared. Now I'll just run this code by using the node.js. Okay, node demo.js. Okay, this file, name of the file demo.js. Node. Enter. You see all the values 9, 1, 8, 4, 3, 7, 2 got retrieved. Okay, all the array elements got retrieved and printed according to their index. So hope guys you understood how to access the value stored in the array using their indexes, and you also understood the concept what exactly is index now. Now finding the length of the array, guys. Okay, now let's find the length of the array. How to find the length of the array? I'll remove all this stuff, guys. I'll remove all this stuff, or I'll just comment it out for a while. I'll just comment it for a while. I'll just put them under a multi-line comment so that okay. Fine. Now guys, let me find out the length of this array. Okay, now we can easily count the number of elements in the array. There may be some arrays which will have lot of elements and it will take a lot of time for us to count them. Okay, so in that case we can use this length, guys. Okay, so let's see whether we are getting a proper length. Okay, that is size of the array, how many elements are in this array. Okay, if you want to get that, you have to write console dot log of a dot, okay, a dot length. Okay, you have to use this length with this array. Okay, name of the array dot length, what is the length of the array. So this console dot log will now print the size of the array or length of the array. Okay, whatever it is you can call. So I'll just say clear again and say no demo.js. What should be printed, guys? How many elements are in this array? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So this should print 7, guys, in the output. Okay, you see 7 got printed. There are 7 elements in the array. So that is the length of the array, guys. We have to use this length for finding the length of the array. And now guys, if you clearly observe here, so for accessing each and every element of the array, we have to use the index like this: a of 0, a of 1, a of 2. But how many lines I am writing here? Okay, to retrieve all the elements of this array, okay, I have to write the number of lines according to the number of elements in this array, right? That's the problem. If there are 7 elements, I have to write this console.log 7 times to retrieve each and every, to access and print each and every element in the array. We have to write this statement 7 times. That's the problem. If you have 100 elements, 100 lines you have to write. That's not a good practice, right? Instead of writing like this, guys, we can use a for loop with the arrays. Okay, I'll first use the general for loop with array, guys. Okay, I will first use the general for loop. What is the general for loop? For let I is equal to, okay, for let I is equal to, I'll start with the index 0, guys. Okay, I'll just go with the indexing concept. And when I'm trying to access the elements in this array, I have to use the indexing concept because the first element is at the index 0, right? So I will initialize this I with 0, guys. Okay, semicolon, I less than, I less than, it is here up to 6 index, right? 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. That means if I say a dot length, array dot length, that means if I is till I is less than a dot length means the size of the array 7. I less than 7 means nothing but I is equal to 6, right? From I is equal to 0 to I is equal to 6. If I say I less than a dot length means the total size of the array is 7, guys. That means index is 6. So I can say I less than a dot length. This is the logic I'm writing. Then I plus plus I will say, and here I'll create the for block, and this is starting and ending of the for block or for body, whatever you can say, guys. Now what I'm going to do is, instead of writing the console.log statement multiple times for each and every element in the array, simply I'm writing console.log, and here I'll give the name of the array, and in the square bracket, instead of providing the index like 0 1 2 like that individually, I'll simply pass I here, guys. Okay, in the first iteration the value of I will be 0, guys. Okay, the first iteration of this for loop, the value of the I will be 0, so a of 0 will be printed. That is the first element of the array will be printed. After that I plus plus will happen, where the value of I will become 1, and 1 is still less than 7, so a of 1 will be printed. A of 1 is 1 will be printed. Then I plus plus 2 less than 7, okay, a of 2, 8 will be printed. Then it will become a of 3, okay, a of 3 will be printed. It will become 4, a of 4 will be printed. Okay, it will become 5, a of 5 will be printed, and finally it will become 6, a of 6 will be printed, and when it becomes 7, 7 less than 7 is false, so we'll come out of the for loop. So this is how, using the for loop, we can access, okay, all the elements in the array. Okay, this is a better way of accessing the elements in the array compared to writing the individual console dot log statements for each and every element in the array, right? For loop is better compared to that previous way of accessing the elements. Okay, you see all the elements in the array will be accessed, that is 9184372 got accessed with the help of the for loop. Fine. But guys, there is a special loop. Okay, there is a special for loop which is designed for the arrays. Okay, whenever you are working with arrays, guys, instead of using the normal for loop, there is a special for loop known as for off loop. Okay, what is that loop known as? For off loop. Okay, what is the name of this special for loop? For off loop, which is designed for arrays, guys. Okay, whenever you get a chance to use some for loop with the arrays, go with the for off loop. Okay, how to use the for off loop? We have to write like this, guys. For, okay, I, okay, for I of a, simple, guys. Okay, for I, or you can give anything, guys, x or a or b or some, t or something. Okay, I'll just give I here, guys. I stands for index anyhow. For I of just, even though it doesn't have any name, we can use it for index kind of thing, right? I, the, we can say I for index kind of. Okay, whatever you feel. I of a, and simply I'll say console dot log of a of I. That's it, simple. Again the same thing, guys. Okay, here for each and every element in the array, we are printing the element using the index. Okay, it's the index of that array. Okay, for each and every index of the array, it will print all the elements in the array. This is the for of loop, guys, which is designed, which need to be used with arrays, guys. Okay, JavaScript, this for of is designed for, is provided or designed for using with arrays. So we are going to use for of loop instead of the general for loop with the arrays going ahead. Okay, node demo.js. So what's the problem here? What's happening? I'm getting undefined 1348. So that means I'll say I, guys. Okay, there is a small mistake maybe. Let me say no demo.js. Now I'm getting, okay. So this is the each and every element in the array, guys. Rather than putting as I, guys, we'll put E, guys. E stands for element for each and every. My mistake, guys. I forgot to. Okay, I just thought it as index, but it's an element, guys. Okay, for E of A, for each and every element in the array. Okay, for each and every element in the array, I'm printing that. Okay, why it's printing? I have to provide E now. So let's see. Let's run it again. Node demo.js. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, now it's fine. Node demo.js. Okay, for each and every element of the array, the for loop will be iterated. Here, how many elements are there? Total 7 elements. Okay, for the first element in the array, from the array, the first element will be assigned. That is 9 will be assigned to E, and E will be printed here. And after that, in the next iteration, this for of loop will check whether there are any other elements available in the array. So it will take the next possible element from the remaining elements. So it will assign 1 to E, and E will be printed that iteration. And in the next iteration, again, any other elements left? Yes, there are other elements left here. In that first element, 8 will be assigned to E, and 8 will be printed. Again, it will check any other elements. Yes, in that 4 will be printed here. Any other elements? Yes. So in that first element, 3 will be printed. Any other elements? Yes, 7 2. In that first element, 7 will be assigned to E, and E will be printed. And finally, any other elements? Yes, still more elements are there. In that first element, 2 will be printed here. Any other elements after 2? No. So the for loop will come out. For of loop will come out. Okay, this is a functionality, guys, of the for of loop. It is not based on the index, guys. I was mistaken there. That's okay. Fine. Okay. So for of loop with arrays. Now we can store different type of data into a single array, guys. Okay, we can store different type of data into the single array. Here, all the data that is stored into this, all the type of multiple values that are stored into this array are of number type, right? Number type. But instead, I can store different type of data. Say 9 comma. Okay, I can store text data. Say Arun Motori. I can store. In a single array, we can store all the different type of data, guys. There is no restriction here. Okay, I can store decimal type of data. I can store Boolean data. Again, I can store some text data. Okay, then I can store some Boolean data. So different type of data can be stored into a single array. Now, how to access this? For, okay, for, let's say E of A. Okay, for each and every element in the array. Let's try to print out, guys, what will happen. Let's see. Console.log of E, I will say, for each and every element in the array. Let's see whether these elements are getting printed or not. So node demo.js. Yes, they are getting printed, guys. For each and every element in the array, all the different type of data are getting accessed and printed. Okay, using the for of loop. Okay, this is how we have to use for of loop, guys. It's a special loop in arrays. Okay, it's a special loop in arrays which have to be used with arrays. Now, guys, Here, let me clear all this stuff. And now guys, we can update the existing values in the array using index. For example, here, let me go to the very basic array. Let's say a is equal to 9 comma 1 comma 8 comma, okay, 3 comma 7 comma 2 comma 4. Okay, let's give these values for now. There are 7 values. Now I want to update one of the value of this array. Okay, I want to update one of the value of this array. How to update one of the element of this array, or how to update the elements of this array? Simple guys, using the index we have to do. For example, I want to update this 7 with 6. Okay, in place of 7 I want 6 guys in this array. So let's find out the index of this 7 guys. 0 1 2 3 4. 4 is the index guys. So what I will do is a of 4 is equal to, I'll just give one more value, say 6. Okay, so what happens after this statement is, after this statement, the 7 will be replaced with 6 guys. Okay, we are updating the value that is stored at the index 4 in this particular array. Now after that, if I print console dot log of a, it will print 9183624, not 724. It will print 624. Okay, because we have updated the value of the array, element of the array, which is at the index 4. That is 7 will be replaced with 6 here, updated with 6. Node demo.js, you see 9183. After that we got not 7, 6 is there, 624. Okay, this element got updated. Okay, this is how we can update the existing values in the array using index guys. Now we have something known as pop guys. There's something known as pop, which will remove the last element in the array. Okay, when I say a name of the array dot pop, this pop, okay, predefined method in JavaScript will remove the last element of the array. What is the last element in this array guys? 918372. 4 is the last element, so 4 will be removed guys. When I print the array after popping it out, after using pop function, when I print the array will not be having the finalized array. The resultant array will not have the last element, that is 4 will not be there, because 4 is removed here already. Okay, simply run this node demo.js. You see 4 got removed guys. Okay, the last element of the array got removed. You can use this pop any number of times guys. Again, if I say pop again, what happens here is, this one has removed 4, and the next last element is 2. Here this will remove 2 guys. Remaining elements will be 91837. When you print a, only 91837 should be printed. Now let's see, node demo.js. Yes, 91837 is only there. Okay, last two elements got popped out because of this pop functions being used. And one more thing guys, here I'll remove one of the pop statement. Only one pop statement is there. So what does this particular pop will return? Okay, if I say console, if I surround this particular statement with console.log here, what will be printed? What is the return type of this pop? What will be returned by this pop? Whatever the element that is getting removed will be returned by this pop guys. Okay, so if 4 is getting removed, then this pop function will return 4 here. Okay, so 4 will be printed here, and the remaining elements of the array will be printed here. Okay, let's see that. Node demo.js. You see the element that got popped out, that is the last element of the array that got removed, got printed here, and the remaining array got printed here. 918372. 4 is not there, 4 is removed here. Okay, this will remove the element that got removed. Okay, the array element that got removed. Similarly, we have push function. Okay, push will add a new element at the end of the array and retrieves the new length of the array. Okay, so what does it mean is, I'll just remove all this stuff. I'll just clear all this stuff. I will use push now. Push will add a new element at the end of the array. Okay, pop is removing the element from the at the end of the array, right? But unlike pop, push is going to, okay, push function of JavaScript is going to add a new element at the end of the array guys. For example, here at the end I want to add something like what we can add guys, 6. Let's say add 6 guys. Okay, so push will add a new element at the end of the array, and here if I say console.log, after pushing, if I print the array, it will print 9183724 along with the 6 guys. Okay, new element will be added at the end of the array guys. Let's see that. Okay, node demo.js. Okay, so you'll get 9183724, and finally 6 is also there, which got pushed by this push function of the JavaScript. But what the push, you can use the push any number of times guys, that's okay. But what is the return, what the push will return guys? Push will return the new length of the array. Here what is the current length of the array? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Total size of the array is 7 guys, but after pushing, how much size it will become? 8. It should become 8, right? So here when I say console.log, console dot after pushing, what is the size of the array? It will become 7 plus 1, that is 8, guys. Let's see whether we are getting 8 or not. Node demo dot. Yes, you see the new length of the array after adding this new element at the end of the array is being returned by this push function. Okay, that's a push function, guys. Like that, we have a lot of functions in JavaScript in regarding the with respect to the arrays, guys. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate one by one. Okay, next one is shift, guys. Shift will remove the first element in the array and shift left the remaining elements to the lower index. Okay, so I'm going to use shift now. So I'll say a dot shift. Simply I'll say a dot shift, guys, nothing much. Okay, when I say a dot shift, the first element of the array will be removed and remaining elements will get lowered. That means the element which was at the index 1 will go to the index 0. The element which is after, because the space got empty, right? This got removed. It will happen like this, guys. Okay, after the 9 got removed, all the other elements will move to the lower index. That means the next lower index. For if the index of this one is 2, it will go to the index 1 position, like that. Okay, that's what I'm saying here. Console.log of a. If I print a after shift, after using the shift function, the remaining array will be coming, guys. That is 9 will be removed from 9 will be removed because of the shift, and the final array after removing the 9 will be coming here. That is 183724 will come. So I'll clear it out and say no demo dot js. See 187 183724 183724 9 got removed here. Okay, the first element of the array got removed. But if I print this shift a dot shift, okay, what will be happen? What will happen, guys, when I print this a dot shift? Whatever the element that got removed, okay, the first element of the array got removed, right? The value is 9, right? That 9 will be returned here. Okay, whatever the array element that got removed using the shift function, the shift function will return that array element here when you print. Okay, so this time, guys, 9 will be printed. After that, the remaining portion of the array will be printed. Okay, no demo dot js. You see the element that got deleted got displayed here, printed here, and the final array after removing the 9 got printed here. Okay, fine. That's how the shift works, guys. There is another function known as unshift, guys. Okay, there's another function known as unshift. Unlike shift, shift is going to remove the first element in the array, right? Unshift is going to add a new element at the first position of the array. Okay, so that means if I say here, instead of using shift, if I say a dot unshift, okay, it will add a new element at the beginning of the array. At the first position of the array, it will add a new element, guys. For example, here I'll add 6. Okay, a dot unshift of 6. Okay, so if I say console.log of a, what will happen, guys? This 6 will be added to the first position, and all the remaining elements of the array will go to the higher index. That means 9 which was there at the index 0 will go to the index 1. 1 which was at the index 2 will index 1 will go to index 2. 8 which was at the index 2 will go to index 3, like that. Okay, the index of these numbers, existing numbers, will increase by 1, whereas this one will go to the index 0. Okay, that's what is the purpose. So let's clear it and say no demo dot js. You see the first element is 6. Okay, the unshift is adding a element to the first position at the index 0, and remaining elements move to the higher index by 1. Okay, like that. Now what the unshift will return, guys? What the unshift will return? It will definitely return the uh, I mean length of the size of the array after adding this 6. Okay, after adding this 6, how much is the length of the array? Before adding it is 7, guys. After adding it will become 8, right? So console dot log of a dot unshift. Let's run this. No demo dot js. You see the final length of the array 8 got printed here, and also the 6 got added to the first position of the array. Fine. That is shift and unshift, guys. Okay, after pop and push, I explained shift and unshift. Now we can also delete the specific array element from a particular index. Okay, for example, if I want to delete this 7, okay, if I have to delete this element which is the 7, which is at index what, guys? 0 1 2 3 4 is the index, guys. So we can say like this: delete a of 4, right? 4 is the index of the 7, so I am saying delete a of console.log of a. So it will delete 7, guys. But the thing here is, guys, it will delete the element there. It will delete the element, but the index of the remaining elements will not change, guys. Okay, so that means here deleted item kind of message will come. That means here the item will be removed, but the space will not be filled for this particular index, guys. At this particular index, no element will be there, kind of. Okay, you'll see that now. If I say clear, I say demo dot js. You see, the element which was there at the index 4 got deleted, but the space is not deleted, guys. Okay, the space is not deleted. The index position is still there itself. All the remaining elements are at the original index only. Only the one that got deleted, okay, that is empty here. Okay, there should be one element here. Okay, so that got deleted, nothing much. Okay? Like that. The small difference between delete, guys. Okay, that's the delete. How the delete works. You'll only remove the element, but not the. It won't clear the space. Okay, you have to you have to remember that, guys. Okay, delete will only delete the element from that particular index, but won't delete that particular space. Okay, it will not assign that particular index to any other element in the array. Now the next one, guys, sometimes, guys, we have to check whether this particular a, we don't know, right? Sometimes in the big programs or complex programs, we don't know whether this is an array or normal variable. We don't know. A can be a normal variable or a can be an array also. How to find out whether this is really an array or something? For that, guys, we have to use something known as, there's a predefined thing known as array in the JavaScript. We have to say array dot. Okay, we have to say array dot is array. Is array is a function, guys. Okay, is array is a function. So we want to check whether this a is an array or not. Okay, I want to check whether this a is a array variable or not. So for that, I will say array dot is array of a. If this particular a is an array, this statement will return true, guys. Okay, the true will be printed in the output. You see here, no demo.js, no demo.js, true will be printed. Okay, true got printed. What if I create one more variable, say let b is equal to some 9? Okay, is this b an array, guys? B is not an array, guys. Only a is an array which is storing multiple values, but b is only storing one value and it's not an array. But what if I pass b here instead of a? This will return false, guys. Okay, because b is not an array, so this particular is array function of the array will return you false. Node demo.js, you see, false got printed. That's how the is array function of the array will work in JavaScript. Now the next one, guys, hope you remember this type of, guys. I was using this type of in one of the previous sessions, right? Okay, so here, guys, if I say let a is equal to 9, okay, if I say console dot log of type of 9, what will be printed, guys? What will be printed in the output if I say type of 9? If I use this type of function in JavaScript, so 9 is a number, right? So number will be printed. Okay, so if I say no demo.js, you see number will be printed. What if I give here, I assign some text like sorry, here I have to say a, guys. Okay, just give 9, so I'll say 9 again. I'll run this again. You will get the same output anyhow. There's no difference. This will give number. Okay, because the value that is stored into this variable a is of a number type. What if I store a different value? Say I'll store my name into the array, guys. Okay, sorry, no, name into the variable, guys. That is a variable. I'll store my name. So what is the type of this thing? It is a string type, right? Node demo.js. This is string type. String type is coming because this is a text string type. What if I store some boolean value, say true or false, into this variable? In that case, you'll get boolean here. Node demo.js. You see, you got boolean. But what if you store an array here? Okay, so 9 comma 1 comma 6 comma 8 comma 2 comma 4. Okay, like this, if I'm storing multiple values into this variable, and this variable has become now an array, and if you say type of a, guys, it will print object, guys. Okay, for the arrays, object type is object, guys. Okay, you will get the object here. No demo.js, you will get the object in the output. Type of function when used with arrays will result in object. Okay, that's what you have to understand from this type of. Now, guys, there is one more function known as concat function, which will concatenate two arrays. Okay, it can concatenate 2 or 3 arrays. So I'll create 2 arrays here. Let a is equal to this one array, and other array, guys, let's say I'm just creating 3 elements in this second array. Now I want to merge these 2 arrays, guys. Okay, I want to club these 2 arrays, all the array elements of these 2 elements into single array. For that, I can say a dot concat of b. Okay, and the concat should return will the merged array will be returned, guys, by this concat. So I can store that into another array. Let's say c is going to be another array, guys, which is a combination of these 2 arrays. A and b array are got merged and are returned and stored into the c array. Now c is another array, guys. Okay, now if I say console dot log of c, You see all the merged array elements from these two arrays will be printed here. That is 916824 111914 will be printed here as array. Arrays will be printed like that, guys. 916824 111914. Okay, 916824 111914 will be printed in the output. Now I can also concatenate multiple arrays, guys. Like apart from A, B, we can also go for C. Say 22, 45, okay, 32, okay, 32, 19. Like this I'm giving, otherwise I will not give 19 here. I'll just give some more value like say 10, let's say. Okay, now I want to merge these three arrays into single. For that, guys, I will say let D is equal to new array D is equal to A dot concat of D comma C. Okay, yeah, okay, here I'm concatenating or merging three arrays into a single array, say D. If I print D, guys, all the elements, that is 916824 11 19 14 22 45 32 10 will be merged into a single array, that is G, and printed here. Just clear it out and say node demo dot JS 916824 11 19 14 22 45 32 10. All the elements came. Now, guys, there is another function in the, which can be used with arrays for slicing the arrays, guys. We have to slice based on some index, guys. I'll remove all the remaining arrays and I will only keep one array here, and I will say a dot slice of. Okay, I have to give some index, guys. So for example, I want to slice from index 2. Okay, so slice means, you know, right, you slice a mango, right? What will happen when you slice a mango? You will get that particular piece you sliced from the mango, right? So the entire mango you are slicing into two parts, let's say. Okay, when you slice it, it will become two parts, right? From where you sliced, that part you will get. Okay, whatever the sliced thing piece from the mango, right, that sliced piece you will get, right, from the mango. So here also same thing, guys. So let's say here you have to slice based on some index. For example, if I say a dot slice of 2, that means starting from index 2 you have to slice here 0 1. So you are slicing this particular array from this index 2, guys. That means 6824 portion you are slicing it out, and this slicing portion, this slice will return you another array, guys. So I can say B is another array which contains the sliced portion of the original array. So if I say console.log of B, it will print the sliced portion of the array, guys. That is 6824. It will print, guys. Okay. Node demo dot, yes, sliced portion of the array, that is 6824 will be printed. Now sort, guys. It's very easy now. Okay, the things are becoming very easy now. So guys, here we have something like 916824. Are these numbers in ascending order or sorted order? No, right? If they have to be in sorted order, the first value should be in 1, and then 2 should be there, then after that 4 should be there, then 6 8 9 should be there. Okay, so I want to sort it, means I have to use this simple function known as sort function in JavaScript, so which will sort the elements in this array, a dot sort. Now if I print this a, guys, the a will have the value sorted now. Okay, that means 1 2 4 6 8 9 will be printed in the output. You see, node demo.js. Okay, 1 2 4 6 8 9. And if in case, guys, you are storing some text kind of things into this array instead of the numbers, they will be actually sorted in ascending order, guys. Okay, here from lower number to higher number, but in text kind of array elements will be sorted in ascending order. Fine, that's how the sort works. Then we have reverse, guys. Okay, in place of the sort, I'm going to use reverse, guys. Reverse, you know the meaning of the reverse, right? The things will become reverse. That means last element will become the first element, last but one will become the last but first but second element, and last but one third will become the third element, like go on. Okay, so the order of this particular array elements will reverse. Okay, that means the new array order will be like 4 2 8 6 1 9, guys. Okay, instead of 9 1 6 8 2 4, the new this one, a dot reverse. Okay, the moment I say reverse, guys, all the elements in this array will be reversed completely. Okay, so if I say clear and say node demo dot js, you see the new array is like this, guys. After reversing the elements of the array, you see the last element came to the first position, 4 2 8 6 1 9. Okay, the reverse order of the array. Now we can also store objects into an array, guys. In the last session, I was explaining about the objects, right? If you remember the last session of this series, I was explaining about the objects. So we can store the objects also into the array, not only the numbers or text or some boolean value or different type of data into the single array. We can also store objects into the array, guys. How to store objects into the array? First, let's create some objects, guys. I'll create some objects like two car models. Let's say Swift. Okay, Swift object, let's say. Okay, this is just this is how the object will be created in JavaScript, and this color of this Swift is, let's say, red color, and I'll put a comma here, and then price of this Swift is let's say 8 lakh rupees, then comma, then mileage. Okay, mileage is like 22.4745 or 47, whatever it is, and what else is left, guys? Wheels is equal to four wheels, and fuel type colon. You should not be using equal, guys. I'm saying equal when I'm explaining, but actually it is colon. Okay, fuel type colon is let's say double quotes. I'll say this is diesel. Okay, diesel diesel vehicle. Okay, like this. I created one object, guys. I created one object. I'll just copy paste this object, and I'll try to create another object now. Try to create another object. I'll just name this object as amaze, and here I'll just change the values, say gray color, and the price or cost of this particular amaze is 9. Okay, the cost is 9 lakhs, and here it will only give 14 kilometers per liter, and it also has four wheels, but this is fuel type. Okay, fuel type is petrol, guys. Okay, so I created two objects now, guys. Two objects, Swift object and amaze object, and these two objects I can store into an array, guys. How? So let's say let a is equal to, I can give Swift comma the name of the first object, that is Swift, the name of the second object. You see, like this also we can store the objects into the array, guys. Okay, and how to print this array? Console dot, let's print the array, guys, and see whether these objects are getting printed or not. Okay, so when I say console dot log of a, and here if I run this code, node demo dot js, it will print the objects. Okay, when you print this array, the objects that are stored in the array will be printed, guys. You see this starting from here, guys. The first object and second object got printed in the form of the array. Okay, we printed the array having some objects. So this is how, guys, we can store objects into the array. Okay, this is how we can store the objects into the array. Now what else is left, guys? These are all additional stuff, guys. Okay, till here is the required stuff. Okay, till here is the required stuff, guys, regarding the arrays. Okay, this will be enough. But if you want to learn more about the arrays, then you have to know that you can store objects into an array. Okay, there are some other functions you will not be using too much, but it's better to know, guys. Okay, it's very simple functions anyhow. I'll be creating array again. A is equal to 9 comma 1 comma 8 comma, okay, 4 comma 2 comma 7. Okay, let's say these are the elements of the array. Now if I say console dot log of, okay, console dot log of a dot to string. Okay, there is one function in the array, that is array functions, that is to string function, which will convert this array into string, guys. Okay, like this array format will be changed to string format. Only this will be left, guys. 918427 will be printed in the output, as you can see. I'll just go to the terminal again. So let the path come to this file. So after the path comes, I'll just type the command node demo.js. You see the string format. Okay, now array got converted into the string, guys, and you see the square brackets are not coming when you are printing. Okay, if you want to print this particular array in a string format, you have to convert that into a string using toString function. Okay, similarly, guys, in place of the toString, we can also use something known as join, guys. It's also same. Okay, this also converts the array into a string, guys. Same result you will get. Same result you will get. Let's say demo.node demo.js. You see, you got the same result, but there is some additional functionality in join compared to the, okay, compared to the previous one. Okay, toString, compared to the toString function, join has a different advantage where you can provide some symbol. If you don't want this string to be printed with the separation of the commas, you can give a symbol. Let's say I can give hash symbol. Okay, so what happens is in place of commas, a hash will come. Node demo.js. Okay, you see 9 hash 1 hash 8 hash 4 hash 2 hash 7. Okay, like this, guys. This is possible. This flexibility is possible. So guys, it's all about the arrays in JavaScript. Okay, I demonstrated arrays from scratch to the detailed or advanced, okay, topics in arrays. I already demonstrated in this session, guys. You don't have to go anywhere else. This is all about the arrays, guys, that you have to know in JavaScript. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 21 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about typecasting in JavaScript. So let's get started. But what exactly is this typecasting? Converting data of one type to another type of data. Okay, in simple terms, converting a data of one type to another type of data is known as typecasting. As for example, Okay, let's say there is some decimal number, and the type of this number is decimal, right, in general. And if you are converting this type of number into integer type of number, okay, not decimal number, let's say you are converting that to integer number where decimal value will be waived off. This is one example of typecasting, guys, where you are converting the type of one data to another type of data. Okay, here decimal type of data got converted to new integer type of data. Okay, so this is only one example, guys, but there are several typecastings, that is several types of data can be converted to different types of data in JavaScript that I am going to demonstrate in a practical way in this session, guys. For now, you understood what exactly is typecasting with an example. There are two types of typecasting in JavaScript. Okay, there are two types of typecasting in JavaScript. One is implicit typecasting and other type is explicit typecasting. What is it mean by implicit typecasting and what it is meant by explicit typecasting? So if you are, okay, if you are explicitly converting one type of data to another type of data by providing some code as a programmer or developer, if you are explicitly putting some code so that one type of data gets converted to another type of data, that is called as explicit typecasting. But coming to implicit typecasting, you don't have to do anything as a programmer or developer. You don't have to write any particular code for converting one type of data to another type of data. In implicit typecasting, automatically JavaScript will convert one type of data to another type of data based on some coding situations. So let me give some examples of this implicit typecasting for you guys. Here, I'll open this Visual Studio Code ID and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file and I'll simply type down this console.log statement which will print the output, right? Now here, I will try to add two different types of data. Let's say I'll try to add 2 with 3.5. I'll try to add this 2 with 3.5. Here, 2 is an integer type of data. 3.5 is a decimal type of data. When you are adding like this, JavaScript will automatically or implicitly convert this number 2 into decimal, guys, because one of the type is decimal, right? So it will upgrade this integer type to the decimal type. So how can it be upgraded implicitly or internally by JavaScript? 2 will be changed to 2.0 internally, guys. Okay, it will not shown on the UI, but internally, as per the JavaScript engine mechanism, so internally 2 will be treated as 2.0 and the 2.0 will be added to 3.5. And what will be the output will you get, guys, when you add 2.0 with 3.5? You'll get 5.5, right? So this is what happening, guys. This is implicit typecasting, guys, where JavaScript is internally or implicitly typecasting the this integer value as decimal value before adding it to 3.5 decimal value. Okay. Now let me run this code. You will get the output as 5.5 as I mentioned. Node demo.js. You got 5.5. Okay. And another example, guys. Another example is, so I'll remove this line and type another statement log of. Okay. So here what I will do is I'll just provide this number 5 inside the string as a string, guys. This, what is the type of this data? String data. I am trying to add this string with 4. This is number, but one side is string, other side is number. Now what will happen? So what the JavaScript will implicitly do is, okay, as one of the side is a string, so other side is not a string, guys, right? JavaScript will internally, okay, or implicitly typecast this number 4 as internally, guys. This is not visually. I'm saying internally, this 4 will be converted to or typecasted to, implicitly it will be typecasted to a string, guys. Okay, even though 4 is not a string, before adding this 4 with 5, JavaScript will convert or typecast implicitly typecast this 4 as string, guys. So what will happen when you append a string with another string? Here plus will not be an addition operator, guys. When you are appending two strings or concatenating two strings, this plus operator will behave like concatenation operator, which will concatenate two strings. So here what will be the output, guys? If two strings are concatenated, what will be the output? 5 4. You will get the output as not 9, guys. It will get as 54, guys, because here both 5 and 4 are strings. You are appending one string with another string, 5 and 4 together, 54. It's not 9. So you'll get the 54 in the output, guys, because implicitly this 4 got typecasted to string text as 4 string text. Okay, now let me run this code, guys. You'll get the same output, 54 as the output, not 9. Okay, So these two examples will fall into the implicit typecasting. Okay, so JavaScript will perform this implicit typecasting. Visually it is not shown, but internally it will happen. Okay, now coming to the explicit typecasting, where the programmer or developer who is writing the JavaScript code want a particular type of data to get converted or typecasted into another type of data. In that case, we go with explicit typecasting, guys. So fine. So guys, in this case, okay, I'll just do one thing. I'll just create some variables, guys. Let a is equal to, I'll say 5 here. Okay, and let b is equal to 4 here. Now guys, if I say console.log of a plus b, what will be the output, guys? What will be the output? Tell me. What will be the output? Here, one of the side is a string, other side is not a string. So if you don't do anything, if you don't provide any explicit typecasting mechanism inside this code, what will happen is internally or implicitly JavaScript will convert this 4 also into a string and append with the 5. So you will get the answer as 54. Okay, if I run this code, guys, you will get the answer as 54. Okay, you will get the output as 54 because it's appending two strings here. Plus will not be addition, it will be concatenation operator at that time. But what we can do here is, for a change, what we can do is we can do some explicit typecasting where we can convert this number 5. Okay, where we can convert this string 5 into a number 5, guys. Okay, how we can convert this string 5 into number 5? For that, I'll surround this a with number, guys. Okay, I'll just add this number function, and inside this number function I'll be providing this a. What will this number function will do is it will typecast explicitly, it will typecast the 5 to the actual number 5. It will convert this string 5 to number 5. So 5 will be added with 4. After converting to the number 5 will be added to the number 4. So you will get the result as 9, guys. This time you see, you will get, because of the explicit typecasting, you are going to get the output as 9, guys. You see, the 9 is output because this text 5 got converted into number 5 before adding it to number 4. Okay, that's one of the example, guys, where I showed you string integer value. What if there is like 5.5, guys? What will happen? In this case, instead of 5, we have 5.5. String decimal value is there. In that case, number will still convert this string text into decimal number. Okay, not integer number, but decimal number. So this will get converted into 5.5, guys. 5.5 plus 4 means here 4 will be implicitly converted by the JavaScript to 4.0. 4.0 plus 5.5, how much? 9.5. You should get the output as 9.5, guys. So this example has both explicit typecasting and also implicit typecasting. Hope you understood. Control Z. Here I'll say demo.js. You see 9.5. Okay, 9.5. The next one, guys. The next one is so here, guys, we were using number here. So when I'm using number here, guys, okay, when I'm using number here, what's happening is if the string text has some decimal value, it's getting converted decimal value. But what if I provide something like parseInt here, another function, another type explicit typecasting function? Okay, parseInt. So here, guys, this particular string text will be converted to a number, but not decimal number, but integer number. This 0.5 will be waived off. That means parseInt of a will become number 5, not 5.5. Okay, that's the difference between number and parseInt. Now parseInt will convert this 5.5 string text to number 5. Okay, the decimal will be waived off. So 5 plus 4, you will get the output as 9, guys. This time you will get the output as 9. Node demo.js, you will get the output as 9, no decimal value. Fine. That's the power of the parseInt, guys. Okay, it's a different bit different from the number, where number will convert a string text into some either decimal number or integer number, whatever the type of the string text it is. But parseInt will convert the string text into integer numbers only, not decimal numbers. Okay, even though you give integer number or decimal number, parseInt will convert into integer number only. Okay, that's the difference between the number and parseInt. Now we have another one, guys. Another one is, okay, another one is, so another example, guys. Let me give another example here. A is having 5.5 directly. Okay, decimal number is there, but still parseInt will convert this decimal number into integer number, guys. This 5.5 will get converted to 5. 5 will be added with 4. You will get the output again as 9 only. Okay, this is also 9. This is also 9, guys. Okay, hope you understood parseInt and number typecasting functions. Now let's go with the next one. That is, instead of parseInt, if I give parse float here, okay, Instead of parseInt here, I'll give parse float. What will happen is this 5.5, okay, this 5.5, this is already a float, right? There is no use of typecasting explicitly here because a is already a float. But what if this a is, okay, having this 5.5 as a string text, not as a decimal number? In that case, the parse float will convert this string decimal thing into actual decimal value, that is 5.5. So 5.5 will be added with 4, guys. Here implicitly JavaScript will convert this 4 to 4.0 before adding to 5.5. 5.5 plus 4.0 is equal to 9.5 will be the output now. 9.5 is the output. Hope you are able to understand so far. Apart from this basic typecasting functions like number, parse, and parse float, guys, we also have other type of functions, guys, which can convert reverse way. Okay, till now we are converting the string type of things into the numerical things. Okay, what if guys the problem is like this? For example, if I say number of a, and this a is really a string text, it's not a number string text, it's really Arun Motori, my name. Can this Arun Motori be converted into a number, guys? Is it possible? Is it possible to convert this kind of string text to a number? No, right? If you try to do this, okay, I'm just not adding here. You try to do this. This is not possible, guys. Okay, you see, you will get this kind of output as not a number output. Okay, you cannot convert this kind of text into number. That to represent that we are getting the output as not a number. You are trying to convert something which is not a number. So this is not possible. You should be aware of that, guys. Okay, only the string text having the numbers can be converted, guys. Okay, this string text number can be converted into a number. That's only is possible. Not you cannot convert anything into number here. Okay, so here only this 22 got converted because it is a number type of string. Okay, that's why we'll be able to convert this kind of things, but not all the strings can be converted into numbers. The next one, guys, next one is reversing, guys. I want to convert some, let's say here I will put 2 here, guys. Okay, so 2, I'll say string of a. Okay, I would like to convert this a to string. Okay, I would like to convert this a to string, guys. Okay, that is number 2 to string text number I want to like to convert and add this with 4. What will happen here? What will happen in this case, guys, when I say console.log of string of a plus 4? Here this actual integer number will get converted to a string, guys. So it's like 2 with some double quotes surrounded by. When you try to add such kind of 2 with double quotes with 4, what will happen? Implicitly JavaScript will convert this 4 to also string type, that is double quotes 4 kind of thing. Okay, 2 and 4, you will get the output as 24 here, guys, because here plus will act like a concatenation operator between the two strings. So 24 will be the output, guys. Let's see that demo.js, you will get the 24 also output. Fine. Now the next one, guys, you can also convert an integer value or a decimal value to the string type. Okay, it can be a decimal value also, guys. This can be a decimal value also. So in this case, what will happen, guys, if I give 2.5, and what will happen? Let's see. 2.5 will be converted as it is into the string type. 2.54 should be coming here. Let's see that 2.54. Okay, 2.54 is coming because 2.5 is converted to string and thereafter appended with the 4. 4 is also appended as a string. So 2.5 is one string, 4 is another string, and clubbed together it will become 2.54. Simple. Okay, there's other way of concatenation, guys. Okay, so instead of saying string of a, we can also say the same output, guys, no difference. Okay, another way of typecasting the number into a string, that is a dot to string, is also doing the will also do the same thing. You will still get the output as 24, guys. Either you can say string of a plus 4 or a dot to string plus 4, both are same, guys. Okay, there's no difference. You see, still you will get 24. That is the thing. Okay, next one. Let's say we have let's say I'll say console.log of, what if I print a boolean value as it is? I'll get a boolean value, right? Okay, I would like to print this boolean value as it is, guys. So I'll get the boolean value in the output node demo.js. You see, I'll get the true. If you are printing true, you'll get the boolean value true. If you print false, okay, if you print false, you'll get the same boolean value false in the output. That's what it will happen. But if I surround this, if I try to typecast this false to a number, can the boolean value be converted to a number? Is it possible? In JavaScript, it is possible, guys. False will be converted to 0 number, whereas true will be converted to number 1, guys. Okay, let's see that. I'm trying to typecast a boolean type of data to a number type of data. So it will give you 0 because I'm trying to typecast the false to number, it will convert to 0, guys. Okay. Yeah, sorry. In the output, you will get 0, guys. In the output, you will get 0. What if I provide true here? It will give you 1. Okay. These are all not required, guys, but just to have some knowledge, I'm just explaining in this session. You'll get 1. Okay. So Boolean value also can be converted to numbers in JavaScript, guys. That is 1 for true and for 0 for false. Fine. Next one, I can convert a Boolean value even to a string also. Okay. In that case, what I have to use instead of providing number here, I have to say string. Okay. String. But you will not see any difference until you append this with some text. Say string is a string now. Okay. Is a string text now. Okay. True is a string text now. Like that I will say, and just run no demo.js. Here Boolean value true got converted to string and appended with the other string text, that is a string text now. Okay. True is a string text now. Fine. Similarly, guys, we can convert a date also into a string. Okay. How to convert a date into a string? For example, this particular thing, guys, this particular date thing, which I'm going to explain more in the other session, or I will explain here itself. Small introduction I will give to the dates. If you want to create a date, guys, you can create something like this. Let d is equal to new date, let's say. Okay. Like this, I'll say let d is equal to new date. This will have the date, guys. If I try to print this d, guys, console.log. Okay, today's date with all the timing, everything will be printed here, guys. Okay, if I try to print this d here, okay, this is a way to create date. I'll explain more about this statement in the next session anyhow. Okay, I'll explain more about the dates in the next session in a detailed manner with all the possible functions, everything. But for now, understand at a high level, this is a way to create a date. So let d is equal to, I have to say new date. Okay, then date will be created. If I try to print this d, the date will be printed, guys. You see here, if I say node demo.js, the entire date with timestamp, everything will be printed. Year is 2021, month is 09, and date is 06, and 2, time is like t means time, guys. Here, time is 09, 9:54, 5 something. Okay, it's coming here. Okay, so this is the timestamp. Okay, this is the timestamp, milliseconds, and all those things are coming here, guys. Fine. Anyhow, so if you want to print out this date, okay, if you want to convert this date into a string, what you have to do? You have to surround this with with this string, guys. Okay, typecasting this date into a string format now. Okay, so you'll not see much difference here when you print it out. So yeah, it got converted actually into a proper string actually. So now it's looking like a string, right? So either like this, or you can do like this, right? D dot to string, you can say, and clear node demo dot, both are same, guys. Okay, either string of d or d dot to string, both will convert the string thing into a kind of string text. Okay, like this you can convert into string text, guys. You see Monday September, proper string format is coming with lot of details like Monday September 06 2021. Okay, even proper time is coming, GMT 5:30 and Indian Standard Time, everything is coming. This is a proper way of printing a string, right? Rather than printing like this. Okay, rather than printing the date like this, it is a proper way of printing, right? Anyhow, I'll explain more about the date in the next session, guys. Okay, so so let me run this. You see, rather than this format, if I say dot to string, this is better, right? So it's giving more details for us. This is giving more proper details for us. Okay, this is more understandable also. Okay, better to convert to string. The date thing, let's convert to the string every time we use. Fine, guys. Anyhow, there are two implicit. There are two types of typecasting in JavaScript. One is implicit and another one is explicit. And implicit will be done by the JavaScript automatically. You don't have to do anything as a programmer. But explicit typecasting, where programmers or developers have to explicitly mention this kind of functions like number, parseInt, parse float, string, toString. Okay, all these functions they have to use to typecast one type of the data to another type of the data, guys. So that's all about this session, guys. In the next session, I'll explain and practically demonstrate about dates in detailed manner. So see you in the next video session, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 22 of JavaScript for Beginner series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use dates in JavaScript. So let's get started. In order to use dates in JavaScript, we have to first create an object for the date, guys. Okay, we have to first create an object for the date. But how to create an object for the date? For that, guys, we have to use a keyword known as new keyword. Not only just the new keyword, we also have to create this constructor known as date constructor. You see, date is there followed by some circular brackets. That means this together will become a constructor, guys. But what exactly is this new keyword and what exactly is this date constructor? What exactly are the constructors and what is this new keyword? All those things I will explain in detail in the upcoming sessions, guys. For now, blindly follow. In order to create an object for this date, we have to use this new keyword and date constructor. Okay, just blindly follow for this session, guys. In the upcoming sessions, you are going to get clarity on what is this new keyword and what is this, why this is called as a constructor and what exactly is a constructor. All those things I'll be explaining in the upcoming sessions. So let's get started by opening this Visual Studio Code IDE, and let's create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. And here I'm going to create an object for the date. How to create an object for the date? I have to say new. I have to use a new keyword space, and I have to create the constructor, date constructor. Okay. In order to create a date constructor, we have to provide the circular brackets after the date. Okay. And about this new keyword and constructors concept, I will explain in the upcoming session. Okay? For now, blindly follow. So the moment you create an object for the date by writing this kind of statement like new date constructor statement, what will happen is in the memory, some space or memory space will be allocated for that particular newly created object. Okay. For this newly created date object, some memory will be allocated, guys. Some memory will be allocated. But how to refer to this memory? How to refer to this memory? There should be something, right? There will not be any name for the memory. Okay, we have to refer to this memory. For that, guys, we are going to use some object reference. Okay, we have to use some object reference. How to create the object reference here? So object reference creation is similar to creating a variable, guys. Okay, so I'll say let d is equal to, you can give anything, guys. You can give any name here for this kind of variable like d or e or of f. Okay, I gave d because d stands for date, right? So that's why I gave d here. Okay, as it makes sense. So guys, what's happening is here this part is creating an object for the date, and to that particular date, okay, to that particular date's memory that got reserved here. Okay, we are using this object reference. Okay, we are using this d as the object reference. Why we are calling this as an object reference? Because using this variable, we are referring to the memory location that is allocated to the newly created object. That's why we call that as object reference, guys. Okay, here d is called as an object reference. Okay, which is referring to the object memory that is allocated while creating an object. Okay, fine. So far so good, guys. Now what will happen if I print this object reference? It will print the date and time. Okay, it will print the date and time according to the browser. Okay, that means according to the browser's time zone, not our time zone, guys. Okay, according to the browser's time zone, it will print the date and time, guys. Okay, it will print the date and time. What if I print here in the JavaScript, there is no particular browser here, right? What will happen? So if you are really printing it on a browser, it will be different, guys. Okay, if you are really printing on a browser, it will be different. But if you print in the JavaScript code, you will get a different output anyhow. So here I will say clear node demo.js, and you will get the date and time in this format, guys. In the browser's time zone or some other time zone format, you will get. But if you want to get a proper date and time in your own time zone format, then what you have to do is you just have to say d dot to string. You have to convert this date to string, guys. Then you will get a proper date. Okay, not just this kind of date. You will get a proper date if you say d dot to string here. So I'll say node demo.js. You will get a better date and time now. You see, it will be very descriptive date. As you see, Monday is coming. Yes, today is Monday, and month while I'm recording this video. The month is September and date is 06, and also the year is 2021 while I'm recording this video, and 16:53 4. You see in my system time also 16:53 is there, that is 4:53 p.m. here, and here 04 are the seconds, and my time zone is GMT plus 5:30 time zone, and the time standard time is IST. Okay, Indian Standard Time. I'm recording the video from India. Fine. So this is what happens, guys. Okay, instead of that only printing the object reference, convert that into a string, guys. D dot string, you will get a better time. Okay, better time here. Fine. This is clear for you, right? Now let me demonstrate different date functions we have. Okay, there are a lot of date functions, guys, which will get a lot of details for us. Okay, I'll be demonstrating the date functions. How to use the date functions? I can say d dot. Okay, this object reference d dot get date. Okay, if I say d dot get date, it will get me today's date. What is the today's date, guys? 06 is the today's date. It should get me today's date. Let me print this one, guys. Console.log of d.getDate. If I print this out, the 6 will be printed in the output. 6 will be printed in the output. You see, today's date, that is 6 got printed in the output. Similarly, we have a lot of stuff, guys. Okay, we can say get day. Okay, there's some other method known as get day, guys. It's not a variable, guys. It's a method. So you just provide with the circular brackets after the get day. And if you run this, guys, you will get number one, guys. Today is Monday, guys. So today is Monday. Sunday is assigned with 0, guys. Monday is 1. Tuesday is 2. Wednesday is 3. Thursday is 4. Friday is 5. Saturday is 6, like this, 0 to 6. Okay, Sunday is 0, Monday is 1, like that. Okay, and Saturday is 6, like that. But today's day is Monday, so you'll get the number 1 printed, guys. Okay, that's how it will work. No demo dot js, you'll get number 1. Number 1 means Monday. Okay, similarly there are other things, guys. Okay, apart from the get day, get date. Okay, we have get month. Okay, we have get month, and you will not get number 9 here. You see, the month number is 09, but in fact you will get 8, guys. Okay, I'll tell you the reason. Node, when I run this, okay, you got 8, but you may be thinking that why 9 didn't came. September means 9, right? Why 8 came here, guys? 0 stands for January, guys. So 1 for February in this case of JavaScript, guys. Okay, so in one number minus, okay, we have to minus a number. So 9 minus 1, you will get 8 here, guys. Okay, if you're getting 8 means that is September only. Okay, just read that. Or okay, if you are having a kind of confusion, just say plus 1, guys. Okay, you'll get the proper month. Okay, just say d dot get month plus 1, you'll get a proper month. Node demo dot js. Okay, because it is assigning 0 to January and 1 to February and so on. Okay, September is coming as 8. That's how the get month function works. Then we have a lot of other things, guys. Like we can say get hours, guys. Okay, at this moment 16 hours is the time, right? Get hours, I can say d dot console dot log d dot get hours. I'll create this as a function. Okay, this will get you the number of hours, guys. 16 hours, you will get the 16 hours here. Node demo.js, I'm running this JavaScript file using node.js. So 16, you got 16 hours here. Okay, you got 16 hours. Now what else? Hours is there. Similarly, we can get minutes, guys. Get minutes function is there. For each and everything, there is a separate function. Okay, in JavaScript. So this will get you the number of minutes here. 56 is there for now. Let's see whether we'll get 56 or not. Node demo.js. Now it got changed to 57, guys. That's why you got 57 here. Okay, the current time got changed to 57 minutes. Okay, and you can get seconds also, guys. Get seconds. Okay, get seconds. Get seconds. Get milliseconds is also there. But I'm not going to demonstrate milliseconds. Okay, it's as same as whatever it is. Okay, so you see here seconds is also not shown, but somehow it is 18 seconds internally. So like this, you can get all the details, guys. Day, date, month. Okay, day, date, month, hours, minutes, seconds, milliseconds. Lot of other things are possible, guys. Okay, lot of things are possible. So you can get the year, guys. We forgot the year, right? So let's get the. In order to get the year, we have a function known as get full year function. Okay, get full year function. This will give you the year, guys. 2021 is the current year, so you'll get 2021. Node demo dot as per the day of recording, year of recording, it's 2021, so you'll get 2021 here. Any other things left? These are the things, guys, nothing much. Okay, that's all about the date. Okay, in order to use the date, you have to create an object using the new keyword and date constructor. Once the object is created, you have to refer it to use refer to this particular date object using some object reference. For creating the object reference, you have to say let d is equal to or e is equal to new date. Okay, whatever the object that is created, right, to that this particular variable will act as an object reference. Okay, and using this object reference, we can perform all these things. We can print the date according to the browser's time zone, or we can convert to our time zone where d.to string, it will give you all the details in our format. And full year, date, month, hours, minutes, seconds, day. A lot of things are possible, guys, beyond whatever I explained in this session. But this much knowledge is enough for the dates, okay, as part of JavaScript. So that's all about the dates, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 23 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about strings. So let's get started. Till the previous sessions, we were already using the strings, but in this session, I am going to cover strings in a detailed manner. So let's get started. First of all, we'll see how to create the strings in JavaScript. We can create the strings in JavaScript either using the single quotes or double quotes. Okay, you can use any of these methods, guys. Okay, single quotes or double quotes. Now let me switch to the Visual Studio Code IDE where I am going to create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. And in this JavaScript file, I'll create a string as let a is equal to the single quotes. I'll give my name, guys. Say Arun Motu. Okay. We can create the strings like this also by surrounding the text with the single quotes. Okay. This is also string, guys. Now let me print the string console.log of a. Okay. Now let me run this code. You see the string text will be printed in the output. So node demo.js. I'm running this JavaScript file using the node.js. So you see whatever the string text that I have assigned to this particular variable that got printed here, guys. Similarly, we can assign the string text to this particular variable by surrounding that using double quotes. Okay. Using double quotes also we can create the strings like this. Okay. Strings can be provided in the single quotes or double quotes. Anything is fine. Now let me clear this out. Okay, guys. That was a mistake. Let me clear it properly. Now said no demo.js. Fine. You see, still Arun Motori got printed. Now, guys, now we understood how to create the strings in JavaScript, either using the single quotes or double quotes, we can create the strings. The next thing is finding the length of the string. Okay. Finding the length of the string. So if I say a dot length, okay, if I say a dot length, it will give you the total size of this string. So if I count manually, guys, starting from A, 1, 2, 3, 4, including spaces, we have to count, guys, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Total 12 will be printed. Okay. 12 will be the size or length of the string, guys. Using this length, we can find the size of the string. So now I'll just clear it out and say no demo.js. We'll get the 12 as the size of the string. Fine. Now next thing is how to use escape characters inside the string. Sometimes what happens is, here you see, if I try to provide double quote here, guys, okay, I want to print double quote. Let's say I want to print double quote here, but what's happening? The moment I provide or enter double quote inside this particular string, okay, from here to here, it is treating as a string and this part is giving an error. The problem is we cannot, because this particular string text is surrounded by double quotes, right? That's the problem. Okay. This particular entire string text is surrounded by double quotes and in between that cannot provide double quotes. That's the problem. If you provide double quotes, the things will change, right? From here to here, it will be considered as a string. The remaining is giving an error. So to overcome that, guys, there are something like escape characters, guys. So what we have to do is, if you still want to print the double quote between this Arun Motori, then just provide a backslash here. Okay, backslash double quote. You see, it will be considered as a double quote for print effects. Okay. Now the entire thing is treated as a string, and in between that, we are printing a double quote by using this backslash double quote thing. Now let me run this node demo.js. Okay, sorry, I'm printing the length here. I'll remove the length here so that you can see the exact print text getting printed. If I remove the length, node demo.js, you see Arun double quote got printed. Similarly, guys, sometimes the string text will be surrounded by single quotes. Okay, single quotes. Now you want to use single quote in between. Again, that is a problem. Okay, you cannot print a single quote here because from here to here it will be treated as a string and remaining you are getting an error. The same solution, guys, just provide a backslash. So this is also a escape character, guys. One of the escape character we can use to print the single quote in between the string text. So node demo.js. Okay, you see Arun single quote module. So next thing, let's say there may be some situations where you want to print a backslash itself. Then use double backslash. This will print the backslash in the string. Node demo.js. You see the backslash got printed here. Now, what I want to do now is, so I'll say Arun slash n Motori. That means first Arun will be printed, guys, and in the next line Motori will be printed. Okay, the first line Arun will be printed. In the next line Motori will be printed. Okay, it will take you to the new line. When the backslash n is appeared in the string, it will take the control to the new line, guys. Okay, So that's what is a slash n means slash new line. Okay, slash n means slash new line. So it will take to the new line. So when I run this code, node demo dot js, you see Arun motor is getting printed in the new line. Similarly, we have slash t, guys. T means tab space. Okay, when you press tab, what will happen, guys? When you press tab, it will be like this, right? The same thing will happen, guys. The output. So Arun and tab space will be pressed and motori. Okay, you'll have a lot of space between Arun and motori, guys. Just see that node demo dot js. You see, lot of space between Arun and motori because of the slash t. So these are the several escape characters we generally use inside a string, guys, but there are many others, but I'm not explaining everything, guys. This will be enough for now. Okay. And apart from these escape characters and finding the length of the string and different ways of creating the string, there are something known as string functions, guys. Okay. We can use with the strings. There are a lot of operations we can perform on the strings using the string functions, predefined functions, guys. These are not user defined functions. These are predefined functions of the string. So let's start using one by one, guys. Okay, let's start using. So I'll start with the very basic predefined functions of the strings. That is, you see, if you clearly observe this particular string text, okay, if you clearly observe this particular string text, so one first character is in capital letter and remaining are in smaller, and again the first letter of the second word is also in capital letter and remaining are in lowercase. But I want to uh, print this particular string text in complete lowercase. I don't want the capital letters anywhere in this string. So for that, guys, what we can do is I can say console.log of a dot two lowercase. There is a predefined function known as two lowercase. This two lowercase function will convert the entire string into complete lowercase. Okay, complete lowercase. Clear this out and say node demo dot js. Okay, see complete lowercase. Node demo dot js, complete lowercase. Now, similarly, you can convert this string into entire uppercase. Okay, entire uppercase. That is a dot to uppercase. To uppercase. Okay, this will convert the string into entire uppercase. Here, node demo dot js, complete uppercase. This is complete uppercase. Those are the very basic functions, guys. And similarly, we have other functions like I can say a dot caret of one. I will say, okay. I have to provide the index value 1. Okay, caret index 1 means at the index 1, what character is there that will be retrieved. You see 0, 1. At the index 1, we have R. So R will be retrieved and printed in the output, guys. We are retrieving a particular character in the given string text at a particular specified index. Okay, that's what is happening here using the caret function. Demo.js. You see, R got retrieved and printed. Similarly, we have concat, guys. Okay, I'll explain more about concat here. So what I will do here is I will just put Arun here. I'm only storing the string text as Arun into this variable a, and here I'm saying console.log of a. Okay, plus I'll give some space, guys. I'll give some space here. A Arun space. I'll say like this we can write, but here we have to use concat, right? So a dot concat we have. I will say a dot concat of. I'll just append that with space, guys. Okay. So I'll append Arun with some space, concating space. So it will merge, guys. Okay. It will merge Arun with some space. After that, I can still continue concat again. This time I'll give motori. Okay. Again say dot concat. Again I will give space and then dot concat of. Okay. Is a software testing trainer, let's say. Okay. I'm just writing all this, the final words. Okay. So now if I run this, guys, all the text Arun will be concatenated with this space. After Arun space will be concatenated with Arun space motori, and Arun space motori will be concatenated with this space again, and it will be concatenated with the is a software. So total string will be printed, guys. Okay, total, that is Arun motori is a software testing trainer will be printed in the output with proper spaces. Okay, so I'll say clear and say no demo dot js. You see, Arun motori is a software testing trainer. Okay, concat, and I'll replace this concat with okay, I will replace this concat with plus operator. Okay, plus, here plus stands for concatenation, guys. Okay, it is short form. I'll remove all the concat. It is a short form, guys. Okay, instead of either you can use concat function or you can use this plus, guys. Anything is fine. Okay, either you can use plus or concat. Anything is fine, guys. Whatever you feel. So now this also will work in the same fashion. So either you can use concat or plus symbol, The Arun Motor is a software testing trainer. Clear? Okay. Then we have replace, guys. Okay. Then we have replace. I'll say welcome Arun. Okay. I'll say welcome Arun. I'll say a dot replace of. Okay. I want to replace welcome with bye. Okay. I want to replace welcome text in the above string text with bye text. Okay. I have to provide this welcome and bye here. Welcome in this particular string text will be replaced with bye now. So now clear and say no demo dot JS. You'll see by Arun got printed. Okay, this is how it works. Now we have few more functions, guys. We have few more functions. Substring is another function, guys. I'll be using the substring function now. A dot. Okay, either you can use substring or slice, guys. Anything, both will work in the same fashion. Guys. Either substring or slice, anything you can use in the same fashion. A dot substring. I'll start using the substring, guys. A dot substring of you want to take a portion of this string, guys. Okay, you want to take a portion of this string. So I want to start from the let's say here I'll give my name, guys. Otherwise, okay, I'll give my name here, Arun Motori. I'll take a substring out of this entire Arun Motori. Say I want to take only this run, guys. RUN. I want to take a substring RUN as a substring. Okay, so R is starting where, guys? What is the index position? 0 1. So you have to start with 1 comma. Okay, and starting from the till where you want, till RUN you want. Okay, what is the position of the n? You have to start counting from 1, guys. Okay, first one is an index, guys, but second value that you are going to give is not an index, it's the position 1, position 2, position 3, position 4. Just give the position 4 here. So starting from the index 1 to position 4, that is nothing but RUN, guys. Okay, now clear this out and say node demo dot js. You'll get RUN. Same thing, guys, just replace the substring with slice, you'll get the same output. Okay, node demo dot js, you'll get the same run. Okay, either substring or slice will work in the same fashion. And sometimes, guys, you can only give the index value. Okay, you don't have to give the position. That means position will be taken as the entire string text. Okay, starting from the index 1 to at the end, till the end. Okay, if you don't provide anything, till the end it will take. That means here starting index 1 means run motori will come. Okay, so clear. Node demo dot js, you see run motor will come. And similarly substring also with the same fashion it will work. Is you give substring of 1 also the same thing, starting with the index 1 till the remaining of the string. So here clear it out and say no demo dot js, you see run motor will come. Okay, so then we have split and trim, guys. Remaining things are split and trim. I'll first go with the trim thing. Okay, I'll just add some leading and trailing spaces in this particular string text. Okay, a lot of leading and trailing spaces I'll add. And now when I say a dot, okay, when I print a, guys, otherwise I'll simply print a, guys. So when I print a, guys, this leading and trailing spaces will be considered, guys. Okay, you will see in action here in the output. You see the printed string text will contain the leading and trailing spaces. Okay, so when I print that demo.js, when I run this code, you see leading space is there. At same time trailing space is also there. Okay, trailing spaces are also there. So we can find the length of this. Okay, you can find the length also. It will be more length. It's not overall Arun motor length is 12, but because of this leading and trailing spaces, we'll get a bigger length also. Okay, clear. Node demo dot. Yes, you see you got 34, guys. But what if I will simply trim this out? Okay, I'll simply say trim, guys. Okay, the moment I use this trim function here, it will remove the leading spaces and also the trailing spaces. Okay, unnecessary spaces will be removed before ending of the string text. But in between spaces will not be removed, guys. Only the leading spaces and trailing spaces will be removed. Okay, not the between spaces. Now clear and say no demo dot js, and you can find the length also, guys, to confirm whether it's sticking to 12 or not. Okay, so you will get the output as 12 now. The length of the string is 12. So that is how, guys, the trim function will work. And finally we have one more function, that is split function, which is also regularly used. I'll remove this leading and trailing spaces, guys. So here I'll say is a software testing trainer. I'm just giving a lot of words here, that's fine. So I'm giving with an intention, guys. Okay, I will be using a dot split function, guys, and I want to split this single string text into multiple strings, guys. Okay, multiple things. So for splitting, guys, what parameter I have to use here? There are a lot of words which are separated by spaces, right? Space 1, space 2, space 3, space 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'll just give this double quotes here and give space here. Oh, it will split this entire string text into multiple words, guys. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Using because of the space, guys. Okay, wherever the space will occur, it will split. Okay, That means this split function is going to return you an array, guys. Okay, you see string array it's returning. Okay, it's returning you the string array, guys. So what I have to do is I'll say let b is equal to, here b is nothing but an array, guys. Okay, which contain all the words which are splitted using this space. Wherever the space comes, it will split. That means if I say console.log of, okay, since b is an array, I can use the index as 0. When I say b of 0, what will be printed, guys? Arun will be printed. Okay, Arun will go to b of 0, motor will be going to b of 1, ease will go into b of 1, b of 2. Uh, Here b of 3 will be a, b of 4 will be software, b of 5 will be testing, and b of 6 will be trainer, guys. Like that. Okay, so hope you are able to understand. So I'll print a few things so that you can understand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now run this. Clear. Node demo.js. You see, all the things got printed here, guys, properly. Let's go here. Arun Motori is a software testing trainer, properly printed. Okay. Instead, we can use, since it is an array, guys, we can use for of loop, as you already know. For, okay, uh, e of b. Okay, for e of b, I'll simply print console.log of b. Okay, console. Sorry, e, guys. Okay, e. I have to provide this e, guys. Okay, array element. I'm just treating e as array element representation. That's okay. You can give any value there. That's okay. So clear. And no demo dot yes, still you will get the same out. Okay, still you will get the same output. So sometimes what happens is the string maybe like this case. For example, if I give hyphen here and somewhere here also I'll give hyphen. Okay, but here instead of double quotes, if I use, instead of space here, guys, if I use hyphen as a separator, then what will happen? This will be separated 3 times, guys. Up to here, one thing. Okay, second element of the array, third element of the array. This particular single string will be splitted 3 times only because of the hyphen is only mentioned 2 times. Let's see what will happen. Let's clear this out and say node demo.js. Okay, till Arun Mortiri, one thing. Then ease a software is another thing, and testing trend is another thing. Okay, like this, guys. Hope you are able to understand split now. How to use split function, predefined function of the strings in JavaScript. So these are the different predefined functions that we can use with strings in JavaScript, guys. That's all about this session, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 24 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about classes, objects, class properties, that is variables and methods that can be created inside the classes, constructors, and finally the static keyword. So let's get started. First of all, we'll begin with objects, guys. What exactly are objects? As explained in one of the previous sessions, in JavaScript, if you have to represent some real world entities, okay, in JavaScript, if you have to represent some real world entities, then we have to create something known as objects. But what are these real world entities? Real world entities are anything that you see in this real world, guys, like as simple as a water bottle, okay, or a pen, book, bag, mobile phone, car, bus, okay, building, house, hut, anything that you see in this real world. Okay, if you want to represent the real world entities in the JavaScript programming language, then you have to create objects. That's what are objects, guys. But in order to create the objects, we need to create a class. In order to create this kind of or represent this kind of real world entities in JavaScript programming language by creating these objects, okay, we have to create a class. What are this class? What is this class? Class is a template, guys. Okay, class is a template, or you can call it as a blueprint, or you can say it is a factory which will create the objects. Okay, it's like a template, guys. It's a template for creating the objects. Simple terms. Okay, in simple terms, class is like a template or blueprint using which we can create objects or represent objects for the real world entities. Fine. So at a high level, that is an object and class, and fine. So class is a template or blueprint using which we can create objects. Okay, in order to create objects, we need classes. Okay, we need to create this kind of class in JavaScript. which act as a template or blueprint. Now, in the terms, if you relate objects with the classes and have to understand objects, you have to understand like this case. Okay, object is an instance of a class. Okay, object is created by a class. Class is a template using which we create objects. So object is an instance of a classes. Object is created by a class and is created generally. Objects are really created in programming language like JavaScript to represent a real world entity. And but for creating the object, we have to first create a class, and using class, we have to create objects. Hope you are able to understand. I'll give you an example, guys. Simple example I will give you. Suppose, so if you create a class like car class, okay, if you create a car like if class like car class, then you create any number different objects like this guys. Okay, you can create different objects using this car class. The different objects can be any car that you see in the real world, guys, that can be represented here. Let's say Maruti Swift VDI is one of the model, right? Then we have Honda Amaze. Okay, Honda Amaze. Like we have Kia Seltos. We have a lot of other models, right? Hyundai, okay, i20, Hyundai i20. Then Honda, anything, guys, anything else, whatever that comes, maybe SUV. Let's go into some Mahindra, guys, Mahindra, okay, Mahindra Thar, okay. So like this, guys, any car you can represent with the help of this class, guys. Okay, this is a class. Car is like a class now. So this class, car class, will act like a template or blueprint for creating this kind of objects, real world objects. Okay, for creating this kind of real world entities, kind of objects in the JavaScript. These are objects, guys. Okay, like real world entities, right? Maruti Swift VDI that we see on the road, Honda Amaze we see on the road. Okay, these are the real world things. But in order to create this kind of real world entities, we have to create a template or a blueprint like this car class template. Hope you are able to understand the concept now. What is a class and what is an object? Now let's switch to the practical mode, guys, where I'm going to create this class template, and using that class template, I'm going to create the objects also. Okay, fine. I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE, guys. Same example we are going to okay, use for creating the classes and objects. We are going to use the same car example as a class, and these are the examples of the objects. Let's try to use. So I have opened the Visual Studio Code. I'll delete the previous files, and I'll create a fresh JavaScript file, say demo.js. Inside this demo.js, I'll create a class. Okay, I will create the template or blueprint using which we can create the objects later. So in order to create a class in JavaScript, guys, we have to use a keyword known as class keyword. Okay, class followed by the name of the class. What is the name of the class we wanted to create? Car class. Okay, class car, and this is the starting of the car class, and this is the ending of the car class. Okay, the starting point of the car class, and this is the ending point of the car class. Fine. Now inside this car class, okay, inside this car class, we have to create a template, right? This class is nothing but a template. This template should contain some variables and methods, guys. Okay, that is nothing but we call them as a properties. Okay, here you see class properties I mentioned. Inside the class, we have to create the class properties, that is variables and methods we have to create inside. Okay, so what are the properties we have to create inside this car class? Variables and methods. Okay, variables and methods inside the car class we have to create. They will become the class properties. So one of the property can be color, guys. Okay, color. I'll not give any values right away. I'll just put a semicolon. I will not initialize these values. Okay, color I will not initialize. So then we have cost of the car. Then what else, guys? Mileage. Okay, color, cost, mileage. What else? What else? Lot of things are there for creating the properties of a car, guys. Color, cost, mileage. Then car type. Is it a sedan or hatchback? Like that. Okay. Then fuel type. Is it a diesel car or petrol car? Okay, what is the model of the car? What is the company? Okay, company, make of the car, like that. A lot of things you will get, guys. Lot of things: color, cost, mileage, car type, fuel type, model. I think let's stick to these things for now. And one more single property I'll create is wheels, guys. Okay, number of wheels does this particular car has? Okay, these are the several properties I wanted to create. Fine. Next one. Next one is, apart from having the properties as a variables inside the car class template, we can also have some methods, guys. Okay, methods. We have to create some methods. These are the methods are like actions, guys. Okay, these are like properties. I mean characteristics, and these are like actions that a car can do. What are the different actions a car can do? Start car. Okay, car can get started. Car can get started. Okay. So and similarly, car can get stopped. Right? We can stop the car. Car stop. Stop car. Another method I'll create. Okay. Uh, Car details. Okay. If you call this method, all the details of the car will be printed. Car details. Like this, I created some three methods inside this car class template. And here, what should be there for sample statements? I'll write some dummy sample statements inside this methods, guys. Okay. So I cannot really implement a car class template, but because it is very complex. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to write some simple print statements, console.log statements. Okay, so that will using which we can know that whether this particular method got executed or not. Okay, that is the only reason. Console.log. Okay, console.log uh, model. Okay, so here this model. So this model belongs to this car, right? So here, instead of saying model here, guys, instead of saying model here, we have to say this dot model. Okay, that means the model which belongs to the car class template. Okay, the model which belongs to this class. So we have to use this, guys, instead of using normal model. If there is another model here, what happens is this will be treated as a local model, guys. You see, this will be treated as a local model if you don't provide this. If I remove this, guys, if I double select, this will be considered, guys, rather than this one. So better to use this dot model. Okay, this dot model plus this dot model means the model property which belongs to the class. Okay, I'll append this with some other thing, concatenate with the okay of the car company. This model of the car company. What is the company? This company. Okay, here again you have to say plus this dot company plus has started. Started. Okay, start car means this model of the car. Okay, this model of the car company has started. Then stop car also I'll copy paste the same thing, but I'll just modify it a bit, saying has stopped. Then car details. Coming to the car details, I'll print all the details of the car, guys. I'll print all the details of the car. That is, I'll say console.log of color of the car is, first of all, what first property is color, right? Color of the car is just give a space plus this dot color. Okay, and console.log cost of the car is okay. Cost of the car is plus this dot cost. Then we have mileage. Copy paste, guys. This will take a lot of time. Don't copy paste. Just copy paste and let's modify. Okay, and then mileage. Mileage of the car is this dot mileage. Then we have car type. Okay, type of the car is this dot car type. Then what else we have? Fuel type. Fuel type of the car is this dot fuel type. Then model. Model of the car is this dot model. Then we have company. Okay, company of the car is this dot company. And finally, okay, number of wheels of the car is number of wheel, okay, of number of car wheels is this dot wheels. Okay, like this I'll display all the, okay, all the details of this car class when this particular method is called. Fine. Anyhow, this is a car class template, guys. Inside that we have some properties like variables and methods. Okay, the car class template has some properties, class properties, that is variables and methods that we have created here. So this is how a class looks like, guys. This is a template, guys. Okay, now you can correlate, right, properly. Class is nothing but a template or blueprint using which we can create objects. Okay, so using this car class template, we can create objects, real world entities, real world cars we can create. So how to create them? How to create the real world cars out of this car class template? Very simple, guys. For that, we have to create the objects. Okay. Okay. We have to create the objects for this car class. But how to create the objects? But how to create the objects? So in order to create the objects, we have to use a keyword known as new keyword. Okay. What is a keyword we have to use in JavaScript for creating the objects for this any of the classes? This car class, if you have to create the object, we have to use a keyword known as new. Create an object for which class? Car class. New car means this particular statement will create an object for the new class. But now I am going to put some circular brackets here. This will make this as a constructor, guys. Okay, here new keyword is creating an object for the car class, and this car followed by the circular brackets will make this particular thing as a constructor. What is this constructor? You will soonly understand, guys. Okay, what exactly is this constructor? You will, what is the advantage and all those stuff you're going to understand. You see, after this, after we create the objects and all, right, we are going to at some point of time we are going to understand constructors, guys, and what is the purpose of the constructors, etc. For now, using the new keyword, we are creating an object for the car class, and here we are making this car as a constructor. Okay, just put a semicolon here. This statement is creating an object for the car class, and also the car constructor has been created here. So what is this constructor and what is this particular statement doing related to the constructor? I'll tell you later. Okay. Now, guys, the moment you say new car here, okay, the moment you say new car here, in the memory, an object, okay, will be created. I mean, some memory space will be allocated for this particular object. Okay? For whatever the object you created here, whatever the object that got created for the car class, okay, some memory got allocated. Okay, in the computer memory, some memory got allocated for this particular object. So this is, let's say, for now we don't have any name for the object, right? We'll say object one got created, and this is a memory that got allocated to the object one. Okay, fine. Now we need some object reference to refer whenever we want to work on this object. Okay, okay, whenever we want to work on this object that got allocated some space in the memory, okay, we need some reference. Okay, we need some object reference. So I'll give some object reference, guys. Here is equal to, I'll say, and I'll just give some object reference here. I'll say let name of the object reference, let's say I'll give that as Swift VDI. Okay, Swift VDI as object reference I'm creating. Now here Swift VDI is going to become the object. This is the object reference, guys. Why we are calling it as an object reference? Because this is the only thing that we can use for referring to an object, okay, that got created in the memory. Fine. So this statement is creating the object. To that object, we are using the object reference to reference it. Whenever we have to access this particular object memory that got allocated for this object, we have to use this object reference. Fine. Now, what is possible with the help of this object reference? A lot of things are possible, guys. You see, did you initialize any of these properties here? Okay, any of these variables did you initialize for this car class? No, right? Now we can initialize. How? I'll say Swift VDI. So I'll just do one thing, guys. I'll just copy paste here so that I don't have to scroll up and down every time. I'll just do it below like this, and I'll say Swift VDI dot first one is color is equal to, okay, using Swift VDI object reference and accessing the color, guys. Okay, color, and color is equal to, what is the color? Let's say red color. Object is done. color is done. Now again, using the object reference, I'm accessing the second variable, that is cost. Cost is equal to 8 lakh, 8 lakh rupee. Now third thing is mileage, guys. Again, Swift VDI dot mileage is equal to, let's say, 22.17 kilometers per liter. Then car type, Swift VDI dot car type is equal to, let's say, hatchback. Hatchback. Swift VDI is a hatchback. Then fuel type, Swift VDI dot fuel type is equal to, I'll give that as diesel. Okay, diesel type. Then model, Swift VDI dot model is equal to, the model is VDI model, guys. Okay, VDI is a model. Then company, Swift VDI. What is the company of the Swift VDI? So model is Swift, Swift, guys. Swift VDI. Okay. So company is Maruti. Okay, Maruti Suzuki or Suzuki Maruti Suzuki. Okay, fine. This is the company of the car. Then number of wheels that this Swift VDI has is, okay, so number of wheels is equal to 4 wheels. Okay, done. We are done with this properties. Okay. Now we created an object and we have initialized the things according to the object. So what happens here is, in this memory, all these details will be stored. That is, color is equal to, okay, to this particular object. What is object reference? Swift VDI. Okay. For this object which is referenced using the Swift VDI object reference, here color is mentioned as red. Price is cost is mentioned as 8 lakh. Okay, 8 lakh. Then what is that? Mileage is mentioned as 22.17. Car type is mentioned as hatchback. Then we have a fuel type mentioned as. In this memory, all these details are being stored, guys. Okay, in the object memory, all these details, whatever you are writing here, are being stored because of this. Okay, diesel. Then we have model as Swift VDI, company as Maruti Suzuki, and then wheels is equal to 4, like this. Okay, wheels is equal to 4. So this is what is happening internally. Okay, now guys, we can use this object. Now you have initialized all the variables, right? Now you can use the methods of this. You can call the methods of this car class. How to call the methods of the car class? Again, using the same object reference, guys. Copy this, paste it here, and say dot Swift VDI dot call the first method, that is start car. Start car method is called. Again, Swift VDI dot stop car, second method. We are calling the second method. Then Swift VDI dot car details. Okay, third method. So these methods are also there in this object memory, guys. That is start car, stop car, and car details. All are inside the object memory only. Okay, fine. For this Swift VDI, like this. So when you call these methods, guys, what will happen is, here already these properties for this particular Swift VDI object. Okay, this properties got initialized and stored in the object memory. And also when you call using the same object reference, if you call these methods, okay, whatever the values you initialized here for this properties, using that particular value, this methods will be running, guys. Okay, so for example, if I am saying Swift VDI dot start car, this start car method will be called. And here this dot model is, what is the model we gave here? Model we gave is Swift VDI. So Swift VDI of the car company Maruti Suzuki has started, has stopped, and the color of the car is red. Cost of the car is this much, 8 lakhs. Mileage of the car is 22.17. Type of the car is hatchback. Everything will be printed the way we have initialized here. Okay, let's run this code, guys. Let's run this code and just go here and run this code having this car and this first object created. I'll say clear and say node demo.js. I'm running this JavaScript using the node.js. You see all the details got printed. Swift VDI of the car company Maruti Suzuki has started. Swift VDI of the car company Maruti Suzuki has stopped. Color of the car is red. Cost of the car is 8 lakh. Mileage of the car is 0.17, type of the car is hatchback, fuel type of the car is diesel, model of the car is 50DI, company of the car is Maruti Suzuki, number of car wheels is 4. Like this, guys. All these three methods got executed successfully. Now, so I'll just put a kind of statement, guys. You'll understand why I'm putting this here. Okay, in a while. I'll just put a line here. Okay. Thing here is here using the car class template, the class template can create multiple objects, guys, not just one object. Here only one object we created. For that particular object, we are referencing using this object reference known as 50ADI. But we can create more objects also. How to create another object? We can create another object also, guys. Okay, we can create another object also. Here also we can create, not a problem. I'll say new car. So the moment I say new car here, in the memory, another object will be created. Okay, in the memory, another object will be created. Let me name this object as object2. Okay, for now, let's name this object as object2. And does it have any object reference for now? No, right? I'll create the object reference. Let Honda Amaze is equal to new car. Okay, this is the object reference. Honda Amaze is here is the object reference. Honda Amaze is the object reference. So this is the object reference. Now, are these properties initialized for the Honda Amaze? No. Only for the Swift VDA, these properties were initialized. But for Honda Amaze, we have not initialized. So in the memory, nothing is there. So, but let's initialize, guys. How to initialize this variables for this Honda Amaze object? For that, again, I'll say Honda Amaze dot color is equal to gray color. Okay, like this, you can create any number of objects, guys. I'll just copy paste, guys. I'll copy paste this all these things just to save the time, and I'll replace this Swift VDI with Honda Amaze. Okay, I'll copy paste this here. Honda Amaze dot mileage, Honda Amaze dot car type, Honda Amaze dot fuel type, model, company, wheels. Okay, here I'll change the property values. Gray, it's 9 lakhs. Okay, this car has 9 lakhs as a price. This is giving only 14 kilometers per liter, and this is a sedan, and this is a petrol variant, and this is a Amaze is a model. Amaze is a model, guys. Amaze is a model, and the company is Honda. The company is Honda, and number of wheels is still 4. Okay. Now, after initializing the properties, so all these details will come here, guys. Okay. Color is equal to all those stuff. Okay. Now, since we initialized in the memory, these values will be stored. Okay. Color is equal to gray, cost is equal to, let me fastly type, 9 lakh, and mileage is equal to 14. Car type is equal to sedan, and then fuel type is equal to petrol. Then model is equal to Amaze, company is equal to Honda, wheels is equal to 4. Fine, done. And again, it has this start car, stop car, and car details. Fine, this is another object that got created, and this object is referenced using the Honda Amaze. Now, in order to call this methods which are there in this object, we have to say Honda Amaze dot start car, Honda Amaze dot stop car, Honda Amaze dot car details. Let's do that. Okay, Honda Amaze dot start car, Honda Amaze dot stop car, Honda Amaze dot car details. Car details. If I run this code, guys, if I run this code, this time you'll see that there are two objects, and using these two objects, we have initialized the properties for each and every object, and also we are calling the methods according to that object. Okay, using that object reference, we are calling. So proper details should be printed. Okay, let's run this. You'll see the difference now. Let's see the difference. So I'll be running using the node.js, guys. So I'll say clear first. I'll clear this text, and then say node demo.js. You'll see a different output this time. You see a line is coming between, because this belongs to the first object and this belongs to the second object, guys. Okay, the first object is all related to the Swift VDI of the Maruti Suzuki. Swift VDI of the car company Maruti Suzuki has started, stopped, red, 8,22,117 hatchback diesel Swift VDI Maruti Suzuki 4. But here Amaze of the Honda company details are coming. Amaze of the car started, Amaze of the car Honda stopped, color of the car is gray, 9 lakhs 14 sedan petrol, Amaze Honda 4. You see, can you see the difference? Like this, you can create any number of objects, guys. That is, objects are nothing but the real world entities. In this case, object is nothing but Swift VDI. In this case, object is nothing but the real world entity Honda Mess. Okay, this is what happens, guys, in a class. Okay, so these are few concepts. Okay, now you are able to understand classes, objects, and class properties, right? To some extent, that's fine. Now, guys, we'll go. Okay, now you understood how the memory allocation will be done. Okay, whenever you create an object, a memory will be created to that object. Okay, a memory space will be allocated to that particular object. The how many number of objects you create, that many number of memory spaces will be allocated for that particular objects. Okay, fine. Now, so far we are initializing here itself, right? We are initializing these properties. Okay, here in here we are initializing the properties, right? This is a place we are initializing, but I don't want to initialize here, guys. Rather, what I want to do is inside the car class, I'll want to create a method, guys. Okay, I want to create a method which will initialize the properties. So I want to create a method inside this car class which will initialize all this stuff. Okay, you see, every tomorrow if I create one more object, what will happen? Again, I have to write all the statements, right? How many lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 lines for initializing. For each and every object, you have to write 8 lines for initializing the properties in this particular car class. I don't want to do that. Rather, I want to create some another method, guys. Okay, so I'll just name that as set car details. Okay, set car details. Some method I'm creating, guys. Okay, set car details method, and I want to use this method for initializing these properties. Okay, for this particular objects. Instead of writing 8 lines every time, if I have 10 objects, I have to write the 80 lines. You can understand the pain, right? That's the thing. So here I'll say set car details. What are the details I want to initialize? I'll just provide that as a properties. I mean parameters here. Color. Second one will be cost. Third one will be mileage. Fourth one will be car type. Fifth one will be fuel type. Same thing, guys. Whatever you are seeing here for the car, that I'm writing as a parameters here. Okay. So model, then company, and finally wheels. Right? Finally wheels. Now, how to initialize this? I'll say this dot color. This dot color is equal to color. What does it mean, guys? Okay, when you are initializing, when you are calling this particular method and passing all these values, right? The arguments will fall into this method, guys, and that arguments you are passing to the car related properties. Okay, so this dot color means this particular color, guys. Okay, this color means this color. Okay, this dot color is referring to this color, whereas this color is referring to this color. Okay, fine. Now this dot means class related something. Okay, cost is equal to this cost. This dot mileage is equal to mileage. This dot class car type is equal to car type. Then this dot fuel type is equal to fuel type. This dot model is equal to model. This dot company is equal to company. This dot wheels is equal to wheels. Done. Okay. So this is one method we have created inside the car class for initializing purpose. Okay, we want to initialize all these properties. Every time we create an object, I should not be writing this many statements, guys. But how to overcome this? Instead of this many statements, I can only write one statement now. To initialize, I can replace all these 8 lines with a single line. What is that line? I have to call this method known as set car details. Okay, how to call? For example, here I'll say Swift VDI dot set car details. Okay, and here I have to pass all the details, guys. You see, when I hover the mouse on set car details, you see it's asking me to pass color, cost, mileage, car type, fuel type, model, company, wheels, and so on, right? So let's give all these values, guys, one by one. Color is red color. Okay, put a comma, red color, then 8 lakh, comma, then 22.17 mileage. You are passing all these values in a single statement, not all. You don't have to write 8 statements going ahead. Okay, single statement, which all these details are being passed to this method, guys. You know about the methods, right? Already explained. Okay, how to call the functions and all those stuff. Okay, functions have parameters. You can pass the arguments, functions. All those things were explained in previous sessions, if you remember. The same thing happens with methods, guys. Just the methods are inside the class, nothing much. Maruti Suzuki, and finally 4. Okay, the last one is 4 comma 4. Done. Now you don't need all these 8 statements. Just call this method, guys, set card details method. That is enough. Okay, just call this set card details. You see, we have replaced 8 statements with a single statement. Here again the same thing, guys. Again the same thing. Okay, again the same thing. You can do the same thing, guys. Okay, you don't have to write this many number of statements. Just say Honda Amaze dot set car details, and in the circular brackets provide all the arguments. These are the arguments. Okay, you are passing them as an arguments while calling this method inside the class. Second one is 9 lakh. Third one is 14. Fourth one is set on. So no matter how many objects you create, you just have to write this single line for initializing the objects. Okay, you don't have to write 8 or those many number of lines going ahead. Only single line is enough. You see how simplifying the process is becoming because of the methods which will initialize for you inside the class, right? So Honda is done, and finally 4 done. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we have 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So something is missing, guys. Gray, 9 lakh. Okay, sedan, petrol. Here, Amaze. Then Amaze company and 4. What is that? That is missing. Let's see. Color, cost, mileage, car type. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, 8 is there. No need to worry. Looks like 7, but it's 8. That's it, guys. You see, if you create 10 objects also, you don't have to write 80 lines going ahead. Only 8 lines will be enough. Okay, for 8 objects, 8 lines will be enough, not 80 lines. Okay, that's how we have. That's the purpose of this method, guys, which is going to initialize our properties. Okay, variables. Now, guys, when you say fifth VDI dot set car details and you pass all these arguments, this red color will go into this color. Okay, and this 8 lakh will go into this cost, the set card details, and all these values you are assigning to the class variables, right? This dot color is class variable, this dot color is equal to color, this dot cost is equal to whatever the parameter value you receive that you are passing here. Like that you are initializing the properties, guys. Let's run this code. It should work in the same fashion, guys. Okay, same manner, the same output we should get from the previous output. So let's clear this out and say no demo.js. You see, still you got the same outputs. 50D of the car companies, Suzuki has started, 50D of the car company Maruti Suzuki has stopped, color and all the stuff are properly printed. And also here Amaze of the Honda has started, stopped, gray, and all the details of the Amaze class are also got printed properly. Okay, this is how we can simplify the process. Now guys, I'm going to explain one more thing. Okay, we have used method to initialize the class variables, but there is one more thing. Okay, that is, in order to initialize this, you are going to specially call it, right? Using the object reference, you have to call this. I even don't want this statement. Okay, I want 0 statements, guys. I want this particular thing to get initialized even without writing this statement also. I don't even want to. From 8 lines, we came to 1 line, right? If you remember, there were 8 lines for initializing these properties. But now I came to 1 line, but I am now saying that I don't even have to write a single line. I don't have to call this method at all, but still my properties should be initialized. For that particular object, the properties should get initialized. Even I don't write the single line also, they should get initialized. How? How that is possible? So we are going to replace this particular method with a constructor, guys. Okay, we are going to create a constructor, guys, that is going to replace this method, guys. Okay, so we are not going to use this method. Okay, we are going to convert this method into something known as constructor. Just change the method to constructor, guys. That's it. Okay, there's no set at this moment, there is no set car details method. Instead, there is a constructor inside the car class. What is this constructor and when does this constructor will be called? Whenever you create an object here, new car, okay, you see there is a constructor here, right? This is a constructor. I was telling you there is a constructor, right? This constructor is automatically calling this constructor, guys. Okay, whenever you say new car constructor, this car constructor is a calling statement. Okay, you don't have to call the method specifically now. Just create the object. Automatically this constructor will be called when you create an object and all these properties will be initialized. Don't you think that is a very simplest process now, right? So instead of passing them as part of the method, just remove from here and put it here. That's it. Okay, you don't have to specifically call a method to initialize the properties now. Just when you create an object, just pass the arguments, guys. That is enough. Okay, when you create the object, automatically this constructor will be called. This constructor in the car class will be called with the help of this one, and all these arguments will be initialized here inside the constructor. Okay, all the arguments will be initialized inside the constructor. Now you see that single statement is also gone. Okay, that's the purpose of the constructors, guys. Constructors will automatically initialize. You don't have to call them specifically. Just create an object, constructor will be automatically called. But in case of methods, guys, using the object reference, you have to call the method specifically. But constructors, you don't have to call specifically. Just create the object, constructor will be automatically called as part of the object creation statement. Similarly here, guys, I'll remove from here and put it here. This is the second, this is again, it is a constructor, guys. Whenever you are creating an object, constructor is automatically called. You don't need to specifically call this method for initializing the properties anymore. So that is the purpose of the constructors, guys. Constructors will make the initialization of the properties better. Okay, easy, automatical kind of. Okay, now you'll get the same output, guys. You'll get the same output. You just have a constructor inside your car class. And in order to create the constructor, guys, the constructor will have this constructor keyword, okay, as a name. Okay, so it is not a method, guys. It is a predefined keyword constructor. This will make this as a constructor. Okay, it's not a method. These are methods, guys. Okay, whatever you are seeing here are the methods, but this one is a constructor. Okay, because we are using the keyword in place of the name. Okay, if you use some name in place of this keyword, that will become a method. But if you use this constructor keyword in place of the method name, then it will become a constructor. But anyhow, so you don't have to call specifically or manually. It will be called automatically when you create an object. Okay. So now let's run this. We'll still be able to get the same output, guys. Let me run it. I'll say clear and say node demo.js. You will get the same output. Okay. 50D of the car company Maruti has started. 50D of the car company Maruti Suzuki has started. All the details are same. Honda Amaze details. Okay. Honda Amaze details. Still it is working the same. So we have completed the constructors also, guys, and now you understand the advantage of the constructors and the purpose of the constructors, how they simplify the process of initializing of the variables, and how it makes the things automatic. Okay, you don't have to specifically call. Now the final topic is left out, guys. That is a static keyword. What is this static? I'm going to explain now. Okay, it's also very simple, guys. You see, guys, if you clearly observe, there is a common property, guys. Is color same? For example, here when you created two objects, color of this Swift VDI is red color, but color of the Honda Amaze is gray. Both are different. What about the cost of the Swift VDI and Amaze? 8 lakhs, 9 lakhs. Here mileage is 22.17. Here mileage is 14. They are different. Hatchback and sedan, diesel and petrol, Swift VDI and Amaze, Maruti Suzuki and Honda. All so far all the things are different. But coming to the wheels, every car has 4 wheels only. Right or wrong, guys? Every car has only 4 wheels, right? Here also 4 wheels, here also 4 wheels. Tomorrow if I create another object, that car also is going to have 4 wheels only, not 8 wheels, right? All the cars will have 4 wheels. That means this is a common thing. Every time we should not, right? For every object, you should not waste this much of memory, right? If you have 100 objects, this 100 wheels has to be created in the memory. That much space you are wasting, guys. Rather, creating these wheels as part of these objects, since it is a common, okay, since it is a common thing, wheels is a common across all the classes, we can remove from here, we can remove these wheels from here, just remove these wheels from here and make it as a common property. Okay, we should not have the wheels as an object property, guys. Each and every object should not have wheels, rather it should become a common property. Okay, some centralized or common property. How to make that as a common? Simple, guys. Just make this wheels as static, guys. Just make this wheels as static and remove wheels from everywhere, guys. Okay, you should not be initializing the wheels and all those stuff. Okay, just remove this. Okay, just say static wheels is equal to, directly here mention 4, guys. You don't have to initialize it. Okay, you don't have to initialize the wheels, guys, because wheels is a common thing. Okay, wheels is a common thing. All the classes, all the cars will have the same number of wheels. Why to initialize for each and every object if it is going to have the same 4 number of wheels? So I'll just make it static. Okay, I just need to add the static keyword before the wheels and I'll assign some value here. And I'm not initializing anymore. You see, in this constructor is not initializing the wheels anymore. And also I'll not be printing it like this here. Okay, I'll just remove all the stuff. So now guys, wheels is a common thing now. Okay, so there is no wheels as part of the object. There is no wheels now. Okay, I'll just remove these wheels from here. There is no wheels anymore inside the objects. Okay, you don't have to initialize wheels anymore. Okay, you don't have to initialize wheels anymore. So when I make something as static, guys, static means what, guys? Static. These properties are not static, but this property wheels is a static. What is the difference between the static and non-static? What is the difference between the static and non-static? Non-static. Static means common. Common things. Common things need to be made static. Non-common things, okay, which change across objects. Different objects will have different property values. Those are non-common. Okay. If all the properties, all the objects have the same, okay, same value, then it should be made common, like wheels. Okay. Number of wheels for Swift VDI is same, 4. Number of wheels for Honda Amaze is same, that is 4. So such kind of properties we have to make common, guys. And these common properties will be created in class memory. Which memory? Class memory. Okay, when you make something as static and common, that will belong to which memory? Class memory. Whereas non-static things which are not common across different objects doesn't belong to the class memory, they belong to object memory. Okay, so here non-common things are in the objects. You see, object 1 has non-common things and object 2 now has non-common things. Wheels is a common thing, so it cannot be part of the objects. It has to be part of another memory known as class memory. What is a class? Car, right? Car is a class. Okay, car is a class, and the memory has wheels is equal to 4. This is a common memory now, guys. Okay, when you make something, I have made wheels as static, guys. The moment I made wheels as static, it belonged to the class memory, not the object memory, and it is a common memory. Okay, so tomorrow you should not be printing like this, right? You should not be when you say car details, 4 should not be printed, right? So this 4 should not be, you should not be passing 4 also here. This 4 is no more. You are not passing 4 as part of the object memory. Now the 4 belongs to the class memory. Whenever you want to access the number of wheels of the car, okay, whenever you want to access the number of wheels of the car, okay, you should not be accessing using the object reference. Okay, now wheels doesn't belong to the object memory. Okay, whatever that belong to the object memory, you are using the object reference to access. But now wheels belongs to the static, okay, common thing, that is class memory. Wheels belong to class memory. So in order to access wheels, guys, we have to use the class name, not the object reference. In order to use the wheels, in order to access the number of wheels, we have to, okay, we have to use class instead of the object reference. Okay, this is object reference. These are all object reference, guys. Okay, but in order to access the wheels, we have to say car, name of the class, that is car dot wheels, you have to say. Okay, this is the proper way of doing. Okay, static stuff need to be accessed using the class. Okay, because they belong to the class memory. Now I'll put this inside the console.log of, okay, I'll say car dot wheels. Okay, I'll just put some text also here. Number of wheels of the car is car dot wheels. That's it. Okay, number of wheels of the car is, whenever you want to access the static, okay, properties, you have to access using the class. Okay, class dot, instead of, you should not say swift vdi dot wheels. That's not correct. Car dot wheels is correct. Okay, static stuff, that is common stuff, the common stuff will belong to the class memory, should be accessed using the class name itself, not the object reference. That's what you have to understand. Okay, now run this code, you'll get this, guys. Let's put it at the end, guys. Otherwise, let's put it at the end, because all the cars have the same number of wheels. So number of wheels the car has is car dot wheels. Okay, now run this. Run this, you will get that printed properly. Okay, so let's run this first. Clear node demo.js. You see at the end you got number of wheels of the car is 4. Okay, this is a static, belongs to the, it has become static, guys. Wheels has become static and it belongs to the class memory now. It's a common memory, that is class memory, not the object memory. Object memory will have different properties, okay, different values for different things. Okay, but class will have the common stuff. Class will have the common stuff. Fine. Now what if, can I access this wheel still using the Swift VDI? Can I do that? Just try, guys. What will happen? Swift VDI. Okay, I'm trying to access this common thing with the help of Swift VDI, but this is not there in the Swift VDI memory anymore. but what will happen? Let's see. Okay, let's run and see. Let's run and see what will happen. Node demo.js. What you got, guys? Did you get the value? No, right? You thought it will be coming as 4, right? But it is undefined because these wheels no more belong to the object memory. It belongs to the class memory. Okay, that's why you are getting undefined. You cannot use object reference for accessing the static variables. Okay, you have to use class name only. Car.wheels is the correct way. Then only it will work. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So accessing static variables and static methods using class. Okay, we have to access static variables and static methods because they belong to the class memory. Not only the properties, guys, not only the variables, guys, you can also have the methods as static, guys. Okay, you can create some methods here. Let's say I'll create a method here. Let's say print wheels. Okay, print wheels method I'm creating, and I'm just have to make this static, guys. Okay, I'm just making this method as static. So here I'll say console.log of, okay, uh, number of wheels is equal to, I'll say R4. Okay, like simple. Number of wheels are 4. I'll simply say number of wheels are 4. Simple. Okay. Now to call this method, since this method is also a static type, okay, which belong to the class memory. Okay, this belongs to the class memory because it is provided with static, guys. Not only the variables, guys, not only the variables like wheels can be provided as static, but also the methods also can be provided as static, guys, and they also belong to the class memory. They doesn't belong to the object memory. Okay, here that print wheels doesn't belong to the object memory, guys. Print wheels belong to the object, that is class memory. Okay, class memory, common memory. So in order to access the same method, the same thing applies, guys. Here also I have to say car dot print wheels. Okay, car dot print wheels I have to access like this. If I try to access using swift vdi dot print wheels, it will not work out. Okay, you have to say class name dot print wheels. Okay, so that is the funda, guys, nothing much. So you have to access the static variables and static methods using class, whereas in order to access the non-static stuff, that is non-common memory stuff, that is object stuff, we have to use object reference. Okay, we should not be accessing the object stuff using, for example, here color is there. Color belongs to the object memory. Okay, the object memory. Can I use name of the class to access this color? It is not possible, guys. Okay, it's not possible. So if I say console dot log of, okay, if I say car dot color, this is not correct, guys, because color is a not a common memory thing. It is not a static thing. It's a non-static thing which belongs to object memory, but you are trying to access it using the class, which is not a correct thing. Okay, so it should not work. So let me run this code again. So this time I'm trying to access non-static stuff, that is object stuff, with the help of the class, which is not correct. Okay, demo.js. Again, you got undefined. You got undefined here. You see, you got undefined because this is not the correct way. Okay, in order to access the non-static stuff, you have to use the object reference. Okay, that is the only way. Hope, guys, you understood all the things about the, okay, static keyword now. Okay, if you have to access static variables and static methods, you have to use class. If you have to access non-static stuff with okay, non-static stuff, then you have to use object reference. You cannot use class. Okay, you cannot use class. Non-static means object stuff should be done accessed using the object reference. Static means class stuff should be accessed using the class stuff. Okay, that's what, guys. That's all about the static keyword, guys. Hope, guys, you understood a lot of things in this session. That is classes, objects, class properties, constructors, static. Okay, all these things I have explained in this session, guys. So there are few more OOPS concepts that I have to cover. Okay, apart from whatever the OOPS concept I covered in this session, there are few more OOPS concepts that I have to cover, like inheritance, polymorphism, encapsulation, and many more. Okay, which will be covered in the upcoming sessions. So that's all for this session, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 25 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about encapsulation in JavaScript. So let's get started. What is encapsulation? Encapsulation, in simple terms, is a mechanism of binding the data with methods inside class. Okay. Encapsulation, in simple terms, is a mechanism of binding the data with methods inside class. So here, guys, for binding, I'm using the plus symbol. That means you are attaching this data with the methods, guys. Okay, binding means you are attaching this data with the methods inside the class. This is called as encapsulation in simple terms. But what is the purpose of the encapsulation? Why we need to bind the data with the methods? I'll explain. With the help of encapsulation or by implementing the encapsulation, we can restrict the direct access to this particular data by the unauthorized parties. Okay. When you implement encapsulation, unauthorized parties, okay, the parties that don't have access to this particular data, okay, are unauthorized parties. They are not authorized to use this data. Okay, such kind of parties will not be able to directly access the data, guys. Okay, so we are restricting the direct access to this data, especially to the unauthorized parties. So, but at some point of time, guys, we have to work with the data. Okay, we have to set the data, we have to retrieve the data, we have to do that. But if you restrict this kind of direct access to this particular data, how we can access this data? In that case, guys, we'll go with something known as getter and setter methods. Okay, direct access is restricted, but indirect access is not restricted, guys. Okay, hope you are getting the point. Here we'll be creating something known as, inside this class we are going to create setter and getter methods. Okay, using this setter and getter methods we can access this data, guys, but indirectly, not directly. Direct access is restricted now, and unauthorized parties are restricted because of this direct access is restricted. Now if someone has to really set the data, that means assign some data to this particular variables. Data means variables, guys, in simple terms. Okay, or retrieve the data out of these variables outside the class, then we have to use setter and getter methods, guys. Setter will set the data, that is assign the data to the variables inside the class from outside the class, and getter will retrieve the data from these variables to outside the class. Okay, hope you are able to understand what are setter and getter methods. Okay, this is an indirect way of accessing the data, guys. So direct access is restricted. Okay, direct access is restricted, and with the help of setter and getter, indirect access is possible, and that too only for the authorized parties. The setter and getter methods will be given. Unauthorized parties cannot access this data directly because direct access is restricted to this data. That is called as encapsulation, guys, and that is the purpose of the encapsulation. Now let me practically demonstrate this for you with a JavaScript program. For that, I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js, and here I'll create a class, guys. The last session, the previous session, guys, I explained about the class, right? How to create the class and all those stuff. You can refer to the previous session, guys, if you are new to the class. So assuming that you already know about the class, so inside the class we can create the variables and methods. So I'll be creating the variables inside a constructor. Okay, as part of the encapsulation, I have to create these variables inside a constructor, guys, like this. Inside the constructor of this class, I'm going to create the variables. Say I'll say let color of the car, let cost of the car. Okay, so this is the first thing. Second thing is, okay, second thing is we have to, in order to uh, assign some data to this particular variables, or to retrieve the existing data of these variables from to outside the class. As I already mentioned here, we are going to use a setter and getter methods. Okay, first we'll try to assign the data to these variables, guys. So we cannot access these variables directly, so I'll be creating some setter methods. Okay, set color, I'll say set color method. I'll just create a general method like set color method, and here I'll say this dot color is equal to, okay, this dot color is equal to color, I will say. Okay, where you will get receive this color. Okay, when whoever is calling this particular method has to pass the color, guys. Okay, this dot color is equal to color. Similarly, this is setter method, guys. Now set cost, set cost, someone has to pass the cost, so that we can set this particular cost to the variable of this particular class. Okay, variable of this particular class, car class, is this cost. Okay, so to access that we have to say this dot cost is equal to whatever the value we have received by the setter method as an argument that we are assigning to this class level cost. Okay, these are the setter methods, guys. Now to access this data which is already assigned to these variables outside the class, we have to use getter methods. Okay, get color, I will say get color, get color, and here I'll return this dot color. Simple. Okay, I'll just simply returning this dot color. Whoever calls this particular method, this method will return the color of the car. Okay, get cost, get cost. Next one is get cost. This will return the cost of the car. Return this dot cost. Second one. Okay, done. We have successfully created the setter and getter methods for setting the values to these variables and retrieving the values from these variables outside the class. Okay, from outside the class we will be able to set and get the data, set and get the data with the help of the setter and getter methods, in simple terms. Okay, now what I will do is I'll first create an object, guys. Okay, I'll first create an object for this car class. Okay, to use this getter and setter methods. Okay, to interact with this data indirectly. Okay, here direct access to the data is restricted now. Okay, so indirect way of accessing the data or working with the data is using the setter and getter methods. To access this getter and setter methods, we have to create an object for the class. Then only we can access. So here I'll say let car1 is equal to new car. Okay, like this you have to create an object and assign it to the object reference like car1. Using the object reference, okay, we can indirectly access the data inside that class by saying car1 dot set color. Okay, first I have to set case, then only I can get, right? Set color. What color you want to set? The red color. Okay, then car1 dot set cost. So I'll set some cost like 8 lakhs to the car cost. Now using these methods we are able to set the data, right? Assign the data to these variables now indirectly. Now I want to retrieve this data from this existing variables. I want to retrieve the existing data of these variables using the getter methods. Okay, for that car1 dot get color. Okay, color. Okay, this will return you the color. Okay, you see, get color means this will return you the color of the car. Similarly, car1 dot get cost. This will return you the cost of the car. Okay, cost of the car. This dot cost is written. So I can surround this with console.log of I can print out this case whatever the value that is written when I call this get color that I want to print. Okay, so here also console.log of like this I'll provide. Okay, done. Now let me run this code. So I'll just clear this stuff once the path comes, and after that I'll say no demo.js. You see, we have successfully set the data to the variables inside this class, and at the same time we are able to get the data outside the class by using the getter methods. Fine. So this is called as encapsulation in simple terms, guys. Okay, so encapsulation is a mechanism of binding the data with the methods. Okay, here we have binded the data, this particular data we have binded with these methods. Okay, if you have to interact with this data, that is variables, you have to use these methods. There is no other way. You cannot directly access these variables. Okay, that's what is the encapsulation, guys. The purpose of the encapsulation is to restrict the direct access of the data to unauthorized parties. If you still have to access this data, you have to use getter and setter methods. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 26 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about inheritance in JavaScript. So let's get started. What is inheritance? Inheritance, in simple terms, is a mechanism in which a child class acquires the properties from a parent class. What is inheritance, guys? Inheritance, in simple terms, is a mechanism in which a child class acquires the properties from the parent class. Now, let me practically show you how a child class can acquire the properties from a parent class. For that, I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE. Here, I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Now, here, I'll create a class, say animal class. I'll create an animal class, guys. Okay, I'll just create animal class. Now, I'll say lex is equal to 4. Okay, this animal class can have some properties, right? Properties of the class can be like variables and methods. Let's say one of the variable it has animal class as lex is equal to 4. Along with this particular variable inside the animal class also has, let's say, some methods. Okay, so eat method. So here I'll say console dot log of eating. If this particular method is called, I'll print out simply eating. I'll just print out eating, guys. Okay. Similarly, there can be more variables and methods also. Okay, for example sake, guys, in this animal class I'll create one variable and two methods. Okay, you can create more variables also, but in this example I'm creating one variable and two methods. Okay, here I'll create one more method, say sleep, and here I'll say console.log of sleeping. Nothing much, sleeping, simple. Now I'll create one more class, guys. Okay, here animal class is created with this one variable and two methods for now. So parallelly I'll create one more class, say dog class. Okay, dog class. Now if you clearly observe this animal and dog class, guys, these are two different classes. Animal is a separate class and dog is another class, right? But dog also has the lex as 4. What do you say? right? Dog also has the legs as 4, and dog also can eat and sleep. It should also have these methods. Now, tomorrow I'll create one more class, say class cat, okay? Class cat. And if you compare this animal, dog, and cat class, even cat will have 4 legs, and cat can eat and cat can sleep. Copy this and paste it here. What do you see, guys? When I keep on creating similar kind of classes here, the properties are getting repeated, right? You see, the properties are getting in the dog also the same properties are there, in the cat also the same properties are there, in the animal also same properties are there. So there is a concept known as inheritance, guys, where you don't have to duplicate this. Just remove the duplicated code. Only have this properties in this animal class, and from the dog class and cat class, simply remove that. Okay, don't duplicate, guys. Okay, don't keep on creating the lex property in lex variable in dog, cat, and all the places. Okay, so if this is repeated, if this has to be repeated everywhere, what you can simply do is you can simply say class dog extends. Okay, that small keyword, guys, we have to use. We have to, after this class dog, we have to say extends. We have to provide the parent class name, that is animal. Okay, animal. What does it mean here? Okay, I'll just remove the cat for a while, guys. Okay, only we'll have animal and dog for a while. And instead of copy pasting or rewriting the same code inside the dog class, what we can do is we can make this dog as a child class of the animal class, right? We can simply make the dog as a child class of this animal class. What will happen if you make the dog as a child class of the animal class? All the properties of the parent class will be part of the dog class. You don't have to create again. Okay, even though this legs and eat and sleep methods are not created here, still dog is having them. Dog is inheriting these properties from the parent class, guys. That's what is called as inheritance in simple terms, guys, where a child class inherits these properties from the parent class. Okay, here animal is a parent class, dog is a child class. Okay, you don't have to create legs, eat, sleep again in this dog class. But guys, even though the dog is inheriting the properties of the parent class, still the dog can have its own properties. Okay, apart from the properties that are being inherited by the dog class from the animal class, dog class can have its own properties. What are they? Let's say I'll write the dog specific properties like hash tail is equal to true. Okay, hash tail is equal to true. And I can write something like this, that is bark. Only the dog can bark, right? So bark. Okay, dog specific properties I'm preparing here. So here I'll say console.log of barking. I'll simply print out barking, guys. Okay, here I'll print out barking. If this particular method is called, this will simply print out barking. Fine. Now, guys, now it looks like dog class is only having two properties, that is one variable and one method. But the thing is, since the dog class has become the child class of the animal class, using this extends keyword, the dog class has become the child class of the animal class. Now, if you create an object for the dog class, you will not see only these two properties, guys. You will also see the other properties from the parent class. That is, in animal class, how many are there? 1, 2, 3 properties are there. In dog, how many are there? 2 are there. Since dog is a child of the animal class, dog will have not only these two properties, guys. Dog is also inheriting 3 properties from the animal class. That means 2 plus 3, 5 properties are there with the dog class. Let me create an object for the dog class. Let d is equal to new dog. Okay, like this I'll create an object for the dog class, guys. You see, this one will create the object, and this is the object reference used for referencing to this particular newly created object of the dog class. Now, using this object reference, if I say dot, okay, if I say dot, I'll get all the properties of the parent and child class, guys. Okay, so I'll get lex. You see, lex is not there in the dog. You see, lex. Do you have any lex property in the dog class? Since the dog class is the child class of the animal class, lex is there in the animal, and this lex is being inherited by this dog class. Okay, you don't have to create again, but dog is inheriting this lex from the parent class. So you can say d dot. Okay, d dot lex also. Okay, I'll print out this, guys. I'll just put a console.log statement here, and I'll surround this d dot lex like this. Okay. Now, similarly, console.log of, okay, console.log, not only the using the object reference of the dog class, we can not only access the properties from the parent class but also from the child class, that is from the same classes, that is hash tail. Okay, here I can say d dot hash tail. Done. And similarly, I can call the methods. So using the object reference of this child class dog class, I can call all the methods that are in the parent class which dog is inheriting. At the same time, I can call the method that is there in the dog class itself. Okay. So how can I call that? I will say d dot eat. Okay. I don't have to create an eat method to do this operation, right? So here dog is simply inheriting the eat method. Okay. So even though there is no eat method inside the dog, by using the object reference of this dog class, I can call this eat method. That's what is happening guys now. Okay. Eat, sleep. And at the same time, I can see d dot bark also. Okay. D dot bark. Done. Now, if I run this code, guys, this will work seamlessly. So you'll get all the output. So I'll just clear it out. Clear, enter, and here I'll say no demo.js. You see, number of legs got printed, has tail got printed, eating, sleeping, barking, everything got printed, guys. What if, guys, I create, instead of creating an object for the dog class, if I create an object for the animal class, what will happen? Okay, let a is equal to new animal. Okay, like this. Here, guys, animal is a parent class and it's not inheriting any other class, right? Here, animal is not inheriting any other class. Animal has only two properties, three properties, that is legs, eat, and sleep. So apart from this legs, eat, and sleep, using the object reference of the animal class, you cannot access anything else, guys. Okay, you see here, a dot. You see, only these three things are coming: eat, legs, and sleep. That's it. Okay, so I'll say console dot log of a dot legs. Okay, a dot eat, animal dot eat, a dot sleep. That's it. Can I say a dot bark? Is this possible? If I run this, you'll get an error here, guys. Just run it. So I'll clear it and say no demo.js. You see, at the bark, you got the error already. Okay, all the remaining things got printed like 4 legs, eating, sleeping, but you cannot access bark. Bark doesn't belong to animal, right? Is there any method with the bark inside the animal? No, right? And also, animal is not inheriting anything, so there's no way of getting. But dog is inheriting the animal, guys. That's why using the object reference of the dog, not only you can access these two properties of the dog class, but also using the object of the dog class, you can access this inherited properties of the animal class. Okay, whatever the properties that are getting inherited from the animal class by the dog class, those also you can access. Hope you are able to understand the concept of inheritance now. Okay, inheritance in simple terms is a mechanism in which one class acquires the properties of another class. Here, that one class which is acquiring the properties from another class is called as child class, from where the properties are getting acquired is known as a parent class. Okay, so here one more thing is, another thing here is there are different type of inheritance. Okay, so which type of inheritances are possible in JavaScript? So here single class can be inherited by multiple classes, guys. You see here there is an animal class and here I created a dog class. Now if I create another class, say class cat, okay, I can say extends cat, also extends animal. I can say here multiple classes like dog class, okay, any other whatever it is, okay, multiple classes can extend the same parent class. Okay, even though the dog is inheriting the properties from the animal class, still the cat class can also become the child class of the animal class. This is possible in JavaScript. Okay, this is possible in JavaScript, guys. Okay, so multiple classes can inherit the parent class. That's okay. And second thing is multi levels of inheritance is also possible. That means, for example, uh, what we can do, I just need to have a better example, right? Let's say there is a class A. Instead of giving a better example, I can do one thing like this. Here, let's say class A is there having some properties. Now I'll create here class B, and it also can have some properties. Then class C I'll create. So how many classes are there here? 3 classes. So let's assume that A is going to become the top parent. And what I will do is I'll make the B class as a child class of the A class. Okay. Here I can make the class B as a child of the A class. Now at this stage, I can make the C as a child of the B, guys. You see, A is a parent of B, B is a parent of C. This is multi-level, guys. Okay, this is called as multi-level. This kind of inheritance is also possible. Okay, this kind of inheritance is also possible in JavaScript, guys. Here in JavaScript, a single parent class can be inherited by multiple child classes at same time. Okay, multi-level inheritance is also possible where one of the class is a parent of another class, that class is a parent of another class, and this class can be a parent of any other class. Okay, that is multi-level inheritance. This type of inheritances are possible. Okay, this type of inheritance are possible, but there is one thing that is not possible. Let's say here we have class A and class B. Now this class C want to extend both A and B. Is it possible? This is not possible. Okay, this part is not possible. This way is not possible. Okay, a single class cannot inherit it from multiple parent classes, cannot be there. Only one parent should be there for any class case. Okay, a single class cannot have multiple parents. This is only one parent it can have. That type of inheritance is not possible, but these inheritance types are possible where single parent class can be inherited by any number of child classes, and multi-level inheritance is possible, but a single child cannot have multiple parents. Okay, a single child cannot have multiple parents. Fine, but multiple children can have the same parent. Multiple children can have the same parent, like that. Okay, fine, and multi-level is possible. So this is all about the inheritance, guys. There is more about inheritance, guys, but I don't want to cover everything in the same session. So when the time comes, I'm going to cover all the different other topics which are depending on the inheritance. Okay, but coming to the concept, inheritance concept is covered in a practical way in this session. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 27 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show you how method overloading is not supported by JavaScript. So let's get started. I will directly switch to the practical mode, guys. I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Inside this JavaScript file, I'll create a class, say class A. Okay, sample class, say class A. Inside this class, I'll create a method, guys, m1. Okay, m1 method, any method, guys, m1, and here I'll print out something. If this particular method is called, this particular text should be print out. So I'll simply write here inside m1. Okay, inside m1 I'll create the same method. Inside the same class, I'll create another method having the same name, guys, that is again m1. But this time, okay, to make this particular method, okay, to make this particular method overload this method, I'll add some parameters, guys. Okay, I'll add some parameters, say a. Okay, one parameter is there. Now if I say console dot log off, okay, I'll print out something here. Here I'll say inside m1 having one parameter. Okay, so there are two methods, guys. In general, any programming, if you take like Java programming, okay, if you create a class and inside the class, if you have the method having the same name but different number of parameters or different type of parameters or different order of the parameters, in case of Java, guys, okay, this method is said to overload this method. Okay, this method is said to overload this method. And in Java kind of languages, if you create an object for the class A, and if you call this method without providing any parameter, then this method will be called. Okay, if you call the same method by providing some parameter, some argument, single argument, then this method having the same method having the parameter will be called. In case of Java, not in JavaScript, guys. Okay, in JavaScript, method overloading is not supported. That means even though you are creating similar methods having different number of parameters or different type of or different order of parameters in JavaScript, okay, JavaScript is not supporting or going to support the method overloading. So what will happen, just see here. If I say let, okay, let ca is equal to new class A, I'm just creating an object for the class A, and using this object reference, ca dot m1, I'm simply calling m1, guys. I'm not passing any parameter. What do you think, guys? In JavaScript, what do you think? If I call this m1, which method should be called? This method or this method? It looks like it doesn't have any argument, right? That means this one has to be called, right? But in JavaScript, that will not happen, guys. Okay, in JavaScript, since JavaScript is not supporting the method overloading concept, even though you are calling a method without having any parameters, the latest created method will be called, guys. Okay, the latest created method will be called. So if there are two methods having the same name, the latest method inside the class will be called. It doesn't worry about whether it has some parameters or doesn't have parameters, because method overloading is not supported in JavaScript. Simple. Okay. So there, what are the languages which are supporting the method overloading? What are not supporting the method overloading? The language which is supporting the method overloading is Java, guys. If you go to Java and if you come across the same situation, if you call this kind of method, it will call this method, guys. Okay, in Java it is there. Okay, if you pass something like say you pass 5 here, okay, in that case Java will definitely call this method because this particular method having the same name is having this parameter, okay, single parameter. So this will automatically call this method in Java because method overloading is supported in Java. But coming to the other programming languages like JavaScript, okay, JavaScript or Python or PHP, in all these languages, guys, overloading is not supported. Method overloading is not supported by these programming languages. So in this case, still you call, okay, in case of JavaScript, if you even call this M1, it will not call M1, guys, okay. It will not call M1 without having any parameters. Rather, it will call the latest created method, okay, having this name. What is the latest created method inside this class having this name? The latest method is this, okay, the last method, this one will be called, okay. You just see in action, guys. I'll just run this, you will see that in action. I'll just clear it out and say no demo dot js. You see inside m1 having one parameter, okay. So when you are calling this m1, it's not printing inside m1. Instead instead it is calling the latest or new method having the same name inside the same class, the last method. That is inside m1 having one parameter got printed. You see inside m1 having one parameter got printed here. So that's why we can say that JavaScript doesn't support method overloading, okay. Method overloading is not supported by JavaScript, guys. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 28 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to implement polymorphism in JavaScript. So let's get started. What is polymorphism? What is polymorphism? If I break this polymorphism into two words, it will become poly and other word will become morphism. Poly means many, guys. Okay, if you convert this poly into English, it will become many. Morphism means forms, multiple forms, or say single thing having multiple forms. That is polymorphism. Okay, single thing having multiple forms is known as polymorphism. So if you take any programming language like Java, polymorphism that is having multiple forms is possible via two things. That is, in case of programming language like Java, polymorphism is possible via two things. One is method overloading. In the last session I explained, right, method overloading is not possible in JavaScript, okay. And also method overriding. There are two things, guys, okay. Polymorphism in Java kind of programming language is possible via method overloading and method overriding. But coming to JavaScript, guys, but coming to JavaScript, this single thing having many forms, that is single method having many forms, is possible only via method overriding. Okay, only method overriding, guys. Okay, in JavaScript, it is only via method overriding this polymorphism is possible, whereas method overloading is not supported in JavaScript as explained in the previous session. Okay, but what is this method overriding then? What exactly is this method overriding then? I'll explain. Okay, so here in one of the previous sessions, I explained a concept of inheritance, right? If a child class inherits the properties from a parent class, then okay, that is called as inheritance, we said. Okay, inheritance in simple terms is nothing but a class inheriting the properties of other class. Okay, a child class inheriting the properties of the parent class is nothing but inheritance. Fine. So in order to achieve this method overriding, okay, method overriding is only possible via inheritance, guys. Okay, is only possible via inheritance. How? I'll explain. Let's say there is a method in parent class. Let's say there is a method known as m1 in parent class. The same method if you create in the child class, okay, the same method, right, is there also in the child class. Then this method in the child class is said to override this method in the parent class. Okay, the method having the same name in the child class is said to override the method having the same name in the parent class. That is called as simple guys. That is called as method overriding, which is possible in JavaScript, whereas overloading is not possible in JavaScript. Now let's move to the practical mode, guys, where I will open this Visual Studio Code IDE and create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Inside this JavaScript file, I'll create a class, say class A. Okay, class A I'll create one more class, guys, class B. Now I'll make this class B a child class of this parent class. Okay, how can I make this class B as a child of this class A? I have to use keyword known as class extends class A, like this. Okay, now this has become the child class of the class A class. Okay, fine. Now if in case this class B is now the child class of the parent class A, in that case, if you have a method, let's say m1 in the parent class, and here I'll write console dot log of inside parent class. Okay, I'll just print out inside parent class. Okay, inside m1 method of parent class. Here also I'll create the same method. I'll create the same method, guys. Okay, I'll copy paste if you want. Okay, I just copy pasted the same m1 method from the parent class to the child class, guys. Here I'll change the text a bit. Inside child class I'll print simple. Okay, now in this case, guys, in this case the class B is inheriting the properties from the parent class, right? Class B is a child class of the class A, but class B is inheriting the properties because it is a child of the parent class. That means this m1 will also will be part of the class B. Not only this m1, guys, class B has both the things. Okay, two m1 methods are there in the class B now. One is this method, other one is this one from the parent class. Okay, this one is inherited by the child class, whereas this is its own class B's method. So in this case, when the class B has the two possibilities of the same method, okay, one because of the inheritance and one because of its own method, it has two possibilities of having the same method. Multiple forms are there. In that case, if you create an object for the class B, let's say if I create an object for the class B like this and give some object reference, using this object reference, if I using this object reference, if I call m1 method, which method will be called? Whether the method that is there in the class B will be called, or the method that is being inherited by the class B from the parent class, the same name, right? M1 is being inherited by the child class from the parent class. Will that method will be called? Which method? In this case, guys, the method which is there in the child class will be called, not the inherited method. Why? This method overrides this method. Okay, that's why we are calling this as overriding, guys. Method overriding. When you have the same method in the child class, which is of the same name of the parent class, in that case, the method in the child class is said to override the method in the parent class. That means when you create this kind of object and using the object reference, if you call that method, the method that is there in the child class which is overriding the same method in the parent class will be called. That means this method in the child class will be called. Right? Out of two possibilities, the method that is there in the child class which is overriding the same method in the parent class will be called. That means this method will be called. Now let's run this. You'll see inside child class should be printed for us, guys. So when I run this code, inside child class should be printed for us. So let's wait. Here I'll write node demo.js. I'll run this JavaScript file using node.js. You see, inside child class is getting printed. That means the overridden method inside the child class is called, guys. Okay. So hope guys you understood what is polymorphism and how polymorphism can be achieved in JavaScript only via overriding, as overloading is not possible in JavaScript. Polymorphism in JavaScript is only possible via overriding, and now you understood what is overriding also when the child class method is having the same name as the parent class. Okay, both are same. In that case, the method in the child class is said to override the method in the parent class, and when you try to access by creating an object for the child class, the method in the child class will be called. That is called as overriding in simple terms. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 29 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show you how to use super keyword in JavaScript. So let's get started. Super keyword in JavaScript can be used in overriding concept to call the parent class method. Let me practically demonstrate this statement for you so that you can easily understand. I'll switch to the practical mode, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Here inside this sample JavaScript file, I'll create two classes. Say class A is one thing, and another class I'll create, guys, class B. Okay, class B. Inside the class A, I'll create a method known as m1 method. Inside the class B also, I'll create a m1 method, guys. Okay, same m1 method. But I'll make this class B a child class of the class A. Okay, now this method in the child class is said to override this method in the parent class, as we already know, right? Now, just to differentiate these two methods, I'll write some console.log statements saying inside parent class. Okay, this is parent class, right? Inside parent class, I'll say here, just to differentiate this method, even though the method is same, m1 is same in the both parent and child, just to differentiate, I'll write console.log of inside child class. Okay, inside child class. Fine. So far, so good. Now, here in the child class, I'll create one more method, guys. I'll say uh, some sample method. Okay, some sample m method. Okay, sample method, guys. There's no particular thing with this method. Okay, here from the sample method, I would like to call this m1 like this. Okay, this dot m1. Okay, from this sample method, I am calling this method. Okay, or this method. Which method is being called, guys? When I call this m1, which method is called? Either this method or this method, because this b is the child class of the parent class A. That means even though the child class B has m1 method, okay, it also at the same time inherits the same m1 method from the parent class. So it has two variants now. Either this one or this one it has to use when I say this dot m1. So as we already know in the inheritance, guys, overriding concept of inheritance and whatever it is, okay, when you try to call this method, definitely the method in the child class will be called, because this method is said to override the method in the this class. That we already know, right? Let's see that. Let b is equal to new b. I'll create an object for the b class and say b dot I'll call the method m1. I'll just change this back to b, guys, small b. This is object reference. Using the object reference, I'm not calling m1, guys. I'm calling sample m. Okay, I'll be calling sample m here, not m1. Okay, I'll be calling the sample m. So what will happen, guys, when I call this sample m, okay, which is there in the child class, the sample m is calling this dot m1. That means it will definitely call the method in the child class, overridden method in the child class, right? Overriding method in the child class, it will call definitely. Okay, you can see that when you call this, it will definitely call this m1, which is there in the child class, not in the parent class. So inside child class will be printed because of overriding concept. So let's run this and see whether the same thing is happening or not. So I'll just clear this out and say no demo.js, you will get inside child class printed. That's the thing. But what if here, instead of this keyword, if I use super keyword, then what will happen? The same example, guys, the same example. I'm just changing the keyword from this to super here. What will happen? Super means parent class. Okay. When I'm calling m1 with the help of super keyword, this m1 will not be called from the child class, because super means parent itself. Okay, the same method which is there in the parent class will be called, not the child class method, guys. The parent class method will be called. Okay, so now if I call this sample m, sample m will be calling the same method in the parent class, because we are using the keyword known as super. Super means parent. This time when I run this code, okay, the m1 method in the parent class will be called and inside parent class will be printed, guys. Okay, let me run this. You see, inside parent class got printed. This is one of the use of super keyword in JavaScript. Okay, this is how we use super keyword in JavaScript, guys, to call the parent class methods. Now, fine. So far, so good, guys. I'll delete this file. Freshly, we'll move to another thing. Okay. So, what is the other place where super can be used in JavaScript apart from calling the parent class method? Apart from calling the parent class method using the super keyword, what is the other place where super keyword can be used? Super keyword can also be used for calling the parent class constructor. Okay, why this has to be used, I'll explain now. Okay, For that also I'll create another sample JavaScript file. Inside that again I'll create class. Okay, I'll create something like class A and again class B. Okay, I'm creating two classes, guys, class A and class B. Inside the class A, I'll create a constructor, guys. Okay, inside the class A, I'll create a constructor like this. This is the constructor, right? So here I'll write some sample console.log statement which will print out inside parent class constructor. Okay, like this. And inside the class B also I'll create a constructor, guys. And I have to make this class B a child class of the parent class. Okay, I have to make this class B a child class of the parent class. I'll do it right away. B extends A. Okay, now B has become the child of the parent, and now I'm creating the constructor inside the child class where I'll be writing the sample print statement saying console.log of. Here I'll say inside child class constructor. Okay, child class constructor. Now, guys, in this situation, if I create an object for the class B, what will happen? Let B, okay, BC is equal to new B. I'm just creating an object for the child class. Now I don't have to call anything, guys. You see here constructor is already called, right? Constructor inside the child class is already called. So this has to be automatically executed. I don't have to specifically call this particular constructor in the child class. The moment I create an object for the child class constructor should be called, right? So inside child class constructor should be printed. Let's see whether that is happening. It will not happen, guys. You will get an error. Okay, I'll explain why you got an error. First, let's run this. And after that, I'll explain what's the problem. You see, you got an error. The error is, okay, the error is must call the super constructor. Okay, from the child class constructor, you have to call the super class constructor. Okay, from the child class, you have to call the parent class constructor, guys. That's the thing. Okay, now here there are two classes. One class is a child of the another class. In that case, if you are creating an object for the child class and thinking that the child class constructor will be called, that will not happen, guys, because you are going to get an error in the output, right? The reason here is when you are creating an object for the child class, you should call the parent class constructor. Okay, from the child class, you have to call the parent class constructor. How we have to call it? By using the super keyword like this. Okay, super. You have to provide this super, guys. That means what will happen is when you create an object like this, the child class constructor will be called, and inside the child class constructor, the super keyword will be there, which will call the automatically it will call the parent class constructor. Okay, and after that this statement will be printed. Okay, after this statement will be printed. Okay, with if you don't write this super here, you're going to get an error, guys. Okay, you cannot run this program. Okay, that is the thing with constructors, guys. You have to definitely first execute the parent class constructor, then only you can execute the child class constructor. Okay, that is a rule, guys. Okay, when you have to execute some child class constructor, before that, you have to execute the parent class constructor. Okay. If you don't provide this super, the parent class constructor will not be executed. Hence, you will get an error in the output. Okay. So to avoid that, you have to provide this super here. Okay. Super. Okay. This will call the super class constructor, and then the child class constructor will be executed. Now let's run this. This time it will work, guys. The program will work this time because we added the super. No demo.js. You see, first inside parent class constructor got executed. After that, inside child class constructor got executed. This is the thing, guys. Now let's create a real-time kind of program, guys, rather than creating A and B, right? I'll create something interesting. What I will do here is I'll just delete this and freshly create a new JavaScript file, demo.js. And here I'll create a class, say animal. Okay, animal class. I'll just create a class known as animal. And here I'll create a constructor, guys. Inside the animal class, I'm going to create a constructor. And here we have to pass the type of animal. Okay, when the constructor is called, we have to pass the type of the animal to the constructor. Okay, when you create an object, you have to pass which type of animal that is. Okay, now here I'll say this dot type of animal is equal to type of animal. I have to initialize. Okay, type of animal, done. Okay, this dot type of animal is equal to type of animal. Okay, fine. Here I'll create one method also to print the animal type. Okay, to print the animal type, I'll create a method also. Here I'll simply print console.log of. Okay, type of animal is which type? This dot type of animal, okay, plus this dot whatever the constructor received argument is that we are printing here, right? This type of animal, okay, this dot type of animal will be printed. So when you call this method, this will be printed. Fine. I'll create one more class, guys, as a child class of this animal class. I'll create another class. Say I'll create a butterfly class, okay? Butterfly class. Butterfly extends animal class, okay? Here animal is the parent of the butterfly class. Fine. So far so good. Okay, here butterfly is the child of the animal class. So far so good. I'll create a constructor. And here I'll mention uh, color of the butterfly, okay, because butterfly has a lot of colors, right? I'll just mention the color of the butterfly, okay. I have, while creating an object for this butterfly class, I have to pass the type of the color, I mean color of the butterfly I have to pass, okay. And here I'll say this dot color is equal to color. So far so good. And here I'll create a method, guys, which will print the color of the butterfly, okay. I'll say butterfly color, okay, butterfly color. Like this I'll print the color of the butterfly. Here I'll say console.log of, okay, color of the butterfly is plus this dot butterfly I will say, okay, sorry, this dot color I will say, okay, not this dot color, okay. I have to print the color of the butterfly like this, okay, done. So far so good, guys. Now what I want to do is I would like to create an object for this child class, guys, okay. I want to create an object for the child class. So let me create okay, bf is equal to butterfly is equal to new butterfly, okay. Like this I'll create an object for the butterfly, and using this object reference I don't have to do anything else, guys, okay. I don't have to do anything else. Using this object reference bf dot, I would like to call this uh, this method butterfly color method, okay. So I'm just thinking what will happen here. I have to pass, right? This constructor cannot be empty. Constructor of this butterfly class cannot be empty. You have to pass the color, right? Color of the butterfly you have to pass. Let me pass that as yellow color, guys, okay, yellow color. So if you run this program, do you think the color of the butterfly is yellow will be printed in the output? Because here I'm creating an object for the butterfly and passing the yellow. So constructor will be called, yellow will go here, and the color will be assigned to the butterfly class. This dot color will be yellow. And after that, using the object reference, I'm calling butterfly color method. Color of the butterfly is the yellow should be printed, right? But it will not happen, guys. Can you guess the reason why it will not happen? Why it will not happen, guys? Because you are creating an object for the child class, right? That means here child class constructor is called. Here child class constructor is called. When the child class constructor is called, and if you are not running the parent class constructor, okay, if you are trying to run the child class constructor without running the parent class constructor, you are going to get an error that you already know from the previous example, right? The same thing will happen here also, guys. You are trying to call the child class constructor, but without running the parent class constructor, you cannot run the child class constructor, guys. So if you run this, you are going to get an error, guys, okay. Let me run this now. Let me run this. I'll say clear and say no demo dot js. You see, you got an error because you must call the super class constructor, that is parent class constructor need to be called first before you run this child class constructor. But how can you call the parent class constructor? Have to call the parent class constructor using the super keyword. But this super cannot be empty, guys. This super calling statement cannot be empty. Okay, super constructor calling statement cannot be empty. Why? Here, this constructor receives a as a parameter. You have to pass the type of the animal. How can you pass the type of the animal? If you have to pass the type of the animal, this particular constructor should receive that type of animal. That's why you have to write here type of animal here, comma, color. Now this thing you have to pass in this super constructor calling statement, okay. Now what happens? Whenever you create an object for the child class, the child class constructor will be called where you are passing only yellow, guys. But here child class is not only having the color, guys, you have to also pass the type of the animal. That means when you are creating an object for the child class constructor, you have to pass the type of the animal also, which is needed by the super class constructor, that is parent class constructor. Here I'll say insect. Okay, butterfly is insect and color is yellow. So now insect will go here, yellow will go here, and super of insect, this dot color is yellow. Okay, so here when child class constructor is called, inside that you are calling the parent class constructor, and the type of the animal is passed as insect. And now guys, you can do few more things, like here you can say bf dot, not only the butterfly color guys, you can also type animal type method also you can call. Now you can call animal type method also, it will work because it is over, it is a inheritance, right? Using the child class object reference, you can call the parent class method also because it is inherited by the child class. So everything will work intact. Now you'll not get any error guys. This is how the things will happen in real time guys. Okay, whenever you have the parent class and parent class constructor and child class constructor, this is what you have to do using the super constructor. Okay, super constructor calling statement you have to write. Okay, otherwise the program is not going to work. Now let me clear it out and run the JavaScript program. Now you'll see the output will come in a proper way. Okay, no demo.js. You see color of the butterfly is yellow and type of the animal is insect. Now it is working fine. The program is working fine. So hope guys you understood how to use a super keyword and super constructor calling statement in JavaScript. So that's it guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello. Welcome to part 30 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show you how to use constructor functions in JavaScript. So let's get started. Constructor functions in JavaScript simplifies the process of creating objects in JavaScript. What does this statement mean? Let me explain this statement to you in a detailed manner and in a practical manner now. I'll switch to Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. In this JavaScript file, I'll create a object case. If you remember, in one of the previous sessions of this series, I explained how to create objects, right? How to create individual objects. Let me create them again. So here I'll say let object name, say Swift VDI, is equal to, this is the starting of the object, this is the ending of the object. Okay, starting of the object, ending of the object. Now inside this object, I'll create some properties guys. I'll create some properties. Let's say color of the car. Okay, colon red, comma cost of the car, colon cost, colon 8 lakh rupees. Then we have mileage of the car, say 22.17, comma we have what else about this car? We can say fuel type of the car. Let's say this is diesel. Then we have model of the car. Model of the car is Swift VDI model. The company of the car is Suzuki. Okay. Then car type is hatchback. Okay, this is enough guys. This is enough. Okay, these properties are enough. We created around 7 properties. That's okay. Fine. You can create even more, but this is enough for this example. And apart from this variable kind of properties, we can also create functions inside this object guys. How to create the function? Just provide the name of the function first. It is start car is the name of the function, colon. You have to provide function here and start the function and end the function. Here inside the function, I'll print a sample print log statement. That is, I'll write a sample log statement saying console.log. This dot model, okay, this dot model, that is this model plus model of the car company plus this dot company has started or started. Okay, started, done. Start car function is done guys. Similarly, I'll create another function, say stop car function. Again the same thing. I'll just copy paste this line guys. Okay, most of the things are same. Just here I'll say stopped. That's it. Okay, it will be done. Now we have successfully created one object, guys. We have successfully created one object in JavaScript. Now I want to create another object. Then what I have to do? Just to save the time, guys, I'm just copy pasting it. Okay. So let's say I have to create another object, say Honda Amaze object. Okay. Here I'll say gray. Here I'll say 9 lakhs. Here I'll say 14 kilometers per liter. Here I'll say petrol. And this is Amaze model. And this is company is Honda. And here is sedan. Okay. Done. Done, guys. Let's say I want to create one more object. I have to copy this, right? Just to save time, I'm copy pasting. And here I'll say Hyundai i20. Okay. The color is white. The price or cost is 10 lakh. The mileage is only 12. Petrol. Model is i20. Company is Hyundai. Then sedan. Functions are same. Okay, guys, like this we created three objects. Now if I have to access one few properties of this particular any object, let's say I want to access the properties of Swift VDA. I want to call this property, say I need to call this function, guys. What I would do, I have to use the name of the object. Okay, I have to use the name of the object and say dot whatever the function I want to call, I'll just call like this. Okay, let's say I'll call the next object related start car function, say Honda Amaze dot start car. Okay, similarly I'll call Hyundai i20 dot start car. Okay, start car. Done. Now let me run this code and see whether this individual object creation is working or not. Are we able to retrieve the properties of this individual objects or not? Let's see that. So clear here. Let's type node demo.js. You see, it's working, guys. Swift VDA model of the car company Suzuki started. Amaze model of the car company Honda started. i20 model of the car company Hyundai started. Everything is working perfectly. But guys, if you clearly observe this code, guys, I created three objects. For just creating three objects, I have to write how many lines of code? Around 53 lines of code I have to write. Just for creating three objects, I have to write 53 lines of code. If you have to create 10 objects, let's say, you have to write 200 lines of code. Okay, 200 lines of code. That's the problem, guys. Okay, so the problem is the number of lines. I can simplify this process, guys. I'll create two objects. I'll only put one object here. I'll modify this into something known as constructor functions in JavaScript. Okay, I'll just change this object to constructor function in JavaScript now, and this will simplify the process of creating objects in JavaScript, guys. Okay, where you don't have to write this many lines of code for that many number of objects. Okay, I'll tell you how. Okay, here I'll just change it to function. I have to give the kind of class name type, guys. Constructor. I have to provide the constructor here. Let's say car constructor. Okay, function. That's why it's called as a constructor function, guys. Here you are providing the constructor. Okay, function constructor or constructor function. Okay. Now here, this constructor will receive all the values. Okay, all the parameters like cost, color cost, mileage, then fuel type, then model, then company, then car type, then that's it. Okay. These are the things. Now here I have to change this dot color is equal to color. I have to say. Okay. Here I have to say this dot cost is equal to cost. Then here this dot mileage is equal to mileage. This dot fuel type is equal to this fuel type. Okay, fuel type. Then this dot model is equal to this model. Okay, this dot company is equal to company. This dot car type is equal to car type. And here we have this dot start car, this dot stop car. So here I'll change dot start car is equal to function. This dot stop car is equal to function. Okay, like this you have to convert, guys. Now Just see the magic. You don't have to write this much lines of code for each and every object, right? Just create one constructor function, and just creating the object is very easy, guys. Let's leave these statements as it is, and here I'll create the objects. Okay, I'll create the objects. So I'll say let Swift VDI object is equal to new object reference, guys. This is new car, and here I need to pass all the details. Okay, that is I'll pass red color, then I'll pass cost, then I'll pass mileage, then I'll pass fuel type. After mileage, we have fuel type here. Fuel type is like diesel. Then we have model, Swift VDI. Then we have company, that is Suzuki. Then we have car type as hatchback, like this. Fine. You see, the object creation is now simple, right? Only one line you have to write. Only one line you have to write, guys. You don't have to write that many lines of code for creating an object in JavaScript anymore. By using the constructor function, because of the constructor function, the object creation has been simplified now, right? Here I'll say Swift VDI, and other one is Honda Amaze, right? Honda Amaze, and here I'll change it to gray. I'll quickly change the values, guys. Petrol, and here Amaze, then here Honda, Sedan. Again, I'll copy this. I'll paste it here. I'll say Hyundai i20 white 10 lakh 12 petrol. i20 is a model and Hyundai is a company, and Sedan. Okay, that's it, guys. You see, the object creation has been already simplified because of this constructor function, as you can see, and the code will still work, guys. Okay, you can still call these properties like start car from each and every object. Okay, the code will still work. Now I'll say clear and say no demo dot JS. Using Node.js, I'm running this JavaScript file. You see, you got the same output. Swift VDI model of the car, company Suzuki started. Amaze model of the car, company Honda started. i20 model of the car, Hyundai started. So hope, guys, you understood how the constructor functions are simplifying the process of creating the objects in JavaScript. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 31 of JavaScript for Beginner series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show how abstraction is possible in JavaScript. So let's get started. First of all, what is abstraction? Abstraction, in simple terms, is a way of hiding the implementation details or irrelevant details and only showing the required ones. That's what is abstraction. If I give a proper example or real world example for this abstraction, you will understand the abstraction in a better way. For example, guys, everyone see a car on the road, right? We all see cars on the road. There are several cars going on the road, right? But when you see the car, do you see the engine inside the car? Or let's say you are the owner of this car. Okay. When you start the car, do you know how the car is really started? You just turn on the key. That's how the car is started. Or internally, what's happening? Do you know? No, right? Lot of things have been hidden from you. Okay. You just drive the car, you change the gear. Okay. You fill the petrol. All these things you are going to do. But internally, what's happening? Where the petrol is going, or how the engine is getting started, how you are able to increase the speed, decrease the speed, all these details are hidden from you, guys. Okay, you're only bothered about how to use the car, but how the car is really working inside is hidden. So here, if you consider this car example, not everything is kind of displayed for you, right? You don't see how the engine is working internally. Okay, right? Everything is not kind of open for you. You only know how to use the car. So this is a simple example of an abstraction, guys. Okay, hiding the implementation details or irrelevant details and only showing the required ones. Okay, car is a perfect example for that. Okay, now hope guys you are able to understand what is abstraction. Abstraction means hiding the implementation details and only showing the required ones. Okay, showing the required ones. Now let me practically demonstrate this abstraction for you guys how it is possible in JavaScript. Now you understood the concept. Now let me make it practical for you. For that I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE, and as usual I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Inside this JavaScript file I'll create a constructor function. In the last session I explained what is constructor functions and all, how to create and all. If you are not aware of this constructor function, just refer back to the previous session guys. Okay, where I explained about the constructor functions in detail. Now for now I'm directly creating the constructor function here, say car. Okay, and here I'll receive the color of the car, cost of the car, and mileage of the car. That's it. Okay, here inside this I'll say this dot color is equal to color semicolon, this dot cost is equal to cost semicolon, this dot mileage is equal to mileage. Done. Okay, now let's say there is one more variable guys. Okay, apart from these three variables that we are receiving from outside, there is one more variable inside this constructor function, that is this dot. Okay, uh, price increase every year. Okay, price increase of the car for next year or whatever, otherwise I'll say price increase. Okay, price increase next year is equal to, I'm just giving some 20,000. Okay, let's say the company of this car, okay, the company of these cars are planning to increase their price by 20,000 every year. Okay, let's assume that. So this thing guys is internal one guys. Okay, this one is internal, no one should change this value, only the company people should change this value. Okay, like that kind of. Now guys, we have created like this. Now let's create some functions guys. How to create functions inside this constructor function? You have to give the name of the function first. Let's say the name of the function is get car details is the name of the function is equal to as a function. Okay, this is how we create the functions in constructor functions. Okay, now I will say console.log of, I'll print out all the details. I'll say color of the car is plus this dot color, then console.log cost of the car is plus this dot cost, then console.log of mileage. Okay, mileage of the car is plus this dot mileage. Okay, this dot color, this dot cost, this dot mileage. Three things are done. Now this thing is kind of should be hidden guys. Okay, let's assume that this particular property should be hidden, and these are the required details that people can collect and all those stuff. Okay, color, cost, mileage they can know, but they should not be able to access this one. Okay, people should not be able to access this one. Let's assume that. And here I'll create one more function, say get car price of next year. Okay, otherwise get next year car price, get next year car price. So here I'll just create this as a function. How to create this as a function is equal to function inside the constructor functions, and here I'll say console.log of this dot cost plus this dot price increase next year. Okay, this dot cost plus this dot price increase next year. Done. Okay, we created these functions guys, and this is a constructor function. And now let's try to create object for this constructor function. That is I'll say let Swift VDI is equal to new car, and here I have to pass the color, cost, and mileage guys. I'm passing the color as red, cost as 8 lakh, and mileage as like 22.17. Fine, this is what I'm doing. Now if I say, okay, if I say Swift VDI dot get car details, I'll get all the car details, right? I'll get all these car details, color, cost, mileage, I will get. Let's see that whether this part is working so far or not. Let me clear this out and say no demo dot Yes. Okay, there is a problem, guys. Get card details is not a function. Okay, so what's the problem here? I have to say this dot, and here also I have to say this dot. Then it will work. Now clear it. Node demo dot. Yes, now it's working. Color of the car is red. Cost of the car is 8 lakh. Mileage of the car is 22. You get all the car details. Okay, all the car details you got. But guys, this one can you access at this moment? Can you access this price increase next year? Yes, it's possible, guys. Okay, but the company people don't want this to be accessible by everyone. Okay, this particular property, the company people don't want. Okay, they want to hide this. Okay, inside this constructor function, they want to hide this. They don't want to display outside. But at this moment, it's possible to access this, guys. Okay, so I can say fifth VDI dot. Okay, what is that? Price increase next year, right? Price increase next year. Okay, I'll say console.log, or otherwise I'll say is equal to, I'll change the price, guys. Okay, I'm able to change the price also. Okay, I'm able to change the price even though I'm not the owner of this particular cars or models of the cars. Okay, I'm still able to change this price. This is what is happening, guys. This should not happen, let's say. Okay, now if I say swift edi dot, okay, swift edi dot get next year car price, will 20,000 will be implemented? Will 20,000 will be added to the original cost, or will 50,000 will be added to the original cost? Original cost is 8 lakh, right? 8 lakhs plus 50,000 or 8 lakhs plus 20,000. Since we are able to access this property, the value will change. Okay, we are not hiding that. Okay, in this example, we are not hiding the price increase next year property. So anyone can change like this. Anyone can access and change like this. That's the problem. Let's run this. You will see the output as 8 lakhs 50,000 as the next year car price. Let me clear. The node demo dot. Yes, you see 8 lakhs 50,000 is coming. That means you are able to modify the price increase next year. That should not happen, let's say. So what I will do is, just to overcome that problem, if you want to implement the abstraction where this property should be hidden, okay, this property should not be available for everyone, okay, then you have to hide it, right? How to hide this? How to hide this irrelevant or implementation kind of stuff? I will remove this, guys, and just provide let here. Okay, let price increase next year, and here I have to remove this not no more this. It's a let. Okay, let you already know, right? The scope of this let is up to scope of this let variable is up to function only. Okay, outside the function you cannot access. Now if you try to change this will not change, guys. Let's do this again. Not this time it is hidden, guys. Okay, you cannot access. You see 8 lakh 20,000 is coming, guys. Here the price has not been changed. The price has not been changed, right? Can you see that? No one can change the price. It's hidden. So if you try to print out this, let's say, let's try to print out this, okay? So let's try to print out this console.log of swift VDA dot price increase next year. If I print out, you'll not be able to access, guys. This will not be done. This will not come, guys. Okay, you will get undefined or something in the output. Okay, node demo dot yes. You see undefined is coming. Okay, you cannot get the what is the next year price. Okay, how much price they are trying to increase next year apart from this cost, original cost, how much price they are increasing next year is kind of hidden now from everyone. This is called as abstraction, guys. In abstraction, okay, in simple terms, okay, is a mechanism of hiding the irrelevant or implementation details and only showing the required details to the user. Here we are hiding this particular detail from the user as part of the abstraction. We are hiding this price increase next year from the user. Okay, you cannot access this price increase next year outside the function. Okay, this is called as abstraction, guys, hiding the details. So hope, guys, you understood how abstraction is possible in JavaScript. So that's it, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 32 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate how to use prototype in JavaScript. So let's get started. First of all, what is this prototype? Prototype in simple terms is used in JavaScript for adding some extra properties to the existing classes or constructor functions. What does it mean? Let's say you created a class, and to that class, while creating, you added some properties like some variables and methods you created inside the class while creating the class. But at later point of time, you got to know that you need to add few more properties, like few more variables and methods you need to add to the class. In that case, guys, we can use prototype. Okay, for adding such kind of extra properties to the existing classes and constructor functions, we have to use prototype in JavaScript, guys. Now let me practically demonstrate how to use prototype in JavaScript for adding these extra properties to the existing class and constructor functions. So I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE and I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. And inside this file, I'll create a sample class, say class car. Okay, I'll just create this sample class, say car. And inside this class, I'll create a constructor and say color, then cast, then model. Okay, I'll just provide this constructor here and say this dot color is equal to color. Okay, here I'm creating three properties, three variables for now. Okay, this dot color, this dot cost, and this dot model. Right, this dot cost is equal to cost, this dot model is equal to model. Okay, three variables I created. Similarly, we can create some methods, guys, here. Right, so let's say start car method I'll create inside this class. Here I'll say console dot log of, okay, this dot model car started. That's it. Okay, so while creating this car class, okay, I have added three variables and one method. So four properties I added to this car class. Now at some point of time, okay, now let's see whether you are able to access these things or not. Okay, let's try to access one of the property of this car class, guys. Let's try to call this start car. So for that, guys, we have to create an object for the car class, right? Let Swift VDI SV is equal to new car. I have to pass the properties, guys. I have to pass the arguments here for this constructor because this constructor is not empty. We have to pass the color, cost, model. Let's pass the color as red, cost as 8 lakh, and model as Swift VDI as a model. Okay, Swift VDI as a model. Yeah, like this we can do. Now using this object reference, I can call this start car method. By sv dot start car, okay, I say sv dot start car and run this program, this statement will be printed. That is, whatever the model you passed, right? Swift VDI model car started. Okay, Swift VDI car started will be printed in the output. Let's go to the new terminal and say clear. And after clearing this, I'll say no demo.js. You see, Swift VDI car started. It's perfectly working. This class is perfectly working, and we can create an object to this particular. We can create any number of objects to this class, and using the object reference, we can access the properties of this class. So far, so good. But guys, at this point of time, you felt like you need to add few more properties to this existing class. Okay, this was the initial created class, guys. But at some other point of time, you felt like you want to add few more properties to this car class. How to add? Let's say I want to add something like mileage. I want to add. Okay, here only color, cost, model are there, but I wanted to add mileage. So what we can do is we can simply use object reference, guys. Okay, I'm not going with the prototype right away. I'll explain the advantage of prototype. Before that, you have to understand that using the object reference also you can add the properties to this, right? Sv dot mileage, I will say. Okay, mileage is equal to 22.17, let's say. Okay, that's it. Now guys, if I say console dot log of sv dot mileage, I'll be able to print the mileage also. Okay, so it will work. That's fine. So if I say clear and say no demo.js for running the JavaScript file, you see the mileage is getting printed properly. But guys, what if I create another object? Let's say Honda Amaze HA is equal to new car. Here I'll pass the arguments to the constructor saying gray color, then 9 lakhs, and then Amaze is a model. Okay, Amaze is a model. Fine. So these three things are fine. Now if I say sv dot start car, this will be called. That's fine. Okay, the Amaze car started will be printed. That's okay. But if I try to print this console dot log of, not sv, guys, here I have to use ha dot. If I say ha dot, okay, ha dot mileage. If I try to print the mileage for this ha, what will happen, guys? Will it print the mileage here? What do you think? Will the mileage of this Honda Amaze will be printed here? Do you think so? The answer is no, guys, because here we added the mileage only for this object, at this object level only, not at the class level. Did we add this property, mileage property, at the class level or at the object level? This mileage property is added at the object level, guys. Only for the Swift VDI this mileage got added, but for this particular Honda Amaze, the mileage is not added. That means the mileage is added at the object level, not at the class level. So if you still try to print ha.mileage here, you will get undefined. Okay, let's clear this out and say node demo.js for running. You see, undefined is coming because you have created this particular property, but you have created this property at the object level, not at the class level. How to create this property at the class level then? How to create this mileage property at the class level then? For that, guys, instead of writing like sv.mileage here, you have to say the name of the class, that is car dot prototype you have to use. This is where the prototype is pitching in, guys. To add the properties, to add some extra properties to the existing classes or constructor functions, okay, we have to use prototype, guys. The syntax is like this: car dot name of the class to which we have to add the property, and using prototype we are adding this mileage property, extra property mileage, and we are giving some value also. That's fine. Now, guys, in this case, this will work, guys. You will not get undefined now. Okay, when you print ha.mileage, this time this mileage is added at the class level. That means at the class level means this mileage is not only available for this object but also for this object, guys, because using prototype we created this mileage property. An extra property got added to this particular class at the class level, not at the object level, so all the objects can access it. Now let's run this. Clear node demo.js. You see, you are getting the mileage of the Honda Amaze also 22.17, Swift car also 22.17 for now. Okay, so this is the, guys, this is the thing, guys. Okay, this is the thing about prototype. Okay, as I already mentioned, guys, apart from adding the properties like variable kind of properties to the existing class, you can also add some function, some methods. Okay, here only one method is there inside this car class, that is start car. I would like to add one more method using this prototype. I want to add one more method at the class level. How to add that? For that, I would say car dot prototype dot name of the method. What is the name of the method? Stop car. Let's say stop car is equal to function like this. You have to create case. Okay. Now here I have to say console dot log of this dot model. Okay, instead of creating this method inside the car, at later point of time using the prototype, I'm adding as it has an extra property. Okay, extra method. This dot model car stopped, right? This dot model car stopped. That's fine, guys. Done. Nothing much. Now, guys, I can call this. Not only I can call this start car method, but also I can call this stop car also. Okay, how to? Using the object references of this class. Let's say sv is the object reference, guys. I will say sv dot start car, sv dot stop car, then Honda Amaze dot start car, Honda Amaze dot stop car, like this you can call. Okay, so now run this, you'll get the output. So clear node demo.js. You see, Swift VDI car started, Swift VDI car stopped, Amaze car started, Amaze car stopped. So this is how, guys, we have to use prototype in JavaScript for adding some extra properties to an existing class or constructor functions. Okay, so that's all about this session, guys. You can use the same formula for adding to the constructor functions, as you already know how to create the constructor functions. I have explained about constructor functions in one of the previous sessions. You can refer back and try this, how to add this extra properties to the constructor functions also, as we did with the classes here. Okay, using the prototype, you are able to add the extra properties to the existing class. Similarly, you can add the extra properties to the constructor functions. You can try it out, guys. Okay, so that's all about the prototype in JavaScript, guys. See you in the next video session. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 33 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show you how to work with numbers in JavaScript. So let's get started. First thing I'm going to explain and demonstrate is the different ways of representing the number literals in JavaScript. There are three different ways, guys, using which you can represent the number literals in JavaScript. That is integer, decimal, and there is another way. That is third way I'm going to demonstrate directly. To demonstrate this, I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE and I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Now here I'll create the first variable, say let a is equal to the first type, that is integer type of number. Okay, integer type of number, let's say 9 I will give. This is integer type of number, guys. Okay, now the second variable I will create and assign that with a second type of number literal, that is decimal type, that is 1.25 is a decimal type of number. Now the third type I'm going to show you. Let C is equal to 10E3. What will happen, guys? What is the output? What is the output? What will happen if you print this C? You will get, after 10, 3 zeros will be added, guys. Okay, 0, 0, 0. That means you will get 10,000 in the output. Let's try this. Console.log of, I'll print A, I'll print B, decimal number I'm printing, and third thing I'm trying to print the variable C also, which is holding this kind of number format. Okay, number literal, which will give you 10,000, guys. After 10, it is going to add 3 zeros, guys. Okay, let's see. Let's run this new terminal and I'll clear this out and say node demo.js. You see 9, 1.25, and finally you got 10,000. These are the different ways of representing the number literals in JavaScript, guys. Now the second thing, guys. So I'll remove all this stuff except this let a is equal to 9. There is another way of representing the same number, guys. Okay, this statement can be represented in a different way. That is, let's say I'll say let b is equal to new number of, okay, number of, you can give some number, guys. Let's say I'll give a number like 3. This is also another way of representing a number, guys, in JavaScript. Okay, it's like you are creating an object for the number class and you are giving that value as 3, guys, integer numerical value as 3. Okay, into the b, 3 is being stored. Now if you print a and b, you'll get the output, that is 9 and 3 will be printed in the output. Console.log of a, console.log of b. Okay, now run this node demo.js. You see number 3 is coming. Okay, number 3 is coming. It's the object format, guys. Okay, this is the object representation of a number. This is the object representation of a number. If you want to convert this object type representation into a general type of number, what you have to do? You have to say b dot value of. Okay, value of, that's it. Let's run this. Clear node demo.js. You see this time kind of the number got converted into primitive type. Okay, not object type, primitive type number. Okay, so like there are different functions, guys, or predefined methods or functions in JavaScript using which we can convert the object type into the primitive type. Okay, that is value of is something which is converting the object type to the primitive type. Okay, fine. Now similar to that value of, guys, there are other methods also that you can use with numbers. First one is integer. Okay, so what is that integer? I'll tell you. I'll just write down let a is equal to 9, b is equal to 1.25, let c is equal to, I'll give something like Arun Motori. Okay, I'll give something like Arun Motori here. The 3 variables I created. Now if I say console.log of, okay, console.log of number dot is integer, okay, is integer of a. Is this a an integer, guys? Is it an integer number? Yes, definitely. So this will print true, guys. Okay, number dot is integer of a will print 2. So console.log will print true in the output. Now console.log of second type of number, that is a decimal number. So if I give that decimal number to this kind of thing, is integer thing, integer of b, you will get false. Why? Because this is not an integer number, guys. This is a decimal number, so you'll get false. Third one is not at all a number, so definitely you are going to get false. Okay, console.log of number dot is number of c. This will be definitely false. Only the first one will be true, remaining 2 will be false, guys. Okay, so I'll say clear and say no demo.js. What's the problem? The problem here, guys, I have to write integer, guys. I just wrote number. So let me clear this out and say no demo.js. You see true, false, false. Okay, it's working fine. This is one of the predefined method in JavaScript that you can use with numbers. Okay, and there are other methods also like toPrecision, toString, and many more, guys. I'll work with the toPrecision now. So here, guys, there is a variable like b. So what I will do here is I'll say b dot toPrecision. Okay, toPrecision of, I'll give 2, guys. Here how many digits are there? 1.25, 3 digits, right? Before decimal 1 digit is there, after decimal 3 things are there, but I am restricting it to 2. What will happen? It should print 1.2 guys. Let's see. 1.2 or 1.3 should be printed. Let's see. Console.log of 2 precision of 2. Let's run this. No demo.js. You see 1.3 because it got round off. The last number got round off to, because it is 5 or greater than 5 means it will round off the previous number to the greatest number. That is 2 will become 3. So that's why you got 1.3 guys. Okay. That is 2 precision guys. And 2 string guys. You already know about 2 string guys. I explained about this 2 string while explaining about typecasting one of the previous sessions. But let me cover again. If I say type of a, what will be printed guys? A is a integer, right? Number will be printed. Okay. The type of this A is number guys. So let's run this node demo.js. Okay, what happened here? Okay, so there's something wrong. Let's see. Okay, type of is a method and you are passing a variable. So console.log of type of a type of. Okay, it's not working. Let's see what we can do. Type of. I think this is the thing, right? Type of A should return as something. Let me try again. If not, I will check. Type of A. Okay, so it looks good. No demo.js. Are we getting? Yeah, this time it came, guys. Maybe some spelling typo or something. Okay, maybe I gave the capital O or something. That's why it has not come. That's okay. So number is coming now. But what, guys? Before I mentioned type of A. Okay, before I convert this number into a string, when I say type of A, you got number. But before printing this, if I say A dot to string like this, okay, A dot to string, I'll say let D is equal to, okay, let D is equal to A dot to string. And here if I say type of D, what will come guys? Now here numerical number is getting converted into a string and getting stored into D guys. So type of D will definitely print string guys. Type of D is string. So guys, to string can be used for converting a numerical value to string type value. Okay, so there are a lot of methods guys, a lot of predefined methods that we can use with numbers, but whatever I felt like which can be used day to day, right, I just try to explain in this session. So that's all about the numbers guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all, welcome to part 34 of JavaScript for Beginner series. In this session I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about math object in JavaScript. So let's get started. First of all, I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Now I'll type the math object, that is math, and when I say dot guys, okay, when I try to access the properties of this math object, I'll get a lot of properties here. If I filter them by typing P, I'm getting something known as pi. Okay, in mathematics the value of pi is 3.14159 and so on, right? If I try to print this math.pi, it will print the same value, that is console.log of math.pi. If I run this code here, okay, you will see that the value of the pi got printed here. Similarly guys, if you want to perform different mathematical operations in JavaScript, then you can use this math object, and with the help of the different properties of the math object we can achieve that. Okay, if I say math.sqrt square root, okay, just give some number guys. If you want to find the square root of 4 in mathematics, you will get the result as 2, right? So the same thing will happen here. If I run this code, you'll get 2 as a output. Okay, math.square root of 4 is 2. Then we have a lot of other stuff guys other than this pi square root. There are a lot of things guys, okay, not only the things that I am demonstrating in this session, but there are a lot of other stuff. Okay, a lot of operations in mathematics can be done guys, but I have chosen only few based on our use and all. Okay, the regular use and all. Okay, this can be used in real time, but a lot of things are possible in mathematics guys, right? So a lot of things are there in JavaScript to perform different type of mathematical operation apart from whatever I am demonstrating in this session. Okay, let's go with the next one round guys. Let me demonstrate few mathematical operations and we'll wind up this session. Okay, round off, math dot round off. If you give some value, say 33 point, okay, 33.567, something like this, some random number. So here what will happen is, after the decimal point, whatever the value is there, if that particular value is 5 or greater than 5, then this value will change to 4. Okay, it will be rounded to 4. It will become 34, guys. Okay, it will become, instead of 33, it will become 34 based on this value, first value, which is after the decimal point. What if this value is 4? In that case, since this particular value of the decimal point is less than 5, it will be rounded to 33 only. Okay, this particular total value will be rounded to 33. Decimal point will go off, guys, first of all, and the remaining value, in the remaining value, the round off thing will happen based on the first value after the decimal point. Okay, if this particular value is 5 or greater than 5, then this will become 4, guys. It will print 34 in the output. You see, in this case, it will print 34 in the output. You got 34. What if I simply make this 4 or 3 or something? In this case, it will become 33. It will be rounded off to 33. You see, like this. Hope you understood what is round. Now we have other things like seal. Okay, sealing of the number. Sealing means even though this particular first value of the decimal point is less than 5, okay, it will be still sealed to 34, guys. Okay, it will go to the top number. Okay, if you have some value of the decimal point, this will become 34, guys. Okay, so let's see that. It will print 34 here. You see, you got 34. Let me clear this out. Now what about floor? There's another thing known as math.floor. Here it will stick to 33. Okay, it will stick to 33 no matter what the value is there, even though it has 0.7 also, 0.7 also, still even though it is greater than 5 also, this will be 33 only because you are choosing floor. Node demo dot just 33. Okay, similarly we have trunk, guys. Okay, trunk doesn't matter, guys. Okay, whatever the values that are after the decimal point doesn't matter, it will strictly print whatever that is before the decimal point. Okay, it doesn't matter whether the value is 5 or greater than 5, less than 5, it doesn't matter here. Simply change this math dot something to trunk. Okay, trunk. Say no demo dot js. You see 33 got printed. It doesn't matter what is the value after the decimal point. Okay, simply it will trunk of the decimal values. Then power off. Okay, so if I say 10 comma 2, power of 10 comma 2 means 10 power 2. What is 10 power 2? 10 into 2, 10, right? 2 times we have to multiply 10. 10 into 10. 2 times we have to multiply 10. 10 into 10. That is 100. So 100 will be printed in the output using this power. Okay, you got 100 in the output. The next one. So random. It's very important, guys. Okay, this can come to use. Okay, this can come to use very often. So random. If I simply print this match.random, guys, it will print some random value between 0 and 1 in decimal points. Okay, so let's see that demo.js. If I say, it will print some values from 0 to 1, in between 0 to 1 in decimal points. Okay, but guys, if you don't want to print this random number from 0 to 1, rather you want to print from 1 to let's say 1 to 10. Okay, in that case you can go with multiply by 10, guys. Okay, just multiply this match.random with 10. Still it's not 1 to 10, guys. It will give the values from the range of 0 to 9. Okay, when you multiply math.random with 10, it will give you the values from 0 to 9, not 1 to 10. Okay, just keep that in mind. So you see, but decimal point is still coming, guys. I want to truncate that. I'll simply say trunk of math.trunk of. I'll surround this portion with another math.trunk. Okay, so that decimal point will be removed. Math.trunk of, just surround this entire thing with trunk. Okay, done. Now clear node demo.js. So just see, guys, whenever I'm running the same code, guys, last time we got 2 in the output, random into 10 has resulted into. Now if I say you got 6 this time, random numbers are coming every time. Okay, 0 came. It's 0 to 9, guys. Okay, if you want from 1 to 10, then here just add +1, guys. Okay, that's it. Just add +1. It will give 1 to 10 range. Demo.js, no demo.js, no demo.js, random numbers, guys. Okay, every time you run this code, you'll get a random number. You see, till 9 it came so far. 10 also came. That means 1 to 10 is working. Demo.js, no demo.js. Okay, guys, it keeps on going. I don't want to run this many number of times. This is fine for now. Okay, this is fine for now. Every time you run this code, you'll get a random number between 1 to 10. If you want from 1 to 100, then you have to make it into 100. Okay, it will give a random number from 1 to 100. So if I run this time you'll get the random numbers in between 1 to 100. You see 12 came. No demo dot. Yes, 1 came. 100 also came. Okay, 1 to 100. So like that, guys, hope you understood how to use the random method of this math object. So like this, guys, there are a lot of other operations you can perform with this math object. Okay, but whatever that is necessary, I have demonstrated in this session. So that's all for this session, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 35 of JavaScript for Beginner series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about sets in JavaScript. So let's get started. First of all, set is a collection of unique values in JavaScript. That means you can only add unique values into a set. Okay, it's a collection of unique values. Now let me practically demonstrate how to create a set, how to add the different values to the set and all those stuff. Okay, for that I'll switch to the Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. And here how to create a set? Simple, guys. Just say new set. Okay, this will create a set, new set, and we will provide an object reference for this set. So let s is equal to anything you can give, s, p, a, b. Okay, let s is equal to new set, and using this object reference I can add unique values to this set. What does I mean by unique values? If I say s dot add, if I add 9, it will add the 9 to the set. Okay, now I can add one more value, say 1. Okay, s dot add to the same set. Apart from 9, 1 is also added. Now s dot add, I'm adding one more value, say 5. S dot add, and one more value, say 7. What if I try to add a duplicate value, that is 9? 9 is already added, but I'm trying to add it again. So what will happen? Will you get any error? No, guys, you will not get any error, but this value will not be added to the set. Only one time 9 will be added. If you try to add the 9 for the second time, it will not be really added to the set. Okay, you can see here, if I print out this set, console.log of, yes, if I say in the output, you will see this 9 added only one time. Second time it is ignored. Okay, so let's run this. No demo.js. Only 4 values got added, even though you tried to add 5 values. Since the fifth value is a duplicate value, it's not accepted by the set. Okay, it's ignored by the set. Only one time the 9 value is accepted. You see 9157. That's it. Let's say you want to delete a value from the set. Okay, from these values you want to delete a value. For that, guys, you can say s dot object reference dot delete. You can simply call delete, and which value you want to delete. Let's say I want to delete 1. Okay, from this set I want to delete 1. So if I say console dot log of, yes, okay, after deleting I print not demo dot js. Original we have 9157. After deleting 1, it's 957. Okay, 1 got deleted. You see here 1 got deleted. Like this, there are a lot of other operations, guys, we can do on the sets. Okay, there are something like we can check whether a particular value is available in the set or not. For that we can use something like this. Okay, I'll just remove this and say console dot log of, okay, console dot log of s dot has of which value, to check whether a particular value is there in the set or not. For example, if I give 5 here, is 5 available in this set? Yes, 5 is there here. So it will print true, guys. Okay, this will print true here. Okay, so if I clear this out and say no demo.js, you'll get true because 5 is there in the set. What if I just replace this 5 with something like 8? Is 8 available in this set? Is 8 already added in this set? Only 9157 are there. 8 is not there. So you'll get false this time. Since 8 is not there in the set, you'll get false. Okay, has will do the job like that. Now size. If you want to find how many values are there in this set, okay, you have to say s dot size, guys. S dot size. This will give you the number of values in the set. So if I say clear and say no demo.js, okay, the size of the set, that is 4 values. So 4 is the size of the set. Now I can, so to print all these values of the set, guys, to print all the values of the set, okay, we can use something like for each loop. Okay, we can use for each loop, guys. Okay, so how to use that for each loop with the set? So we have to simply say s dot for each of, here we have to create a function, starting of the function and ending of the function. Here we have to pass something like value. Okay, for each and every value in this particular set, this function will be called. Okay, the for each loop will call this particular function for each and every value in the set. Okay, for this 9, the function will be called. For this 1, the function will be called. For this 5, the function will be called. For each and every value in the set, the function will be called. That's the meaning of this for each loop. Okay, so here I will say console dot, okay, console dot log of, you have to just print this value. Okay, the value for each and every value you have to print. Okay, the function will be called and the value will come, and that value you are printing here. Simple. Okay, now clear. Node demo dot js, you see all the values in the set got printed here. Okay, all the values in the set got printed here. Fine. Now next one, guys, next thing is we can also use values method, guys. Okay, we can also use values. You remember the for of loop, right? You remember the for of loop. Okay, so in the for of loop we can use this values method to print all the values of the set, whatever it is, to iterate all through the set. Okay, for let x of what, x of s dot values you have to say. Okay, okay, so we have to say for let x of s dot values, for each, for all the values of the this particular set we have to iterate this. Okay, here when we iterate we'll simply print out this x, guys. Okay, we'll simply print out this x so that all the values that are available in the set will be printed. This is another way of, okay, using for loop. Previous one was for each loop. Now for of loop, where we have to use values method. Okay, we have to use values method in the for of loop to iterate, to for the for of loop to work with the sets we have to use values. Fine, let me run. It will give the same output, guys. You see 9157, all the 4 values of the set got printed. Okay, this is all about the sets, guys. There's last one more thing, guys. Here, if you don't want to add like this, okay, and if you want to uh, give the values when you are creating an object for the set, in that case what you can do is, okay, you can provide something like this inside the square brackets. Okay, inside the square brackets you have to provide the values 91 comma 5 comma 7. Okay, like this, done. Let's see what will happen. Clear node demo dot js, you see the same thing. Okay, if you don't want to add this 4 values like s dot add, s dot add, s dot add, like that, you can simply provide here. Okay, when you are creating the set itself you are adding these 4 values. Okay, like that. So this is another representation of the set. So guys, this is all about the sets in JavaScript. I have covered almost all the required methods, predefined methods that we can use with the sets, and the different ways of iterating with the set by using the for each loop and values method, which we can use inside the for of loop and so on. Okay, so this is all about the sets. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 36 of JavaScript for Beginner series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about maps in JavaScript. So let's get started. What are maps? Maps in JavaScript will allow us to store the data in the form of key value pairs. What are these key value pairs? For example, anything can be a key value pair, guys. For example, name Arun. Here, name is the key and Arun is the value. Okay, key value pair, one key value pair. Now ID is 101. Here ID is the key and 101 is the value. And next one is location. Location is the key and value is Hyderabad. And experience is the key and 12 is the value. So this kind of key value pairs, if you want to store in JavaScript, we have to use maps. Okay, we have to take the help of maps. So now let me practically demonstrate how to create these maps. For that, I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. In this JavaScript file, I'll create a map, guys. Say new map. Okay, this will create a map. Okay, we are creating an object for the map, and to this object, you have to give some object reference. Say let yum is equal to. Okay, you can give any name here. I'm just giving yum. So now if I say yum dot, okay, yum dot set of, I have to provide key and value, guys. Okay, so I have to give key and also have to give value. Let's say key is name and value is Arun Moturi. Okay, my name. This one key value pair I have added to the map. Similarly, I can add multiple key value pairs into the same map. Okay, again I have to say yum. Yum is the object reference of this map, guys. Yum dot set of id, double quotes I have to provide, double quotes, comma, id. id is a key and value is 101, let's say. Since it is a number, I'm not surrounding by double quotes. This is a text. If the value is a text, then double quotes. If value is a number, no need of double quotes. But for all the keys, you should have double quotes. Set. The next one is location, guys. Location is a key and Hyderabad is a value. Done. Next one, m dot set of experience. Okay, experience. Experience can be number, right? The value can be a number. So here I'm giving 12 without double quotes. Done. So like this, I added 4 key value pairs into this map, which is referenced using this object reference yum. Fine. This is a way of adding the key value pairs. Okay, using the set. Now let me print this map, guys. Let's print this map and see whether all these key value pairs are added successfully to this map or not. I'll simply say console.log of yum. If I run this code here, no demo.js, you'll see the entire map getting printed. Okay, this map has 4 key value pairs. The first key value key is a name and its value is Arun. ID is the second key and value is 101. Location is the third key. Hyderabad is a value and experience is the fourth key and 12 is a value of. Okay, like this you can print out this. Next thing is we can retrieve also. Okay, so apart from printing like this, we can also retrieve the values, guys. What I can say is I'll simply clear it out here. First of all, I'll clear this. Here I'll say console dot log of, okay, yum dot get off, like this. Okay, console dot log of yum dot get off. If you give the key here, it will retrieve the value, guys. Okay, this get command will retrieve the value based on the provided key. For example, if you want to retrieve where Arun stays, you have to give the location as the key here. Okay, yum dot get off key. What is the key name? Location. What will be printed in the output, guys, when I run this code? But if you say get location, it will get the value of this location, that is Hyderabad will be printed. You see, when I clear it and say no demo.js, Hyderabad got printed. Similarly, you can retrieve all the other values of these keys based on the keys. Okay, so I'll simply say console dot log of yum dot get command. Okay, using this get command, we have to provide the key inside this, say name. If I give name here, it will give the Arun Moturi. Okay, second one, console dot log of yum dot get off. What is the key here? ID, let's say. ID is a key. I'm just giving the key name, ID. It will give you the value, that is 101 will be printed. Now console dot log of yum dot get off. What is the key name here? Experience. It will give you 12 years of experience. Okay, done. Now run this code. Run this code, guys. You'll get Arun Moturi 101 Hyderabad 12. Okay, using the get, we can retrieve the values from the map. Okay, and now we can find the size of the map, guys. Okay, as we already know, here only 4 key value pairs are there, so the size will be definitely 4. So if I write like this, console dot log of, okay, console dot log of yum dot size will get you the size of the map. Now clear this and say no demo.js, size of the map, that is 4 got printed. Okay, now deleting, guys. We can also delete. Okay, we can also delete a key value pair. How to delete that? So here first I will print console dot log of yum before deleting. Before deleting, you will get all the things printed. If I run this, all the things got printed here. Now after deleting, okay, I'll say console dot log of, I'll just put a separation line here. Okay, separation line here, and say console dot log of yum. But this time, before printing this yum, I'll delete the one of the element. Okay, one of the key value pair I'll delete here. That is, I'll say yum dot delete of. Okay, yum dot delete of. Which key I have to delete? Let's say I want to delete location. Okay, I want to delete location. So let's see. node demo.js. So before deleting, we have 4 elements, 4 key value pairs. But after deleting, after this line, that means after deleting, you got only 3. 1, 2, 3. See, 3 is coming here. This is how we can delete also, guys. You can use a delete to delete the key value pair and has. Okay, we can check whether a particular key value pair is available or not. Okay, a particular key is available or not in this particular map. How to find it out? To see whether a particular key is available or there in this map. How to find out? Console.log of yum.has of. You have to provide the key, guys. For example, location, is it available here? Location is available. Yes, location is there. Location key is there in this map. So it will print what? Print true, guys. If I run this code, it will print true here because location is available. What if I give something uh, like position? Okay, position or a designation, whatever it is. Yum dot has a position. Is there any key like position here in this map which is already set in this map? No, right? So in this case, you have to get false. You see, false got printed. That is a functionality of the has, guys. Now, in the previous session, guys, I have demonstrated how to use for each method and how to use values with sets. But for maps, guys, we can also use for each. Okay, along with the for each, we can use entries, keys, values kind of methods. Okay, with maps, we have other type of methods. Apart from the for each, we have other methods like entries, keys, and values. Okay, let me demonstrate. First, we'll go with the for each, guys. How to use for each? Let me explain. So let me open this one, and I'm going to use for each first. Okay, how to use for each? I have to say yum dot for each. Inside the for each, we have to create a function like this, starting of the function, ending of the function. And here, in case of sets, only only values will be stored, right? But here, in case of map, there are key and values. Here we have to say value, comma, key. First we have to say value. After that, we have to say key. Now come inside this. For each and every key value, okay, for each and every key value, call this function. This function will be called for each and every key value in this particular map. Okay, for each and every key value there in this map, this particular function will be called. And when the function is called, for each and every iteration, that particular key value can be printed. I'll be printing key, guys. Here I'm just printing key here, and I'll put some colon here, and at the end I'll say value. Okay, so each and every key value will be printed here. Node demo.js for running using node.js. You see, you got the output, guys. Name Arun Motori, name colon Arun Motori, ID colon 101. For each and every key value in the map, this for each loop got iterated. Okay, experience 12. This is one way of doing the iteration, guys. And we can use for off also. Okay, we can use for off loop also with the maps. How to use for off loop? For let x of, what do you have to say? Yum dot entries for each and every key value pair. Entries means key value. Okay, for each and every entry. This is one entry, this is the second entry, this is the third entry, this is the fourth entry. Okay, here I will say console.log of x. If I print, key value pairs will be printed, guys. Okay, 4 sets of key value pairs will be printed. Node demo.js. You see, first set of key value pair, name Arun Motori, ID is the second one, location Hyderabad, experience 12 got printed. Okay, this is one way. Or you can change this. Instead of saying yum dot entries, you can say yum dot keys. It will only retrieve the keys, guys. It will not get the values. Only name, ID, location, experience will be printed. If you write here node demo.js, if I run this, you say only the keys are getting retrieved from this map. Name, ID, location, experience without values. But if you also want to get the values in this case, you can say something like this, guys. Plus, use some double quotes. I'll just add some colon, guys, so that it look good in the output. Plus what, guys? Yum dot get of x. You remember the get method, right? If you pass the key, it will get you the value. So that's what I'm taking care of. Okay, I'm using node demo dot js. You see, name Arun Motori, ID. This is also possible, guys. And there is one more thing, guys. You can even say yum dot values directly, but it will get only the values, guys. Okay, if I print this x, it will retrieve the values. Okay, without keys, it will retrieve the values of this particular map. Clear? Clear, and say no demo.js. All the values will be retrieved, guys. Arun Motori 101, Hyderabad 12 without keys. Okay, this is how, guys, we can use a kind of iterators kind of thing with the maps. Okay, by using for each method or by using the for of loop, we can iterate through the maps, okay, through all the elements that are stored in the maps. Fine. And finally guys, finally one more thing is left out. So here we are writing how many statements? 4 statements. For adding 4 key value pairs, we are adding 4 statements. But there is a way to simplify this. While creating the map object itself, we can add this. Okay, how? Here inside this map constructor, we have to provide square bracket, and inside the square bracket, how many key values you want? 1, 2, 3, 4. So inside that again create first square bracket, comma, second square bracket, comma, third square bracket, comma, fourth square bracket, because we have to add 4 key value pairs. Let me take it from here. The second one here, third one here, and finally the fourth one key value pair here. Done. You don't have to write this set statements now. Okay. This is another representation, guys. Another way of creating a map by adding the key value pairs while creating the map itself. Okay. So if I print this console.log of yum, the map will be printed as it is. Okay. No demo.js. So you see, guys, this map has 4 key value pairs. That is whatever that got printed. So this is also possible, guys. So hope guys you understood how to work with maps in JavaScript and what the purpose of the maps where they store the key value pairs. Okay, the data in the form of key value pairs. So that's all about the maps, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 37 of JavaScript for Beginners series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically show you how to use for of loop with strings, arrays, sets, and maps. So let's get started. First, I'll demonstrate how to use for of loop with strings. For that, I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE, and here I'll create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js, and here I'll write the code, guys. Okay, for let x of, I'll give the string, guys. Okay, I'll give the string here. Let's say I'll give my name in the string. Either you can directly pass this string or you can store this particular string into a variable and give the variable name here. Both are same, guys. Both will give the same result. So here I'll say console.log of x. Okay, I'm just printing out this x, guys. That means this for loop or for of loop will iterate for each and every character in this string text, guys. Okay, so in the first iteration it will print a, console.log will print a. The second iteration r will be printed. In third iteration of this for loop u will be printed, like go until I including space. Now let me clear this and run this code. No demo.js. You see, ARUN space MOTWORI. Each and every character, for each and every character, the for of loop got iterated. That's how the for of loop can be used with string. Now, similarly, we can use for of loop with arrays. So let's create an array, guys. Let a is equal to, I'll give some list of values in the array, say 9157. Okay, these are the list of values I have given. Now I'm going to use for of loop with arrays. For let x of, you can give anything, guys. Let x or let t, anything is fine. Okay, no problem. Let x of a, that is array. Here I'll print out the x. Okay, console.log of x. That's it. Okay, I'm printing this x. For each and every element in this array, the for of loop will be iterated and the value will be printed. Here x will be printed. So the first iteration, it will check any values are there in the array. Yes, there are values in the array. It will take the first value, that is 9, and assign to x, and 9 will be printed. In the second iteration, again it will check any remaining values are there. Yes, 3 remaining values are there. In that first value will be taken and printed. 1 will be printed. Again it will check the next iteration. It will check any other remaining values. 5, 7. 5 will be assigned and 5 will be printed. Lastly, any other value, 7 is left. So 7 will be assigned, 7 will be printed. After that, when it checks, are there any other elements, array elements available? There are no other elements are available. So we'll come out to the for of loop. Okay, this is how the for of loop works. So let me clear here and say run this code, guys. It will print properly. You see 9157 will be printed for each and every iteration. One by one array elements got printed here using the for of loop. You can similarly use for of loop with sets and maps, guys. In previous session, I already demonstrated. In previous sessions, I already demonstrated how to use for of loop with sets and how to use for of loop with maps. Now let me repeat again, guys, in this session. So first I'll create a set, guys. How to create a set? Let s is equal to new set of. Okay, here I'll give the values directly. Set of values 9, 1, 5, 7. Okay, list of values in the set. Let's say this set has this list of values, okay, unique values. Now I'll use a for of loop, guys. For let x of s dot values, you have to say, okay, set dot values. Just provide the circular brackets there. Now here, using the values method, we can retrieve each and every value from the set, guys. Okay, that's what is the funda. Okay, console.log of x. Let me run this code, clear this out, and say no demo.js. You say 9157. All the values of the set got printed here. Similarly, we can use for of loop with the maps. Okay, let's create a map, guys. Let m is equal to new map of. I'll be creating the map key value pairs here itself, guys. I'll provide the square brackets here. Inside the square brackets, again, I'll provide three more square brackets. In first square bracket, I'll just give some key value, say key say name, and comma value say my name. That's Arun. Okay. And in the second key set, I'll be giving ID as a key and value as 101. Third one, I'll give the key as location and comma value as Hyderabad. Okay. Hyderabad. Now here, I'll use the for of loop, guys, for let x of m dot entries. Okay, we have to use entries method here to retrieve the key sets. Okay, to retrieve the key value pairs. Here, how many key value pairs are there? Three sets are there. Okay, three times the for loop will be iterated. And when I print console.log of x, okay, when I print console.log of x, three key value pairs will be printed, guys. Okay, now demo.js. You see, first set, second set, third set. Okay? Three key value pairs got printed. Similarly, you can also use instead of saying entries, you can say keys only. Only keys will be retrieved, guys. Here, name key, ID key, and location key will be retrieved, and okay, for each and every iteration. And you print x, only the keys will be printed. Okay, not values. You see, name, ID, location will be printed. Name, ID, location got printed. Now, if you want to get the values also, you can follow this approach, guys. Just provide double quotes here, colon here, and say plus m dot get of x. Okay, get of x, if you say, means the value of the name Arun will be printed. Okay, when when name got printed, the value of the name, that is Arun, will be printed. When ID key is printed here, 101 value will be printed. When location key is printed here, m dot get of x will print Hyderabad. Okay, like that. When I run this code, you'll see that all the key value pairs will be printed. Key value, key associated value, location associated value. So hope, guys, you understood how to use for loop with strings, arrays, sets, and maps in JavaScript. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye. Hello all. Welcome to part 38 of JavaScript for Beginner series. In this session, I am going to explain and practically demonstrate about regular expressions in JavaScript. So let's get started. First of all, I'll open this Visual Studio Code IDE and create a sample JavaScript file, say demo.js. Inside this JavaScript file, I'll create a variable. Say let a is equal to, I'll assign some string text here. Okay, I'll assign some string text, say Arun Motori, which is my name. Now, in the next statement, I'll create a regular expression, regx. You can give any name here, guys. I'm just giving regx. Okay, that's fine. So here, I'll create a regular expression, guys. Okay, the regular expression should be in between this one. Okay, in between this forward slashes. Here, let's say I want to create a regular expression which searches for Arun. Okay, which has to find Arun. Okay, just put a semicolon here. From here to here is a regular expression, guys, in this case. And this regular expression need to search Arun in this Arun Motori. Okay, is there any Arun inside this Arun Motori? Yes, right? So how to test that? Whether this regular expression is finding Arun in this particular Arun Motori. How to find that? For that, guys, I'll simply say console.log of, okay, I'll just say regular expression dot test. I'll use some method known as test method. I'm going to test this regular expression to see whether this particular regular expression is finding the required text in this particular statement. Okay, like that. Regular expression dot test of a. Okay, is this particular regular expression is available? Okay, is the text mentioned in this regular expression is available in this particular variable or not? I am checking at that level. Okay, now let me run this code, guys. If this particular Arun text is found in this particular variable A, then you will get true as the output. You see, you got the true because this Arun is there here, right? This Arun text is there inside this variable. Apart from Motori, we have Arun also. That's why we are getting that output. Okay. Now, what if I'll change the regular expression like this? I'll just change the capital A to small a. Will this regular expression will be found in this particular Arun Motori? No, guys, because this is lowercase, this is uppercase. Okay. This regular expression cannot find this Arun in this particular variable because here lowercase, here uppercase. That's the problem. Let's see. This time you should get false. Okay. This side, the test method will print false. The reason is low case sensitive. Okay. Here lowercase, here uppercase. What if I want to make this as a case insensitive? Okay. Either it can be lowercase or uppercase. We have to find. In that case, you just need to at the end of this regular expression just type something known as I, guys. Okay. I means case insensitive. It will make the regular expression to find the required text in this text without considering the case. Without considering the case, if you want to search, you have to add I here in the regular expression. This time, if I run this code, guys, the test method will return true now. You see, true is written. Can you see that? True is written. That's fine. Next, those are few examples, guys. Now let's go with another example, guys. I'll say let A is equal to. I'll just give some text like sit. SIT sit. Okay. I'll give the regular expression also. Regular expression is equal to like this. I have to write first. Here, I'll write something like square bracket IT. Inside the square bracket, I will say SKF. Why I have written 3 letters here? Okay. Here, regular expression is bit customized, guys. The last 2 letters will be IT. That's fine. But the first letter need to be either S or K or F. Okay. If any of these letters are matching along with IT, here SIT is there, which is matching. First letter is S here in SIT, and remaining letters are IT. So the regular expression will pass, guys. Okay. Hope you are able to understand. Console.log of regx.test of A have to write. Okay. This will return true, guys. No demo.js. You see, true will be printed. What if I'll change this S to F? Fit. Instead of sit, I'll say fit. Here, the first letter can be either S or K or F. Even though it is fit also, it will return true now. Okay. Node demo.js. Okay. Still true. What if I give here kit, KIT kit? Still it will return true because one of the letter can be K. The first letter can be K. Node demo.js. Still true. What if I give AIT? AIT. Is it possible? No, guys. In these 3 letters, A is not there. In any of these 3 letters, A is not there. So first letter can either be S or K or F. If it is other than SKF, like A, then can't do anything. Okay. It will return false. Okay. False. What if, guys, I change this string to A to Z? Okay. Only 3 letters means you can provide the 3 letters here, like SKF kind of thing you can provide. But if you decide that the first letter or first character of this particular string text can be anything from A to Z, it can be A, it can, you cannot write like this, right? A B C D E F G H. That will be bit lengthy. Instead of doing that, we'll simply say A to Z. Okay, it can be anything from A to Z, guys. Okay. Now in this case, what will happen, guys? This test method will return true because here in A to Z, A is there. So it will return true. But if I make it something like N, still it will be true, guys. It A to Z, anything, any letter can be from A to Z, right? So now if I say node demo.js, still true. We are getting true, guys. So now what if I make this capital A? Here small a to small z, but here capital A. Will it work? No, guys. Only lowercase letter should be there in the first. But here uppercase letter is there. So if I run this code, you'll get false, guys. What if I add A to Z also? Here the first letter can be either lowercase A to Z or uppercase A to Z. In this case, fine, it is matching. Either it can be lowercase A to Z or uppercase A to Z. Since it is uppercase A, it is matching one of the condition. So this will return true now. Demo.js true. Okay. What if I add some number, say 7 here, 7 ID? This time, if you run this code, the test will return false because the first letter can be either lowercase letter or uppercase letter, but not number, right? So no demo dot, if I say no demo.js, you see you'll get false. Okay. Now, what if I add something like this 0 to 9 in this case? Okay. The first letter can be either lowercase letter or uppercase letter, or can be a number from 0 to 9. It's one of the number from in between 0 to 9, right? So it will return true now. Okay, it will return true now. You see, you got true now. Okay, this is how, guys, we can work with the regular expressions. Okay, there's one more thing, guys. There is one more thing. What if you provide something like this? Okay, cap 0 to 9 if you provide. Okay, that means the first letter can be anything except the numbers from 0 to 9. It should not be 0 to 9, guys. If you say not of 0 to 9, this regular expression will result false. Okay, will result, test method will return false because here number is there. Here we are saying should not be number. The first letter should not be number, but here number is there. So it will return false, guys. Let me run this code. You see return false. Okay, it will return false. Fine. What if I provide any other thing other than, let's say, AIT? If I provide, it's not a number, right? So it should return true. Okay, it should return true because except numbers, anything can be accepted in the first letter. That's what is not of. Okay, so hope, guys, you understood some basic regular expressions that we can use in JavaScript. Okay, so there are a lot more examples I can provide, guys, but okay, this is a very big topic, guys. Regular expressions in JavaScript is a very big topic, which can be which can be like a series of tutorials can be created around this regular expression, but I don't want to go so much deep. So what I did is I just provided all the general regular expressions that we need, okay, for our knowledge. And one more thing, guys, before closing up, here the square brackets I provided in the first letter. You can also provide the square brackets in the first letter, middle letter, last letter, and provide this kind of ranges. So that's also possible, guys. Okay. So that's all, guys. You can try that out. Okay. Instead of providing the square bracket in the in the first, you can try to provide the square bracket in the middle or at the end, and try whether the regular expression is working properly or not. Okay, so see that you can do that on your own, guys. Okay, so that's all about the regular expressions, guys, which is covered at a high level, and this will be enough for our learning. So that's it, guys. Thank you. Bye.